Chapter 1. Awaken the most useless ability, and it's a bug. Tianhai City, 3rd Middle School. The college entrance examination is approaching. You will soon be teleported to the trial illusion, where you will awaken your innate abilities. At the same time, you will encounter mutated beasts and abyss monsters. Use your innate abilities to defeat them and earn corresponding points. The illusion lasts for 3 hours, and the points you earn will be your exam scores. Remember, dying in the illusion means you will truly die. The proctor's voice echoed across the playground. A crowd of senior students waited anxiously for the exam to begin. The college entrance examination is the moment that determines their future fate. Brother Wang, once we enter the illusion, we'll rely on you to take care of us. In our class, your attributes are the best. You will definitely awaken a powerful ability. Don't forget about us. Many students gathered around Wang Guan, speaking eagerly. Wang Guan, with a resolute appearance, wore worn-out clothes but stood tall. His grades ranked among the top in the class. Truly a top student, he was also one of the key students that the school was focusing on for this exam. Hearing his classmates, the usually helpful Wang Guan smiled and said, "Once we enter the illusion, if I encounter you, I will definitely take care of my classmates." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They had no doubt that Wang Guan would awaken a powerful talent. Brother Wang, when a soft girl's voice called out. Wang Guan turned to look. The girl speaking was very beautiful, dressed in white, her expression showing some anxiety. She looked at Wang Guan and said, "What if I awaken a useless ability? I'm really worried." Wang Shui, your grades are good, and the teacher said you have a great chance of awakening in a great ability. You need to believe in yourself, Wang Guan gently comforted her. The girl's name was Jiang Wang Shui, the prettiest girl in their school, with a gentle and kind personality. She had many suitors, but she only liked Wang Guan and often looked for opportunities to be alone with him. Rumors had been circulating in the school about the two of them being together. In fact, Wang Guan didn't have any special feelings. He was face-blind and couldn't tell if others were good-looking. Before entering university, he wasn't in the mood for romance. However, after 3 years of getting along, he had indeed developed some feelings for Jiang Wang Shui and often took care of her. "Even if you don't awaken a good ability, I will find you and protect you," Wang Guan continued. I believe you, Brother Wang Guan." Jiang Wang Shui smiled sweetly. The proctor's pre-exam speech was coming to an end. The class teacher, Zhang Huimin, hurried over to remind Wang Guan. "Wang Guan, it's up to you now, don't let me down." "I will do my best," Wang Guan promised. He was indeed filled with confidence. The college entrance examination begins now. With the proctor's announcement, a layer of hazy light enveloped the students standing in the exam hall. Wang Guan felt a wave of dizziness, and the surroundings became surreal. It was as if he were rapidly passing through a series of images. That was the tragic scene from 300 years ago when the abyss fissure suddenly opened and countless monsters surged out, rampaging against humanity. But fortunately, some unknown existence favored humanity. Some said they were gods. Others said they were unknown advanced civilizations in any case, they brought innate abilities to humanity, ushering in an era of ability users and granting them the power to fight against the abyss. As he watched these images, a mysterious power subtly descended upon Wang Guan. This was the power of awakening. Wang Guan knew that he was about to awaken his innate ability and become an ability user. What will my innate ability be? He thought, filled with anticipation. But suddenly, his head began to throb violently. Why now? Wang Guan instinctively clutched his head, letting out a pained sound. Since his parents went missing 8 years ago, he had developed a headache problem. The hospital couldn't find a cause. Initially, it only occurred occasionally and didn't affect his normal life. But now it had struck at this moment. And this time, the headache was particularly intense, making him feel as if his head might split open. It felt as if something was trying to crawl out of his head. Wang Guan fell into a brief unconsciousness. When the headache subsided and he regained consciousness, he found himself standing in a dense forest. He could see ruins covered in vines and weeds. This was the trial illusion for the college entrance examination. "I really thought I was going to die." Just now Wang Guan rubbed his head and stood up. A line of prompt information flashed before his eyes. "It" was the prompt for awakening his ability. But upon seeing the content, Wang Guan was instantly dumbfounded. "Congratulations, you have comprehended grade innate ability. Detection." Grade innate ability? Detection? Among innate abilities, grade is the lowest level. Moreover, the detection ability has no combat power. It can only detect the entry information of other creatures and items to collect intelligence.It could be said to be the trash of trash. 2. Actually awakened, the most useless innate ability outside the illusion. In the large conference room of Detection.He, 3rd Middle School, a huge screen was divided into several grids that It displayed the real-time performance of several key students in the illusion. Wang Guan, as a top student, was naturally one of the focuses. But upon seeing the information about Wang Guan's awaken ability, the school leaders in the conference room showed expressions of disbelief. With great detection, Wang Guan actually awakened such a useless ability. Isn't his physical attribute quite strong? How could he awaken such a useless ability? Strong attributes merely increase the probability of awakening strong abilities, but it's not absolute. We have invested a lot of resources in him, and this is how he repays us? Voices of condemnation quickly echoed in the conference room. Wang Guan's class teacher, Zhang Huimin, wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide, feeling furious with Wang Guan. He had taken such meticulous care of this seed student, but the result was, he felt that his career might be over. At that moment, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Scrade! Our school has an Scrade innate ability. It's Jiang Wang Shui." What? Zhang Huimin quickly raised his head and saw that Jiang Wang Shui, also a student from his class, had indeed obtained an Scrade innate ability. Ice Snow Sorceress, one of the strongest abilities in the Ice and Snow category. Jiang Wang Shui's usual grades were not as good as Wang Guan's, only considered excellent, and Zhang Huimin had originally expected her to achieve a grade. Unexpectedly, she brought him a pleasant surprise. Although his class produced a waste, it also birthed an Scrade. His career seemed to be saved, right? Zhang Huimin's posture instantly became much straighter, and Scrade innate ability had not appeared in 3rd Middle School for several years. Good. Our 3rd Middle School has finally produced another Scrade ability user. As long as she performs well, she will definitely achieve excellent results in the Illusion entrance exam. She will definitely be able to get into Longjing University. In addition to Jiang Wang Shui, there are several other good candidates, like Song Qianlong, who awakened the Grade Thunder Warrior ability. The atmosphere in the conference room became much lighter. Meanwhile, the grid displaying Wang Guan's actions was directly cut off, since he had only awakened an Grade useless ability. There was no need to pay attention to him anymore. Inside the illusion, Wang Guan was heartbroken over awakening a useless ability when he suddenly felt a wave of heart palpitations, as if something terrifying was watching him. Turning his head, his body involuntarily shook. He saw a beast glaring fiercely, approaching. Its size was like that of a small tiger, with a mouth full of fangs, looking menacing. This is a crack-toothed beast? As a top student, Wang Guan immediately recognized it. The crack-toothed beast is a creature that has mutated due to the influence of abyssal energy. It opened its mouth full of fangs. Its tail was swinging wildly, already considering Wang Guan as prey. Damn! Wang Guan's body instinctively tensed, taking a deep breath and slowly backing away. He couldn't panic at this moment. He had to stay calm. Maybe I can find its weakness? The only thing he could rely on now was his own ability. He hurriedly activated his investigation ability on the monster in front of him. In his field of vision, a segment of text information appeared. Investigation. This is an unremarkable wildcat, abandoned by humans, weak in body, and has not eaten for 3 days. Wang Guan, that you call this a wildcat? Chapter 2. You see this stick, it's long and straight. In front of him was clearly the ferocious cracked-toothed beast, but Wang Guan's investigation told him it was an unremarkable wildcat. The college entrance examination illusion had been rigorously tested. It couldn't be wrong. The only thing that could be wrong was Wang Guan's investigation. Is the information I received from the investigation wrong? Seriously, even if I awakened a useless ability, this ability has problems too? Wang Guan felt an overwhelming sense of grief and anger. What crime had he committed to deserve such punishment? At this moment, the fierce light in the cracked-toothed beast's eyes flickered, and its agile body suddenly pounced at Wang Guan. "I'm going," Wang Guan exclaimed, instinctively kicking out. He was already feeling hopeless. The cracked-toothed beast was powerful and aggressive without any ability enhancement. He was definitely no match. However, meow. With a sharp scream, before the cracked-toothed beast's claws landed on Wang Guan, it was kicked away by him. Its 100-pound body rolled over 10 meters away. Wang Guan, what's going on? When did my strength become so strong? Wang Guan looked dumbfounded. He quickly realized that it wasn't that his strength had increased. It was that the cracked tooth beast didn't seem to be as strong as he had expected. In his perception, it was just an ordinary kitten. Didn't it just meow like a cat? Could it be that since I detected it as a wild cat, it is a wild cat to me? Wang Guan's mind surged with a bold guess. The cracked tooth beast got up from the ground, looking at Wang Guan with a hint of fear in its eyes. But its fierce nature wouldn't allow it to back down. With a meow sound, it lunged at Wang Guan again. Then, it was slapped down to the ground by Wang Guan. Although it looks like a cracked tooth beast, feels like a cracked tooth beast. When it comes to action, it's just an ordinary wild cat to me, especially one that hasn't eaten for 3 days. Wang Guan's eyes lit up as he pinned the cracked tooth beast to the ground, raising a fist and signaling at it. The scene was nothing short of brutal. Meow, meow. A series of piercing cries rang out. Soon, the struggling body of the cracked tooth beast quieted down. When Wang Guan stood up, its body gradually faded and disappeared without a trace. Congratulations, you have killed a cracked tooth beast and earned 15 points. A notification appeared before Wang Guan. I got points. I really took down a cracked tooth beast. Did my investigation information indicate it has mutated? Although the text information was wrong, the incorrect information was true for me. He wanted to test this theory. At this moment, he noticed he was standing outside a ruin. Looking up, he saw various weapons and equipment scattered on the ground within the ruins. Wang Guan's eyes brightened. Entering the illusion prohibited bringing anything, but some weapons and equipment would be scattered in the illusion, which could be picked up and used. Wang Guan was lucky. He encountered several weapons right from the start. First, he picked up an incredibly sharp dagger. From a feel of it, this was a fine steel dagger. I wonder what my investigation will tell me about it. Wang Guan thought to himself and immediately activated his ability on the dagger in hand. Investigation. This is a multi-functional fruit knife, perfect for peeling. A sharp dagger turned into a fruit knife? And multifunctional. Wang Guan was somewhat speechless. With the investigation, the weight of the dagger indeed felt much lighter. To Wang Guan, it was now just a fruit knife. This thing was probably useless to him. He had to drop the dagger and picked up a rather heavy wolf-tooth club. Investigation. This is a scratcher, reaching the itchy spots, providing great relief. Throwing away the wolf-tooth club, Wang Guan picked up a piece of protective chest armor. Investigation. This is a fashionable outer garment. Wearing it makes you the brightest star. Wang Guan picked up these items one by one, and none of them were reliable. In the end, he was completely speechless. However, he was sure that his investigation had indeed mutated. The text information he obtained was all wrong. But for him, this incorrect information was true. The sharp dagger was a fruit knife to him. The wolf-tooth club became a scratcher. The ferocious cracked tooth beast was merely an ordinary wild cat in front of him. It seems that the text information I investigate is random. Wang Guan pondered over the pattern. Because in this world, ordinary creatures and items occupied the majority. Therefore, the fierce mutated beasts were more likely to be investigated as ordinary animals. Weapons were also more likely to be investigated as everyday items. It seems my investigation ability is a double-edged sword. He thought helplessly. The weapons and equipment scattered here, after his investigation, all turned into useless everyday items. Just as Wang Guan was about to give up and leave, he casually picked up a stick from the ground, mainly because this stick was long, straight, and felt great in hand. It was hard to resist picking it up and playing with it. Wang Guan activated his investigation on the stick again. The result. This isn't a grade longsword, made of alloy, extremely sharp, with the exclusive skill wind break, capable of releasing wind blades. Wang Guan, what the hell? Weapons and equipment were also graded, and a grade weapon with an exclusive skill would be worth at least several million outside. Investigating those proper weapons turned them into everyday items. Unexpectedly, the stick was investigated as an exquisite sword. In the college entrance examination illusion, randomly scattered weapons and equipment had a chance to appear as premium items, but the probability was extremely low, almost negligible. Wang Guan investigating the stick as a premium longsword was an even more unlikely event. This luck was truly remarkable. He held the stick and waved it a few times. Immediately, a series of whoosh sounds of slicing through the air were heard. He activated the wind break skill, and with a swoosh, a wind blade swept out. Several trees, the thickness of boles in the distance, were instantly cut off at the waist. What a good stick! Wang Guan marveled at the stick. It looked like an ordinary stick, but if someone else picked it up, it would just be an ordinary stick. Yet in Wang Guan's hands, it was a premium longsword. Then this means I'm set. He held the magical stick and excitedly began to explore the surroundings. A few minutes later, as he walked past a patch of bushes, rustling sounds suddenly came from all around. One fierce beast after another suddenly emerged from all directions, surrounding him completely. They resembled wolf dogs, but their bodies were covered in red scales, glaring at Wang Guan. Wang Guan recognized that this was a blood wolf beast, a highly dangerous, pack-oriented mutated creature. If it were any other examinee, they would definitely panic at this moment. But Wang Guan remained calm, his eyes scanning the blood wolf beasts. Detection. This is an ordinary hyena, cunning in nature. Being targeted by them can lead to serious trouble. The blood wolf beast was detected by Wang Guan as an ordinary hyena. He only needed to detect one of them, and the others of the same kind would have the same entry information. Now, this group of dangerous blood wolf beasts was just a pack of hyenas to Wang Guan. Although still dangerous, it was manageable. Moreover, he had an exceptional weapon in hand. Come on, let me test the power of this exceptional longsword. Chapter 3. The ability without trash. Only the trash ability user, a blood wolf beast, let out a howl and was the first to launch an attack. Wang Guan immediately reacted, sweeping the wooden stick in his hand. The ordinary wooden stick, accompanied by a sharp sound of slicing through the air, swept towards the blood wolf beast's body. The blood wolf beast did not even attempt to dodge. It did not see the need to avoid an attack from such a wooden stick. But in the next moment, whoosh, a burst of blood mist erupted from its body, which was covered in scales and as hard as iron. Its body then collapsed to the ground, vitality rapidly fading away. The mutated beast known for its defense was killed by Wang Guan with a single strike. In front of Wang Guan, it was like an ordinary hyena, while the wooden stick in his hand was like a top-tier longsword. With 2 layers of buffs, how could it fight back? The other blood wolf beasts were enraged and rushed towards Wang Guan one after another. Wang Guan's wooden stick danced in the air, meeting those hyenas as if he were chopping vegetables. One by one, the attacking blood wolf beasts fell dead on the spot. In the end, the remaining few blood wolf beasts finally realized that this bipedal beast was not to be trifled with, howling and turning to flee. Want to escape? Wang Guan gripped the wooden stick, adopting a sword-drawing posture, and swept it horizontally through the air. Buzz! With the sound of breaking air, a fan-shaped wave of energy spread out. This was a special technique that unleashed a blade of wind. Whoosh, whoosh as the wind blade passed. Several trees were severed in half. The few fleeing blood wolf beasts were not spared and met a tragic end on the spot. The dead blood wolf beasts quickly dissipated into nothingness. Wang Guan was met with a series of prompt messages. Congratulations. You have killed a blood wolf beast and gained 15 points. X12, there were as many as 12 blood wolf beasts. Wang Guan gained a total of 180 points in one go, with no challenge whatsoever. Let's continue. This time, the top score in the college entrance exam was secured. Excited, Wang Guan continued to search for targets. The illusion realm was fraught with danger, and he soon encountered several more mutated beasts. He encountered the terrifying strong-arm beast, which he identified as a large monkey. He met the ferocious blood-patterned python, which he identified as an ordinary little longworm. Wang Guan swung his stick and harvested continuously. His points kept increasing. At this point, Wang Guan had the leisure to ponder the reason behind the mutation of his ability. When entering the illusion realm, my headache flared up, and this time it was particularly severe. Could it be that my headache caused my ability to mutate? His headache had always had a strange origin. 8 years ago, the Federation discovered an ancient temple suspected to have fallen from the abyss. Both of his parents were powerful ability users and participated in the adventure to the temple. At that time, 10-year-old Wang Guan was left at home, eagerly anticipating their return every day. One night, his parents suddenly came back. They had an inexplicable excitement in their expressions, crying and laughing, pulling Wang Guan and saying many things. Finally, they embraced him and fell into a deep sleep. But the next morning, they had vanished without a trace, as if they had never returned. Later, Wang Guan learned that his parents had encountered an accident during the adventure and had become lost in the ancient temple. To this day, he could not distinguish whether the parents that night were real or just a dream. But it was also from that day on that he began to suffer from headaches. I have always suspected that my headaches are related to my parents' disappearance in that ancient temple. Now, this headache has caused my ability to mutate again. One day, I must go to that ancient temple and find out the truth. Wang Guan muttered to himself. At this moment, he suddenly heard a commotion ahead. Following the sound, he found a group of gathered test takers. They were all familiar faces, including his classmate Zhang Wangxue. After being sent to the illusion realm, the distance between classmates in the same class was already very close, making it easy for them to gather together. Teamwork was also allowed by the rules of the college entrance exam. Brother Wang, great, I finally found you. Wang Guan. Seeing Wang Guan, the classmates were all very happy and crowded around to greet him. Dressed in white, the beautiful and ethereal Zhang Wangxue was especially excited. Brother Wang Guan, what talent ability have you awakened? She tugged at Wang Guan's sleeve, her face filled with excitement. I have awakened an S-class ability, the Ice and Snow Sorceress. Outside the illusion, in a large conference room, the screen was displaying live footage, and the school leaders were focusing on Zhang Wangxue, the seed player. Unexpectedly, they also saw Wang Guan. Wang Guan was still holding on. After all, his physical attributes were strong, so it wasn't surprising that he could last this long. But what use is that? Look at him. He doesn't even have a weapon, just a wooden stick in his hand. He probably had a pretty miserable experience just now. Without a powerful ability, it was destined that he could not achieve excellent results. They had stopped paying attention to Wang Guan. Seeing that Wang Guan only had a wooden stick beside him, they instinctively thought that Wang Guan must have been struggling to survive until now. F-class talent ability. Still a non-combat capable scout. It was already not easy to survive in the college entrance examination venue. The head teacher suddenly thought of something and frowned. I heard that Zhang Wangxue and Wang Guan have a pretty good relationship. Zhang Huimin knew his class students best, and his expression changed. Their relationship was indeed very close. Would Zhang Wangxue, considering their past relationship, let Wang Guan stay by her side? Don't drag Zhang Wangxue down. Everyone began to worry. As the only S-class talent ability user in this college entrance exam, Zhang Wangxue was their hope. The other few around her had at least D-class talents, and even if they didn't help Zhang Wangxue, they wouldn't drag her down. But Wang Guan with his F-class trash ability, if he stayed with them, it would definitely affect Zhang Wangxue's performance. Inside the illusion, S-class Ice and Snow Sorceress. Hearing Zhang Wangxue's words, Wang Guan was quite surprised. This girl is really impressive. He felt genuinely happy, not bad. I said you could definitely do it. Zhang Wangxue smiled sweetly and eagerly asked, Brother Wang Guan, what about you? What talent ability did you awaken? Me? Wang Guan chuckled. I only have an F-class scout. The expressions of several classmates on the scene went blank. F-class scout? No combat ability. Can only scout target information. Claimed to be the most trash talent ability? Wang Guan, isn't he a top student? How could he awaken such an ability? Brother Wang Guan, you must be joking, right? Zhang Wangxue said with a glimmer in her eyes. How could that be? I awakened the scout ability, but it's nothing. Wang Guan remained calm. Didn't the teacher often say that there are no trash abilities, only trash ability users? This statement is actually nonsense. But for the current Wang Guan, it was quite appropriate. His scout ability, though rated F-class, was likely God tier. Looking at Zhang Wangxue's stunned expression, Wang Guan jokingly said, It seems that I will have to rely on you to protect me in this college entrance exam. He decided to act together with his classmates from now on. He usually got along well with his classmates and was always willing to help, so he didn't mind lending them a hand. However, upon hearing Wang Guan say this, Zhang Wangxue, who had been holding Wang Guan's sleeve, suddenly let go. The other classmates also looked at Wang Guan with changed expressions. Chapter 4 Still eating? Here I come. The change in the expressions of the classmates fell into Wang Guan's eyes. Guessing their thoughts, he couldn't help but feel amused. Before the college entrance examination began, they thought Wang Guan was a top student who would definitely awaken powerful abilities, so they flattered him in various ways. However, once they discovered that Wang Guan had awakened a useless ability, their attitude immediately changed. People are indeed realistic and fickle. Wang Guan didn't argue. He told them that although he had awakened a useless ability, he was still a top student. He just said teasingly, "What's wrong? You don't welcome me?" A few classmates' eyes flickered uncomfortably. A girl suddenly said, "The college entrance examination is a big deal that determines our future, and we all have our roles. Exploration doesn't seem to be necessary. Anyway, everyone is familiar with the beasts and monsters encountered in the illusion." "That's right, Wang Guan. Your physical attributes may be strong, but without any abilities to back you up, you'll only drag us down." Others followed suit. "It's not that we're selfish. This is a matter of a lifetime, and we naturally hope to achieve good results." I vote against Wang Guan joining the team. It's been so long since the college entrance examination started, and you haven't even picked up a weapon. If you're a good buddy, you should voluntarily withdraw at this time. They chattered, and their gazes finally landed on Jiang Wangxue. As an S-class ability user, Jiang Wangxue naturally became the leader of this team, and everything was decided by her. A hint of hesitation flashed across Jiang Wangxue's face, but in the end, she still said to Wang Guan, "I'm sorry. Here we all have a say, and although I really want you to join, I can't go against everyone's opinion." Wang Guan's expression remained calm, but a hint of disappointment rose in his heart. At this moment, a glimmer flashed in his eyes, and he inadvertently used his ability to scout Jiang Wangxue. Scouting. This is an ordinary girl with an unremarkable appearance, a gloomy personality, and a D-class ability called Healing Dance. Seeing the scouting information, Wang Guan was taken aback. This was the first time he had used scouting on someone else. The entries were still jumbled when scouting others. However, this information was still true for him. Wang Guan, who was somewhat face-blind, looked at Jiang Wangxue again and found that she indeed looked very ordinary. Her personality also didn't seem as cute as he remembered. The slight heartache that had just surged in his heart suddenly vanished. He chuckled and said, "That's fine. I'm actually used to acting alone. I wanted to lend you a hand, but you guys are useless." Seeing that Wang Guan didn't continue to press, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, they found it amusing. "What do you mean you're used to acting alone?" It was obviously self-comforting. "Well, I wish everyone good results." Wang Guan waved his hand and turned to leave. "Wait." Jiang Wangxue called him back and took out a short sword, handing it over. "Take this weapon." She looked at Wang Guan's wooden stick with pity. Her meaning was clear. Although the short sword wasn't that great, it was certainly better than a wooden stick, right? Considering how she had taken care of him in the past, she decided to help him out. After this, she wouldn't owe him anything. "No, I think my wooden stick is just fine." Wang Guan declined with a smile. With a great sword in hand, why would he need a short sword? Holding the wooden stick, he walked into the dense forest ahead. The other classmates saw Wang Guan's actions and began to murmur. What's wrong with him? He doesn't want the weapon. What is he being so stubborn for? He should consider if he has the capability. If he turns back, don't say we didn't help him. The college entrance examination is so important. Can he blame us for not being capable? With his ability, who knows if he'll have a chance to leave the examination room alive. Throughout past college entrance examinations, many candidates have been cruelly eliminated by the illusions. Wang Guan, as an F-class ability user, undoubtedly had the lowest chance of survival. In the conference room outside the illusion, the school leaders felt relieved when Wang Guan left. Jiang Wangxue is still very rational. At this time, her own results are the most important. If Wang Guan can't do it, he shouldn't drag others down. We kindly offered him a weapon, and he didn't want it. He's still too young and doesn't know the stakes. Forget about Wang Guan. Let's continue to focus on Jiang Wangxue. Our school will definitely achieve good results this time. They discussed among themselves. Inside the illusion, Jiang Wangxue watched Wang Guan leave, her expression returning to calm, and said to her classmates, "Let's continue." Under her leadership, the team resumed their exploration in the illusion. I have awakened an S-class ability, while you have only awakened an F-class. Don't blame me. This world is just like this. I will definitely achieve excellent results and enter Longjing University, while you. Now, you and I are no longer from the same world. Jiang Wangxue silently told Wang Guan in her heart. After parting ways, Wang Guan continued to explore the illusion. He quickly brushed off his classmates' attitudes from earlier. With his mutated ability, he naturally had a bright future ahead. Since he had seen their true colors, why should he be troubled by this matter? He encountered several mutated beasts in succession. Suddenly, as he passed a collapsed house, he heard a crunching sound coming from inside. Slowing his pace, he cautiously approached. Through the broken wall, he saw a group of monsters inside. They looked like giant rats, about half the height of an adult, clad in tattered, filthy armor, wielding spears and shields as weapons. Their sharp front teeth jutted out of their mouths, appearing fierce and terrifying. They had just finished a hunt and were happily munching on bloody flesh, looking at the blood and leftover chunks on the ground. Their prey seemed to be a candidate. "This is a rat man." Wang Guan recognized their identity, and his heart sank. Rat men are one of the alien monster groups that crawled out from the abyssal rift. They have strong individual combat abilities, excel at group attacks, and possess a very high reproductive capacity. They often swarm like locusts, plundering human towns. In every past college entrance examination, an abyssal monster was arranged as a key topic in the illusion. This time, it was clearly the rat men. The rat men are a difficult challenge. Other candidates who encounter them should quickly leave if they don't have enough confidence. However, Wang Guan had no intention of retreating at all. He fixed his gaze on one of the rat men. Scouting. Scouting. This is an ordinary groundhog with a violent temperament, and it hates being disturbed while eating. The rat man was scouted as a groundhog. Wang Guan couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, the scouting information is random. Since ordinary creatures make up the majority of the world, there is a high probability of misidentifying abyssal creatures like rat men as ordinary beasts. Since it's a groundhog, then he wouldn't hold back. Wang Guan boldly walked into the midst of the rat men, kicking one that was eating to the ground. He pointed his wooden stick at them. "Still eating? Here I come." The rat men were momentarily stunned, glancing at their fallen companion, then at Wang Guan. Then they all opened their mouths wide. Chapter 5. This bonus question is mine. The rat men are vicious and brutal. In their eyes, humans are mere prey food. Seeing Wang Guan voluntarily walk into their midst, they all brandished their weapons and charged at him, howling loudly. However, the rat men's cries, which are usually sharp and piercing, capable of greatly affecting human minds, were to Wang Guan just a series of meaningless sounds, entirely devoid of lethal force. To Wang Guan, the rat men were just groundhogs. The groundhogs, disturbed while eating, are irritable and angry, but they're still just groundhogs. All of a sudden, Wang Guan swung the wooden stick in his hand and swept through a crowd. A rat man that got too close was kicked away by him. The spears in the rat men's hands were incredibly sharp, but when they stabbed Wang Guan, they caused no harm at all. Wang Guan possessed extremely strong physical attributes, and with a top-notch sword in hand, facing this group of agitated groundhogs was truly effortless. Dealing with them was a piece of cake. They posed even less of a challenge than the bloodwolf beasts previously identified as hyenas. Soon, the rat men were taken down one by one, vanishing into thin air. Congratulations! You have killed a Ratman warrior and gained 30 points. X9 this wave netted him 270 points. Wang Guan was thrilled. The rewards were simply too high. As abyssal monsters, the rat men offered far more points than mutated beasts. They appeared in droves as well. It was no wonder this was a key question in the exam. His total score should now be over 1,000. What limited his score was not the difficulty of the questions, but how many questions he could clear. I need to keep clearing the key questions. Wang Guan, still eager, continued to explore the surroundings. Rat men are pack monsters. Discovering one wave means there are more nearby. No matter how many he encountered, to Wang Guan, they were all just groundhogs. At this moment, other examinees were also discovering rat men one after another. Unlike Wang Guan, they were not so relaxed and carefree when facing the rat men. Those with sufficiently strong physical attributes and abilities could barely hold their ground against the rat men. Most examinees fled in panic or were brutally killed by the rat men. The exam was that brutal. Jiang Wangshue's team also encountered a wave of rat men. After separating from Wang Guan, her team had gained a few more members, reaching a total of 11, all D rank or above ability users. With her being an S rank ability user, their team's strength was not weak. However, they still endured a fierce battle, losing 2 members before barely managing to eliminate the rat men. Jiang Wangshue's powerful output secured her most of the points. The others were happy to share in whatever scraps they could get. At this rate, I'll definitely get a good score. Jiang Wangxue calculated to herself. I can absolutely get into the best Longjing University in the Alliance. Let us continue. She led her team to continue searching for other Ratmen. Outside the illusion, the school leaders in the grand conference room grew tense. They hadn't expected that the key question in this exam would be Ratmen. Of the 325 examinees from our school, 95 have already been eliminated, surpassing the elimination rate of previous years. There was no helping it. The difficulty of this exam was just too high. Fortunately, we do have a few outstanding students. The screen displayed real-time footage of several key examinees. Besides Jiang Wangxue, another examinee named Zhu Qianlong received a lot of attention. Zhu Qianlong had awakened only an A-rank ability, but his ability was Thunder Warrior. This was one of the most lethal lightning abilities, and he was performing exceptionally well. If nothing unexpected happened, the top 2 scores in this exam would likely be among them. Other examinees were avoiding the Ratmen at all costs. These two, however, led their respective teams to actively search for the Ratmen's whereabouts. Under the attention of the school leaders, both teams encountered several waves of Ratmen, one after another. After a bloody battle, they suffered quite a few casualties, but both managed to maintain their condition due to their own abilities. There was still half an hour left before the exam ended. Jiang Wangshue's score should be around 500 now, right? The homeroom teacher, Zhang Huimin, pondered. Zhu Qianlong should also have around 500, another middle-aged man commented. He was Zhu Qianlong's homeroom teacher. The scores would be officially announced only after the illusion ended, so they were uncertain about the specific scoring situation, but they could estimate roughly. At that moment, a peculiar house suddenly appeared in the grid, displaying Jiang Wangshue's footage. There were fences surrounding it, piled high with corpses, giving off a cold and sinister vibe. Not good, it's a Ratman nest. Many people in the grand conference room exclaimed in surprise. This is the Ratman's stronghold. Approaching carelessly could trigger the appearance of the Ratman leader. If the Ratmen are the key question in this exam, then the Ratman leader is the bonus question. Killing it could yield as much as 500 points. However, its difficulty is also extraordinary. Ordinary examinees shouldn't even think about it. Once the Ratman leader appears, it will go on a killing spree. If it cannot be killed, then all examinees in the exam hall will face total annihilation. Although Jiang Wangxue had awakened her S-rank ability, she was wise enough to realize this. Upon seeing the Ratman nest, she immediately signaled everyone to be quiet and led them to retreat quietly. In the grand conference room, the school leaders collectively breathed a sigh of relief, holding their breath and watching Jiang Wangxue withdraw. But just then, someone approached the Ratman nest. The director of education exclaimed. On the screen, indeed, a figure was seen swaggering toward the Ratman nest alone. The figure was quite tall, with bloodstains all over their clothes. They weren't wearing any protective gear, nor did they even have a weapon. In their hand, they merely held a wooden stick. Wang Guan. Zhang Huimin recognized his student first. He instinctively thought, he is still alive? Then, his expression turned to one of terror. What is he planning to do? In the illusion, Jiang Wangxue and the others also saw Wang Guan. They too were taken aback, unable to believe that Wang Guan, who had only awakened an F-rank ability, had survived in this brutal exam until now. Then, they gaped as they watched Wang Guan approach that peculiar house. He peered inside, then kicked over the fence outside and walked in. Everyone was shocked. What are you doing? Don't go in there. If you trigger the Ratman leader's appearance, the entire exam hall might face annihilation. But before they could do anything, a terrifying, spine-chilling howl echoed all around. The Ratman leader had been triggered. The door of the peculiar house swung open. A Ratman, significantly larger than the others and over 2 meters tall, emerged from within. It was clad in armor, its mouth filled with sharp fangs, emitting a series of piercing howls. Standing before this Ratman leader, Wang Guan initially flashed a hint of panic. Then he smiled. Scan, this is a groundhog leader. Temperament is irritable, hates being disturbed while sleeping. Although the scan information was incorrect, it had an intrinsic connection. The Ratmen were scanned as groundhogs, so the Ratman leader was the groundhog leader. Despite its height of 2 meters, its imposing figure, and its armor to Wang Guan. It was still just a groundhog. The howl emitted by the Ratman leader could intimidate the minds of other examinees. In Wang Guan's ears, it was just an enhanced version of ah. This bonus question is mine. Wang Guan gripped the wooden stick, charging at the groundhog leader before him. Chapter 6. F-Class Garbage Ability User, beating the Ratman leader? Jiang Wangxue and the others were shaken by the Ratman leader's howls. When they saw Wang Guan charging at the terrifying monster with a wooden stick, they were even more stunned. How dare he? Challenging the Ratman leader with just a wooden stick? Could it be that he's just giving up? He awakened a garbage ability, has no hope for the future, and is deliberately provoking the Ratman leader to drag all the candidates down with him? How could he do this? This was not only what Jiang Wangxue and the others thought. The school leaders watching the scene outside the illusion began to have similar suspicions, becoming furious. In the next moment, Wang Guan rushed in front of the Ratman leader. The Ratman leader, furious and fierce, launched an attack on Wang Guan. The outcome was obvious. However, bang! Wang Guan's wooden stick struck the Ratman leader, and this ridiculous attack caused the heavy armor on the Ratman leader to show signs of damage, with several splashes of blood. Is this the damage a wooden stick can inflict? Then, Wang Guan kicked out, sending the Ratman leader tumbling away. Squeak! Squeak! It got back up, emitting a series of urgent cries. Within that sound, there was a hint of fear. Wang Guan continued to approach it, swinging the wooden stick. This was simply a one-sided beating. Everyone witnessing this scene displayed expressions of disbelief, doubting whether they were seeing an illusion. Wasn't Wang Guan's ability the worst F-Class? How could he have the strength to beat the bonus question? Wang Guan had already noticed Jiang Wangxue and the others, but he did not pay them any mind, fully focused on the monster in front of him. The Ratman leader had been identified as a groundhog leader by him, and to Wang Guan, it was just a groundhog. Even though it was larger than a normal groundhog, faster, tougher, and armored, it was still a groundhog. It wouldn't take long to defeat it. Suddenly, Zila, Wang Guan heard a crackling sound of lightning. Huh. He quickly pulled away from the Ratman leader, following the sound. Not far away, on a large tree, stood a figure surrounded by electric light. That was Zhu Qianlong. Wang Guan recognized him. Zhu Qianlong was a student from the neighboring class, with parents who were city hall officials, powerful and influential. He had been pursuing Jiang Wangxue, which had led to several conflicts with Wang Guan. Seeing him like this, had he awakened a lightning ability? As Wang Guan pondered, he saw Zhu Qianlong leap down from the tree, trailing fire and lightning. Charging at the Ratman leader, he took the opportunity to launch an attack on the Ratman leader. With a face wrapped in blue electric light, he wore an expression of extreme arrogance. This bonus question is mine. Originally, Zhu Qianlong had been nearby hunting Ratman. After the Ratman leader was triggered, he heard the commotion and hid nearby to watch. Upon witnessing the battle between Wang Guan and the Ratman leader, he immediately made a judgment. The Ratman leader seemed not that strong. Its armor could actually be damaged by Wang Guan's wooden stick. It was even kicked away by Wang Guan. Since Wang Guan could suppress it, I could do it too. It wasn't just him, Jiang Wangxue and the others, as well as the school leaders outside the illusion, made similar judgments. In front of Wang Guan, the Ratman leader was just a fat groundhog. This led them to make an incorrect assessment that the Ratman leader was not as terrifying as rumored. Its attacks and strength were considerably weaker. Was the difficulty of this year's bonus question intentionally lowered? Since Wang Guan had no ability enhancements, relying solely on physical attributes and the wooden stick to suppress the Ratman leader, there was no reason why they, the top students with S-Class and A-Class abilities, couldn't do the same. Jiang Wangxue had long been itching to act. Seeing Zhu Qianlong attack first, she felt a twinge of frustration. This bonus question was going to be snatched by Zhu Qianlong. Wrapped in electric light, Zhu Qianlong had already rushed in front of the Ratman leader. He let out a hearty laugh, channeling thunder to attack the Ratman leader. Then, crack! The Ratman leader flicked its body, and its thick tail lashed like a whip, striking Zhu Qianlong hard. Zhu Qianlong's lightning attack had no lethality. He was sent flying, trailing fire and lightning. He rolled back to where he came from. Squeak! The Ratman leader let out an angry roar. What kind of rotten fish and shrimp dares to attack me? In front of Wang Guan, it was a groundhog. But for everyone else, it was still the true Ratman leader. It did not pursue Zhu Qianlong, but continued to viciously pounce toward Wang Guan. Seeing this, Wang Guan gripped the wooden stick and swung it in the air. An invisible wind blade shot out. Squeak! With a cry of pain, although the Ratman leader hurriedly rolled to avoid it, its body was still struck by the wind blade. A horrific wound was left, with its left paw severed at the elbow. Before it could catch its breath, Wang Guan, holding the wooden stick, stepped up and launched another barrage of blows. What is going on? In the conference room outside the illusion, all the school leaders were dumbfounded by this scene. The principal was the first to react, Wang Guan. The wooden stick in his hand seems unusual. It just activated a special skill. Could that wooden stick have some special attribute? In previous college entrance examinations, there were indeed some exceptional weapons that appeared in the illusion, but the chances of finding one were extremely low. Is the wooden stick in Wang Guan's hand a top-tier weapon? It can't be wrong. This wooden stick not only has the wind blade special skill, but probably also intimidates the target. No wonder he has survived until now. The school leaders exchanged glances. They never expected that Wang Guan, who awakened a garbage ability, would be lucky enough to find a top-tier weapon. Although Wang Guan was currently beating the Ratman leader, without any ability enhancements, the Ratman leader was considerably weakened in front of him. Based on their experience and insight, they concluded that it was all due to the wooden stick in Wang Guan's hand. As for the investigation that identified the Ratman as a groundhog, they had never heard of such a thing. Inside the illusion, Jiang Wangshu, shaken, also made a similar judgment. The wooden stick in Wang Guan's hand did not seem to be an ordinary stick, so he found a top-tier weapon. Then she angrily stomped her foot. If he had said earlier that he had a top-tier weapon, how could I have refused him entry into the team? If I used that weapon, combined with my S-class ability, I could definitely achieve a better score. Entering the federal rankings wouldn't be impossible. How could he be so selfish? Jiang Wangshu bit her lip, her eyes flashing with resentment. The Ratman leader was being relentlessly beaten by Wang Guan, its armor already tattered. Blood and flesh were a mess, covered in wounds. Its burly body suddenly swung, and its thick tail lashed toward Wang Guan with a whooshing sound. But Wang Guan caught that tail with one hand. Just when I was worried about not being able to hit you, you've delivered it right to my hands. He pulled the Ratman leader's tail, swinging the wooden stick with his other hand, raining down blows on the Ratman leader. Blood and flesh flew, and blood splattered everywhere. It was a gruesome sight. The spectators were all stunned by this scene. Suddenly, as Wang Guan was getting into it, he accidentally struck the Ratman leader's tail, severing it cleanly. The Ratman leader rolled and crawled away to a distance. It was already bloodied and mangled, unrecognizable as a Ratman. Anyone could tell that its health bar was empty, and it was about to die. Wang Guan walked over with a smile, waving the wooden stick in his hand, ready to reap the rewards. At that moment, a wave of icy cold surged around Wang Guan. The withered grass beneath his feet and the leaves beside him quickly formed a layer of frost. The frost spread, climbing up Wang Guan's body, beginning to freeze him. Wang Guan was momentarily stunned, turned his head, and saw Jiang Wangshu reaching out her hand towards him. An S-class ability, the Ice and Snow Witch. A layer of frost had already covered Jiang Wangshu, and she was exerting her power with all her might. Her expression was cold, and she immediately charged towards the nearly lifeless Ratman leader. Freeze Wang Guan and take the opportunity to snatch the Ratman leader's head. Chapter 7: Summon the Rodents. Seeing Jiang Wangshu freeze Wang Guan and pounce towards the Ratman leader, the others in her team also sprang into action. Some rushed towards the Ratman leader, while others charged at Wang Guan. They had all realized the value of the wooden stick in Wang Guan's hand. Wang Guan had not displayed any other abilities during the fight. As he had said, he should have only awakened an F-grade garbage ability, Exploration. His current impressive performance relied entirely on this weapon. Although there was not much time left for the college entrance examination, if they could snatch the wooden stick away, maybe they could score a few more points with this top-notch weapon. How could such a top-notch weapon end up in Wang Guan's hands? He, an F-grade garbage ability user, had no right to wield such a weapon. If they could take him down, the weapon would be theirs. Their eyes turned red as they fixated on the seemingly ordinary wooden stick, a murderous aura rising around them. Crackle, crackle. The sound of electricity crackling followed. The heavily injured Zhu Qianlong also crawled out from the side. His face was pale, but his eyes were filled with malice as he looked at Wang Guan. Having been severely injured, he did not hope to take the Ratman leader's head. He only wanted to take down Wang Guan. With that top-notch weapon by Wang Guan's side, he must have accumulated a lot of points, perhaps far exceeding his own. If he could take him down, it would boost his ranking. But just then, the Ratman leader, who had rolled to the ground, suddenly opened its mouth full of sharp teeth. Lying on the ground, a lump of rotten flesh. It seemed like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, but to take it as a lamb would be a grave mistake. In front of Wang Guan, it was a large groundhog, but in front of others, it was still the Ratman leader. It was a bonus question that only a few geniuses among millions of candidates in the alliance could solve, even if it had only a sliver of health left. Not everyone had the ability to reap it. It let out a piercing wail. The incredibly sharp sound carried far greater intimidation than before. Everyone's movements froze involuntarily, revealing a look of pain as their minds were affected. At the same time, there were continuous squeaks from the Ratman's nest, from the ground beneath their feet. From all directions, one Ratman warrior after another crawled out, summoning the rodents. The Ratman leader's howl could not only intimidate the mind, but also summon its kin to come to its aid. This was a skill used by the Ratman leader only at the last moment. Countless Ratman warriors launched a frenzied attack on all bipedal creatures in sight. Jiang Wangxue was only half a meter away from the Ratman leader. Seeing the swarm of rats, a look of terror immediately appeared on her face. No. Even if she had S-grade abilities, it was impossible to withstand so many Ratmen. Forgetting about the Ratman leader, she hurriedly conjured frost to protect herself and fend off the incoming Ratman warriors. Zhu Qianlong also neglected attacking Wang Guan as thunder crackled around him, trying to block the approaching Ratman. The others, lacking strength, changed their expressions drastically and frantically tried to escape. But they were continuously pounced on by Ratmen, injuring their bodies. The scene was filled with screams and cries. A few Ratmen also pounced towards the frozen Wang Guan. However, before they could reach him, cracks appeared on his ice-like body, which then completely shattered. He shook his body, and shards of eyes fell off. There was no trace of pain on his resolute face. Instead, he looked comfortable. Indeed, quite comfortable. Earlier, Wang Guan had investigated Jiang Wangxue, and in the entry information, it showed that she did not possess the S-grade Ice Sorceress ability, but merely a D-grade Healing Mist. It was evident that this was a healing-type ability. Although the frosty breath had frozen him, he had not been harmed. Rather, he had received healing. The exhaustion accumulated during the college entrance examination and some superficial injuries had completely recovered. Interesting. Wang Guan found it somewhat amusing. Swinging the wooden stick in his hand, he sent the attacking Ratmen flying. Jiang Wangxue, who was releasing cold air to freeze the attacking Ratmen, saw Wang Guan's figure and was shocked. Then, she hurriedly called out with a pale face, "Wang Guan, brother, please come help me. I was wrong before. Can you forgive me this time?" Her voice was filled with longing, pitifully pleading. Others who had been knocked down by the Ratmen and were severely injured also called for help. "Wang, brother, please save me. You promised us before that you would help us. Brother, I was wrong before. Please save me." To these cries for help, Wang Guan remained indifferent. He swung his stick, cutting a bloody path through the rat swarm towards the Ratman leader. Since his parents went missing 8 years ago and he lived alone, he had seen too much of the warmth and coldness of human relationships, forging a strong will. He still faced everything around him with a smile. He never hesitated to help classmates and was warm-hearted and righteous. But at the same time, he also had his own principles and bottom lines. "I treat you as classmates, as companions. But when you mock me coldly because I awakened an F-grade ability, and when you aid in attacking me in the face of Jiang Wangshue's sneak attack, then sorry, I can no longer treat you as before. Whatever you encounter next has nothing to do with me. Not striking you down is already showing enough mercy." The cries for help quickly weakened. Jiang Wangxue exerted all her strength to use her ability, but ultimately could not withstand the swarm of Ratmen. She was pierced by the long spears of the Ratmen. More Ratmen pounced on her, starting to bite. "Wang Guan, you're so heartless. You promised to protect me, You were all lying to me. Ah. Her voice turned sharp and venomous, mixed with screams, and was soon drowned out by the Ratman. Zhu Qianlong's thunder ability could not hold off the Ratman for long, especially since he was already injured. Soon, he too was overwhelmed by the Ratman amidst screams. Meanwhile, Wang Guan had cut a bloody path and finally reached the Ratman leader. To him, while the Ratmen were just groundhogs, dealing with a swarm of them was still a tough job. Fortunately, it was about to end. He raised a wooden stick in his hand towards the lump in front of him. In the conference room outside the illusion, the school leaders stared at the screen, their bodies tense, even more furious. How could Wang Guan completely disregard his classmates? He had a top-notch weapon. It was clearly an easy task. Even if he didn't care about others, he should at least help Jiang Wangxue and Zhu Qianlong. How could our school produce such a scoundrel? They growled angrily. The head of the teaching staff even smashed the table in rage. While they were saying these things, they completely forgot that these people had previously prepared to attack Wang Guan. Wang Guan could definitely achieve good results now, even setting a new record for the school. But the school leaders did not show him any favor because of it. The reason was simple. What glory a graduate could bring to the school was not only about scores, but also about future prospects. If a graduate became a big shot in the alliance and achieved great feats on the front line, the school would share in the glory. They could even gain more resources from the alliance. But Wang Guan, even if he scored high, it was only because he picked up that top-notch weapon. Even if he got in a long jing, he would probably drop out soon. With an F-grade garbage talent, he had no future for the school. This was not glory, but a liability. In this world, ability represented everything. Compared to Wang Guan, the school leaders cared more about Jiang Wangxue and Zhu Qianlong. These are the seed players who can bring glory to the school. But now, these two seed players are about to be killed by Wang Guan. Under the watchful eyes of the school leaders, Wang Guan ended the Ratman's leader with a single blow. It was almost just a few seconds apart. The college entrance examination had just ended. There's still time. As long as they're still breathing, once the exam is over, their injuries will automatically recover. The principal said hurriedly. Chapter 8. He really didn't want to bully the little ones after the college entrance examination ended. The scenery around Wang Guan receded like a tide. After a dizzying moment, he returned to the playground. The exquisite wooden stick in his hand had vanished without a trace. Weapons picked up in the illusion naturally disappear upon leaving. What a pity. Wang Guan felt a bit regretful. The number of candidates on the playground had decreased by half compared to when they first entered the illusion. There was a wide space beside Wang Guan. The elimination rate of the college entrance examination is that brutal. However, Wang Guan saw Jiang Wangxue beside him. Although she was overwhelmed by a swarm of rats, bitten and attacked, and severely injured, she was an S-class ability user, and with the support of her icy powers, she survived. As long as she still had a breath left, she would be able to recover after the examination. But while her body could heal, the psychological trauma she endured would not be so easily calmed. Jiang Wangxue lay on the ground, trembling uncontrollably, her face pale, involuntarily moaning in pain. It seemed she could still feel the taste of the rat people's bites and the gnawing of flesh. Suddenly, she looked up at Wang Guan, her gaze inexplicably cold and venomous. That hatred was like tangible ice and snow. Ha! Wang Guan chuckled lightly and turned his head away. He had no feelings left for Jiang Wangxue and felt at peace in his heart with no regrets. Scanning his surroundings, Wang Guan saw another figure. Did Zhu Qianlong survive as well? Zhu Qianlong, who possessed A-class ability Thunder Warrior, also survived. Like Jiang Wangxue, he was overwhelmed by the rat swarm and suffered great psychological damage, but ultimately, he lived. Now, he was crouching on the ground, shivering. This college entrance examination was so difficult. So many people were eliminated. I encountered the rat people and almost got killed by them. It was terrifying. I will never fight with abyss monsters again. I wonder how many points I scored. The surviving candidates were discussing, still shaken. Suddenly, someone shouted, "The results are out. The scores are announced." With that voice, everyone's gaze was drawn to the huge light screen set up beside the playground. The illusion ended, and the scores of the surviving candidates would be presented immediately. Wang Guan also moved closer. Before he could see the score list, he suddenly noticed that many people were looking at him in unison. Their eyes held shock, confusion, envy, and jealousy. What kind of look is this? Wang Guan was taken aback. When he saw the score list, he understood why. Because this score list was indeed a bit outrageous. First place, Wang Guan. F-class ability, 2135. Second place, Jiang Wangxue, S-class ability, 524. Third place, Zhu Qianlong, A-class ability, 509 over 2,000 points. Wang Guan was also a bit surprised. He had a feeling he would get first place, but he didn't expect the score to be so high. When he was in the illusion, he initially estimated his score, but later gave up due to the hassle, especially when facing the rat leader and the summoned rat minions. Just killing the rat leader gave a reward of 500 points. He didn't even know how many of the summoned rat warriors he had killed. Sigh. I didn't intend for it to be so exaggerated at first. I didn't expect to amaze everyone by accident. Around Wang Guan, after a brief pause, a cacophony erupted. What the hell? 2,000 points? How did he do that? He has still an F-class ability? Did he cheat? I remember that the highest score in the college entrance examination in Detection.He city was only 1,905 points. This year's examination was particularly difficult. In fact, Jiang Wangxue and Zhu Qianlong were not bad either, both scoring 500 points. In previous years, they would have definitely been the center of attention. But this year, the first place was exceptionally outstanding, leading by a wide margin. Compared to the first place, the second and third places paled in comparison. The combined scores of the second and third places were only half of the first place. Who could they complain to about that? The most important thing was that he was still an F-class ability. When did F-class ability become so formidable? As the crowd expressed their astonishment and confusion, suddenly, a figure pushed through the crowd. It was Zhu Qianlong. Blue lightning surged from his body, and his face was filled with anger. He had calmed down initially, but upon seeing the scores, his heart was filled with rage again. How could a mere F-class ability monopolize the top spot and far exceed his score? He simply had good luck in picking up an exquisite weapon. Moreover, if it weren't for Wang Guan leading him to make a wrong judgment, he wouldn't have recklessly attacked the rat leader. Later, he was attacked by the swarm and endured that kind of terrifying pain. Everything was Wang Guan's fault. Coupled with the numerous conflicts he had with Wang Guan before, how could he endure it any longer? So our school's top student, huh? I want to see your level. Wang Guan, do you dare to fight me? He provocatively said to Wang Guan, leaving the examination room without an exquisite weapon. Wang Guan was just an ordinary F-class ability user. Wang Guan frowned and used his ability to probe Zhu Qianlong. Upon seeing the information revealed by the probe, he was slightly taken aback. This probing information. If I fight him, wouldn't that be bullying? He turned his head away with a smile, not wanting to pay attention. But Zhu Qianlong was not willing to let it go. Zila, a bolt of lightning erupted from his hand, striking the ground in front of Wang Guan. Are you scared? Our school's top student is such a coward. He started laughing triumphantly, causing laughter to erupt around. Many were somewhat unconvinced by Wang Guan's score. Jiang Wangxue also stood among the crowd, watching the scene with a hint of anticipation and excitement. What are you doing? This is school. Even though the college entrance examination is over, you are still students here. The voice of Wang Guan's homeroom teacher, Zhang Huimin, suddenly rang out. This middle-aged man rushed over and stood between Wang Guan and Zhu Qianlong. Teacher. Wang Guan quickly greeted him, thinking that the homeroom teacher would defend his student. His score in the college entrance examination should meet the teacher's expectations, right? But then, Zhang Huimin suddenly looked at him. Wang Guan apologized to Zhu Qianlong. We are all classmates, so let us not make things awkward. Apologize? Me? Wang Guan was taken aback. Zhang Huimin said sternly, That's right. How could Zhu Qianlong find trouble with you for no reason? Don't you have any self-reflection? What do I need to reflect on? Wang Guan was astonished. Other school leaders also hurriedly arrived at the scene. The hot-tempered dean coldly snorted. Do you still have the face to say that? You picked up an exquisite weapon. It's fine if you didn't help your classmates, but in the end, you just watched them die without saving them. You don't know how many people were eliminated because of you. The principal also sighed heavily. They are all your classmates. The surrounding crowd didn't know exactly what happened, but hearing the school leaders say this, the way they looked at Wang Guan carried a hint of strangeness. Wangxue, do you know what happened? Someone asked Jiang Wangxue. Jiang Wangxue glanced at Wang Guan, looking disappointed. I was at the scene. I don't want to say much about the specifics. I just didn't expect Wang Guan to be so ruthless that even I almost got killed because of him. Her words caused an uproar. Wang Guan was even more furious upon hearing this. Jiang Wangshue's tea art is quite good. Why didn't I notice it before? He suddenly understood that even if he scored 2,000 points and led by a wide margin, awakening an F-class trash ability was the original sin. In this world, ability represents the future. He could achieve this score merely due to good luck in obtaining an exquisite weapon. So compared to him, they value Jiang Wangxue and Zhu Qianlong, two students who have awakened powerful abilities even more. What are you still waiting for? Wang Guan, hurry up and apologize. Zhang Huimin urged. I did nothing wrong. Why should I apologize? Wang Guan's resolute face was filled with unwavering determination. You. Zhang Huimin was furious. Teacher Zhang, since our college entrance examination champion refuses to back down, let me teach him a lesson. Zhu Qianlong sneered. Electric sparks erupted from his palm, exuding a dangerous aura. Only by personally teaching Wang Guan a lesson could he relieve the anger in his heart. The school leaders shook their heads repeatedly, no longer intervening. The crowd cleared the area. Zhu Qianlong's face, illuminated by the flickering electric light, wore a sinister expression. Wang Guan, I want to see how long you can stay tough. Wang Guan could only let out a helpless sigh. He had already used his probing ability on Zhu Qianlong earlier. And the result? Probe. This is an ordinary child with a mischievous personality, a weak physique, and has not awakened abilities. He really didn't want to bully a little kid. Chapter 9, I must have been careless and didn't dodge. Zhu Qianlong swung his fist, dragging trails of blue lightning, charging towards Wang Guan. He seemed to have truly transformed into a warrior, condensed from thunder. With his enhanced abilities, Wang Guan's physical fitness could never withstand this terrifying punch. Let Zhu Qianlong teach him a lesson, so he knows what it means to be humble. The school leaders did not intervene, showing no disguise of their favoritism towards Zhu Qianlong, an F-class ability user, still probing with such a trash ability. Even if he relied on luck and got a high score, there was no future for him. They even thought, if that top-quality weapon was obtained by Jiang Wangxue or Zhu Qianlong, it would be perfect. Wang Guan should have had the self-awareness to contribute the top-quality weapon to his classmates when he found it. Zhu Qianlong's attack came to an abrupt stop. His lightning-wrapped fist was about to land on Wang Guan's face. Then, slap. Wang Guan remained calm, raising his hand and delivering a slap. The big slap technique is specially designed for misbehaving kids. Zhu Qianlong's body, which was rushing forward, spun around and was sent flying. The crackling lightning scattered everywhere. He rolled for 7 or 8 meters before coming to a stop. Scene. Everyone stared wide-eyed in disbelief. What was going on? An A-class lightning ability user was slapped away by an F-class trash ability user. Zhu Qianlong, dazed, got up, his left cheek quickly swelling. Tears of humiliation flowed uncontrollably from his eyes. Impossible. I must have been careless and didn't dodge. He mumbled to himself, once again bursting with lightning, roaring as he charged towards Wang Guan. Slap. Wang Guan countered with another slap. Zhu Qianlong spun in the opposite direction, once again sent flying and rolled onto the ground. As he struggled to get up, his right cheek began to swell as well. His entire face had swollen into a pig's head. Symmetrically swollen, it looked much more pleasing. Wang Guan commented with a smile. He shook his hand and continued walking towards Zhu Qianlong. The pig-headed Zhu Qianlong's face no longer showed any signs of arrogance. Snot and tears streamed down his face. He felt like a child facing an adult in front of Wang Guan. So weak, so nice. Seeing Wang Guan approach, he trembled in fear. His body, which had gotten up, suddenly plopped down again, kneeling before Wang Guan. Brother Wang, please spare me, I was wrong. Stop. The head of the discipline department was the first to react, shouting loudly. Other school leaders hurriedly shielded Zhu Qianlong behind them. Wang Guan, how can you be so harsh on a classmate? The homeroom teacher, Zhang Huimin, questioned. Is it my fault for being harsh? Wang Guan was stunned. Just now, Zhu Qianlong had used his ability. If he hadn't treated him as a child, he might have been injured much worse. Now that he was counterattacked, they blamed him for being harsh. Do you have to be so double-standard? Looking at the angry expressions of the school leaders, Wang Guan shook his head in disappointment. If it were a peaceful world, scoring high would still earn respect, even with personal issues. But here, in a world where everyone has a profession, since he awakened his F-class ability, everything he did was wrong, and he didn't want to reveal the truth about his abilities' bug to others. Realizing this, Wang Guan said nothing more and turned to leave. The college entrance examination was over. He had already graduated from here. Since they despised his F-class ability so much, he had no need to stay. "What are you doing? Stop!" Zhang Huimin was furious, but Wang Guan ignored him. His figure walked away alone. The originally silent examinees finally erupted into heated discussions. Isn't Wang Guan an F-class ability user? How could he crush Zhu Qianlong? He made Zhu Qianlong cry. Isn't his ability an F-class probe? The exam scores can't be mistaken. Jiang Wangxue thought of something. It's probably because Wang Guan's physical attributes are stronger, right? Wang Guan was originally a top student, hardworking, and his physical attributes far exceeded those of ordinary classmates. Although his ability is trash, his physical attributes still surpassed Zhu Qianlong's. Coupled with Zhu Qianlong's overconfidence, this situation was created. So what? You're still just a trash ability user. Looking at Wang Guan's departing back, Jiang Wangxue bit her lip in resentment. The school leaders hurriedly helped Zhu Qianlong up and arranged for treatment. The principal also comforted Zhu Qianlong. "Don't be disheartened, Qianlong. You're just a bit weaker in physical attributes than Wang Guan. This gap can be quickly closed." He also believed that Zhu Qianlong was defeated due to underestimating his opponent and Wang Guan's attribute advantage. This advantage would soon disappear, because powerful abilities have enhancement effects on physical attributes. A-class and S-class ability users would gain 1.5 to 2 points in attribute enhancement for every effort put in, while F-class ability users could only gain 1 point. It wouldn't be long before Zhu Qianlong developed his ability, caught up in physical attributes, and could easily defeat Wang Guan. Not to mention, A-class and S-class abilities could tap into potential and significantly enhance combat power. Is that so? Zhu Qianlong regained his composure, looking at Wang Guan's back with renewed malice and hatred. Today was truly a huge embarrassment. He had been turned into a pig's head. He even had to kneel and beg for mercy. This was a shame he would carry for life. This debt he would never let go of easily. On the way home, Wang Guan had already thrown the earlier displeasure behind him. With a thought, his attribute panel appeared before him. Before awakening his ability to know his physical attributes, he needed specialized instruments for testing. But after awakening his ability users could view their attribute panel. Ability, probe, F, level, first stage skills, none physique, 9, 5 speed, 8 spirit, 9. 1 ability users are classified by level. Wang Guan is currently at the first stage. The average of the 3-dimensional attributes exceeds 10 points, allowing entry into the second stage. I'm only 1 step away from advancing to the second stage. Although Wang Guan's probing bug ability can be very powerful when used properly, he did not underestimate the importance of physical attributes, because he knew that the probing ability itself has limitations. When encountering targets of much higher levels, the probe would fail. Some special items can also shield the probe. The probe cannot affect things without a physical form, such as harsh environments, disasters, etc. If he cannot probe the target's information, his bug ability cannot function. In such cases, only having strong attributes can help him safely navigate the crisis. Moreover, his probe could turn powerful monsters into ordinary beasts. It could also potentially turn ordinary beasts into powerful monsters. Therefore, Wang Guan still needed to enhance his physical attributes and improve his level. Enhancing physical attributes becomes increasingly difficult as one progresses. My ability has no amplification effect, and improving attributes is even more challenging, requiring a lot of resources. But perhaps I can discover some special opportunities with the probe. Along the way, he kept probing everything around him, but there were no significant findings. After all, probing a wooden stick into a top-quality longsword is an ultra-low probability event, not something that happens easily. Wang Guan was not in a hurry. After all, the consumption of this probing ability is minimal, and he hardly feels fatigued. As evening approached, Wang Guan returned to the outside of the residential area where he lived. Feeling a bit thirsty, he walked into a milk tea shop by the roadside. This milk tea shop is not big, but it is kept very clean, with a few tables set up in the outdoor area. The owner is a single mother who is working hard to raise her child. Wang Guan often visits and is already quite familiar with the owner. "Sister Wen, give me a cup of milk tea, the original flavor with black pearls," Wang Guan called out as he arrived in front of the milk tea shop. Just a moment. The owner, Zhou Wen, is a woman in her 30s, with quite a bit of charm. She quickly brewed a cup of milk tea and handed it to Wang Guan, sitting at a table outside the milk tea shop. Holding the milk tea, Wang Guan began to inspect it. This has become a habit of his. An ordinary cup of milk tea might just turn out to be some exquisite elixir, right? But after the inspection, seeing the item information, he couldn't help but be taken aback. Inspection. This is a primary physique enhancement potion, which can improve vitality and strengthen the body. Wang Guan. What the hell? This surprise came out of nowhere. Enhancement potions are developed by major consortiums within the Alliance and contain rich energy. Whether for ability users or ordinary people, taking them can effectively enhance physical attributes. Of course, they're very expensive. The least effective primary enhancement potion, a small tube, costs 20,000 yuan. It's far beyond what Wang Guan can afford. Now, is this whole big cup filled with it? Chapter 10. Potions can also be staple foods. Wang Guan's expression was a bit excited as he inserted the straw and took a sip of the milk tea in his cup. The originally rich milk flavor transformed into a refreshing medicinal aroma. The thick liquid swallowed into his mouth instantly turned into a warm current flowing into his body, feeling cozy. This was indeed the primary body enhancement potion. Wang Guan was certain of it and felt overjoyed. To others, this was just a cup of ordinary milk tea, sold for 5 yuan. But to Wang Guan, it was a valuable enhancement potion, and it was priced per cup. One cup was worth more than several tubes. He never expected that after investigating all the way, he would find such an opportunity right at his doorstep. After drinking a few more sips, Wang Guan thought of something. He hurriedly called out to the busy Zhou when behind the counter, "Sister Wen, I want a few more cups. Coconut milk tea. Fruit flavored mint tea. Honent mint tea." He went through several flavors listed on the milk tea shop's menu. Based on his experience, since Sister Wen's original black pearl milk tea had turned into a body enhancement potion, the other flavors should not be simple either. "Do you want that much? Can you finish it, Xiao Wang?" Zhou Wen asked, somewhat surprised. "Sister Wen's milk tea is too delicious. I'll pack some to take home," Wang Guan replied with a grin. "Since you like it, then drink more," Zhou Wen said, feeling pleased, and got busy preparing. Soon, cups of milk tea were sent to Wang Guan. He examined each one. He checked the coconut milk tea. Examine. This is a primary mental enhancement potion that can brighten the eyes and calm the mind, condensing spirit. He then looked at the fruit-flavored milk tea. Examine. This is a primary speed enhancement potion that can relax muscles and enhance nerve response speed. Next was the honey milk tea. Examine. This is a primary healing potion that can restore physical injuries and enhance endurance. Continuing. Examine. This is a primary energy potion that can recover physical fatigue and invigorate the spirit. Examine. This is a primary sleeping potion that can provide deep sleep and harmonize body and mind. Indeed, Sister Wen's milk tea all turned out to be precious potions when he examined them. Wang Guan's eyes sparkled. Although these potions were primary, they were still quite valuable. Even someone from a wealthy family like Zhu Qianlong would not casually enjoy them. But for Wang Guan, starting at 5 yuan, the most expensive was only 12 yuan. How could others compare? Sister Wen's milk tea shop was truly a treasure trove. Wang Guan sighed inwardly. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration. Since every type of milk tea here was a precious potion, then Sister Wen, who made these milk teas, must be even more remarkable. The information he examined, although buggy and chaotic, had connections between the bugs. Thinking of this, he quickly used his examination ability on Zhou Wen. Examine. This is a primary potion master, gentle in nature, dedicated to helping others, with S-level talent ability, master of potions. A potion master, Zhou Wen, who could casually brew primary potions, was indeed not an ordinary person in his examination. S-level talent ability, master of potions. As far as Wang Guan knew, There will be no more than 5 people with such S-level talent abilities in the entire alliance, all controlled by major corporations and families. He truly stumbled upon a treasure. With Sister Wen's milk tea shop, I can easily obtain various potions. Moreover, while they are enhancement potions for me, they are just ordinary milk tea for others. This way, even if my abilities do not have attribute enhancements, I won't be afraid of being left behind. Wang Guan held a few cups of milk tea, taking a sip from one and then another. Soon, he felt his body heating up. The effects of the enhancement potions began to take effect. He quickly settled the bill, packed several cups of milk tea, and carried them back home. This house, left behind after his parents went missing, wasn't large. 2 rooms and a living room were enough for one person. One room was specially designed as a workout room, filled with various exercise equipment. He immediately began to strengthen his body, dissipating the medicinal effects within him. Once the heat in his body subsided, he gulped down the milk tea to replenish the effects of the potions. The effects of potions usually took several days to be completely consumed. Wang Guan's method would undoubtedly waste a lot of potion power. However, he didn't mind at all. A few yuan was nothing to him. When the muscles he was training started to ache and he felt exhausted, he would drink an energy potion. When his spirit was weary, he would drink a sleeping potion, enjoying a period of perfect sleep to restore his energy. The potions contained rich energy, making meals unnecessary. He personally proved that potions could also serve as staple foods. By the next afternoon, all the milk tea had been consumed. Your level has risen to the 2nd tier. As expected, Wang Guan completed his level up. Ability: Examine F. Level: 2nd tier skills. None physical strength, 11. 2 speed, 10. 3 mental, 10. 5 unfortunately, he couldn't comprehend any skills. After refreshing himself with a shower, he came out of the bathroom, wiping his hair and looking at his attribute list, feeling somewhat regretful. Leveling up brings a qualitative enhancement to an ability user's physical attributes. There is also a chance to comprehend exclusive skills. However, what exclusive skills could there be for the examination ability? Not comprehending any skills was actually within Wang Guan's expectations, whether an ability user is strong or not. Besides physical attributes, skills are also crucial. Upon reaching the 2nd tier, he could begin to cultivate skills. Without an exclusive skill, he could only learn those that do not require an ability foundation through manuals. But these things are also quite expensive. Wang Guan picked up his phone and checked the prices of manuals on the skill trading platform. Warrior Combat Techniques, E-grade quality, worth 70,000. Iron Fist Strike, F-grade quality, worth 40,000. Black Scorpion Assault Technique, F-grade quality, worth 45,000. These skills do not require an ability foundation, and even if their quality is not high, they are still very expensive. Wang Guan couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. They were beyond what he could afford. When his parents went missing, they left him a sum of inheritance, and the alliance government also provided him with compensation, but that money was already running low. Even though he was now treating potions as meals, it couldn't change the fact that he was still a poor person. It seems I can only find a way to pick up bargains with my examination ability. Wang Guan thought somewhat helplessly. In this world, after the college entrance examination, before entering university, one must first go to the trial battlefield for military training. Although military training is not as brutal as the college entrance examination, it still carries certain dangers. Since he had reached the 2nd tier, it was essential to prepare skills in advance. As he browsed them all, he left his house and headed to Sister Wen's milk tea shop, preparing to buy another batch of potions. At that moment, a message suddenly popped up on his phone. The Alliance College Entrance Examination overall rankings have been released. The college entrance examination is standardized by the Alliance, with one school corresponding to one examination area. After the exam, the scores of each area are immediately available. However, the comprehensive rankings of over 100 high schools across 53 cities in the entire alliance take some time to be released. Wang Guan quickly opened the college entrance examination rankings. First place, Tianhai City, 2135. Second place, Tianjin City, 2031. Third place, Lingshan City, 1925. 100th place, Dongzhou City, 756 as usual. The rankings listed the scores of the top 100, only displaying the cities of the candidates while keeping other information hidden. Even the schools of the candidates were issued a gag order, strictly prohibiting the leakage of these candidates' information, because the candidates who can make it to the list are, without exception, the backbone of the future alliance. Revealing detailed identities may attract targeting from abyssal forces, leading to premature demise. Of course, Wang Guan knows that he is ranked first. His score of 2,135 points has earned him the title of the top scorer in the college entrance examination across the entire alliance. The top scorer in the entire alliance. This was a score that Wang Guan never even dared to dream of, but now he feels very calm. With his ability to probe and exploit bugs, this is just the beginning. However, looking at this ranking, Wang Guan thought of something. The school has rewards for college entrance examination results, and achieving good scores comes with bonuses. Since I have obtained the top score in the entire alliance, the reward is likely to be no less than 200,000. This money would perfectly solve his urgent need to purchase skill manuals. Although he had a disagreement with the school before, this bonus is something he deserves, and he has no reason to refuse. With this in mind, Wang Guan quickly took out his phone and called his homeroom teacher, Zhang Huimin. He explained the situation regarding the college entrance examination bonus to Zhang Huimin. However, sorry, Wang Guan, you did not meet the bonus criteria. A somewhat apologetic voice from Zhang Huimin came from the phone. Chapter 11. A small bubble tea shop hides great talents. I haven't met the bonus criteria? Wang Guan was shocked. He was very familiar with the bonus standards of Detection.He number 3 middle school, achieving a top ranking in the school, scoring over 500 points, and obtaining a ranking in the league. These were all within the reward range. Wang Guan had just been the top scorer in the entire league, yet he was told he didn't meet the bonus criteria. He patiently asked, "Teacher Zhang, are you sure?" According to the school's reward standards, a candidate must at least awaken a B-level ability to qualify for a reward. Zhang Huimin explained, "Although your score is excellent, you have only awakened an F-level ability, so you do not meet the standard." Wang Guan frowned. At least awaken a B-level ability? Where does the school's reward standard say that? He had thoroughly studied the terms, confident that he would win the bonus. Zhang Huimin coughed. This is a standard just confirmed by the school leadership." "Just confirmed?" Wang Guan was both angry and amused. "Is this just to deny me my reward?" "Wang Guan, how can you say that? The school is also working to improve the reward system. How could it target you?" Zhang Huimin stammered. "The school gives bonuses to outstanding candidates to help them grow faster and repay their alma mater in the future. It's like an investment. Wang Guan, with only an F-level ability, is destined for no future. Giving him a bonus is a waste. It's better to invest in more promising candidates like Jiang Wangxue or Zhu Qianlong." "Well then, the teacher has other matters to attend to. I'll hang up." Zhang Huimin hurriedly ended the call. Wang Guan, now outside Sister Wen's bubble tea shop, had a changing expression. Because he awakened a useless ability, he was treated with disdain. To avoid giving him a bonus, the reward standards could be changed at will. In fact, Wang Guan could go to the city hall to sue the school, but he wasn't planning to do that. It would be time-consuming and labor-intensive, and there might not even be a good outcome. In this world, having a useless ability is a fundamental sin, and the city hall might not side with him. But he knew that his exploration was not a useless ability. "This is fine. I don't want to owe them anything." Wang Guan sat down on a chair outside the bubble tea shop. At this time, there were no other customers in the shop. A small boy with a round face was waving a wooden stick and running around outside the shop. This was Zhou Wen's son, Yuan Xiaoqin, who was 8 years old this year. With school on break, he was playing in his mother's shop. At this mischievous age, he waved the stick, practicing his self-created sword techniques, making sound effects, and having a great time. Watching this playful scene filled Wang Guan's troubled heart with some relaxation. Suddenly, he had a thought. Since Sister Wen was explored as a potion master, I wonder what ability her son Xiaoqin would have. With this in mind, he used his exploration on Yuan Xiaoqin. Then, exploration. This is a swordsmanship genius with S-level talent ability. Sword Saint has created D-level skill, great windmill sword technique. Wang Guan, this 8-year-old kid, was explored as a swordsmanship genius with S-level Sword Saint talent. and he had even created a D-level sword skill called Great Windmill. Wang Guan was instantly dumbfounded. He had thought Zhou, when being a potion master, was already impressive. He didn't expect her son to be even more amazing, possessing the talent of a sword saint. A small bubble tea shop hides such great talents. The child of a potion master possesses the talent of a sword saint. That's quite normal. The awakening of abilities also depends on bloodline. Then Wang Guan's eyes lit up. Even if Yuan Shaoqin's Great Windmill sword technique looked like random swinging. Since the exploration said it was a D-level skill, then it was indeed a D-level skill. So could he learn this skill? After all, it's worth a try, and he wouldn't lose anything. If successful, he would have a set of skills. With that thought, Wang Guan quickly waved to Yuan Shaoqin. "What bubble tea do you want, Brother Wang Guan?" Yuan Shaoqin quickly came over to ask. Although he was mischievous, he understood his mother's feelings and thought Wang Guan was going to place an order. Although Wang Guan referred to Zhou Wen as Sister Wen, Yuan Shaoqin was used to calling him brother. "I don't want bubble tea." Wang Guan smiled. "I just saw your sword technique. It seems very powerful." Upon hearing this, Yuan Shaoqin instantly became proud. "This is a sword technique I created with great difficulty. Of course, it's very powerful." Yuan Shaoqin hugged the wooden stick, his little face lifting up. "Can you teach me this sword technique?" Wang Guan smiled even more kindly. Yuan Shaoqin was taken aback. "You want to learn my sword technique?" "That's right." Yuan Shaoqin first showed a hint of doubt, then suddenly realized. Brother Wang Guan is indeed a college student. You actually discovered the essence of my Great Windmill sword technique. He had a look on his face that said he wasn't so easily moved, and his big eyes turned mischievously. "What is the price?" he asked. Wang Guan thought for a moment, extended his left hand, and opened 5 fingers. Yuan Shaoqin, the little boy, said, 500 should be enough, right? However, upon seeing Wang Guan's outstretched palm, Yuan Shaoqin's little face wrinkled up. "Only 5? This is the sword technique I have diligently practiced," he protested. Wang Guan was taken aback. "Is the little kid's expectation so low?" "Actually, I meant 50, he quickly said. Yuan Shaoqin immediately broke into a smile. "Deal." So Wang Guan told Zhou Wen that he was going to take Yuan Shaoqin out to play nearby, being old neighbors. And since Wang Guan had previously helped Yuan Shaoqin with homework, Zhou Wen trusted him and agreed without much thought. He then took Yuan Shaoqin to a nearby park, preparing to receive the little boy's teachings. While passing by an internet cafe, Wang Guan went in to complete his college entrance examination application. His target university was naturally Longjing University. This was the best university in the entire league, representing the best faculty and training facilities. Most importantly, those with excellent scores could have all fees waived. This year's cutoff score for Longjing University was 505 points. Just looking at the score, he was certainly fine. Moreover, the admission brochure for Longjing University didn't have any requirements for abilities. Just as Wang Guan began learning sword techniques from the little boy at Longjing University. The admissions office. Several members of the admissions office quickly saw Wang Guan's application. But when they pulled up his file and saw his detailed information, everyone in the office was dumbfounded. Is there a mistake? How can the first place be an F-level ability user and still? Exploration? The file was confirmed by the league. It couldn't be wrong. How did an F-level ability user score 2,000 points? The genius from Yin family in Tianjing scored over 100 points less than him. Everyone exchanged glances. The detailed information of the top 100 candidates in the league was hidden. Only after submitting their applications could the school see the detailed files. The director of the admissions office carefully flipped through the file in confusion. So he found a top-notch weapon. What good luck! I said, how could someone like this emerge from a third-rate high school like Tianhe No. 3? He finally understood the reason. There was a probability of finding top-notch weapons in the illusion, and in previous college entrance examinations, there were instances where people got lucky and found them. However, the scores obtained with top-notch weapons, no matter how good, were still fake. As an F-level ability user, obtaining the top score in the league with a top-notch weapon indicates that this candidate named Wang Guan has decent qualities, but he is still an F-level garbage ability user, and his future is concerning. Historically, Longjing University has never admitted students below B level. Are they really going to set this precedent? Knowing that he couldn't make the decision, The director quickly reported the situation to the school board. After some discussions, he received a response. Since the applicant met the conditions for admission to our school, according to the Alliance's enrollment regulations, we have no reason to refuse. The female secretary beside the principal personally came to the recruitment office. The director nodded. It seemed the school was going to accept him. However, the secretary suddenly changed her tone. We accepted him according to the rules. But whether he can enroll smoothly depends on whether he has the capability. The director shuddered. Does the board mean? For military training before enrollment, he will be assigned to the trial battlefield number 23. Military training is a necessary experience that candidates must undergo before entering university. Participating in real combat on the battlefield sharpens one's character. Only in this way can one become a qualified university student. Usually, trial battlefields are relatively safe. However, the No. 23 war zone is one of the most dangerous trial battlefields. Freshmen undergoing military training here have an astonishing elimination rate. Not to mention, Wang Guan is an F-level ability user. Chapter 12: The town attacked by the bloodthirsty demon in the park, an empty square. Yuan Shaoqin held a wooden stick and demonstrated his swordsmanship meticulously. Like this and like that, the sword must thrust out from this angle. He explained his sword technique in detail. Wang Guan observed seriously from the side, also holding a common wooden stick he had picked up, following along and mimicking the movements. He felt a bit of shame inside. After Yuan Shaoqin finished a round of practice, he began a second round at Wang Guan's request. Shaoqin, this second round seems different from the first, Wang Guan pointed out. Yuan Shaoqin was taken aback. Oh, is that so? Then let's use this one as the standard. Wang Guan felt sweat dripping down his forehead. Isn't this sword technique a bit too casual? Can this really be a skill? But thinking about the amazing ability he had to detect bugs, he continued to practice despite the strong sense of shame. Several elderly people taking a stroll nearby saw this scene and pointed from a distance. Wang Guan felt like his feet were almost sinking into the ground. They practiced like this for an entire afternoon. Yuan Shaoqin demonstrated countless times for Wang Guan. His demonstrations were actually very simple, just aimlessly swinging the stick, easy to learn. But the key was that every time he demonstrated, it was never the same. Don't just remember those moves. You need to understand the essence within them. Do you understand the essence? The kid said. What essence is there in aimlessly swinging a stick? Wang Guan roared internally. In the evening, Zhou Wen came to call Yuan Shaoqin for dinner. Wang Guan stayed in the park to continue practicing. Although he had discovered that Yuan Shaoqin was a sword saint who created his own sword techniques, it seemed he couldn't learn this skill himself. This thought began to emerge in his mind. But just then, as he pondered Yuan Shaoqin's aimless techniques again, he swung the stick. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew around him. Huh! Wang Guan's body jolted. He could clearly feel the wind and control its movement. It seemed he had grasped some sort of trick. Guided by the wooden stick in his hand, the nearby tree in the square began to shake. Leaves fluttered down. Congratulations. You have mastered a new skill, Big Windmill. This, Wang Guan's spirits lifted. Had he successfully developed this Big Windmill sword technique? He quickly opened his attribute panel. In the skills section, a new skill icon appeared. Big Windmill. D-grade skill, swordsmanship type. Can merge sword energy with wind force to injure enemies invisibly. Currently, at entry level 3. I really succeeded. Wang Guan was overjoyed. He had successfully learned this aimless, stick-swinging D-grade skill. For a low-tier ability user like Wang Guan, the best skills to learn were E or F-grade skills. Learning a D-grade skill was several times more difficult, yet he had learned it in just one afternoon. Yuan Shaoqin's aimless stick swinging had been detected as a skill that he could learn. But essentially, he was still learning the way he aimlessly swung the stick. Wang Guan couldn't help but laugh out loud. His bug-detecting ability was truly powerful. If the kid developed any new sword techniques in the future, wouldn't he still be able to learn them quickly? After familiarizing himself with the skill, Wang Guan waited until it was completely dark before he stopped and found a place to have dinner. He bulk purchased a batch of potions at Sister Wen's milk tea shop. Just as he returned home, his phone suddenly received a message. Congratulations, you have been admitted to Longjing University and become a new student for the upcoming term. In this world, various institutions operated with remarkable efficiency. Wang Guan's college entrance examination application had only been sent out for a few hours when he received a response. He had successfully been admitted to Longjing University. With a joyful heart, he carefully read through the message. Soon, Wang Guan noticed the latter part mentioned, "You have been scheduled for military training. 3 days later, at 10 a.m. Please head to the west station of Tianhai City to board the train to trial battlefield number 23. If you miss this time, it will be regarded as a forfeiture of military training and enrollment. Military training starting in 3 days. Trial battlefield number 23? Wang Guan quickly searched for information on his phone. His brows furrowed quickly. Trial battlefield number 23 is located in the northern part of Ling Mountain City, in a town called Ping'an. 13 years ago, a bloodthirsty demon suddenly appeared in Ping'an town, breaking the long-standing peace of the town and killing nearly half the civilian population. Bloodthirsty demons are a type of abyssal monster. Abyssal monsters have a level classification similar to ability users. The Ratman race that appeared in the college entrance examination is only a second-tier monster, merely a small karami among abyssal monsters. But bloodthirsty demons have a minimum strength of 5th tier. They feed on blood, and any beasts or humans drained by them become their puppets. These puppets are called bloodthirsty beasts. The bloodthirsty demon in Ping'an Town was ultimately exterminated by the nearby station army, but the impact it caused lingered. Even now, there are still many uncontrolled bloodthirsty beasts active near Ping'an Town. Later, Ping'an Town became the trial battlefield number 23 for military training for new university students. It's also one of the most dangerous trial battlefields. Every year during military training, there are numerous casualties. My military training has actually been scheduled here. A trace of embarrassment flashed across Wang Guan's face. He wasn't scared. He felt that. Longjing University seemed to be doing it on purpose. In the past, Longjing University never arranged for candidates to undergo military training here. Longjing University does not like my F-grade trash talent ability. I applied to Longjing University, and they didn't want to accept me, but couldn't directly refuse. So they arranged for me to undergo military training here, trying to scare me off, or to let me fail in Ping'an Town. A fierce light shone in Wang Guan's eyes as he revealed a determined expression. I'm afraid I'm going to disappoint you. In everyone's eyes, he had become the Alliance's top scorer purely by luck, but he knew that he relied on his own abilities. Yet this ability relates to the secret of his parents' disappearance, so he could never tell anyone else. You don't want me to enter Longjing University? Then I must get in. At worst, he could just drop out after entering. The systematic training in university is very important to Wang Guan, but with his bug ability, he actually doesn't necessarily need to fully rely on the university's resources. Collecting his thoughts, Wang Guan began to drink milk tea and exercise. By taking basic enhancement potions, he aimed to enhance his attributes. Additionally, he would set aside time each day to practice the newly acquired skill. He wanted to make a qualitative improvement in his physical fitness before military training. 3 days later, in the early morning, just before dawn, in the nearby park, swish, 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 Wang Guan swung the wooden stick in his hand, creating a series of whooshing sounds. The surroundings were silent, only the sound of the wind blowing. Suddenly, crack, 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 a series of cracking sounds erupted, and on a distant tree trunk, inexplicable deep cracks appeared. The large tree shook violently. Skill Big Windmill. Wang Guan had now mastered this skill and understood its nuances. Although it's called a sword technique, it has no specific moves. It merely activates sword energy hidden within the wind, formless and invisible. It can suddenly transform into wind blades, injuring the target. It can be said that this skill, worth $50, is quite cool in every aspect except for its name. Wang Guan practiced the sword technique for a while, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and checked his attribute panel. Ability, Exploration, F, level, 2nd tier skill. Big Windmill, D, beginner. Physique, 16. 1 speed, 14. 5 spirit, 15. For in the past 3 days, Wang Guan has improved his skills from beginner to beginner level. With Sister Wind's milk tea supply, his 3-dimensional attributes have also seen significant progress. However, continuing to consume milk tea now has only a minimal effect on the increase of physical attributes. The enhancement effect of low-level potions on physical attributes is limited. But that's okay. After all, Sister Wen is a potion master to Wang Guan. In the future, she might be able to brew intermediate or advanced potions. Currently, among the new college students taking the college entrance examination, even with ability boosts, there are probably not many who have reached the second tier. Plus, with a big windmill skill as a backup, there is no doubt that Wang Guan will surprise those who look down on him during the upcoming military training. Today is the day of departure for military training. Chapter 13. Why the addiction to milk tea? On his way home from the park, Wang Guan took a shower and had a simple breakfast. Just as he finished tidying up his things, there was a knock on the door. Outside were Zhou Wen and Yuan Shaoqin, carrying large bags of belongings. They were preparing to move in with Wang Guan. Zhou Wen was already renting a place in the same community, and a few days ago, Wang Guan had heard her complain that the landlord wanted to raise the rent. So, he had the idea to suggest that Zhou Wen move in with him. After all, he was about to start military training and would be going to university soon, so he wouldn't be home most of the time. Leaving the house vacant would be a waste, so it was just right to rent it to Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen hesitated for a moment, but agreed. The contract was signed, and they were moving in today. Xiao Wang, your place is so nice, and the rent is so cheap. Thank you so much, Zhou Wen said, feeling a bit shy. The one who should be thanking is me. I was worried about having no one at home after I leave. If the house is empty for a while, it won't have any liveliness, Wang Guan replied, smiling as he shouldered his travel bag. If you really want to thank me, then when I come back, make me some good food. There was another important reason for renting the house to Zhou Wen and her son. He wanted to maintain a good relationship with them. They were truly a hidden treasure of a mother-son duo. Of course, you haven't tasted my cooking skills yet. When you come back from military training, I'll make sure you have a feast, Zhou Wen promised with a smile. I'm really looking forward to it, Wang Guan said eagerly. After all, if Zhou Wen could make milk tea with enhanced potions, the meal she cooked would surely be exceptional. The resources he needed for his future improvement depended heavily on her. He handed the house keys to Zhou Wen. Before leaving, Wang Guan ruffled Yuan Shaoqin's hair. Shaoqin, I see great potential in your swordsmanship. Don't forget to keep practicing your techniques, he said half jokingly, half seriously. Brother Wang Guan, you also need to practice the sword techniques I taught you diligently, or you'll get rusty. The little girl replied, pretending to be serious. Zhou Wen just thought the two were playing around and smiled without saying anything. Wang Guan left his house with his travel bag. Along the way, the sound of clinking bottles could be heard from his backpack. Besides some clothes, there were also several small bottles inside. Zhou Wen's basic enhancement potions were no longer very useful to him, but healing potions, energy potions, and sleeping potions were still very valuable. Last night, Wang Guan had specifically bought several cups and stored them in small bottles. A small bottle of healing or energy potion was enough to be effective. To others, these were just small bottles of various milk teas, but to Wang Guan, they were invaluable potions. He was well prepared for the military training. After taking a taxi to the west station of Detection.He city, he found that today was the day for new university students to depart. There were 7 stations in total in Detection.He city, each crowded with new students and their families saying goodbye. However, Wang Guan felt quite alone. He had no relatives, and his friend from school had distanced themselves due to exams. Nevertheless, he felt no discomfort as he began searching for his train. As he passed by one train, he noticed it was surrounded by people. Among them were his homeroom teacher, Zhang Huimin, and several leaders from Tianhai No. 3 High School. In the center of the crowd were Jiang Wangxue and Zhu Qianlong. Both of them had scored above the admission line for Longjing University and were heading to the military training trial battlefield today. Their military training would take place at the same trial battlefield, and the school leaders had high hopes for them, eagerly anticipating their performance, which stood in stark contrast to Wang Guan's solitude. Wang Guan didn't mind. He just smiled faintly and walked away. Zhu Qianlong and Jiang Wangxue, who were already on the train, spotted Wang Guan's figure. He still has the guts to participate in military training. Zhu Qianlong glared at Wang Guan as he walked away, filled with resentment. His face, which had been beaten to a pulp before, had healed completely, but the hatred in his heart was clearly not so easily dispelled. While helping Jiang Wangxue carry her luggage, he coldly said, Wangxue, did you know? My dad introduced me to a senior from Longjing, and he told me that Longjing University actually doesn't want to accept Wang Guan. With his F-level trash abilities, there's never been a precedent for such a case, so they sent him off to the 23rd trial battlefield for military training. Hearing Zhu Qianlong's words, a glimmer of pleasure flashed in Jiang Wangshua's eyes. She too wished for Wang Guan to have bad luck, but she pretended to feign sympathy, saying, Qianlong, don't say that. He is still our classmate after all. Zhu Qianlong quickly shut up, looking at her with admiration. Wangshua, you are really so kind. The two of them sat closely together on the row of seats, chatting amiably, but Jiang Wangshua was already feeling a bit impatient. She didn't like Zhu Qianlong. His family background was decent, but it wasn't impressive enough. An A-level ability felt somewhat beneath her. But since they both got into Longjing together, she didn't mind giving him some hope and letting him take care of her. When she met someone better, she would just kick him to the curb. Wang Guan found his train, boarded, registered his identity, and soon set off. The train left the protective walls of Detection.He city. Through the window, he saw endless forests and wilderness, with very few signs of human habitation. Occasionally, he spotted remnants of ruined buildings scattered about, remnants of human towns destroyed by abyssal monsters. This was Wang Guan's first time leaving the city he lived in. He felt a bit uneasy, but more than that, he felt a longing for the unknown. His parents were explorers, passionate about uncovering the secrets of this world. Perhaps he had inherited some of his parents' traits. When I become strong enough, I will definitely go to that temple and find out what's inside, Wang Guan thought to himself. Ever since the college entrance examination, his headaches had not recurred. This made him certain that his ability to explore bugs was indeed related to those headaches and was connected to his parents' disappearance during their adventure in the temple. This only made him more interested in that temple. The location of the 23rd training battlefield was quite far from Detection.He city. Following the directions, Wang Guan took a train for a whole day, first reaching Lingshan city. There, he boarded a train to Ping'an town, before heading to the 23rd military training battlefield. According to regulations, Wang Guan's luggage underwent a thorough check. Some special items were prohibited, such as powerful weapons, equipment, and potions with special effects. However, the bottles and jars in Wang Guan's backpack appeared to outsiders as mere milk tea. As long as it was just milk tea, there was naturally no problem. But the inspectors began to look at Wang Guan with strange expressions. What's wrong with this guy? Is he really that addicted to milk tea? By evening, they finally arrived at their destination. In fact, there were more convenient transportation options in this world, but they posed safety risks and came with hefty costs. The train was the most common and safest means of travel. When the train stopped, Wang Guan got off alone and found himself standing in a wasteland. This place served as a makeshift station. Surrounding him were dark, dense forests, creating a desolate and eerie atmosphere. Ahead, there were a few scattered lights. That was Ping'an town. He would spend the next month here, starting his military training as a new student. Looking around, Wang Guan quickly spotted a figure resembling an iron tower, seemingly waiting for him. Wang Guan, the figure called out upon seeing him. You are the last new student to arrive. I am your instructor. As he approached, Wang Guan clearly saw the instructor's full appearance. This is a middle-aged man in his 40s, with dark skin and a strong physique. His hair is messy, and he has a stubbly face, giving off a rough impression. What caught Wang Guan's attention the most were the numerous scars covering his bare, muscular arms. It's unclear how they were caused. Instinctively, Wang Guan used a probing skill on him. However, upon seeing the results of the probe, Wang Guan was slightly taken aback. Chapter 14, I have always been willing to help others. The result of probing the middle-aged man in front of me was a question mark. His level was at least tier 4. Wang Guan made his judgment. The probing ability can sometimes fail to read. He had already experimented and found that, with his current tier 2 status, he could probe targets up to tier 3 at most. In other words, when facing opponents below tier 4, whether they are ability users or abyss monsters, they would be affected by Wang Guan's bug probing ability. There was a high probability that they could be easily manipulated by Wang Guan. The inability to probe the middle-aged man in front of him proved that his strength was at least tier 4. It was quite normal for a military training instructor in Peacetown to have such strength. Let's go. I'll take you to the dormitory. The burly man sized up Wang Guan a few times and turned to lead the way. Wang Guan picked up his luggage and followed behind, trying to chat with him. However, the instructor was not talkative and had a cold attitude. By the time they arrived at the military training dormitory, he only learned that the man's name was Su Weicheng. The trial battlefield number 23, which is Peace Town, still has some ordinary residents, but not many. At this time, it was completely dark, and among the scattered houses, only a few lights could be seen. The military training ground was located on the west side of the town. Once they arrived here, it was much livelier, with many houses emitting light. Those used to be residences for the town's residents, and now they served as dormitories for new military training students. There were about 100 new students coming here for military training. Instructor Su Weicheng led Wang Guan to one of the rooms outside, explained some precautions, and then left. Wang Guan sensed that although this instructor had a cold attitude, he seemed to care about the new students. Entering the room, it was a 4-person dormitory. The other 3 new students had already settled in. Finally here, I thought it was just the 3 of us in the dorm. A tall and big guy said enthusiastically, helping Wang Guan carry his luggage. "What's your name, buddy?" "I'm Gao Chong from Kunshan City." He had a buzz cut and looked quite straightforward, introducing the other 2 people casually. One of them was a thin guy named Zhang Yong, who had a pair of big front teeth and looked a bit comical, coming from Zizhou City. The other one was of medium height with strange white hair, looking delicate and seemingly only 15 or 16 years old, named Tong Yixing from the nearby Lingshan City. Everyone came from different places in the alliance and attended different schools, but they were all arranged in the same place for military training. "Hello everyone, I'm Wang Guan from Detection.He city," Wang Guan said with a smile while organizing his things. At the same time, he habitually probed his roommates one by one. "What ability did you awaken?" Gao Chong continued, showing off his biceps. "I'm a C-grade ability user, Steel Bones." He was clearly very satisfied with his ability. "Me? I won't hide it. I'm an F-grade probing ability." He saw the bug information appear above Gao Chong. Probing. This is an elderly man nearing death, frail and unsteady. He didn't expect that the strong and healthy Gao Chong would be probed as an old man. From now on, Gao Chong would just be an aging old man in Wang Guan's eyes. He better be careful not to accidentally bump into him. The 3 of them were stunned upon hearing Wang Guan's words. F-grade probing? How is that possible? Zhang Yong, who had big front teeth, had a disbelieving expression. How could a probing ability user get into college and come here for military training? "I'm a D-grade." Wang Guan saw the information above Zhang Yong. Probing. This is an ordinary boy, average-looking, timid, with a D-grade talent, swift walk. Igusaim Yustluki. Wang Guan smiled, and Zhang Yong's probing result was not bad. The 3 showed skeptical expressions, thinking Wang Guan was joking. At this moment, Wang Guan looked at the white-haired Tong Yixing and activated his probing. The result, the information read again, displayed a question mark. Wang Guan was surprised. It was normal that Su Weicheng, as an instructor, had strong strength and could not be probed. But this white-haired boy, as a candidate, also had a strength above tier 5? That's impossible. Is it because he has an item that shields probing? While Wang Guan was puzzled, Tong Yixing suddenly exclaimed and quickly took out a pendant hanging around his neck. The pendant was emitting a faint glow. He quickly understood something and looked at Wang Guan. "This is a protective pendant my mom gave me. You were probing me just now." Then he showed a shocked expression. "Your talent ability is truly probing?" Gao Chong and Zhang Yong looked at Tong Yixing in surprise. This white-haired guy actually has a protective pendant? Such protective enchanted items are not cheap. Then they looked at Wang Guan in astonishment. Since Tong Yixing had verified it, it seemed that Wang Guan was indeed a probing ability user. Then your physical attributes must be quite good. The exam questions this year are particularly difficult, Gao Chong said with a strange tone. His enthusiasm for Wang Guan immediately diminished. Zhang Yong, who was just about to help Wang Guan tidy up his bed, also put down what he was doing. Wang Guan remained calm and smiled. "It's okay. In this world of universal ability users, the hierarchy among ability users is so real." However, Tong Yixing's attitude toward Wang Guan remained the same as before. "Brother Guan, try this. I brought some snacks from home that you can't find elsewhere." He shared the cookies he brought with Wang Guan. "Thanks." Wang Guan said his thanks. "Give me 2 pieces too." Gao Chong, seeing this, was not polite at all and took 2 pieces. He thought to himself that Tong Yixing's family background should be good, but his strength was lacking. He had just revealed that he had an energy-type degradability, Shockwave. Zhang Yong also had a degradability. Wang Guan was even worse with his F grade. In this dormitory, Gao Chong was undoubtedly the boss. Wang Guan took a bite of the cookie, and it tasted quite good. He didn't probe the cookie. Based on experience, the probability of the bug probing results showing as ordinary food was quite high. It would be a pity if a delicious snack turned out to be a common item. Wang Guan, this year's college entrance examination champion from the Alliance, is from Detection.He City. Since you're from Detection.He City, do you know who it is? Gao Chong leaned on the bed, eating cookies, and asked. I know. I'm quite familiar with him. Who is it? The three of them looked over. Wang Guan pointed at himself. It's me. The three fell silent for a few seconds, and then all laughed, thinking Wang Guan was joking. Wang Guan secretly shook his head. No one believes the truth these days. After tidying up his bed, he prepared to go get some hot water to soak his feet. Instructor Su Weicheng had said that hot water was provided here. When Gao Chong saw Wang Guan holding a basin and preparing to leave, he hurriedly said, Wang Guan, give me some extra hot water. I want to soak my feet too. Wang Guan was taken aback for a moment and smiled, nodding, okay. The hot water was quickly brought over, and he shared half with Gao Chong. So comfortable. Gao Chong began to soak his feet, exclaiming repeatedly. Suddenly he thought of something, took out his drinking cup, and handed it to Wang Guan. Hey, I'm thirsty. Could you please give me some hot water to drink? It was obvious that he was deliberately making things difficult for Wang Guan, wanting to assert his status in the dormitory. Tong Yixing, who was sitting on the bed reading, furrowed his brows slightly. Zhang Yong watched this scene with a smile. Wang Guan, who had already started soaking his feet, glanced at Gao Chong with amusement. So that's how you want to play? After thinking for a moment, he put his shoes back on, took the cup, and went to get a cup of hot water for Gao Chong. After washing his feet and preparing to sleep, Wang Guan suddenly heard Gao Chong say, After a long day of travel, my back is sore. Wang Guan, can you help me knee my back? Saying this, he lay down on the bed, clearly treating Wang Guan like a little brother. Sure, Wang Guan smiled even more brightly. He walked to the side of Gao Chong's bed, his fingers landing on his broad and strong back. Use some strength. I have a lot of muscle, and if the pressure is light, I won't feel anything. Gao Chong added. Okay, Wang Guan said, understanding. Since you said so. Then, Gao Chong let out a loud cry. It felt as if his back was being clamped by iron tongs, and his bones seemed like they would break. Damn, you're so strong. It hurts, it hurts. Stop, he exclaimed repeatedly, trying to get up, but his body was pinned down by Wang Guan, leaving him completely unable to struggle at all. That's how massage works. The more it hurts, the more effective it is. My technique is quite professional, Wang Guan said with a friendly smile. Gao Chong instinctively activated his abilities, and the skin on his back turned a metallic blue. Now his body was as hard as steel, but it was useless. He was still firmly pinned down by Wang Guan, whose fingers kneaded him like a pair of pliers. This made sounds like metal cracking, as if his steel-like bones had no resistance at all in front of Wang Guan. After all, to Wang Guan, Gao Chong was like a dying old man. Tong Yihong and Zhang Yong stared in shock at this scene. Wang Guan seemed to use no abilities or skills at all. He relied solely on the strength of his fingers. His movements appeared quite casual, yet they rendered Gao Chong unable to move, making him wail repeatedly. It wasn't until the lights-out time arrived and the room was plunged into darkness that Wang Guan finally let Gao Chong go. I'm always willing to help others. We all live in the same dorm. If you need anything, just ask me, he said kindly. Gao Chong remained silent, lying on the bed and making whimpering sounds. He was so moved that he almost cried. Chapter 15, the first day of military training. First, everyone was given a bug attribute, and the dormitory fell into darkness. Wang Guan lay on his bed, feeling the first night away from home. The sound of Gao Chong's sobs faintly came through. Wang Guan knew the limits. He didn't hurt him, just gave him a lesson. With his sea-level ability and his physical prowess as a mutant, he'd recover by the next day. In fact, Wang Guan was genuinely a kind and helpful person. When he first arrived at the dormitory, he didn't intend to establish any authority. But if someone thought he was just an F-level ability user, friendly and easy to bully, that would be a mistake. As the moonlight streamed in from outside, Wang Guan slowly drifted into a dream. The next morning, Before dawn, a sharp whistle suddenly shattered the silence. All the new military trainees hurriedly got up, quickly washed up, and rushed to the playground for assembly. Under the command of instructor Su Wei-chung, they formed a square formation and began running drills. They ran 10 laps along the marked track, only stopping when the sky brightened. Then came an hour for breakfast and free activities. After the square formation was dismissed, over 100 new students filled the area with lively chatter. They were all strangers, unaware of each other's names or backgrounds, yet they were about to live together for a month. Naturally, everyone wanted to know their neighbors and understand each other's strengths as soon as possible. Wang Guan took the opportunity to continuously use his exploration ability to assign a bug attribute to everyone. Exploration, this is an ordinary girl. Exploration, this is a boring middle-aged man. Exploration, this is a superb chef. Being able to attend university and participate in military training meant they all had remarkable abilities, qualifying them as human elites. Yet, under Wang Guan's exploration bug ability, they all appear to be nothing more than ordinary people, perfectly aligning with the ordinary law he had deduced. Among the newcomers, aside from a few special individuals that required attention, most posed no threat to him. In the end, Wang Guan concluded that once he assigned a bug attribute, the information would persist. He did this as a form of insurance for himself. Long Jing's arrangement for him to undergo military training here might harbor ill intentions, and there were some matters he had to guard against. Of course, the bug attribute would only be effective when facing him and would not affect their own capabilities. He and his 3 dorm mates entered the simple cafeteria. Guangu, there's an empty seat here, Gao Chong, who had already recovered, eagerly called out. Zhang Yong followed. Picking up a tray, Guangu, you sit down, I'll get your food. I'll get it myself, Wang Guan refused. Tong Yihong handed Wang Guan a tray. Then Guangu, let's go together. Although they had only met the day before and had just become dorm mates, under Wang Guan's charismatic influence, their relationship had already become quite harmonious. The breakfast provided was very simple, even rough. Each person received a bowl of soup made from wild vegetables and potatoes, along with 2 coarse grain pancakes. There was no trace of oil or meat in the entire meal. What the heck? Is this fit for human consumption? This is what we eat during military training? Is there a side kitchen? I can pay. Forget it, I inquired yesterday, and this is all we have to eat. If you don't eat, you'll just go hungry. Even my pet eats better than this. Complaints echoed throughout the cafeteria. This is too awful. How can we have the strength to train after eating this? At the table, Zhang Yong took a bite of the pancake and grimaced. Wang Guan also frowned slightly. After thinking for a moment, he activated his exploration ability on the food in front of him. His exploration bug ability, following the ordinary law, would easily identify tasty food as common ordinary food. Similarly, bad-tasting food also had a high probability of being identified as ordinary food, just as Wang Guan expected. Exploration, this is a big meat bun, with a generous filling and thin skin, delicious flavor. Exploration, this is a bowl of pork bone wonton, rich in nutrients and savory flavor. These were all the most common ordinary foods in today's life. After completing the exploration, Wang Guan's eyes lit up. Having not eaten dinner last night and running drills this morning, he was already starving, so he immediately grabbed a pancake and began to eat heartily, occasionally sipping the vegetable soup with a face full of enjoyment. Gao Chong and Zhang Yong, who were both struggling, were stunned when they saw this. As expected of Guangu, he can make even this food taste so sweet. The two exchanged glances. No wonder he had such strength. He truly was not an ordinary person. Then they noticed Tong Yihong. The white-haired youth had already furrowed his brows, clearly unaccustomed to the food's taste. Yet he was still trying hard to swallow. Once he got familiar with the texture, he also began to devour it. Gao Chong and Zhang Yong's eyes widened again. Is there a phoenix among the dragons? Wang Guan was somewhat surprised. He had protective gear and came from a good family background. How could he endure this food? This Tong Yihong seemed to be quite extraordinary. Wang Guan silently judged in his heart. Since Tong Yihong had protective gear, Wang Guan couldn't assign him a bug attribute, which naturally made him pay more attention to him. At this time, Instructor Su Wei-chung was also in the cafeteria, eating the same meal as everyone else. He watched the reactions of the crowd in secret. Seeing everyone complain about the food, he couldn't help but shake his head. In the future, if they were on the battlefield, being able to eat such food would already be considered a blessing. Soon, he noticed Wang Guan's table. He saw Wang Guan and Detection.He eating heartily and enjoying their meal. These two are quite good, he evaluated in his heart. After finishing breakfast, Wang Guan and his friends wandered around Ping'an town. Detection and the others had arrived the previous afternoon and were already quite familiar with the area, introducing it to Wang Guan along the way. The east side of Ping'an town was a residential area where new students could go during free activity time to exchange some daily necessities with the townsfolk. However, they were forbidden from disturbing the residents' lives. The town was surrounded by a protective net, and leaving the protected area without permission was strictly prohibited. According to the instructor, there were many bloodthirsty beasts active outside the protective net. One of the goals of military training was to engage in real combat with these mutated beasts and carry out regular extermination operations against them. That building to the south, the instructor specifically warned us not to go near it. Gao Chong pointed to a distant building. The building was isolated from the other notable structures in the town, and its walls seemed to be reinforced, looking quite peculiar. What's wrong with that place? Wang Guan asked curiously. Detection explained, I heard that the instructor's daughter lives there. The instructor's daughter? Wang Guan recalled the rugged appearance of instructor Su Weicheng. He had a daughter? But why would she live in such a place? The morning military training soon commenced. Everyone was issued a set of camouflage uniforms, standardizing their military training attire. In this world, military training was not about marching in formation, but involved physical training and combat practice. Later, there would also be outdoor adventures and real combat exercises with bloodthirsty beasts. Throughout the morning, there were weighted runs, cold weapon training. Various training projects were carried out in succession. As they sweated, Wang Guan noticed a young man, around 25 or 26 years old, walking nearby. He was well-dressed and stood straight, observing the new military trainees with his hands behind his back. Do you know who that person is? Wang Guan asked Detection beside him. Oh, he's the military training officer. His name seems to be Liang Shan from Tianjin. Detection, who had arrived here before Wang Guan, glanced over and introduced. The military training officer was responsible for overseeing military training affairs, holding a higher position than instructors in the trial battlefield. Why is the military training officer from Tianjin? Wang Guan wondered. Tianjin City is the most prosperous city in the Alliance. The headquarters of the Alliance government and the best Longjing University are both located in Tianjin. Ping'an Town is close to Lingshan City. Shouldn't the training officers usually be drawn from Lingshan City? Detection shrugged. Who knows? At that moment, Wang Guan suddenly felt Liang Shan's gaze directed at him. When Wang Guan turned to look, Liang Shan had already shifted his attention away. Focus. Don't look around. Instructor Su Weicheng shouted as he approached. Wang Guan quickly concentrated on the training. After a morning of exercise, everyone was extremely exhausted. The meal arranged by the cafeteria was boiled potatoes with brown rice, which was still hard to swallow. However, under fatigue and hunger, no one was picky anymore. It was really delicious. Wang Guan still enjoyed it the most. After all, the flavor of the braised pork rice was really good. In the afternoon, the instructor arranged for practical combat exercises. Pairs were to be formed for battles, and the combinations were random. The training officer Liang Shan quietly appeared at the edge of the playground. Chapter 16. Are you playing with your mind? You dare to fight me? The practical training has begun. Wang Guan's assigned opponent is a girl. She is petite, has a neat short haircut, tan skin, and looks very cute. When she speaks, her two sharp little tiger teeth show. Hey, handsome. I'm Anya. What's your name? She greets enthusiastically. Wang Guan. Oh, handsome Wang Guan, please go easy on me later. I'm a psychic ability user and not very good at fighting. Anya pleads with a charming expression. Psychic abilities are characterized by the development of mental power, allowing for telekinesis, influencing beasts, controlling puppets, etc. Usually, the physical body is relatively weak. However, upon hearing her say this, Wang Guan's expression becomes somewhat strange. During lunch, he had already conducted an investigation on this girl. Investigation. This is a strong girl with a robust physique, fierce and combative, possessing A-level ability, War Horn, 2nd tier. A strong girl with a robust physique. The War Horn, as the name suggests, is a buff that increases combat morale. She's also a second-tier ability user. Just like Wang Guan, Anya is one of the few people who poses a threat to Wang Guan. Although she looks petite, as if a single punch could make her cry for a long time, to Wang Guan, she is a Kong Barbie. He never expected that the instructor would assign her as his opponent. "Hey, I'm coming." As Wang Guan was pondering, Anya called out and rushed forward first. She is not good at combat, and her attacking methods are simple and straightforward. But Wang Guan immediately enters a state of full alert, not daring to be the slightest bit careless. Bang! He brings his arms together to block Anya's punch. He only feels a sharp pain, staggering back a few steps before stabilizing his footing. Anya turns her body and delivers a side kick. Wang Guan quickly bends down to block again. Another bang, and his body shakes violently. Damn, she's really strong. Wang Guan's physical attributes are among the best among the new military training students. But he can't withstand this girl who seems to be on a power-up. For a moment, it feels like the girl is dominating Wang Guan in the fight. Huh? Anya herself is shanked. Is I really that strong? Liang Shan, standing not far away, is watching this scene. This girl is a psychic ability user with very poor physical fitness, and yet fighting her is so exhausting. What a waste, and he still wants to attend Longjing University. He silently evaluates and smirks slightly. He was originally worried that Wang Guan had some special qualities, but seeing his performance now, it should be very easy to handle him. After a while, the practical training continues. Instructor Su Weicheng finally calls for a stop, allowing everyone to rest. Anya, who has already turned red from the fight, reluctantly stops. Wang Guan only feels a wave of soreness throughout his body, breathing heavily. The Kong Barbie is really fierce. She almost knocked him apart. Anya looks bewildered, examining her small fists. She can feel that Wang Guan's blocks and attacks were very powerful, yet she easily resolved them. Her heart is filled with fighting spirit, as if a war god has possessed her. At this moment, Liang Shan, who had been standing nearby, suddenly walks over. "You." He points at Wang Guan. "Come out." Wang Guan feels a bit puzzled and steps forward. "Is there something wrong with your level? How do you qualify to participate in military training?" Liang Shan scolds loudly. The crowd looks over curiously, not knowing what is happening. Liang Shan looks at the others, with a hint of mockery in his tone. "Do you know what ability he awakened? It's investigation. The most useless F-grade ability. He just got lucky to score well and got into university." He openly suppresses and insults Wang Guan, telling everyone that Wang Guan is just an F-grade trash ability user, making him lose face in front of the new military training students. Upon hearing Liang Shan's words, the crowd stirs, looking at Wang Guan with strange expressions. Anya's small face frowns. "So that's how it is? This military training officer from Tianjing City is specifically targeting me?" Wang Guan ponders in his heart, taking the opportunity to approach the other party and secretly uses investigation. But the investigation fails, resulting in a string of. It should not be because of protective gear, but because he possesses a level above Tier 4. Military training officers have considerable authority, and there must be strict requirements for strength. The investigation only took a very short time. Wang Guan maintains a calm expression and says solemnly, "Military training officer, I believe that ability does not determine everything." Liang Shan scoffs. "Who told you this nonsense?" "Fine." He points to a boy. "Qin Zhuang, come out and practice with Wang Guan." The boy named Qin Zhuang is somewhat short but very sturdy. He is one of the strongest among all the new military training students, possessing A-level fire abilities, Flame Manipulator. His level has now reached the second tier, meaning he may have already comprehended skills. When named by Liang Shan, he is slightly stunned, then reveals a look of ecstasy. At the end of military training, the military training officer will evaluate each person's performance. The evaluation level has an important impact on university life. Now Liang Shan is clearly trying to make things difficult for Wang Guan. If he satisfies him, it will definitely improve his evaluation. "Yes, sir." Qin Zhuang quickly stands up, looking at Wang Guan with contempt. An F-grade ability user can easily be dealt with. Liang Shan seems to think this is not enough and continues. "The purpose of military training is to make you understand the cruelty of the battlefield. So give it your all." Implicitly, Qin Zhuang does not need to hold back. The new students on site begin to stir. Did this kid offend the military training officer? Offend? This world's trash is original sin. Is the military training officer trying to force this kid to withdraw? Withdrawing from military training is equivalent to giving up on university. They whisper among themselves, and most show expressions of watching a joke. There are also quite a few who show worried expressions, like the dormmates. Wang Guan should be fine, right? Gao Chong whispers. After being beaten by Wang Guan, he admires him greatly and is very concerned. At this moment, instructor Su Weiqing looks conflicted and says, Supervisor Li, isn't this a bit? He has a good impression of Wang Guan and doesn't want him to be made difficult. Don't worry, if anything happens, I'll take the blame, Li Yangshan says indifferently. Su Weiqing has to stop talking, looking at Wang Guan with some concern. Wang Guan silently walks toward Qin Zhuang. I'll spare your life, Qin Zhuang boasts arrogantly. Boom! He is covered in orange flames, transforming into a fiery figure, and rushes toward Wang Guan with a roar. This seemingly unequal battle begins. Facing this fierce assault, Wang Guan, however, does not feel as urgent as he did against Anya. He stands calmly in place, neither dodging nor avoiding, nor putting up any resistance. Has he resigned himself? Many people have this thought. But the next moment, just as Qin Zhuang's fiery figure crosses paths with Wang Guan throws a punch. The shadow of his fist penetrating the flames and accurately striking Qin Zhuang in the face. Bang! Qin Zhuang collapses, the flames on his body quickly extinguishing. Before he could do anything, he fainted, clean and quick, simple and brutal. The battle ends unexpectedly. Investigation. This is an ordinary boy, possessing degradability. Thought enhancement. Wang Guan had already investigated Qin Zhuang. In front of Wang Guan, Qin Zhuang's ability is thought enhancement, belonging to the mutation system skill. As the name suggests, it is the ability to enhance thought speed. You play with your brain, and you dare to compete with me in a fist fight? The scene fell into silence for over 10 seconds. A second-tier A-level ability user was knocked down with one punch. Although in Wang Guan's perception, Qin Zhuang was just an ordinary boy with enhanced thinking. But in the eyes of others, he was indeed a powerful second-tier A-level ability user. The sight before them was truly shocking. Li Yangshan's smile had frozen on his face. The result was completely beyond his expectations. How'd he do it? Did you see clearly? It seemed that as soon as Qin Zhuang got close, he threw a punch, and Qin Zhuang just fell down. Could it be that he could detect Qin Zhuang's weakness? After all, Qin Zhuang was a second-tier ability user and had released flames. Wang Guan's attributes must not be low either. The scene erupted into discussions, speculating how Wang Guan achieved this. No one expected the result to be like this. Gao Chong and Zhang Yong were both excited. Their Guangu was truly impressive. Tong Yixing's expression changed, not knowing what to think. Many others suddenly looked at Anya, each one filled with respect, because they had previously seen Anya and Wang Guan evenly matched, even seemingly suppressing him. Now that Wang Guan had knocked out Qin Zhuang with one punch, didn't that mean the girl's strength was even greater? Anya was once again confused. Huh? At this moment, the military training officer Li Yangshan came back to his senses. He glanced at Qin Zhuang, who had fallen asleep, and a look of anger flashed across his face. This matter was not over. Chapter 17, the bug entry discovered this time, is simply outrageous. What a waste. Li Yangshan scolded Qin Zhuang in a low voice. He then reprimanded Wang Guan. Wang Guan, how could you be so ruthless? Don't you care about camaraderie at all? Wang Guan replied, aren't you the one who insisted on using all your strength? Now that Qin Zhuang has been defeated, you blame me for disregarding camaraderie? Fine, very well. He was all too familiar with such baseless accusations. When he had beaten Zhu Qianlong back then, the school leaders had reacted the same way. Initially, Wang Guan had only suspected, but now he was certain. This military training officer was indeed targeting him. Although Longjing University had admitted him, they didn't want to see him actually enter the school. What, do you think it's unfair? Seeing the look on Wang Guan's face, Li Yangshan sneered. So stubborn. I think it's necessary to let you know your limits. His gaze swept across the new students, looking to pick someone for Wang Guan to spar with. In his judgment, Qin Zhuang had simply been too weak and had given Wang Guan an opening, which was why he had been knocked down in one punch. But no matter what, Wang Guan only had an F-level investigation ability, at most decent physical attributes. Among the new students present, there were plenty who were stronger than him. As Li Yangshan's expression changed, Wang Guan's gaze also scanned the new students. A hint of expectation appeared on his face, as if asking, "Is there anyone else?" Among all the new students, aside from Tong Yihong, who had failed the investigation and was clueless, and Anya, who had been investigated as Diamond Barbie, he really wasn't afraid of anyone else. "Wang Guan, you are indeed going a bit too far." However, before Li Yangshan could choose someone, Instructor Su Weiqing suddenly stepped forward, blocking Wang Guan. His rugged face wore a cold expression. "I punish you to run laps. And you can't stop until I say so." As he spoke, he winked at Wang Guan. Wang Guan was taken aback, then understood. Su Weiqing was doing this on purpose. On the surface, it was a physical punishment, but in reality, he was protecting him, preventing Li Yangshan from continuing to make things difficult. Who knows what other tricks he might pull? This instructor was somewhat on his side. "Yes, instructor." Wang Guan hesitated slightly, then made his decision. Although he felt indignant, he wasn't someone who didn't know how to adapt. He decisively turned around and began running laps along the track. Li Yangshan immediately cast an unhappy glance at Su Weiqing. "Who told you to meddle?" He would learn his lesson. Su Weiqing remained indifferent, allowing someone to take Qin Zhuang away for treatment, and continued the military training process. Li Yangshan snorted coldly and had no choice but to temporarily give up. Running was not a difficult task for a second-tier ability user. While running, Wang Guan contemplated the current situation. Li Yangshan would definitely pull some tricks. I can't investigate him, and I'm not his match, but as a military training officer, he should be reluctant to take action against me due to face. Commanding other new students to make things difficult for me? I'm not afraid of that either. But being passive is not my style. I need to find a way to actively resolve this trouble. Time quickly passed to the evening. Wang Guan had run so many laps around Pingan Town that he had lost count. With his strong physique, he was now extremely exhausted, sweaty, and feeling thirsty and hungry. He leaned against a wall to rest for a moment. Just then, "Do you want some water?" A timid, clear female voice rang in his ear. Wang Guan was taken aback and realized the voice was coming from inside a nearby house. The walls of this house had been reinforced and looked strange. There was a window, but it was covered with iron bars. A figure stood in front of the iron window, extending a cup out. "Is this a resident of Pingan Town?" Wang Guan thought, then looked around and noticed something. It was the house of the instructor's daughter. The instructor had specifically designated this place as a restricted area, prohibiting others from approaching. Wang Guan hadn't thought much while running laps, and had passed by this house several times. Perhaps the instructor's daughter saw him running for a long time, exhausted and thirsty, and kindly offered him water. Her voice sounded pleasant. "She must be quite pretty, right?" "Thank you," Wang Guan said, his gaze curious as he peered through the bars. His body trembled violently. The room was dimly lit, but Wang Guan could still see the figure clearly. It was a girl dressed in white. However, her arms and face were covered with a layer of horrific red scars. Sparse hair hung down her back. Her features were somewhat distorted, with sharp teeth in her mouth, giving her an indescribably fierce appearance. The shock in that moment was even more intense than encountering a beast or monster during the college entrance examination. Almost instinctively, Wang Guan activated his investigation ability. Then, investigation. This is a beautiful girl, stunning and graceful, with an S-level ability, super magnetic armor. Wang Guan. No, although I've gotten used to the bug entries of the investigation ability, this time, it's just too outrageous. He almost blurted out monster, okay? A beautiful girl, and she has an S-level ability, super magnetic armor? Looking back at the girl, the previous discomfort had vanished. Just like when he investigated Jiang Wangxue, which showed her to be an ordinary girl with an average appearance. As the school belle of the third high school, Jiang Wangxue was just an ordinary girl in Wang Guan's eyes. The girl in front of him looked terrifying, possibly due to illness or injury. But in Wang Guan's eyes, she was simply beautiful. Although I used to be face blind, it shouldn't be this extreme. He couldn't help but complain inwardly. Once he calmed down, he suddenly made a new discovery. The girl's arms and legs were chained. Why is that? Was this reinforced house not meant to protect her, but to restrict her movements? At that moment, the girl held out a cup of water through the gap in the bars. Her hand, covered in red scars, trembled slightly. She lowered her head, seemingly afraid of being looked at and worried that her good intentions might be rejected. "Thank you. I'm feeling quite thirsty." Wang Guan maintained a normal expression and took the cup of water. He was worried that this ordinary boiled water had any problems, because after investigation, this cup of water had been tagged with a bug entry for fresh orange juice. Even if there were issues, it would only be a cup of juice for Wang Guan. Gulping down, Wang Guan tilted his head and drank it all in one go, feeling intensely thirsty. Having a cup of juice was truly a rare treat. He let out a satisfied exclamation. The girl looked at Wang Guan with surprise and astonishment, her eyes sparkling. Wang Guan noticed that even without the bug entry's influence, her eyes were actually very beautiful. After returning the cup to her, Wang Guan was about to ask her what was going on when a sharp shout suddenly came from behind. "What are you doing?" Instructor Su Weiqing hurried over, his face filled with anger. However, when he saw the water cup Wang Guan was returning, his expression froze. "Instructor, I was a bit thirsty, so I just had a cup of water," Wang Guan quickly explained, smiling reassuringly at the girl behind the bars. The girl also explained, "Dad, I saw him running for a long time. He must be thirsty." Su Weiqing looked suspicious, with a hint of astonishment, given his daughter's condition. Not to mention students from big cities, even residents of Ping'an Town would avoid her. But Wang Guan seemed completely unconcerned. He even dared to drink the water she offered. On this boy's face, Su Weiqing saw no signs of disgust or fear at all. "Your physical punishment is over." Su Weiqing continued. "Hurry back to the dorm." "Yes, instructor." Wang Guan couldn't ask any more questions about the girl and turned to leave. Su Weiqing added, "Li Yangshan is deliberately making things difficult for you. I can't always protect you, so be careful." "Thank you, instructor." "I understand," Wang Guan replied, waved to the girl, and left. It seemed that his attitude towards the girl had made a good impression on the instructor. After walking a distance, Wang Guan looked back and saw Su Weiqing standing by the iron window, talking to the girl. What was her name? He wondered what story she had. At this point, the military training had already ended, and the cafeteria was closed. However, when Wang Guan dragged his tired body back to the dorm, he saw the three others had brought some flatbreads to him. They had saved them from their dinner. "Thanks." Wang Guan was quite touched and started to wolf down the meat buns. "Brother Guan, why did the training instructor deliberately make things difficult for you?" Zhang Yong asked curiously while bringing over a cup of hot water. Wang Guan chewed on his food and said, "Maybe you just can't stand me." Just as he was saying this, a piercing alarm suddenly rang out in the night sky. Chapter 18, Brawl. "I'm in a hurry. You all come at me." Military training reached the evening, which was supposed to be free time. But when the bugles sounded, the new students, who had been practicing all day and were ready to rest, had to get out of bed and gather on the playground. The playground was already lit up with searchlights. The new students quickly formed a square formation. "I was just about to sleep. What's going on? We have night practice?" Whether or not we have night practice depends on the instructor's mood. Everyone was discussing animatedly. Wang Guan quickly spotted Li Yangshan's figure appearing at the front of the formation. He looked in Wang Guan's direction and revealed a faint cold smile. "Students, today is your first day of military training. To deepen your camaraderie, let us play a game," he said loudly. Then he introduced the rules of the game. The game was called Brawl. The rules were simple. He would give each person a badge and then arrange everyone to spread out. When the game started, each person had to search for and attack others to snatch their badges. The first person to collect 10 badges would win. Winning would be recorded and would be beneficial for military training evaluations, Li Yangshan concluded. The new students immediately began to discuss excitedly. Although this game was said to deepen camaraderie, playing it might cause even the best of friends to turn against each other, right? At the same time, many people subconsciously looked at Wang Guan. They vaguely understood that Li Yangshan's purpose in playing this game was probably targeting Wang Guan. Wang Guan had run all afternoon and must be exhausted. He hadn't even eaten dinner. How could he have the energy to play Brawl? And Li Yangshan, as the military training officer, seemed to be deliberately targeting Wang Guan. To please him, many people would likely aim for Wang Guan. This was truly going to push Wang Guan to his limits. In the formation, a few people looked at Wang Guan with undisguised malice, including Qin Zhuang, who had been knocked out by Wang Guan in the afternoon. His injury was not serious, and he had recovered long ago, now looking like he wanted to devour Wang Guan. He was eager to make up for the impression he had left in Liang Shan's mind. But Wang Guan didn't care at all. Anger was burning in his eyes. "So this is how we're playing, huh?" Instructor Su Weiqing hurried over, lowered his voice, and frowned as he argued with Liang Shan. He was completely unaware of the sudden decision to play a survival game. However, Liang Shan, as the military training officer, ignored Su Weiqing's protests. "Now, let us start the game," he announced with a smile. He handed out a badge to each new student, designated positions for them to take, and waited for the brawl to begin. He even deliberately separated Tong Yixing, Gao Chong, and others from Wang Guan. "Brother Guan, be careful. I'll rush to find you as soon as I can," Tong Yixing whispered. "I'm fine. Just take care of yourselves." Wang Guan shook his head. The position he was assigned was at the far west of the small town. It was a cluster of damaged, abandoned buildings, messy and chaotic. The playground's searchlights couldn't reach this area. Under the cold moonlight, it felt a bit eerie. Wang Guan looked around for a moment, then took out a small bottle from his pocket. He twisted off the sealed cap and gulped down the brown liquid inside. This was coffee milk tea, which he had cleverly brought along. Of course, for Wang Guan, it was a low-level energy potion. Before heading to military training, the new students' luggage had been checked, and various potions were banned from being carried. But Wang Guan had easily brought his milk tea. After drinking the energy potion, a warm current quickly flowed throughout his body. The exhaustion accumulated from running all afternoon dissipated rapidly under this warm current. Wang Guan let out a comfortable groan, suddenly noticing something. He quickly opened his attribute list. Ability, Detection F, level, 2nd tier skill, windmill, beginner, physique, 16. 6, 0, 3, speed, 15. 1, 0, 4, spirit, 15. 9, 0, 3. His three-dimensional attributes had improved quite a bit compared to noon. Wang Guan's eyes brightened. After military training began, with various training sessions, his attributes had grown slightly, but it was nowhere near as much as the current increase. It turned out that by running, exhausting his stamina, and consuming the energy potion in a state of extreme fatigue, the effect was this good? He would definitely have to make good use of this in the future. Just as he was thinking this, the harsh bugle sounded again. This signaled the official start of the brawl game. The hundreds of new students participating in military training transformed into hunters or prey, starting to search for targets or find places to hide. Wang Guan remained standing in the dark ruins, not moving, because he knew that soon someone would come looking for him. He didn't have to wait long. The sound of footsteps approached. There, an orange flame ignited, emitting flickering light. In the glow, Qin Zhuang's fierce face appeared. He really did come looking for him first. Not only him, but there were also 3 others following behind him. They clearly had received a hint from Liang Shan to find this place so quickly. "This afternoon I was careless and let you take advantage of me. Now you have such a good opportunity." Qin Zhuang sneered, his voice filled with malice. Being knocked out by Wang Guan with a single punch as an A-level 2nd-tier ability user had not only greatly reduced his evaluation in the eyes of the military training officer, but was also a humiliation for him. He turned to the other 3 and said, "You all guard around, don't let him escape, and let me have some fun." According to the rules of brawl, they were supposed to be enemies. But facing such an enticing target, they didn't mind teaming up first to deal with him. How would they explain it to the military training officer later? To say they took him down together. "Hey, be careful, don't hurt him too badly." "Don't worry. The military training officer won't blame us." They laughed, appearing very confident in their strength. In fact, they were indeed among the most powerful in this military training, specially selected by Liang Shan. Wang Guan remained calm, secretly amused as he listened to their words. His gaze swept over the bug attributes on them. An ordinary boy with enhanced cognitive abilities. A severely ill patient. An ordinary high school student yet to awaken. "You guys still want to gang up on me?" Qin Zhuang had transformed into a fireman again. The intense flames caused the temperature at the scene to rise a few degrees. Qin Zhuang, who possessed the ability of flame manipulator, fully unleashed his power, with his face being the focus of the flame protection. He would definitely not give Wang Guan another chance to attack him. His fists would be burned by the flames before they even reached his face. "Burn!" Qin Zhuang roared, howling with flames as he charged toward Wang Guan. This time, Wang Guan didn't wait for him to get close and moved forward to charge at him instead. The two figures clashed in an instant. With the flames enhancing his speed, Qin Zhuang was originally very fast. But at the moment of crossing, Wang Guan's speed seemed to be even faster. He nimbly ducked under Qin Zhuang's flame-wrapped fist, and his right fist shot out like a cannonball. Boom! The precise and fierce punch landed squarely on Qin Zhuang's abdomen. Wow! Qin Zhuang cried out in pain, spewing flames as his body instinctively bent over. I told you. What are you trying to prove by using your brain to fight me with fists? Wang Guan slowed down. His fist pressed against Qin Zhuang's abdomen, propelling him forward. The three people surrounding them, who had originally worn amused smiles on their faces, suddenly had their expressions freeze. What the hell? One of them exclaimed, because Wang Guan was charging towards Qin Zhuang, who was engulfed in flames. With a whoosh, he threw Qin Zhuang, burning with fire, onto him. It was as if a fireball had been thrown. They collided and rolled to the ground. So hot. The man was flustered and tried to push Qin Zhuang away. The flames burned on him, causing him to cry out in pain. Clearly, Qin Zhuang's flames were not harmless to his teammates. The other two immediately showed signs of vigilance upon seeing this. However, Wang Guan's figure was already rushing towards them. The four of them initially did not want to surround Wang Guan. They thought that as long as they were careful, they could definitely handle Wang Guan in a one-on-one fight. It seemed too demeaning to attack an F-level ability user together. But in the end, Wang Guan didn't give them a chance. I'm in a hurry. You all can come at me together. Chapter 19, He is not the prey. He is the most dangerous hunter. Wang Guan aggressively starts a group fight, too lazy to fight one-on-one, directly engaging in a brawl. He single-handedly takes on the other four. The strength of Qin Zhuang and the other three is among the top in the military training freshmen. But after Wang Guan activated his bug attributes in front of him, they were just hairdressers, critically ill patients, and unawakened ones. For Wang Guan, taking down four opponents at once was effortless. Earlier, Qin Zhuang was thrown out like a fireball and fell to the ground, flames wrapping around him as he roared, wanting to get back up. Wang Guan, I'm going to kill you. Wang Guan rushed over, delivering a punch that sent him back down again. Then Wang Guan unleashed a barrage of attacks on the other three. Qin Zhuang, still not unconscious, grew even angrier and struggled to get up again. Damn. Wang Guan charged again and kicked it down once more. Then he continued attacking the other three. The three tried to use their abilities, but they seemed useless against Wang Guan. Is this a skill? His punches are so powerful. My petrified skin is useless. Damn, so fierce. How does he train? My shockwave hits him, and it's like nothing happened. Amidst the shouting and chaos, they were being brutally beaten by Wang Guan. And Qin Zhuang was the worst off. Since he first fell, he hadn't been able to get back up. When Qin Zhuang attempted to rise for the third time, Wang Guan smashed him down with another punch. He grunted unwillingly and finally passed out. The flames on him extinguished, plunging the ruins back into darkness. By this time, the other three had also collapsed on the ground, from start to finish. It lasted barely a minute. Standing among the four, Wang Guan stretched his body. This was just a warm-up. He bent down and took their tags, stuffing them into his pocket, and glanced around. Want to play a chaotic brawl? Then I'll play along. Just then, whoosh. Something flew toward Wang Guan at high speed, directly piercing his thigh. It was a twig the thickness of a finger and 2 centimeters long, one end sharpened to a point. Several meters away, a boy behind a half-collapsed wall, his eyes fixed on Wang Guan in the darkness. He was controlling the twig. A psychic ability, telekinesis. He had been hiding here all along, witnessing the entire battle, remaining silent. As soon as Wang Guan relaxed after taking down Qin Zhuang and the others, he suddenly struck. In direct combat, psychic abilities are weak. They excel at ambushing from the shadows. First, severely injure Wang Guan, then he could manipulate him at will, and the military training officer would surely look at him differently. The telekinetic user was already feeling pleased with himself. However, smack, the sharp twig, flying at high speed and hitting Wang Guan, only made a light sound. The twig failed to pierce Wang Guan's thigh, merely sticking to it. Who threw this twig? Wang Guan removed the twig from his leg. Seeing its shape, he paused slightly and looked around. The telekinetic user, shocked, trembled, accidentally bumping into the half-collapsed wall. A piece of debris fell, crashing down. Oh no! He was startled. Looking back at Wang Guan, he found that Wang Guan's figure had already vanished. Where'd he go? In a panic, he looked around and suddenly felt something slowly turning his head. In the dim, cold moonlight, Wang Guan appeared behind him, smiling. Telekinesis? Wang Guan muttered. Without waiting for this LYB to speak, he threw a punch without holding back. Bang! The telekinetic user's head tilted, and he passed out. Scan. This is a highly skilled chef. Wang Guan had already scanned him and activated his bug attributes. His telekinesis was non-existent to Wang Guan. The twig lost its telekinetic control the moment it reached Wang Guan. Wang Guan picked up the tag from the telekinetic user and stored it away. His figure silently melted into the darkness. Throughout Peace Town, shouts, curses, screams, and cries echoed. Various abilities activated, flashing lights everywhere. It was evident that this chaotic brawl was set up by Li Yangshan for Wang Guan. To please Li Yangshan, many were searching for Wang Guan's figure. But in this chaotic brawl, Wang Guan was not the prey. He was the most dangerous hunter. The petite Anya crouched down, carefully sneaking through the shadows. Why are we playing a chaotic brawl? I hope no one finds me, she muttered to herself. But things did not go as she wished. Just around a corner, she unexpectedly bumped into a tall boy. Eek! Anya gasped. Instinctively, she raised her hands, ready to surrender and hand over her tag. But, it's you. The boy looked at Anya, revealing an expression of shock and fear that surpassed her own. I surrender. He shouted first, don't attack, I'll give you my tag. As he spoke, he decisively threw his tag over, raising his hands. He looked anxious and fearful, stepping back cautiously. After creating some distance, he turned and ran, as if facing a monstrous abyss. Oignon. Huh. This afternoon, she had practiced against Wang Guan, suppressing him, leading many to have a significantly mistaken judgment about her strength. Yet upon encountering her, this boy surrendered even more readily than she did. Anya picked up the tag on the ground in confusion. Is it really possible to do that? She shook her head, a funny expression appearing on her face. Then she turned around and saw someone else standing not far away. It was Wang Guan. Anya gasped again, her body stiffening, wanting to raise her hands and surrender. But Wang Guan, upon seeing Anya, did not rush to attack. Instead, his expression was filled with vigilance. How could he not be vigilant? In Wang Guan's eyes, Anya was a tough opponent, a warhorn. Very tricky. So, Wang Guan decisively nodded at Anya, smiled gently, showing goodwill. Then he slowly backed away, merging into the darkness and leaving. Oignon. Huh. She stared in the direction where Wang Guan had disappeared, again feeling confused. Knowing her own situation, her three-dimensional attributes were a mess, and her combat ability was extremely poor. She had been puzzled this afternoon. Given Wang Guan's strength to KO Qin Zhuang with a single punch, how could she possibly be on par with him, let alone suppress him? He could clearly knock her down with one punch. The only truth was that he had held back against her at that time, unwilling to hurt her. Now, encountering her in the chaotic brawl, he had not made things difficult for her, and even smiled at her. So, does he like me? Anya could only think of this answer. Remembering Wang Guan's impressive KO of Qin Zhuang, her delicate face involuntarily flushed. In the center of the playground, under the bright spotlight, instructor Su Weicheng paced back and forth anxiously, frequently glancing around. Li Yangshan, however, appeared calm, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The chaotic brawl had lasted for more than half an hour. Surely, that kid Wang Guan had faced quite a bit of hardship by now. He had specifically hinted to many people to deal with Wang Guan. One person alone couldn't do it, but with several people together, they should be able to take him down easily, right? No matter how strong Wang Guan was, could he withstand the relentless attacks of these people? Not to mention, he had been running around for half the afternoon and was already exhausted. He would either smartly withdraw from military training or wait to be toyed with by me. Li Yangshan thought smugly. It was just at this moment. At the edge of the playground, a figure suddenly walked over, holding a bunch of signs in hand. He has already collected 10 signs? So fast. Li Yangshan and Su Weicheng were both slightly taken aback. They quickly recognized who the person was. How could it be him? Chapter 20. Absurd Achievements. You tell me this is an F-class useless ability user? The person approaching had white hair and a delicate appearance. He looked slightly younger than the other military training freshmen, probably around 15 or 16 years old. It was Tong Yixing from Wang Guan's dormitory. His camouflage uniform was somewhat torn and faintly stained with blood, indicating he had gone through a fierce battle. Walking up to Li Yangshan and Su Weicheng, the boy tossed a pile of tags onto the ground with a crash. "I've gathered 10 tags. The game can end now," he said. Li Yangshan was taken aback. He had actually hinted to some people to hold back Wang Guan's roommates to prevent them from reuniting with Wang Guan. But unexpectedly, Tong Yixing had managed to collect 10 tags first, according to the military training registration list. Tong Yixing was from the nearby Ling City and possessed a D-class energy-type ability called Shockwave. This ability allowed him to expend energy from his body to release shockwaves to attack enemies. It was a decent ability, but not particularly outstanding. His physical attributes only reached the average level for freshmen. How could he be so strong? Su Weicheng quickly reacted, taking out his device and pressing the alarm button. The sharp alarm echoed through the night sky, announcing the end of the chaotic battle. Tong Yixing let out a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He anxiously glanced around at the darkness. After the chaotic battle started, he had intended to find Wang Guan immediately to help him, but a few people quickly surrounded him, entangling him. He had no choice but to change his strategy. He had to gather 10 tags quickly to end the game. Otherwise, Brother Guan would be in danger. The top-tier fighters were all looking for him. With so many people, even if I encounter them, I can't handle them easily without restrictions. I hope it's not too late. He should be fine, right? Tong Yixing thought anxiously. The freshmen participating in the chaotic battle stopped fighting upon hearing the alarm. One by one, they returned to the playground from all directions. They all looked somewhat disheveled, some even wounded. Among them, many had been injured by Tong Yixing, who had snatched their tags. Seeing the white-haired boy, they all displayed expressions of fear. This kid is younger than us, but his strength is so strong. He actually collected 10 tags first. I didn't even get to touch him before being knocked away. Is this the power of the shockwave ability? It feels like he has some sort of evil aura about him. They whispered among themselves, not expecting that Wang Guan's roommate was also a tough character. Anya also returned. While others looked somewhat messy, she appeared clean, as if she hadn't fought at all. Her eyes scanned the surroundings, seemingly searching for someone. Li Yangshan noticed the tags in her hand and was slightly taken aback. She managed to get other people's tags too? He had researched her information in detail. While her physical attributes were not outstanding, her psychic ability was quite rare. If utilized well, it could be very powerful. However, it was clear she had not been able to fully tap into it yet. So seeing Anya with tags did surprise Li Yangshan a bit. As for her afternoon sparring with Wang Guan, it should have been a draw. Wang Guan must have intentionally held back. That kid is really cunning, definitely on purpose, making me make a wrong judgment. More and more people returned to the playground. Gao Chong had returned without his camouflage jacket, revealing a well-built upper body, clearly having gone through a fierce battle. However, he had just successfully defeated 2 people and obtained 2 tags, feeling somewhat proud. But when he realized it was Tong Yixing who ended the game, his expression froze. "I just got lucky," Tong Yixing explained with a hint of shyness on his delicate face. Can luck explain this? Among the 4 in the dormitory, it was understandable that Wang Guan was stronger than him. But this white-haired boy is also so formidable, truly a hidden talent. Fortunately, Zhang Yong from the same dormitory had his tag stolen and was beaten black and blue, so he wouldn't come in last. Where's Brother Guan? Has he not returned yet? Gao Chong surveyed the surroundings and asked. "Not yet. I hope he is okay," Tong Yixing said with some worry. Li Yangshan also noticed that Wang Guan had not yet returned, a smirk gradually forming on his lips. That kid must have been beaten badly. He probably can't even stand up now, he thought to himself. At the same time, he found it strange, but why haven't Tichin Zhuang and the others returned? Besides them, at least 20 more people had not come back. Just then, Wang Guan is back. Anya's crisp voice suddenly shouted. Everyone's gaze turned to see Wang Guan walking towards them from a distance. He looked somewhat disheveled, clearly having gone through a fierce battle, but noticeably uninjured. As he walked, a clattering sound accompanied him. When he got closer, everyone realized it was the tags he was carrying in his hands. The quantity, there must be at least 30. There are only a little over 100 people in total from military training. Amidst the surprised and silent gazes, Wang Guan walked up to Li Yangshan. With a crash, he threw the tags he was holding onto the ground. Qin Zhuang and the others accidentally fainted, and a few got injured. Please arrange for someone to find them, he said to Li Yangshan. The tags thrown onto the ground had a shocking impact. His voice was calm, yet carried a sharpness. The playground fell silent, and everyone looked over in astonishment. Those whose tags he had stolen had fainted and were injured. You. Li Yangshan was dumbfounded, unable to speak for a moment. What? Are you going to blame me for not caring about my companions? Wang Guan asked provocatively, staring into Li Yangshan's eyes. No, of course not. Li Yangshan instinctively replied. He was a military training officer, much stronger than Wang Guan. But at that moment, facing Wang Guan, he felt a sense of pressure that left him somewhat stunned, including Qin Zhuang. Those who had not returned were arguably the strongest group among the freshmen in this military training. These top students had all been defeated by Wang Guan. In an instant, he felt a twinge of fear. Li Yangshan quickly calmed down. Ahem, you did very well. Instructor Su Weiqing hurriedly said, Wang Guan, you should go rest over there for now. His eyes also held surprise, but more was relief. He then quickly arranged for people to assist the fainted and injured students. As a trial battlefield specifically for military training, while it was quite rudimentary here, it did have decent medical facilities. As long as it wasn't a serious injury, there shouldn't be any major issues. At this moment, the scene had completely erupted. This is a bit absurd, isn't it? He actually got so many tags. If the game didn't stop, was he planning to take out everyone? You tell me this is an F-class useless ability user? Detection. Is it the kind of detection I think it is? P.S. even more ferocious than that white-haired kid. Everyone openly looked at Wang Guan with astonishment and reverence. The most terrifying part was that this afternoon, Wang Guan had been punished and had run all afternoon. A normal person's stamina would have long reached its limit, right? Yet Wang Guan was unfazed, rampaging through the battlefield. What kind of physique is this? They couldn't help but feel relieved that they hadn't encountered Wang Guan during the chaotic battle. And even more, so that they hadn't actively sought him out to curry favor with a military supply officer. Right now, Wang Guan actually felt a bit unsatisfied. Many people regarded him as prey and immediately launched attacks upon encountering him. He didn't hold back against these people, dealing with each one in turn. Li Yangshan wanted to use the chaotic battle to teach him a lesson. Coincidentally, he also intended to use this game to give others a shock, to avoid causing trouble for Li Yangshan in the future. It's a pity the game ended so quickly, and there are still many fish that slipped through the net. The first to get 10 tokens was you? Wang Guan asked Tong Yixing with some surprise upon learning this. I was originally worried you would run into trouble and wanted to end the game early. Tong Yixing said shyly, his eyes filled with shock and confusion. But it seems I was overthinking. Brother Guan, how did you do it? Oh, I just have more practical experience and better physical attributes, Wang Guan explained. A glimmer of light flashed in his eyes as he looked at Tong Yixing. Tong Yixing really has some potential. Zhang Yong, sorry for dragging you down, Wang Guan said to his dorm mate Zhang Yong. Zhang Yong lost his tokens and was beaten black and blue. Because of Wang Guan's status as a roommate, he was somewhat implicated. Unfortunately, although Wang Guan had healing potions, they only worked for himself. For others, they were just milk tea. No, I'm fine, Zhang Yong hurriedly said, his tone somewhat forced. After settling the fainted and injured, Instructor Su Weiqing announced the disbandment. As for the rewards for the winners of this chaotic battle, no one mentioned it out of tact. Li Yangshan, the military training officer, was obviously in a bad mood. The long first day of military training finally came to an end. The people on the playground gradually dispersed. Li Yangshan returned to his residence, having regained his composure, though his face was still fluctuating between dark and light. Being able to achieve the top score in the league entrance exam, aside from having found an excellent weapon, his own qualities weren't bad either. I've heard he was called a top student at Detection.He number 3 middle school. That certainly lives up to the title. But what's the use? With F-grade trash abilities, he is destined to have no future. Longjing University doesn't want to waste resources on him. Li Yangshan thought through gritted teeth. He traveled a long way from Tianjing City to be sent here, just to stop Wang Guan from completing military training. Since the other students couldn't do anything to him, he could only take action himself. It's not suitable to act here, but once the outdoor practical training starts, there will be plenty of opportunities. Chapter 21. Who says F-class trash abilities are slow to progress? Li Yangshan held a chaotic battle game, claiming it was to deepen camaraderie among companions. Although it was clear nonsense, the result indeed achieved its purpose. In the following days, the hundreds of military training students truly united a lot, mainly due to Wang Guan's strong performance, which made everyone spontaneously gather together. In a group, if someone demonstrates strength that surpasses others, it becomes difficult for the rest to stir up trouble. Even Qin Zhuang and others, who were unconvinced in their hearts, didn't dare to cause trouble casually. No matter how proud you are, you have to hold back in front of Wang Guan. After morning exercises, everyone went to the cafeteria for breakfast. They looked towards Wang Guan's dormitory group, their gazes cautious yet filled with awe. This dormitory not only had the fierce Wang Guan, but also the white-haired boy Tong and his group, who were not to be underestimated. Gao Chang also belonged to the upper level among the military training freshmen. Wang Guan was already accustomed to such looks. However, there was something different about someone's gaze. He suddenly felt something, turned his head, and found Anya was looking at him. Her expression was a bit strange, somewhat reproachful, yet also a bit expectant. Upon making eye contact with Wang Guan, she hurriedly turned her head away. Wang Guan, this Miss Barbie seems a bit strange lately. After finishing breakfast, they began morning training. Su Weicheng was the veteran instructor, and although the equipment at the trial battlefield number 23 was very rudimentary, Su Weicheng still organized everything in an orderly manner. After several days of training, everyone's attributes had increased. Many had successfully broken through from the first stage to the second stage and mastered their exclusive skills. By the time of the college entrance exam, new university students generally only had first-stage abilities. One of the purposes of military training was to allow freshmen to break through to the second stage during training. This way, when they entered university, they could arrange skill training accordingly. While the students were training, Li Yangshan's figure often wandered around the playground. He remained very focused on Wang Guan, always looking for opportunities to punish him. Speaking of punishment, who told you to run with such a heavy load? Li Yangshan randomly found a reason and scolded Wang Guan. Before he could say much, Su Weicheng stepped in. Wang Guan, go run laps. Yes, instructor. Wang Guan responded and cheerfully went to run laps. The process flowed smoothly, leaving Li Yangshan standing there with a confused expression. Wang Guan's willingness made him feel completely devoid of a sense of achievement. These days, Wang Guan being punished to run laps had become the norm. Each time, he would be drenched in sweat, his stamina pushed to the limit. It looked quite miserable, but he enjoyed it. Every time he ran laps, Wang Guan would deliberately pass by that strange little room. The instructor's daughter would quietly watch him from behind the iron bars. Wang Guan had already learned that this girl, covered in hideous scars and shackled in chains, was named Su Mengmeng, a very cute name. To Wang Guan, she truly was a lovely girl. By noon, the punishment ended. Wang Guan, panting, arrived at the iron bars and took the juice Su Mengmeng handed him, drinking it down with satisfaction. Feeling much better, Wang Guan returned the cup, saying, "Thank you. I trouble you every time." "No, it's okay," the fierce yet beautiful girl said, lowering her head. "Mengmeng, don't you get bored staying in the room every day?" Wang Guan asked casually while stretching his limbs. "No, my dad found a lot of books for me, and I really like reading." Su Mengmeng pointed to the bookshelf in the room, which was filled with various books. In this remote town, where communication was inconvenient and the internet was unavailable, reading was indeed a good pastime. "Is that so? I also like reading," Wang Guan said with a smile. "If there's a chance in the future, shall we exchange our favorite books?" "Okay," Su Mengmeng replied with delight. In the distance, instructor Su Weicheng quietly watched this scene. He didn't come over to interrupt. He just wore a faint smile on his rugged face. It had been a long time since he had seen Mengmeng so happy. After chatting for a few simple sentences, Wang Guan waved goodbye. Su Mengmeng waved her hand, reluctantly watching Wang Guan walk away. Every time after running laps, Wang Guan would find opportunities to chat with her because he felt that the girl, locked in a room every day, must feel very lonely. Having experienced the taste of loneliness himself, he could understand its horror even more. Through these days of communication, even without the influence of the bug entry. Wang Guan could sense the gentle kindness beneath the girl's hideous exterior. What exactly happened to her injuries? He grew increasingly curious. This question was not easy to ask Su Mengmeng or the instructor directly. A middle-aged woman approached. She was a resident of the town, her face weathered, dressed very plainly, and holding a food box. "Aunt Zhang, are you here to bring Mengmeng food?" Wang Guan greeted her. He had encountered Aunt Zhang a few times and knew she was responsible for taking care of Su Mengmeng's daily needs. "Oh, Xiao Wang, have you been punished to run again?" Aunt Zhang teased. Most of the town's residents were taciturn and rarely took the initiative to communicate with military training students. However, because Wang Guan was friendly, Aunt Zhang was willing to chat with him a bit more. "I can't help it, the military training officer just doesn't like me," Wang Guan self-deprecatingly replied. Suddenly, he couldn't contain his curiosity and asked, "Aunt Zhang, what exactly happened to Mengmeng?" Aunt Zhang's expression changed slightly, and she sighed. But she still explained with pity. "Poor Mengmeng, she was bitten by a bloodthirsty demon when she was young. Fortunately, she didn't die, but she was tainted by the aura of the abyss, and that's how she became like this." Sigh. Bloodthirsty demon? Wang Guan knew that Peace Town had once been attacked by a bloodthirsty demon. Being attacked by a bloodthirsty demon and infected by the aura of the abyss would result in mutation into a bloodthirsty beast. Even now, many bloodthirsty beasts were still active in the dense forests outside. And now, Su Mengmeng's condition was due to being infected by the aura of the abyss. Although she hadn't fully transformed into a bloodthirsty beast, she was on the verge of mutation. That's why she was chained and kept in a tightly guarded room. When mentioning these matters, Aunt Zhang seemed to recall the horror of the bloodthirsty demon, her expression turning fearful and her eyes moistened slightly. "I will never forget that day. My son, his corpse." At this point, she quickly shook her head. "It's all in the past. I hope Mengmeng's injuries can slowly heal." "There will definitely be a chance," Wang Guan said silently. After parting ways with Aunt Zhang, Wang Guan walked towards the cafeteria. Arriving at a secluded corner, he took out a small bottle of milk tea from his pocket. Wenjie's special coffee milk tea was a basic energy potion for Wang Guan. He opened the cap and drank it down. Milk tea doesn't have a long shelf life, but perhaps because Wang Guan had the bug entry, it had been sealed and stored without spoiling until now. As the potion entered his system, Wang Guan's exhausted body quickly regained its energy. He hurriedly checked his attribute panel. Ability, Detection.F, level, second stage skill, Big Windmill, Novice Physique, 19. 103, Speed, 18. 203, Spirit, 18. 602, through running laps and pushing his physical limits, then drinking the energy potion, his physical attributes welcomed a small increase. Thanks to the punishments over the past few days, Wang Guan progressed rapidly. While other students were just stepping into the second stage, he was already pushing toward the third stage. F-class, trash abilities. What does it matter if there is no attribute boost? His rate of improvement was certainly not slower than anyone else's. Most importantly, Wang Guan had already confirmed with the instructor that Li Yangshan was a fourth stage ability user. While he was at the second stage, he could detect third stage ability users at most. As long as I advance to the third stage, Li Yangshan should be influenced by his own abilities. Speaking of which, I really should thank Li Yangshan for coming up with new ways to punish me every day. Wang Guan thought with amusement as he walked into the cafeteria. The afternoon training soon began. Just as the formation was set, Li Yangshan suddenly walked to the front of the line. In the past few days of training, everyone had made significant progress, and we could start the next step, he announced. Tomorrow, we will leave the safety zone of the town and head into the dense forest to begin field exercises. This immediately caused an uproar. Field exercises after just over a week? I heard there are bloodthirsty beasts outside, which are at least second stage mutated beasts. Isn't this too fast? I just entered the second stage. Will it be very dangerous? They couldn't help but worry. After all, Peace Town, Trial Battlefield number 23, has always had a high danger level during military training. It is said that there are many casualties every year during field exercises. Instructor Su Weiqing's expression changed slightly. Li Yangshan, isn't this too reckless? I have already reported to the higher-ups, and this has been decided. But Li Yangshan was very decisive. Everyone has trained very well, and I believe we will achieve good results in the field exercises." As he spoke, his eyes swept across the students. His gaze stopped on Wang Guan, not hiding the malice in it. Wang Guan looked back at him, also showing a smile. "It seems he can't wait to personally take action against me in the field exercises. Just right. I also don't want to continue enduring. In the wild, my bug detection ability can be maximized." Chapter 22. Which boy could refuse such a handsome stick? In the early morning, just as the sky began to brighten, the military training students from Ping town had already gathered and were ready to set off. This was their first time leaving the safe zone to venture into the wilderness, and everyone felt a mix of excitement and nervousness. They would begin their field training, staying in the wild for several days. Wang Guan specifically went to say goodbye to Su Mengming. When he returned to the group, Gao Chong curiously asked Guan Ge, "Did you go find the instructor's daughter again?" It was no secret that Wang Guan knew the instructor's daughter and often chatted with her. "Tell me honestly, is the instructor's daughter very pretty?" Tong Yixing asked in a low voice mischievously. The boys around him perked up their ears. "She's indeed quite pretty, but she is sick and has to stay indoors. So don't disturb her," Wang Guan answered honestly. He naturally couldn't reveal Su Mingming's true condition to everyone. The boys burst into knowing laughter. Wang Guan rolled his eyes in exasperation. Once the group was assembled, they set off under the leadership of instructor Su Weicheng and military training officer Liang Shan. The wilderness was fraught with danger, home to various mutated beasts, insects, and even some plants that could attack living beings. The most dangerous of all near Ping town were the bloodthirsty beasts. These twisted, mutated monsters feed on blood, and you must remember to treat any injuries immediately or you might attract them. Along the way, Su Weicheng loudly explained the precautions. Normally, field training would start later in the military training process, but Liang Shan had begun the process early, so Su Weicheng could only inform them of many things on the fly. It was midsummer, but it wasn't too hot near Ping town. The mornings in the dense forest felt slightly cool. As the group progressed, their initial anxiety gave way to curiosity and excitement as they explored their surroundings. "These boxing gloves of mine are graded weapons that my dad specifically bought for me before I went to college." Up ahead, Qin Zhuang, who possessed the ability of the flame manipulator, proudly showed off his boxing gloves to his companions. The gloves were embedded with metal plates and looked quite impressive. Being graded meant they were not ordinary items and had some special characteristics. Freshmen were allowed to carry weapons and equipment for military training, but they would be confiscated before entering the town. However, they would be returned during the field trials, as weapons and equipment were part of a power user's strength. Besides Qin Zhuang, many others were also using their weapons and gear. Gao Chong from Wang Guan as dormitory wore a pair of tiger claws. They weren't graded, but were still high quality and could greatly enhance the power of his strikes. "Guan Ge, you're so strong in hand-to-hand combat. Aren't you bringing a weapon?" Gao Chong asked curiously. Wang Guan, Tong Yixing, and Zhang Yong from the dormitory had no weapons or equipment. "No, Guan Guan de Blave," his eyes scanning the fallen branches and sticks on the forest floor. Occasionally, he would pull off a branch and examine it in his hand. "That won't do. Look at Qin Zhuang and the others. They're all equipped with weapons. What if they start trouble?" Gao Chong said worriedly. Qin Zhuang and his group had always been somewhat unconvinced by Wang Guan, especially since they had been getting close to Liang Shan these days. With their weapons and the field training, their strength had significantly increased, and they would definitely look for opportunities to make things difficult for Wang Guan. "Then they can give it a try," Wang Guan said with a laugh. He looked up just in time to meet Qin Zhuang's provocative gaze, his fists clad in gloves clashing together, creating a spark. Even though Wang Guan has knocked him out several times, does he think he can hold his own now that he has his gloves? Wang Guan shook his head with amusement and continued searching for branches and sticks. "Guan Ge, what are you looking for?" Tong Yixing asked curiously. During the chaotic battles, this white-haired boy had shown extraordinary strength. Yet, he had always been quite humble in front of Wang Guan. "I'm looking for a suitable stick," Wang Guan replied matter-of-factly. At that moment, he was continuously using his probing ability on the sticks he saw. His probing ability would attach a bug tag to the target. The tag's information was randomly incorrect, but it still had some connection to the target itself. The bug tags he found on the sticks were all rod-shaped items. For example, probe, this is a rolling pin. It's not only for cooking, but also a handy weapon. Probe, this is a pry bar, an essential tool for prying doors and locks, exclusive to physical sword saints. Probe, this is a wrench. As a repairman, it's normal to carry a wrench. Probe, this is a clothesline pole. According to ordinary laws, the probing results were usually mundane items commonly seen. However, as long as the sample size of the probes was large enough, one could always find something extraordinary. And in the dense forest, there were plenty of sticks. Shortly after Wang Guan answered Tong Yixing, he received a surprising result. Probe, this is an E-grade Vajra forged from fine steel, heavy and powerful, capable of breaking through with brute force. Wang Guan's eyes lit up. Although this stick was not as impressive as the A-grade sword he found during the college entrance examination and lacked any magical effects, it was still useful. He happily picked it up. This stick was formed by intertwining two vines, about 1 meter long, with a very neat overall shape and appropriate thickness. He could feel its weight in his hand, and it swung powerfully. To Wang Guan, it was now a Vajra pestle. He swung it around and nodded in satisfaction. Tong Yixing, Gao Chong, and the others widened their eyes in surprise. Are you really planning to use that as a weapon? They asked. Why not? Look how cool it looks and how easy it is to handle. Wang Guan laughed. Which boy could refuse such a handsome stick? Until he found a more suitable stick. He would use this one. The others. In the distance, Qin Zhuang and his group saw Wang Guan picking up a stick as a weapon and couldn't help but burst into laughter. You could at least pick up an iron rod, a stick. Meanwhile, the military training officer, Liang Shan, walking alongside the group, also noticed Wang Guan swinging the stick. He was aware of Wang Guan's experience during the college entrance examination and knew that he was lucky to have found a stick-like, exceptional weapon that allowed him to dominate, becoming the top student in the alliance. Now he was picking up another stick. Does he want to recreate his experience from the college entrance examination? The wilderness wound provide him with another exceptional weapon. How ridiculous! He shook his head disdainfully. The sun gradually brightened, and it was already morning. Just then, everyone be careful. Instructor Su Weicheng suddenly whispered a warning. The group immediately stopped, becoming alert. Bloodthirsty beast. Su Weicheng continued, pointing in a direction. Everyone looked over and saw something blood-red writhing among the bushes. It was a beast resembling a wild bull, but its body was entirely red, as if it had been skinned, covered in numerous scars. It was bent over, gnawing on something, its mouth filled with sharp teeth. Fierce and menacing. Is this the bloodthirsty beast? Wang Guan instinctively thought of Su Mengming. The red scars covering her body were similar to this. The students in the group held their breath, feeling tense. Mutated beasts have a level standard similar to that of power users, and the bloodthirsty beast was at least second tier. In contrast, the mutated beasts and even abyss monsters they encountered in the college entrance examination illusion were all first tier. Encountering such mutated beasts for the first time made them feel a bit scared. Su Weicheng quickly confirmed that there was only this one bloodthirsty beast nearby. An opportunity rarely comes, and he was prepared to take the chance to demonstrate to the students how to deal with them. But at that moment, Liang Shan suddenly spoke up. Wang Guan, you go deal with it. Huh? Wang Guan, who had just used a probing technique on the bloodthirsty beast, was slightly taken aback. The others turned their gazes towards him. Among our students, you are recognized as the strongest, Liang Shan said with a smile. It should be easy for you to handle it. Just demonstrate it to everyone. Liang Shan, this is Wang Guan's first encounter with a bloodthirsty beast. Isn't that inappropriate? Su Weicheng said with a serious expression. What's inappropriate? I have high expectations for Wang Guan. He can definitely handle it, Liang Shan replied, looking at Wang Guan, his gaze lingering on the wooden stick in Wang Guan's hand for a moment. If you can take it down, I will record it in the military training files. Though he said this, he did not hide the malicious intent of deliberately targeting him. Tong Yixing and others were somewhat displeased and worried. Meanwhile, Qin Zhuang and his group showed eager and excited expressions. Wang Guan stared at Liang Shan for a few seconds, then smiled. Well, fine then. He picked up the wooden stick and calmly walked towards the bloodthirsty beast. Chapter 23. The instructor is fierce. Military boxing can be done this way. Be careful. The bloodthirsty beast is quick. If it bites you, it will instantly drain a large amount of blood and release paralyzing toxins. Su Weiqing saw that he couldn't stop it and hurriedly reminded. I understand, Instructor, Wang Guan said gratefully. Su Weiqing thought of something and looked at the crowd. Who can lend him a weapon? He is skilled in hand-to-hand combat and doesn't have a weapon with him. If I had known Wang Guan didn't bring his own weapon, I should have given him a suitable piece of equipment before we set off. In the team, someone was ready to contribute their weapon. I don't think it's necessary, Liang Shan said. In the future, if we encounter danger, no one will provide weapons, and besides, doesn't he have a suitable weapon in hand? You. Su Weiqing was a bit angry. This was too much. Instructor, it's fine. I don't need another weapon. Wang Guan turned and said. He had already walked in front of the bloodthirsty beast. The bloodthirsty beast, which was busy eating, quickly noticed Wang Guan and immediately let out a threatening roar. Its blood-red eyes were fierce as it lunged at Wang Guan. It looked like a wild buffalo and was about the same size. But when it lunged, it was like a tiger hunting, reaching Wang Guan in an instant. Watch out! In the team, Anya shouted with concern. But then, they saw Wang Guan dodge the bloodthirsty beast's attack with a quick sidestep. Buzz! The wooden stick in his hand swung in a half-circle, whistling through the air. Bang! It struck the bloodthirsty beast hard. The beast rolled and was thrown away. It landed on the ground, shaking its body, and the place it was hit had already caved in. Its roar weakened, clearly showing more fear towards Wang Guan. But its vicious nature made it attempt to counterattack. Wang Guan had already rushed towards it. The stick buzzed as he swung at the beast. At that moment, rather than saying Wang Guan was fighting the bloodthirsty beast, it would be more accurate to say he was chasing it down. The bloodthirsty beast was indeed powerful, but Wang Guan had already given it a bug attribute. Scan, this is a ferocious wild boar, strong and aggressive. Among ordinary beasts, wild boars are considered quite troublesome, but in the end they are still ordinary beasts. How could they be a match for Wang Guan, who is now at the peak of the second tier and holds an E-grade Vajra staff? It was completely effortless. After a few strikes, the beast lay on the ground and stopped moving altogether. Even this, Wang Guan had intentionally held back to avoid showing off too much. The crowd was dumbfounded. They never expected this fierce monster to be killed so easily. It seems the bloodthirsty beast isn't that formidable after all. It was actually killed with a stick. How high are Wang Guan's physical attributes now? Is it because this bloodthirsty beast is relatively weak? Many people whispered among themselves. They were amazed by Wang Guan's displayed strength, but began to doubt the danger of the bloodthirsty beast. Some even thought, I could do it too. Liang Shan was stunned. He originally wanted to make things difficult for Wang Guan, but ended up being the one who got shown up. This kid is really a bit uncanny. Su Weiqing was equally surprised, but quickly regained his composure. The bloodthirsty beast is very dangerous. Do not underestimate it, he told the students. But just now, Wang Guan. Someone was puzzled. That's because Wang Guan is very strong, Su Weiqing said seriously, although Wang Guan's movements seemed casual. It's because every attack he made was perfectly timed, with angles and timing that were incredibly precise, allowing him to easily control the rhythm of the fight. His words were full of praise for Wang Guan. As an instructor, he had rich combat experience and a keen eye. What others saw was just Wang Guan easily and casually dispatching his target. But he could see the intricacies involved. Although he had always held a high opinion of Wang Guan, he still felt pleasantly surprised. This student's combat talent exceeded his expectations. Even Wang Guan, who had enough thick skin, couldn't help but blush slightly. His combat level was indeed not bad, but it wasn't as exaggerated as the instructor described. So that's how it is when I fight against a target with a bug attribute in the eyes of a master, he thought to himself. The crowd couldn't help but exclaim upon hearing the instructor's unreserved praise. They felt both confused and impressed. Tous yixing, onyo, gao kuyong. And others looked at Wang Guan with admiration. But many others were indifferent, thinking the instructor was trying to act profound. The dead, bloodthirsty beast exuded waves of black mist as its body rapidly decayed, turning into rotten flesh and emitting a foul odor. Wang Guan quickly covered his nose and walked away, returning to the team. He came before Liang Shan, looking at him provocatively. I hope my performance didn't disappoint the military training officer. Liang Shan, with a tense face, gritted his teeth and squeezed out the words. Of course. I will give you an excellent record. His reluctant and begrudging demeanor made many students chuckle softly. As a result, Li Yangshan's expression worsened. We continue to set off. Su Weicheng shouted loudly, urging the team to move forward. He even encouraged Wang Guan with a nod. As the team set off, everyone continued to discuss the battle that had just occurred in low voices. Many people, like Wang Guan, picked up wooden sticks to hold in their hands. Honestly, Wang Guan holding a wooden stick really looked quite cool. The area near Peace Town is relatively safe, but as they ventured deeper into the wilderness, they could easily encounter mutated beasts again. Soon, they encountered another bloodthirsty beast. This one seemed to be hunting. Its body was blood red, with a fierce look in its eyes, resembling a mountain wolf. Bloodthirsty beasts is a general term for all beasts that have mutated due to the pollution of the bloodthirsty demon. The previous one was buffalo-shaped, while this one was likely originally a mountain wolf, still maintaining its wolf form after being contaminated. Upon seeing the military training team, it immediately howled and lunged towards them. Everyone be careful. Su Weicheng hurriedly reminded everyone and prepared to arrange for students to engage in battle. But with a whoosh, a figure charged out first, engulfed in blazing flames. It was Qin Zhuang, who possessed the ability of flame manipulator. Stop, don't be reckless. Su Weicheng quickly tried to halt him. This one is mine. But Qin Zhuang shouted arrogantly. Although he had been beaten by Wang Guan, he had regained his confidence after equipping his fist wraps. Watch my flame fist. Flames wrapped around his right fist as he smashed it down at the bloodthirsty beast. Flame fist. This is the exclusive skill of the flame manipulator, which he comprehended when he advanced to the second tier. However, he had no chance to use it before due to his quick defeat in the fight with Wang Guan. Now, as soon as he made his move, he unleashed the skill. I'm going to take it down in one hit. Qin Zhuang thought to himself. What Wang Guan could do, an A-grade ability user like him should be able to do as well. Then, as his punch came crashing down, the bloodthirsty beast suddenly rolled to the side. Boom! The flaming iron fist struck the ground. I missed? Qin Zhuang was taken aback. Oh, whoa. The bloodthirsty beast lunged at him from the side. Qin Zhuang hurriedly swung his fist to block, activating the flames surrounding his body. He transformed into a fiery figure, flames swirling around him. But the defensive power of this flame was not very strong. As long as the attack was fast enough, he could avoid being burned. The bloodthirsty beast clawed and bit at him, launching a savage attack while skillfully dodging his counterattacks. Soon, he had several scratches on his body. Although he also landed a few punches on the bloodthirsty beast, many areas of it were burned by the flames. But this did not make the bloodthirsty beast retreat. Instead, it only intensified its ferocity. What a terrifying monster. I can't defeat it easily at all. This thought flashed through his mind. Once this thought emerged, more and more flaws appeared in the battle. Wang Guan, standing among his classmates, shook his head with a bitter smile. Why bother? Suddenly, the bloodthirsty beast pounced on Qin Zhuang, knocking him to the ground. It opened its huge bloody mouth, ready to bite down on Qin Zhuang's head. Help me! He shouted loudly. Instructor Su Weicheng's figure suddenly rushed out. With a leap, he arrived in front of the bloodthirsty beast. The beast sensed the threat and bared its teeth, letting out a roar at Su Weicheng. Su Weicheng lowered his waist and raised his fist, delivering a powerful punch. Bang! His scarred right fist struck directly at the beast's head. The seemingly simple punch carried immense power, sending the bloodthirsty beast's grotesque body flying like a cannonball. It crashed into a large tree before finally stopping. The tree, thick as a person's waist, shook violently, causing leaves to fall in a flurry. Looking back at the bloodthirsty beast, it had already turned into a puddle of mush, black mist rising and rapidly decaying. With one punch, he had brutally turned the bloodthirsty beast into scraps. Never underestimate any mutated beast, and don't panic. Su Weicheng, retracting his fist, coldly warned Qin Zhuang. The students were all shocked by the instructor's display of strength. The instructor is actually this powerful? Wang Guan was also a bit surprised. It turned out the instructor had such combat capability. At this moment, military boxing. Li Yangshan, standing a short distance away, suddenly murmured. He recognized the boxing style used by Su Weicheng. But then he hesitated and said, Can it really be used like this? Chapter 24. rich in protein. Chicken flavor crunchy. Is the instructor using military boxing? Wang Guan murmured in confusion upon hearing Li Yangshan's words. He naturally knew what military boxing was. It was a basic martial arts skill with the lowest F rank, fundamental among fundamentals. According to the normal military training process, when all students reached the second stage, the instructor would teach this skill. Every student could learn it for free, so its quality was understandable. However, in Su Weiqing's hands, military boxing clearly displayed a power that surpassed what it should have. Even Li Yangshan was shocked. The instructor is actually this strong. People whispered among themselves. During these days, Su Weiqing had been at a disadvantage when facing Li Yangshan. Many had looked down on Su Weiqing to some extent. But now, seeing him kill a bloodthirsty beast with one punch, everyone's attitude changed. Su Weiqing still maintained a serious expression. He gave Qin Zhuang a warning. Treated his injuries to prevent bleeding from attracting more bloodthirsty beasts. Do not act recklessly when encountering bloodthirsty beasts again. Follow my arrangements. He shouted to all the students. Yes, instructor. The students responded in unison. Continue onward. The team pressed on. Qin Zhuang, supported by his companions, was not seriously injured but looked dejected, his eyes vacant. Is the gap between me and Wang Guan really that big? Don't be discouraged. The bloodthirsty beast you encountered is stronger than the one Wang Guan fought. Li Yangshan quietly walked to his side and comforted him. But at that time, Qin Zhuang faced Li Yangshan with a face full of self-blame. He had repeatedly disappointed the military training instructor, and he never expected the instructor to comfort him. Wang Guan's wooden stick might be a bit special. Li Yangshan turned his head and glanced at the wooden stick in Wang Guan's hand. Special? Qin Zhuang exclaimed in surprise. Li Yangshan explained. Wang Guan awakened the ability to scout. Although this ability is trash, it is still very useful for finding things. The wooden stick he picked up might have some mystery to it. That wooden stick. Qin Zhuang and the others all looked at the wooden stick in Wang Guan's hand. Seeing their expressions, a hint of ridicule flashed in Li Yangshan's eyes. How could picking up a wooden stick be a top-notch item? It can't be that Wang Guan always encounters such things. It can only be said that this kid indeed has some talent in practical combat. He said this to Qin Zhuang and the others to help them regain their confidence. These few people still have their uses. In the next few hours, the team encountered several bloodthirsty beasts and a few mutated beasts. Under Su Weiqing's arrangement, they dealt with the dangers in an orderly manner, allowing many to gain practical experience. Wang Guan kept an eye on and remained vigilant of Li Yangshan. Perhaps it was Su Weiqing's displayed strength that made him wary. He didn't cause any trouble afterward, just stayed with Qin Zhuang and the others. The team trekked on, taking a short break at noon to eat the dry rations they brought before continuing their journey. They were not aimlessly wandering, but heading to a camp in the wilderness. Originally a factory, it was abandoned after the Abyss invasion and became a military training camp for outdoor combat. In the afternoon, they successfully arrived at the camp. For the next few days, they would be stationed here, using it as a base to clear out the bloodthirsty beasts in the surrounding area. Under Su Weiqing's command, they made some adjustments to the area, building simple defensive structures and setting up military tents. Night fell quickly, and the camp lit up. Wisps of smoke slowly rose as the instructor arranged for people to cook simple food. After completing the construction of the defensive works, Wang Guan returned to the camp with his companions and saw Su Weiqing squatting by the fire, waving at them. I found something good. It tastes really nice. Come and try it, he said. As they approached, they saw a few dark pieces on the plate in Su Weiqing's hand, with a faint aroma wafting from them. What is this? Zhang Yong asked curiously, reaching out to grab one. It's a type of beetle, rich in protein, and if encountered in the wild, it's a good source of energy, Su Weiqing explained with a teaching tone. However, the few students by the fire all had faces of rejection. Zhang Yong hesitated and withdrew his hand. Roasted bugs. This is a bit too much of a psychological challenge, right? If you go into the wilderness alone in the future, this is an essential survival skill, Su Weiqing continued. He looked expectantly at Wang Guan. Wang Guan instinctively felt quite repulsed. But soon, scouting, this is a crispy fried chicken nugget with a crunchy exterior and a lingering taste. Huh, fried chicken nugget. Since it was labeled with this bugged entry, to Wang Guan, it was indeed a fried chicken nugget. His disgust dissipated considerably. He picked up a piece and put it in his mouth, chewing carefully. His expression quickly turned to one of enjoyment. Wang Guan, what flavor is this? Seeing him eat so deliciously, Gao Chang couldn't help but ask. Wang Guan gave a thumbs up, chicken flavor crunchy. Seeing Wang Guan's reaction, Su Weiqing showed a satisfied expression again. Then I'll have a piece too. The white-haired Tong Yihong, seeing this, made up his mind and also picked up a piece to put in his mouth, chewing hard. However, his expression was clearly not as relaxed as Wang Guan's. Hey, what good thing are you eating? The petite Anya curiously approached. Seeing Wang Guan enjoying his food, she reached out. Let me try too. The instructor handed over the plate, and she eagerly took a piece and stuffed it into her mouth. The taste is a bit strange. What exactly is this? She asked vaguely. It's a type of roasted bug, Wang Guan replied, holding back his laughter. Roasted bug? Anya's little face stiffened, and she immediately turned her head away. YUCK. After throwing up for a while, she stood up with the help of two female classmates. She looked at Wang Guan with a pout. Why didn't you say so earlier? I hate bugs the most. Wang Guan was stunned, the delicate pout of the iron Barbie. So impactful? Su Weiqing looked at Anya, throwing up, and had a strange expression. Anya, you hate bugs? Then how did you awaken that ability? He asked. Anya frowned. I'm puzzled too. She looked fearfully at the plate of roasted bugs and hurriedly walked away with a few classmates. Instructor, what ability did Anya awaken? Wang Guan picked up another piece of fried chicken nugget and stuffed it into his mouth, asking curiously. During these days of military training, the students had all become familiar with each other. They basically knew each other's awakened abilities. Only Anya, while everyone knew she was a mental type. No one even knew the specifics, not even her roommates. In Wang Guan's bug scouting, it was the war horn. Since she didn't want to say, I won't disclose it either. Su Weiqing had checked the roster and understood the student's information, but he didn't want to reveal it casually. Everyone was immediately disappointed. From the instructor's earlier words, her ability seems to be related to bugs. Wang Guan speculated in his heart. Most of the plate of fried chicken nuggets ended up in Wang Guan's mouth, causing the instructor to nod at him repeatedly. The camp was located in a dense forest, and after resting at night, the instructor arranged for shifts to keep watch. Although everyone had some trouble sleeping on the first night of outdoor combat, they still passed the night peacefully without any disturbances from bloodthirsty beasts or other mutated beasts. The next morning, according to plan, everyone would form small teams to search the area and clear out the bloodthirsty beasts. Wang Guan planned to team up with Tong Yihong, Gao Chang, and the others. Onyon, the Barbie doll, and a few classmates also joined in. Just as they spontaneously formed a team, Liang Shan suddenly called out, Wang Guan, you joined Qin Zhuang's team. What? The few who were familiar with Wang Guan were all taken aback. The four people standing next to Liang Shan, including Qin Zhuang, looked over with ill intentions. Su Weiqing hurried over. When forming teams, it's best to have mutual understanding. Understanding also needs to be cultivated. Liang Shan smiled and said, I know that Wang Guan and Qin Zhuang have a tense relationship, so I specifically gave him this opportunity to help them cultivate their feelings. Qin Zhuang also chimed in. That's right, we have some misunderstandings with classmate Wang Guan, and it's a good chance to deepen our relationship. However, Su Weiqing naturally didn't believe these empty words. Instructor, I'll join their team. But Wang Guan suddenly took the initiative to step forward, holding that wooden stick. Liang Shan finally decided to take action. It seemed he was going to arrange something for Qin Zhuang and the others. Just right, he had waited long enough. Chapter 25. Who are we really preparing to scheme against? Wang Guan readily agreed to join Qin Zhuang's team. This left Liang Shan, who had prepared many excuses, momentarily stunned. Brother Guan, why don't you go tell the instructor that I'll join the team too? Tong Yixing suggested worriedly as he approached. Liang Shan had been hanging out with Qin Zhuang and the others lately, clearly up to no good, and was definitely planning to take the opportunity to deal with Wang Guan. Gao Chang, Inya, and a few familiar friends were also very concerned. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing, Wang Guan reassured his friends. Just take care of yourselves. He took the military pack from Zhang Yong and prepared to set off. Be careful. Su Weiqing, seeing Wang Guan so proactive, could only remind him in a deep voice. I know, instructor. Wang Guan nodded. He was confident in his ability to protect himself, but he still appreciated the instructor's concern. He then walked up to Qin Zhuang and the others with a smile and said, "Please take care of me." There were 4 people on Qin Zhuang's side, the same 4 who had approached Wang Guan first during the chaotic battle that day. They were also the ones who had been beaten the worst by Wang Guan, who told them to stick their necks out first. They had been smiling a bit smugly, but suddenly couldn't smile anymore when they saw Wang Guan so calm. "Wait, why does it seem like he asked the one with ulterior motives?" The team quickly set off, leaving the campsite. Su Weicheng, with a grim expression, continued to arrange tasks for the other students. Suddenly, he saw Liang Shan preparing to leave the camp as well. "What are you planning to do?" Su Weicheng asked, frowning. "I'm worried the students might be in danger, so I'm going to keep an eye on them," Liang Shan said, feigning concern. "You can take care of these students in the camp." Without giving Su Weicheng a chance to say anything else, he vanished into the dense forest. Heading in the direction Wang Guan and Qin Zhuang had left, Su Weicheng was protective of Wang Guan because of his strong abilities. That is why Liang Shan arranged for Wang Guan to leave the camp first. As the instructor, Su Weicheng had to be responsible for the safety of all students, so he had no choice but to stay behind. As for how angry Su Weicheng would be afterward, it didn't matter. What happened during the military training was ultimately up to him as the instructor to decide. The team navigated through the dense forest. Qin Zhuang had an A-level fire ability, Flame Manipulator. The other 3 had abilities of B-level Mutant ability, Petrified Skin, A-level Energy ability, Shockwave, and A-level Mutant ability, Werewolf. Among them, except for the Werewolf ability user, the others had already reached the 2nd stage. However, the Werewolf ability user could beastify, enhancing their physique even if they were only at the 1st stage, allowing them to reach 2nd stage strength. Their strength was formidable as they advanced northwest. Wang Guan walked alongside them, a clear distinction between them. He was swinging a wooden stick around randomly, looking a bit ridiculous. But Qin Zhuang and the others were fixated on that stick, their eyes burning with intensity. Although they each had weapons that were quite valuable compared to that stick, they suddenly felt inferior. Wang Guan, who was walking ahead, was also paying attention to the 4 of them. "Do they seem to care a lot about my stick?" He found it amusing that their gazes lingered on his wooden stick. Suddenly, he spotted a tree ahead laden with red wild fruits, looking very tempting. The day before, the team had encountered such a tree on the road. The instructor had specifically warned everyone that this type of tree was common in the area, but that the fruits were sour and poisonous, and they should not eat them carelessly. However, Wang Guan reached out, picked one, and started eating it. Investigation. This is an apple tree, sweet and juicy, fragrant and delicious. It was indeed delicious, and he was left with juice all over his mouth. The 4 behind him, Qin Zhuang and the others, were stunned by this scene. Didn't the instructor say those fruits were not edible? Maybe it's a different kind than what the instructor mentioned? Wang Guan had an investigation ability, so he surely wouldn't get it wrong. He ate it, so what are we afraid of? Let's try it too. So each of them picked one without thinking and bit into it, and then they all spat it out together. Is this something humans can eat? Sorry, I might have a heavier taste. Wang Guan turned to them and smiled, explaining. The 4 rinsed their mouths with water, looking furious. The team continued forward. Wang Guan suddenly saw clusters of brown mushrooms growing on the ground. It is well known that mushrooms encountered in the wild should not be eaten recklessly, as they could be poisonous. But when Wang Guan saw them, his eyes lit up. He picked one and stuffed it in his mouth, chewing with a face full of enjoyment. Investigation. This is a chocolate mushroom, rich in flavor, refreshing, and packed with energy. He actually found wild chocolate. How could he not taste it? The 4 behind him were once again stunned. Can this kind of mushroom be eaten? Is he trying to trick us again? He swallowed it. It must be fine, right? It looks quite delicious. Shouldn't we try it too? They exchanged glances, and ultimately, Wang Guan eating so deliciously made them unable to resist picking one too. One person carefully took a small bite and found the taste was indeed fine, with no other abnormalities, so the others followed suit and ate. Then, when they prepared to eat a second one, they suddenly felt their tongues go numb and their faces swell up. The mushrooms are poisonous. Ah, maybe you guys are allergic to this mushroom? Wang Guan said innocently. The 4 were angrily gesturing. Their swollen tongues made it hard for them to speak clearly. They hurriedly rummaged through their backpacks, for antidotes to take. Each student's military pack contained medical supplies like medications, bandages, etc., as well as mosquito repellent, compasses, and other items that might be needed in the wild. Liang Shan, quietly following behind, turned pale at this scene. This group of useless fools. It's clear that Wang Guan is playing tricks on them. The antidote was just ordinary medication, but the mushroom's toxicity wasn't severe. The four of Qin Zhuang were not in any life-threatening danger. They just had swollen lips. This is just the beginning? Wang Guan watched them, amused. I hope you don't die for my little tricks first. Since entering this wild forest yesterday, he had been continuously investigating everything he encountered. He had discovered many interesting things. However, being with the main group and with the instructor around, he didn't dare to eat recklessly. But now, he didn't have to worry about that anymore. They continued to move forward. The swollen-lipped quartet looked at Wang Guan with fiery eyes. Of course, they didn't dare to follow Wang Guan and eat recklessly anymore. Suddenly, a sharp screech echoed from above. The group looked up to see a flash of red jumping between the tall trees. It was a bloodthirsty beast resembling a skinned monkey. It had already locked onto Wang Guan and the others. It was tumbling between a few large trees, waiting for the right moment to attack. Wang Guan waved the wooden stick in his hand, watching it with interest. Bloodthirsty beasts were a type of mutated wild beast, so when encountering them, they needed to be investigated one by one. Wang Guan quickly tagged this bloodthirsty beast with a bug entry. Investigation. This is an ordinary squirrel. It has a habit of hoarding food. Be careful not to disturb its supplies. Almost as soon as he finished the investigation, the bloodthirsty beast suddenly leaped from the trunk and lunged at Wang Guan with a screech. It might have seen the half-eaten fruit in Wang Guan's hand. Meanwhile, Qin Zhuang and the other four, seeing the bloodthirsty beast, actually took the initiative to attack Wang Guan, their eyes lighting up. What a great opportunity! While Wang Guan is entangled with the bloodthirsty beast, let us sneak attack him. They all charged at Wang Guan, ready to strike. But before they could take action, they saw Wang Guan swing the wooden stick in his hand and throw it out. Bang! It hit the bloodthirsty beast that was pouncing down. The monkey-like bloodthirsty beast was knocked sideways and crashed to the ground, turning into a puddle of mud. Black mist rose up, quickly decaying. Instant kill. The bloodthirsty beast that Wang Guan killed yesterday had the wild boar's bug attribute, making it a fierce beast. Moreover, at that time, he had held back to avoid causing too much commotion, so it took a while to deal with it. Now, he was only facing a large squirrel, and with full force, it was naturally an easy task. Wang Guan rested the wooden stick on his shoulder, turned around, and looked at the four people who were poised to move, but had frozen in place. What were you trying to do just now? He asked with amusement. And Miss Bai. The four of them hurriedly waved their hands. Wang Guan chuckled, as if he believed them, and picked up a piece of bone from the pile of rotten meat, wrapped it up, and put it in his bag. After dealing with the bloodthirsty beast, collecting some bones as proof of the kill could be exchanged for rewards. The team continued on their way. Soon, they came across a cluster of abandoned buildings. There was a mine nearby, and this used to be a resting place for miners. 13 years ago, when the bloodthirsty demon incident broke out, this area was heavily affected and has been abandoned ever since. Upon seeing the abandoned buildings, Qin Zhuang and the other three looked a bit hesitant. Last night, Liang Shan had mentioned this place to them, telling them that there was a good opportunity to deal with Wang Guan and that they should find a way to lure him here. But now, having come here with Wang Guan, they were all a bit hesitant. Just then, they saw Wang Guan walking towards the buildings, waving at them. What are you all standing there for? Come over quickly, he called out friendly. The four of them. Who are we really trying to set up here? Chapter 26. Wow, what great luck. I found a good weapon. This mining settlement has been abandoned for a short time, and the houses are nearly intact. However, it is overgrown with weeds and desolate. Qin Zhuang and his three companions cautiously followed Wang Guan into it. They passed through the buildings and did not find any traces of bloodthirsty beasts here. Huh. Wang Guan's gaze suddenly turned to a large tree next to the settlement. The tree's trunk was twisted, grayish-white all over, with thick branches hanging down like tentacles. It was the season of lush greenery, yet there were no leaves on this tree. But it was clearly not dead. It was very much alive. As Wang Guan approached, he noticed that the ground beneath the strange tree was was littered with dry bones and remains. This tree, Wang Guan recalled the instructor's words, mentioning that not only beasts were mutated due to the influence of the abyssal aura, but plants were too. A few plants had also mutated, becoming aggressive and would attack anyone who approached. This strange tree before him was likely one of those mutated plants, right? Qin Zhuang and his companions also saw the strange tree and exchanged glances. The military training officer, Li Yangshan, had specifically mentioned this tree to them, knowing the intel about the mining settlement. This strange tree was called the Twisted Branch Tree, a mutated plant. The branches hanging down like tentacles would attack any living creature that got too close, strangling it and absorbing its nutrients. It possessed strength comparable to a Tier 3 ability user, but as long as they didn't get too close, there would be no danger. The miners had built the settlement next to it to use it for protection. Now, as long as Wang Guan stepped inside. Unfortunately, Wang Guan was just standing at a distance, observing without stepping into its attack range. In fact, Wang Guan wasn't worried about being attacked. Because, scan, this is a dead willow tree. Its leaves have fallen, and its branches are withered. He had triggered a bug entry, so to Wang Guan, it was just an ordinary dead willow tree. Of course, Wang Guan didn't show this. He kept it as a trump card. If he encountered danger later, he could just dive under the strange tree and dare anyone to chase him. He turned around, smiling at the four companions. What are you waiting for? Qin Zhuang and the others quickly shifted their gaze. Wang Guan cheerfully continued exploring the area. He walked into the tallest building in the settlement. The walls of this building had been reinforced, and the door was a heavy iron one. It was the safe house of the settlement. Camps and settlements built in wild forests would design such a safe house. In the event of an attack by mutated beasts, they could hide inside. As Wang Guan stepped into the dark house, he suddenly heard a buzzing sound. Looking up, he saw some insects resembling wasps. Many of them were flying around chaotically. The four companions who followed him into the safe house suddenly became tense. They knew that these insects were called saber-toothed wasps, a type of mutated insect. Individually, they weren't strong, but they could appear in swarms, which was quite troublesome. The overall strength of the swarm should not be underestimated. Moreover, it was difficult to completely eradicate them. A swarm of saber-toothed wasps was mainly made up of queen wasps and worker wasps. As long as the queen was present, new worker wasps would be born continuously. And even if the queen was killed, any surviving worker wasps could evolve into a new queen. The saber-toothed wasp swarm in this mining settlement had been cleared out several times, but it quickly revived. At this moment, memories of what Li Yangshan had said last night flashed through Qin Zhuang and his companions' minds. Find a way to lure Wang Guan near the swarm. If he attacks the nest, the saber-toothed wasps will go berserk and attack any nearby living beings. And you, use your abilities to resist the saber-toothed wasp harassment for a short time. Wang Guan only has a strong physical attribute. He doesn't have any defensive abilities, so he will be at your mercy. The good opportunity Li Yangshan mentioned referred to the saber-toothed wasp swarm. The four of them cautiously moved, trying not to disturb the buzzing saber-toothed wasps. Soon one of them spotted the target. Over there, in the corner of the ceiling, there was a large nest hanging on the wall like a giant lantern. Saber-toothed wasps were coming in and out of it. They couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Looking at Wang Guan, who was standing not far away, with his back to them, staring at the saber-toothed wasps. Do it, Qin Zhuang whispered. Their swelling symptoms had improved a lot, and they could speak normally. Among them, the werewolf ability user had expanded in size, growing clusters of thick black fur. His face becoming fierce, transforming into a wolf face. Whoosh! He lunged at Wang Guan, but instead of attacking him, he snatched the wooden stick from Wang Guan's hand and quickly retreated. At the same time, the one with the shockwave ability swung his arm at the saber-toothed wasp nest on the ceiling. An invisible shockwave spread out. Bang! The nest attached to the corner of the wall shook violently and fell down. Buzzing one by one, the saber-toothed wasps crawled out of the nest, like a cloud of black mist spreading towards them. Flames ignited on Qin Zhuang's body. The one with the petrification ability had his skin turn into a gray stone texture. The werewolf ability user's surface hardened, with thick black fur, giving him strong defense. The shockwave ability user could continuously release shockwaves from his body to resist the approaching saber-toothed wasps. Their abilities could all resist the saber-toothed wasp's attacks to some extent. Haha, finally got it. The werewolf ability user let the saber-toothed wasps fly around him, clutching the wooden stick and dancing with joy. He casually threw his original weapon, an F-grade alloy longsword, onto the ground. The black mist of the swarm lingered around. Qin Zhuang and the others, confident in their protective abilities, looked at Wang Guan with smug anticipation. The saber-toothed wasp swarm had been provoked, and Wang Guan had lost his wooden stick. What did he do now? However, they soon found that Wang Guan was looking at them with a strange expression. Facing the swarm of saber-toothed wasps, he was calm and took something out of his bag. It was mosquito-repellent incense. In the wild forest, mosquitoes were rampant, some even containing slight toxins. Therefore, every military training student had special mosquito-repellent incense prepared in their packs. Wang Guan held the mosquito-repellent incense and quickly lit it. He was going to use the mosquito-repellent to drive away the approaching saber-toothed wasps. But those were saber-toothed wasps. Qin Zhuang and the others understood Wang Guan's intention and couldn't help but burst into laughter. What is he thinking? Mosquito repellent. Huh? Is he really this funny? Wang Guan, if you kneel down and admit your mistakes now, and obediently withdraw from the military training, we can let you go. As they joked, they surrounded Wang Guan, preparing to block his escape from the room. But soon, they found it hard to keep laughing, because they saw the dark swarm of wasps was flying around in the dim room, but it was avoiding Wang Guan. A vacuum zone formed around Wang Guan's body. The smoke from the mosquito-repellent incense wafted gently, and it was indeed driving away the saber-toothed wasps. The saber-toothed wasp swarm preferred to attack them rather than come near Wang Guan at all. The four of them. Wang Guan held the mosquito-repellent incense, laughing so hard that his shoulders shook. Scan. This is a spotted mosquito, commonly found in damp and dark areas, living by sucking blood. The moment Wang Guan saw the saber-toothed wasps, he had tagged them with a bug entry. Scanning one resulted in effects on the entire swarm. Therefore, he was fearless and calmly played along with Qin Zhuang and the others. In fact, even without the mosquito repellent, just regular mosquitoes posed no threat to him. But since there is mosquito repellent incense, we might as well use it. To be honest, the effect of the special mosquito repellent incense is really good. Qin Zhuang and the others were stunned for a moment, looking at Wang Guan's smiling face amidst the swirling blue smoke, suddenly feeling a surge of panic. They instinctively wanted to rush out of the room. But at that moment, a shadow flashed past outside the door. The heavy iron door slammed shut. The already dim room became even darker, with only a few rays of sunlight filtering in through the small skylight above. The military training officer? Qin Zhuang recognized the figure, and his face, illuminated by flames, grew anxious. You. Quickly open the door. The saber-toothed wasp is useless against Wang Guan. He pounded his gloved fists against the iron door. Sparks flew from the door, but it remained unmoved. This house was built to defend against mutated beasts, and was very sturdy. Even with their powerful abilities, it was difficult to break through easily. Let me do it. The werewolf ability user shouted, raising the wooden stick in his hand. This was a top-notch creation with extraordinary power. Perhaps it could break the iron door in one hit. He shouted and swung the wooden stick down onto the iron door. Then, crack, the stick broke in response. The four of them. Why did it break? It seemed to have no magical properties at all. It was just an ordinary wooden stick. The werewolf ability user thought of something and hurried to look for his alloy longsword that he had casually thrown on the ground earlier. However, turning around, he saw Wang Guan walking over and bending down to pick it up. He waved it in his hand and nodded in satisfaction. Oh, what good luck. I found a good weapon. Chapter 27, Surprise or Not. Wang Guan held the alloy longsword, familiarizing himself with its feel. He didn't bother to investigate the sword because, according to common laws, examining it would likely reveal it to be an ordinary fruit knife or some kind of common tool. But as long as it wasn't tagged with a bug attribute, it remained an alloy longsword. Although its F-grade quality couldn't match the previous E-grade Vajra pestle in terms of material, Wang Guan's greatest weapon was his swordsmanship skills. With this sword, he could maximize its power. Holding the sword, He simply smiled at Qin Zhuang and the other three, choosing not to attack. He needed to conserve his strength. Li Yangshan was definitely still nearby. Qin Zhuang and the other three were already panicking, their expressions filled with fear as they relentlessly struck the iron door. Trying to break through, the swarm of sword-toothed bees buzzed and launched continuous attacks against them. These mutated insects were highly aggressive. Even if they got close to their target and were burned, smashed, or shaken to death, they still flew into danger without hesitation. Of course, they were genuinely afraid of the mosquito-repellent incense in Wang Guan's hand. Although Qin Zhuang and the others had the ability to fend off the sword-toothed bees, continuously using their powers would drain their stamina. Even high-level ability users couldn't maintain their abilities for long periods, especially since their powers consumed a significant amount of energy. Mosquito-repellent incense. In a moment of desperation, one of the petrification ability users suddenly remembered something and hurriedly rummaged through his backpack, producing the mosquito-repellent incense and igniting it on Qin Zhuang. He held it up with hope, but the swarm did not retreat. Instead, they attacked even more fiercely, possibly drawn to the scent of the incense. The mosquito-repellent incense was ineffective. Was the incense in Wang Guan's hand different? Never mind. Just open the door. Hurry, we can't hold on much longer. Military training officer. Brotherly. Yu. They were in complete chaos, starting to curse loudly. The weaker, more stamina-draining shockwave ability user had already been stung by the sword-toothed bees, crying out in pain. The sword-toothed bees were named for their sharp mouth parts, which were like swords. A bite could tear off a piece of flesh. Wang Guan watched them quietly, just as he had ignored those classmates during the college entrance examination. Since they were incited by Li Yangshan to target him, they would face the consequences of their actions. His gaze was suddenly drawn to a sword-toothed bee nest that had fallen to the ground. The nest was not sturdy. After being attacked by the shock waves and falling, it had shattered. Many young bees were crawling around. However, one sword-toothed bee stood out. While the others were gray, this one was black and yellow, larger, and looked more beautiful. It was injured, one of its wings bent, unable to fly. Was this the queen bee? Wang Guan felt a stir in his heart and walked over. Mutated insects were also a type of mutated beast, and the queen bee was the most important in the swarm. If he could catch it, it might be useful in the future. With that thought, Wang Guan quickly took out a bottle from his backpack containing milk tea. He had naturally brought the milk tea potions for the outdoor combat. There were 4 types: energy, healing, sleep, and detoxification. He took out a bottle of chrysanthemum milk tea, unscrewed the cap, and drank it down. This milk tea served as a low-level detoxification potion for Wang Guan. Then, using the empty bottle, he pushed the queen bee, which he deemed the spotted mosquito king, into the bottle and sealed it. He stuffed the bottle back into his backpack. At this moment, Qin Zhuang and the others had completely broken through their defenses, both physically and psychologically. Even the petrified skin and werewolf transformation were pierced by the stings of the sword-toothed bees, causing them to cry out in pain. They were covered in blood, weakly collapsing to the ground. The shockwave ability user, with even weaker defenses, was more tragically wounded, his body a bloody mess, lying on the ground with no signs of life. Qin Zhuang was slightly better off. After all, he was enveloped in flames. And as long as the fire didn't go out, the sword-toothed bees would find it hard to reach his body. But maintaining the fiery state while continuously striking the iron door had drained his stamina, leaving him on the brink of collapse. Damn Li Yangshan, wait until I get out. His hoarse voice continued to curse. He now understood that Li Yangshan had never taken him seriously from the very beginning. He merely wanted to use them against Wang Guan. Suddenly, a loud bang. The thick iron door, after being continuously struck by Qin Zhuang, had already bulged outward, and after taking another punch, it finally burst open completely. He successfully smashed the iron door open. Qin Zhuang's face lit up with joy, and he rushed out. The flames on his body were nearly extinguished. He had escaped. Feeling the bright sunlight outside, Qin Zhuang rushed forward, feeling gratified. But suddenly, a pair of powerful hands reached out and grabbed his throat. Li Yangshan stood in front of him, gripping his throat with a sinister and terrifying expression. Military training officer. Qin Zhuang struggled to speak, trying to break free. Are you happy cursing me? Li Yangshan said coldly. With a forceful grip, crack. He twisted Qin Zhuang's throat and tossed him aside. Since these few useless people had been incited by him to target Wang Guan, their fate had already been sealed. In the room, one sword-toothed bee after another flew out. Some charged at Li Yangshan, but with a wave of his hand. A series of popping sounds rang out as he swatted them away. As a fourth-tier ability user, he had enough strength to deal with these mutated flying insects. Wang Guan's figure slowly emerged from the house, one hand holding the mosquito-repellent incense and the other wielding the alloy sword. Seeing Qin Zhuang collapsed in front of Li Yangshan, he was somewhat surprised. He did this for you, and you just killed him like that? Li Yangshan, seeing Wang Guan unscathed, showed a hint of surprise, his gaze sweeping over the mosquito-repellent incense in Wang Guan's hand. Can the mosquito-repellent incense repel sword-toothed bees? How is that possible? He must be hiding some secret. A glint of greed and malice flashed in Li Yangshan's eyes as he coldly stated, "Once you're dead, what happens here will be up to me." Then, he suddenly adopted a righteous demeanor. "Wang Guan, Qin Zhuang, and the others are your companions. Even if you're at odds with them, you can't just let them die. Can you?" Wang Guan was just lamenting his bad luck when he heard those words and was momentarily stunned. Damn, how considerate. Do you need to find a righteous reason before making a move? Qin Zhuang's corpse is still lying at your feet. Since the conversation had reached this point, Wang Guan had no intention of wasting any more words. He raised the long sword in his right hand and swung it. Li Yangshan was fully on guard. But seeing Wang Guan standing at a distance, merely waving the long sword, he couldn't help but be puzzled. It seemed like he was just aimlessly swinging the sword. What was he trying to do? Even with ample combat experience, he remained highly vigilant against Wang Guan. For a moment, Li Yangshan was also a bit confused. But the next moment, he heard the sound of wind. Whoosh! Li Yangshan's expression suddenly changed, instinctively moving his body. But it was already too late. Swish! The elusive wind blade instantly struck him. The big windmill, a skill he learned from the little brother, not only had a ridiculous name, but also a bizarre method of execution. And this bizarre nature was precisely its disguise. Rip! Li Yangshan's clothing burst open, blood splattering everywhere. His body rolled out, but barely managed to stay upright. A horrifying wound appeared on his face, and the upper part of his clothing was torn, revealing a light, gray, tight-fitting garment underneath. This garment had blocked most of the attack damage. Protective clothing? A hint of regret flashed in Wang Guan's eyes. Protective clothing was a type of defensive gear made with special methods, capable of withstanding a certain amount of attacks, and was expensive. The items worn on the body cannot be detected for the time being, so attach a bug tag to it. In fact, Wang Guan considered that he had protective gear on him, which is why he aimed for his neck in the attack earlier. However, he reacted quickly and dodged the critical hit. Skills. You have actually mastered this swordsmanship skill? At this moment, Li Yangshan looked both shocked and angry. He did not expect Wang Guan to have mastered swordsmanship skills. This had never been revealed before. If it weren't for this T1 armor on him, he would have probably died on the spot. He shouted angrily and charged towards Wang Guan. Wang Guan hurriedly swung his sword wildly. Li Yangshan's body jolted, and he quickly crossed his arms in defense, sensing the movements around him. Wang Guan took off running. It was just a feint. Damn it! Li Yangshan immediately pursued him. The speed of a fourth-tier ability user quickly closed the gap on Wang Guan. But suddenly, he saw Wang Guan rushing towards the edge of the miners' gathering place, towards that mutated monster tree. What a fool, seeking his own doom. Li Yangshan recognized this monster tree and felt a surge of joy in his heart. But then he saw Wang Guan reach the tree with twisted branches. The tentacle-like branches of the monster tree did not move at all, showing no intention of attacking Wang Guan. Huh? Has this tree already died? Li Yangshan made a judgment. If it were in the past, he might have been more cautious. But in his current urgency, he had no time to think carefully. He then rushed into the area covered by the monster tree. And then, the branches, which had seemed dead, suddenly came to life. Whoosh, 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 they wrapped around Li Yangshan's body. Surprised? Unexpected? Chapter 28, Good Work Reward. The gray-white branches of the winding tree transformed into a terrifying predator. Thick, tentacle-like branches coiled around Li Yangshan's body, tightening and twisting. But it completely ignored Wang Guan's presence. This was because Wang Guan had previously tagged it with a bug attribute, making it, in his eyes, just a dead willow tree. However, seeing the twisted branches of the monster entangling Liangshan, Wang Guan did not relax at all. He immediately swung the alloy sword in his hand, using the great windmill skill to unleash invisible wind blades, striking at the struggling Liangshan. Accompanied by a muffled groan from Liangshan, a bit of blood splattered out. The blood was quickly absorbed by the winding tree's branches. Tasting the flavor of blood, it became even more frenzied. But just then, a series of explosive sounds rang out from the tangled branches in midair. Wang Guan raised his eyebrows and quickly retreated. Boom! The tangle of branches exploded completely, and shattered branches flew everywhere. Liangshan fell to the ground, with faint wisps of green smoke rising from his body, looking extremely disheveled. One leg was drenched in blood, cut by Wang Guan's wind blades. His face grew increasingly furious, and the horrific wound made him look even more ferocious. An explosion. Is this his ability? Wang Guan, who was already standing 8 meters away, assessed in his heart. Since arriving in Peace Town, Liangshan had not revealed his abilities. Instructor Su Weiqing only knew he was a Tier 4 ability user, but was unaware of what his ability actually was. Just now, he had used his ability to blow apart the branches that were binding him. The monster tree was heavily injured, and the remaining branches curled up into a ball. The trunk swayed as if it were wailing. This monster tree being tagged with a bug attribute proved that its overall strength was below Tier 4. Naturally, it could not defeat Liangshan, who was a Tier 4 ability user. All of this was within Wang Guan's expectations. Clap, clap. He stood at a distance, clapping his hands, showing a confident expression. Good work, reward. Liangshan, he shouted angrily and lunged at Wang Guan. Wang Guan turned and ran, continuously waving his long sword. Whoosh, whoosh, gusts of wind swirled around, forming terrifying wind blades that slashed at the relentlessly pursuing Liangshan. Liangshan's figure flickered, awkwardly dodging. This greatly hindered his speed. Coupled with the injury on his leg, even with his Tier 4 strength, it was already difficult for him to catch up to Wang Guan, who was only at the peak of Tier 2. Wang Guan, I will never let you go. You're dead today. Don't even think about escaping from my hands. Unable to catch up to Wang Guan, he could only shout loudly to vent his anger. Truly worthy of being a Tier 4 ability user, his vitality is so robust. Wang Guan assessed in his heart while running. Liangshan was 2 tiers higher than him, and even injured, he was still tricky, but he was completely unperturbed. This was the wild forest. His bug detection ability could be maximally utilized here. There were plenty of ways to play him to death. After running for an unknown amount of time, Wang Guan suddenly discovered that ahead was a concave basin terrain. A faint green mist permeated the area. The mist surged, resembling flowing liquid. Miasma? Wang Guan's eyes brightened. Instructor Su Weiqing had mentioned that certain special terrains in the dense forest would form miasma, which was toxic. Even the instructor could not last long in it. Only Tier 1 and Tier 2 military training students should never rashly enter if encountered. Wang Guan recalled the instructor's teachings in his mind, but did not hesitate, diving straight into the miasma. The bug detection ability could not be effective over a large area. Perhaps in the future, as his level increased, he could achieve that, but not now. However, rushing into this miasma was certainly not a death wish. Rather, he suddenly remembered that he had previously taken an antidote. The antidote, even if just a basic one, was far more effective than the antidotes that every student was equipped with. Moreover, after taking it, he would gain a period of poison resistance. He had drunk a bottle of antidote to free up a container for capturing that queen bee, and little did he expect it would come in handy now. The relentlessly pursuing Liangshan arrived at the miasma, hurriedly stopping his steps. There was hesitation in his eyes. Wang Guan actually rushed into this miasma. Did he not know the horror of the miasma? Or did he have something like an antidote that could resist the miasma's invasion for a short time? And an antidote, even just a basic one, cost several thousand. He and T even prepared such a thing. Just as he hesitated, Wang Guan, who had entered the miasma, suddenly turned back and waved at him from a distance. You come here, Liangshan. He gritted his teeth. Wang Guan was now a Tier 2 ability user, while he was Tier 4. Even if he took an antidote, he might not be able to last longer in the miasma than himself. If at first he targeted Wang Guan because of the mission, now he truly hated him to the core. This brat is simply infuriating. He pulled out the ordinary antidote provided for military training from his gear and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing while rushing into the miasma. Wang Guan led Li Yangshan into the miasma forest, running wildly. While running, he continuously waved his alloy sword randomly. In the surging miasma, wind blades constantly formed from all directions, slashing at the pursuing Li Yangshan. Whether they hit or not was not important. The key was to disturb Li Yangshan. Just playing. After all, he still had plenty of energy potions in his backpack, so he wasn't afraid of exhausting his stamina. I will definitely kill you. Li Yangshan roared in anger, relentlessly pursuing, consumed by rage. In the miasma forest, they chased each other back and forth. Suddenly, Wang Guan's pace slowed, and a blurry figure appeared ahead in the miasma. It was crawling on the ground, quickly approaching, vaguely red. A bloodthirsty beast. Such a place still has bloodthirsty beasts active? A thought flashed through Wang Guan's mind as he clearly saw the form of the bloodthirsty beast and was slightly taken aback. Because unlike the bloodthirsty beasts he had seen before, this one was humanoid. It looked like a skinned human. It was a human that had mutated after being attacked by a bloodthirsty demon. The instructor had mentioned that humanoid bloodthirsty beasts were usually scarier than beast forms, each possessing Tier 3 strength. They were more cunning and more vicious. It was rapidly charging towards Wang Guan. A look of panic flashed across Wang Guan's face. Detection. This is a poor beggar, lonely and starving. It turns out that humanoid bloodthirsty beasts present human information in bug detection, and it was tagged with the bug attribute of a beggar. Wang Guan couldn't help but laugh. The Li Yangshan, who was in hot pursuit, also noticed the humanoid bloodthirsty beast charging at Wang Guan. His eyes lit up. Now let's see where you can run. He also stopped his steps, preparing to wait for the bloodthirsty beast to attack Wang Guan and reap the benefits. However, just as the bloodthirsty beast was about to pounce on Wang Guan quickly took off his backpack, grabbed something, and threw it out. The distance was already very close, and Li Yangshan could see clearly. That was a pancake? It was the dry food prepared in every student's military backpack. Li Yangshan was momentarily dumbfounded. What kind of strategy is this? But what bewildered him even more was the bloodthirsty beast, which fed on blood, grabbed the pancake and stuffed it into its toothy mouth, gnawing on it. It looked like it hadn't eaten for several days and was finally satisfied to have food. Then it bypassed Wang Guan and lunged towards Li Yangshan. Li Yangshan instantly awakened and quickly retreated. At the same time, he hurriedly pulled out a piece of bread from his body and threw it at the bloodthirsty beast. As a military training officer, the food he carried was naturally better than that of ordinary students. The humanoid, bloodthirsty beast could actually be distracted by food? He thought with some confusion. However, when the bread landed on the bloodthirsty beast, it merely glanced at it and ignored it. The murderous intent in its eyes only intensified. The humanoid, bloodthirsty beast had simple cognitive abilities. It might have felt insulted. With a roar, it lunged at its prey. Li Yangshan was caught off guard and could only dodge and weave. He was unarmed, with only the protective suit and no other equipment or weapons. As he swung his fists, a series of crackling sounds erupted. The bloodthirsty beast, relying purely on instinct, clawed and bit fiercely, showing no fear of death. It was indeed a brutal battle. His ability to create explosions didn't seem very strong. Did he have no other skills? The earlier explosion that broke the branches of the mutated tree was likely just due to him restraining that mutated tree. But to be heavily injured and still manage to fight a third-tier bloodthirsty beast like this was already impressive. Wang Guan stood nearby, commenting. Overall, it was a beautiful fight. He pulled out 2 small bottles of milk tea from his backpack, twisted the caps open, and drank them. One bottle was an energy potion to replenish stamina, and the other was an antidote to maintain poison resistance. The effects of the potions spread like a warm current, dispelling the fatigue and discomfort from being in a miasma for a long time. At this point, after a fierce battle, Li Yangshan finally managed to kill the beggar bloodthirsty beast. However, he was also severely injured, his protective armor torn, his body covered in blood and flesh, gasping for breath. It was evident he no longer had the strength to fight. He was filled with confusion. Clearly, he was a fourth-tier ability user. Yet he was only dealing with a mere F-level, second-tier trash ability user. Why had he ended up like this? Looking up, he saw Wang Guan had approached. His expression indifferent. You can't kill me. I'm a military training officer. It's Longjing University. They didn't want to accept you and didn't want to be affected by public opinion. So they made it difficult for me to deal with you. If you kill me, it will definitely bring trouble. The sudden surge of fear made Li Yangshan shout hurriedly. He. Wang Guan couldn't help but laugh. Once you're dead, what happens here will be up to me, he said with a hint of mockery, returning Li Yangshan's earlier words. Then, without hesitation, he swung his sword down. Chapter 29, I was ready to fight to the death, but I didn't expect you to be even more afraid. Li Yangshan fell into a pool of blood, just like that. Wang Guan's expression was calm. This was actually his first time truly killing someone. But he didn't hesitate when he acted, and now he didn't feel much discomfort. After all, Li Yangshan had been a thorn in his side for the past few days and even had murderous intentions towards him. Now that he was dead, he could only blame himself for choosing the wrong path. By the way, my body attributes. Wang Guan thought of this and quickly brought up his attribute panel. Ability, Investigation, F, Level, Second-tier skill, Windmill, Novice, Physique, 19. 8, 0, 5, Speed, 18. 6, 0, 4, Spirit, 19. 1, 0, 4. All three attributes have made significant progress. Wang Guan's eyes were filled with surprise. Being chased by Li Yangshan seemed easy, but it was actually quite perilous. After all, Li Yangshan was a 2-tier higher ability user than him. After this experience, taking the energy potion really helped him improve. Once the average of his 3 attributes reached 20, he could advance to the 3rd tier. He was only 1 step away. Originally, Wang Guan planned to reach the 3rd tier in a real combat scenario before dealing with Li Yangshan, because once he stepped into the 3rd tier, his abilities would likely be able to affect the 4th tier Li Yangshan. He didn't expect Li Yangshan to be so impatient and attack him. Luckily, my bug ability is powerful enough. Wang Guan shook his head and smiled, looking at Li Yangshan's corpse. He casually searched through it, but found nothing useful for himself. The most valuable item, the protective armor, had also been torn apart. Just as Wang Guan was considering how to deal with the corpse, he suddenly heard a series of crawling sounds, accompanied by hissing low growls. It was the bloodthirsty beasts, and there were quite a few of them. The smell of blood from Li Yangshan had attracted them. A thought flashed through his mind, and Wang Guan quickly moved away from the corpse while cleaning the blood off his alloy sword. He hid behind a large tree. Soon, in the hazy vision filled with miasma, Wang Guan vaguely saw a few figures of bloodthirsty beasts rushing to Li Yangshan's corpse. They were all humanoid, crawling on the ground, surrounding the body. In this miasma forest, there were actually humanoid bloodthirsty beasts. Wang Guan held his breath, focusing on not making any noise cautiously. He repeatedly used investigation on these bloodthirsty beasts. Investigation. This is a professional dancer. Investigation. This is an ordinary old man. Investigation. This is a flirtatious housewife. Investigation. This is an ordinary elementary school student. The miasma here seemed to affect the vision of the bloodthirsty beasts, preventing them from discovering Wang Guan immediately. While hiding nearby, Wang Guan successfully tagged them with the bug attributes one by one. He tightened his grip on the sword, his eyes gradually filled with excitement. Lucky for me, the results of the investigation on these bloodthirsty beasts were all ordinary people. Ordinary people are much easier to deal with than beasts. By this calculation, they were much weaker than beast-type bloodthirsty beasts. I can take on 10 of them. But suddenly, Wang Guan noticed something strange. They didn't immediately lick the blood from the corpse. The bloodthirsty beasts only surrounded Li Yangshan's body without biting, as if they were waiting for something. Just as this thought crossed Wang Guan's mind, a bloodthirsty beast, significantly larger than the others, crawled over from the miasmic fog in the distance. This bloodthirsty beast was also humanoid. However, its limbs were exceptionally robust, its head elongated, and its mouth huge. A long tongue flicked around, and transparent mucus continuously dripped from the corners of its mouth. Its body was dark red, with visible muscle fibers, and it dragged a tail behind it. Although it was humanoid, it didn't seem to be transformed from a human. The most important thing was that when Wang Guan activated investigation, the result was a string of question marks. Its level was at least 4th tier. This was not an ordinary bloodthirsty beast. Could it be a bloodthirsty demon? A guess surged in Wang Guan's mind. Bloodthirsty demons are alien monsters that crawl out from the abyssal rift. Those contaminated and mutated by bloodthirsty demons, whether humans or beasts, are called bloodthirsty beasts. Typically, bloodthirsty beasts only possess the strength comparable to 2nd or 3rd tier ability users. The one before him, with its unusual shape and at least 4th tier level, could only be a bloodthirsty demon. Confirming that this was a bloodthirsty demon, Wang Guan further discovered that it had multiple indentations on its body and some hideous scars, as if it had suffered severe injuries. Could be the one from over a decade ago. Wasn't he said to have been exterminated? And yet it survived? Wang Guan was shocked. This thing is not something I can handle right now. He immediately moved gently, slowly retreating, preparing to leave the area. Just then, the bloodthirsty demon, already close to Liangshan, suddenly became alert and quickly turned to look in Wang Guan's direction. It raised its elongated head, opened its enormous mouth, and let out a piercing roar. It was sensitive and had detected Wang Guan. The humanoid, bloodthirsty beasts surrounding it received the command and immediately turned towards Wang Guan. One by one, they crawled quickly on the ground and pounced towards him. Damn! Wang Guan was startled and immediately entered combat mode. Wu Shi leaped out from behind the tree, slashing the first bloodthirsty beast that lunged at him with his sword, sending it flying. He kicked out, stomping on another one that pounced from the side, crushing its head with a loud crack. Another bloodthirsty beast charged at him, and Wang Guan swung his sword, cutting it down beneath him. As he swung his sword, the strange and invisible wind blades continuously struck different bloodthirsty beasts. The battle process was like chopping vegetables, smooth and flowing. After all, with the bug attributes applied, this battle posed no difficulty for him. However, Wang Guan did not relax or underestimate the situation, because he knew that once the bloodthirsty demon launched an attack, he might end up here. He couldn't afford to get entangled with him for long. He needed to find an opportunity to escape quickly. He quickly pondered in his mind, searching for an opportunity. However, the bloodthirsty demon, which had been arrogantly crawling over, suddenly froze upon seeing Wang Guan easily dispatching the bloodthirsty beasts. It seemed to start trembling. Then it turned around, bit Liangshan's corpse, and ran away. It couldn't win, so it fled. Wang Guan, who was just feeling anxious, was momentarily stunned to see it escape like that. I was just about to find a chance to escape. Why did it run first? This is because the bloodthirsty demon possesses enough cognitive ability, unlike those bloodthirsty beasts. It saw me easily deal with the bloodthirsty beasts and thought I was powerful, getting scared. Realizing this, Wang Guan's expression became strange. I was ready to fight to the death, but I didn't expect you to be more afraid than me. He slashed down the last bloodthirsty beast to the ground. The dead bloodthirsty beast quickly emitted black mist and began to decay. In the end, only rotten bones remained. Wang Guan remained vigilant of his surroundings, and the bloodthirsty demon was no longer in sight. It had just fled, taking Liangshan's corpse with it. Not daring to stay here any longer, Wang Guan retraced his steps and hurried out of the miasma forest. He did not attempt to collect the remains of the bloodthirsty beasts, because even if he did, it would be hard for anyone to believe that he single-handedly dealt with these humanoid bloodthirsty beasts, running all the way through the miasma forest. He did not encounter any further incidents. Wang Guan successfully appeared outside the forest. He never expected the bloodthirsty demon to still be alive. Luckily, he managed to scare it off. After leaving the miasma-filled environment, he felt a lingering fear and quickly drank a bottle of chrysanthemum milk tea, a detoxification potion. It was already afternoon. He took out his compass and determined his direction, then headed towards the miners' gathering place. Wang Guan, after walking for a short while, Su Weiqing's shout suddenly came from ahead. Looking up, he saw the instructor's robust figure rushing out from the dense forest. Instructor? Wang Guan was surprised. Why are you here? I noticed you hadn't returned for a long time, so I specifically came to look for you. Su Weiqing's rugged face was drenched in sweat, and he didn't hide his joy at all. He looked Wang Guan up and down, and seeing that Wang Guan was merely a bit disheveled and not injured, he nodded with relief. It's good that you're okay. I'm fine. Wang Guan felt somewhat moved. The instructor had left the camp to find a student, which carried a heavy responsibility and pressure. What about Qin Zhuang and the others? And Liang Shan? He was right behind you. Su Weiqing looked around, puzzled. Wang Guan's expression slightly stiffened. Although the instructor cared for him, this was related to the deaths of the military training officer and the 4 classmates. His mind raced, and he began to explain, they unfortunately sacrificed themselves. We accidentally encountered a group of humanoid, bloodthirsty beasts. They were very vicious. By the way, instructor, we also saw a bloodthirsty demon. It should be the one that attacked Ping'an Town 13 years ago. It's still alive. Wang Guan was preparing to pin the blame on the bloodthirsty demon. Qin Zhuang and the others died due to the saber-toothed wasps and Liang Shan, who was killed by the bloodthirsty demon. It had nothing to do with him, Wang Guan. Just as he said, several people were dead. Whatever happened, he would decide. But before he could finish his story, Su Weiqing's body suddenly trembled. You encountered the bloodthirsty demon? That beast is indeed not dead. His voice quivered slightly as he spoke, his eyes reddening instantly. His expression became more agitated, mixed with a chilling hatred. He looked at Wang Guan, no longer caring about Liang Shan and the others, and said through gritted teeth, "Where is it? Chapter 30, I was about to show off, but it got stolen away." Wang Guan was momentarily stunned, then understood the reason for Su Weiqing's reaction. Meng Meng had been bitten by the bloodthirsty demon, which was why she had turned into her current state. Furthermore, over half of the people in Ping'an Town had met a tragic end at the hands of the bloodthirsty demon. It could be said that this bloodthirsty demon had a deep-seated grudge against the instructor. From Su Weiqing's words, it seemed he had long suspected that the bloodthirsty demon was still alive. After a brief contemplation, Wang Guan pointed towards the direction of the miasma forest. It's in that miasma forest. Instructor, should I take you to find it? No, you stay here. Su Weiqing replied. Without allowing Wang Guan to say anything further, he flashed away, filled with rage, charging towards the miasma forest. Instructor, Wang Guan called out, but he had already disappeared from sight. The instructor's strength was definitely much greater than Liang Shan's. If it were him pursuing me, I would surely not be able to deal with it so easily. Watching the speed displayed by the instructor, Wang Guan sighed inwardly. The instructor's strength was beyond doubt. He had crushed a bloodthirsty beast to bits with a single punch. Truly formidable. Of course, facing humanoid, bloodthirsty beasts, Wang Guan had easily dispatched a group, which might have felt even more impressive. But after all, it relied on his bug detection ability. If he faced the bloodthirsty demon, it would not be enough. That bloodthirsty demon was injured and had been frightened by me. I wonder if the instructor can handle it? The miasma forest would probably have an effect on him too. Wang Guan felt a hint of worry in his heart. He anxiously waited in place until the sky began to darken, when he finally saw Su Weiqing return. His face bore a hint of frustration. Instructor, you didn't find it? Wang Guan first felt joy, then quickly asked. Su Weiqing shook his head, angrily saying, "It escaped. That cunning thing has already left the miasma forest." He then took out a bottle from his hand, inside which was a thick, sticky liquid. "But I found this, which is enough to prove that it is indeed still alive." The liquid in the bottle flowed from the mouth of the bloodthirsty demon. Su Weiqing looked at the liquid in the bottle, hatred burning in his eyes. "Instructor, are you okay?" Wang Guan asked with concern. 13 years ago, I couldn't protect the town or Meng Meng. I have worked hard to train and push my limits all these years just to be able to deal with it myself. Su Weiqing gritted his teeth and said, "I must take it down myself." Then his expression relaxed slightly as he looked up at the sky and said, "Wang Guan, let's head back to the camp first." The two hurried towards the camp. "Instructor, the bodies of Qin Zhuang and the others are still at the miners' gathering place," Wang Guan recalled and spoke. After all, they were fellow students from military training. It's still necessary to do something about retrieving the bodies. Moreover, they still had equipped weapons. Even if he couldn't use them, selling them would yield a good amount of money. Wang Guan had always been frugal and couldn't bear to see good things wasted. "When I came, I went to the miners' gathering place." Su Weiqing shook his head and said, "There were signs of battle, but I didn't see their bodies." Nobilious? Wang Guan was taken aback. Are some of them still alive? No way. Qin Zhuang was killed by Liang Shan. He had also confirmed before facing Liang Shan that the others had been killed by the saber-toothed bees. The bloody scent must have attracted the bloodthirsty beasts, which took their bodies away. Su Weiqing explained, as he was more familiar with this wild forest. Taking the bodies away, Wang Guan suddenly thought of how the bloodthirsty demon had been scared off by him earlier, but still remembered to take Liang Shan's body. All bloodthirsty beasts are puppets of the bloodthirsty demon. Qin Zhuang and the others' bodies must have been taken away as well. They won't be transformed into bloodthirsty beasts, will they? Wang Guan asked in surprise. They shouldn't. Su Weiqing thought for a moment and denied. The bloodthirsty demon cannot transform corpses. Taking them away is likely just to devour the flesh and blood. He didn't dwell on the issue further, but curiously asked Wang Guan, what exactly happened between you and them? At that time, Wang Guan had already thought of a reasonable explanation. The four of them, under Liang Shan's guidance, had intended to harm Wang Guan. They destroyed the saber-toothed bee nest, attracting the swarm's attack, and ended up trapping themselves. Liang Shan then locked the iron door of the safe house. When Qin Zhuang finally broke open the iron door, he was killed by Liang Shan, who tried to frame the escaping Wang Guan. Then Liang Shan launched a manhunt for Wang Guan. They fled into the miasma forest, only to unexpectedly encounter several humanoid bloodthirsty beasts and the bloodthirsty demon. Liang Shan was entangled by the bloodthirsty demon and died exhausted. Wang Guan was lucky to escape and met the instructor. This explanation was quite vague, completely omitting the bug detection ability. There are still some loopholes upon closer inspection, but the instructor just nodded after hearing it. All right, I'll report this later. Huh, just like that. You believe me? Su Weiqing smiled at Wang Guan. Everyone has their own secrets. I can see what Liang Shan was planning. His death was just retribution. It's not your fault. It's a pity for those students like Qin Zhuang. Wang Guan felt touched. As an instructor, Su Weiqing indeed sincerely cared for his students. Moreover, benefiting from his previous performance and attitude towards Su Mengmeng, the instructor was more protective of him. But my report may not be believed by those above. Su Weiqing expressed concern again. Liang Shan was obviously under someone's instructions. Now that he is dead, his backers may not let it go. I understand. I will be careful, Wang Guan said resolutely. Longjing University even specially sent someone to stop him, even going so far as to kill. He really didn't want to go to that university anymore. But there was one prerequisite. Whether or not to attend university, I decide. Not you. The two quickly made their way through the wild forest. The sky had completely darkened. Su Weiqing took out a flashlight and led the way. Suddenly, a flickering light appeared in the distant night sky, exploding into countless sparks. It was from the direction of the camp. They had sent a distress signal. Su Weiqing's expression changed. He should have stayed at the camp to take care of those students, but seeing Wang Guan had not returned for a long time, he was worried. It was only after being persuaded by Tong, Yixing, Gao Chong, and the others that he had taken a risk to leave. Now that a signal was sent, it indicated that an incident had occurred at the camp. Let's hurry. Su Weiqing gritted his teeth and said, his figure speeding up instantly. Wang Guan followed closely behind, equally worried. The bloodthirsty demon had left the miasma forest. It wouldn't have come to raid the camp, would it? Damn! The camp, constructed in the dense forest of the abandoned factory, was in the midst of fierce fighting. Just moments ago, from all directions, bloodthirsty beasts had suddenly emerged. These bloodthirsty beasts were all beast-shaped. They crazily launched attacks towards here. The defensive works around the camp quickly collapsed. Where did so many bloodthirsty beasts come from? Instructor, military training officer. Where did they go? Everyone, don't panic, gather together. With so many bloodthirsty beasts, we're done for. The students had already fallen into a state of panic. They had experienced the brutality of the college entrance examination. Many had even personally dealt with bloodthirsty beasts. But with so many bloodthirsty beasts flooding in all at once, it still caused a primal fear in many. A white-haired Tong Yixing, along with Gao Chong, Zhang Yong, and Ye, and others gathered together. They were a small team acting together. Boom! Boom! Tong Yixing waved his hands, unleashing waves of invisible force, releasing shockwaves. Shockwaves and shockwaves are both manifestations of energy systems. However, Shockwaves, regardless of their level and lethality, are actually inferior to shockwaves in many ways. Yet, the shockwave released by Detection.He is very powerful, capable of directly knocking a bloodthirsty beast several meters away. At this moment, 7 or 8 more bloodthirsty beasts suddenly charged out from the nearby dense forest, all attacking their team. The team members were taken aback. Detection.He suddenly stepped forward. The white-haired youth showed no fear on his face, his eyes sharp. It seemed it was time to showcase his true strength. He spread his arms, and an invisible wave of energy began to gather in front of him. But just as his arms were about to come together, a figure suddenly dashed out at an angle. Holding a metal-long sword, brilliant sword lights flickered, accompanied by the howling wind. He charged into the group of beasts, his figure swaying as he continuously struck them. Guan. The team members were all delighted. Just as Detection.He was about to unleash his big move, he suddenly froze. The newcomer was Wang Guan, who wasn't worried about revealing his abilities since he was using a sword. He could tell others that his greatest strength was actually swordsmanship. He had been hiding it as a trump card, and now he finally revealed it. He indeed possessed a set of D-grade sword skills. He didn't even have time to use his abilities against this group of bloodthirsty beasts. Relying solely on his skill and almost Tier 3 physical attributes, he quickly took them down. After dealing with the bloodthirsty beasts, Wang Guan turned and nodded to the others before charging towards other areas with his sword. Detection.He looked at the rapidly decaying corpses on the ground, wanting to cry but having no tears. Just when I was about to show off, it got stolen. Chapter 31. Wang Guan. Do you want skills? Wang Guan hurried back just in time, and the instructor also arrived, with full firepower. The simple and brutal punches sent the bloodthirsty beasts flying. Coupled with Wang Guan's performance, the chaotic situation in the camp quickly stabilized. Many were secretly shocked that Wang Guan actually possessed sword skills. His performance was already impressive, and he had hidden cards among the military training students. Although Wang Guan had the lowest ability level and lacked physical attribute bonuses, his attribute values were undoubtedly the highest, combined with the lethality of his D-level skills. Even without using the bug detection, his combat power was clearly leading. At this moment, however, the bloodthirsty beasts suddenly ceased their attacks. It seemed as if they had received orders. Those that remained quickly turned and left the camp. Many students were injured, but fortunately, there were no fatalities. Being bitten by a bloodthirsty beast could lead to paralysis, toxin infection, and significant blood loss, but it would not cause mutation. Only those bitten by the bloodthirsty demon would transform. The bloodthirsty demon was controlling and commanding them. After calming the situation, Su Weiqing found Wang Guan. It has been hiding for over a decade, and now that it has been exposed, it has immediately begun to act. But it seems it hasn't appeared here. After we returned, the bloodthirsty beasts quickly withdrew. Wang Guan surveyed the dark forest surrounding the camp, thinking, could the bloodthirsty demon be afraid of me? Instructor Su Weiqing should also be someone it fears. It is very cunning and certainly wouldn't rashly show itself. But since it has been discovered, it will definitely regroup the bloodthirsty beasts. Su Weiqing said solemnly. Although the bloodthirsty demon is terrifying, it is only at the 5th or 6th rank in individual strength. What's more frightening is the horde of bloodthirsty beasts it controls. And the transformation can be completed in a very short time. Humans are the best targets for transformation, which is why it controls puppets and attempts to attack the camp. At this point, Su Weiqing suddenly thought of something, and his expression changed. The bloodthirsty demon will definitely not spare the people in the town. We must return quickly to protect the town and seek military support. The bloodthirsty beast demon incident from 13 years ago is likely about to repeat itself. However, it is now night, and traveling through the dense forest at night will only provide opportunities for the bloodthirsty beast to attack. Although Su Weiqing was eager, he did not let anger cloud his judgment. He methodically arranged for everyone to rebuild the defenses and gathered everyone together. We'll endure through this night and return in the morning. At the same time, he did not conceal the matter of the bloodthirsty demon. The military training students were all college students with weak will, having already been filtered out by the college entrance examination. Fear causes panic, but can also lead to growth. As night fell, Wang Guan, Detection.He, and Anya formed a team around the campfire, taking turns to keep watch. The others inquired about Wang Guan's experiences today. Li Yangsheng, Qin Zhuang, and the others had not returned. Su Weiqing only said they had unfortunately met with disaster but did not provide details. So, Wang Guan explained what had happened again. In the end, as he wiped the stains off his alloy sword, he regretfully said, "I didn't expect Li Yangshan to be so ruthless." Qin Zhuang and the others were too pitiful. The others also sighed in agreement, unable to help but glance at the sword in Wang Guan's hand. If I remember correctly, this is the one belonging to that werewolf ability user. The group was tactful and did not ask further. After a moment of silence, Anya asked in confusion, "Li Yangshan was completely targeting you, Wang Guan. What exactly did you do to offend him?" Wang Guan did not directly state the reason, only giving a wry smile. "Maybe you just can't stand that I, an F-level ability user, got into college. I think ability shouldn't determine anything." Anya puffed up her cheeks and said, "He." Knowing that the Iron Barbie girl was trying to comfort herself, Wang Guan smiled gratefully. Suddenly, he thought of something and took out his military pack. "Anya, I found something before that you might be interested in." "What good thing?" Anya suddenly became excited. The handsome guy in the wilderness even remembered to bring me a gift. Then, she saw the bug trapped in a small bottle. Who gives girls bugs as gifts? Just as she was about to complain, she suddenly sensed something and froze. What Wang Guan took out was the saber-toothed queen bee he had caught earlier. It had been in the bottle for a while, but had not lost its vitality. Crawling around, after staring at it for a moment, Anya's eyes suddenly lit up. She took the bottle and opened the cap. "This is the saber-toothed queen bee," Wang Guan hurriedly reminded. Although the queen bee was injured, it was still very dangerous. But before he could finish his sentence, he saw the queen bee crawl out of the bottle. It did not attack Anya, but happily crawled on her finger, its wings buzzing. "You can control it?" Wang Guan asked in surprise. "I can not only control it, but I can also command it swarm through it," Anya explained. However, her little face was twitching, trying to stretch her hand away, utterly resistant. She really hated bugs. Unfortunately, her awakened ability was related to bugs. Cultivating and controlling the swarm? Wang Guan's eyes brightened. "This is not an ordinary mental type ability, is it? Controlling the entire saber-toothed bee swarm would definitely not be trivial." Gao Chong looked at the black and yellow queen bee with sharp mandibles, his brows twitching. "Anya, what exactly is your ability?" Anya, who had always been reluctant to reveal her abilities, saw no need to hide it anymore. "Sigh, my unfortunate awakening ability is called Heart of the Swarm, and it's S-level." S-level. The students by the campfire were somewhat startled. This petite and cute girl turned out to be an S-level ability user. Most of the students participating in the military training at the 23rd Trial Battlefield were C-level and D-level ability users. Only a few A-level and B-level users were already considered top tier, and it seems that Anya is the only S-level. Heart of the Swarm. This ability sounds very powerful. During the actual combat training, Anya and Wang Guan had a fairly even match, and many speculated that her strength was not inferior to Wang Guan. But in the following days, no one mentioned it again. Now, she had shocked everyone once more. Anya, while holding back her disgust, carefully touched the queen bee on her hand and said to Wang Guan, "Thank you. I have always wanted to find a suitable bug, and the saber-toothed bee is perfect." She had actually applied to come to this military training base to find a suitable bug because it could lead to the wild forest. She had been feeling a bit dejected about not finding anything. She didn't expect Wang Guan to give her a pleasant surprise. What a coincidence. Helping her catch the perfect bug? "He really likes me. Can you sell it to me? I will pay you according to the market price," Anya said shyly. Of course, Wang Guan naturally agreed. Catching this big mosquito was just for selling it, right? Then, he ignored the shyness on Anya's Iron Barbie face. After some haggling, they settled on a price of 200,000. Payment would be made after the military training ended. Although he regretted not finding the equipment and weapons of Qin Zhuang and the others, he still made a small profit. Most importantly, it greatly enhanced his side strength. Next, Anya used her finger to poke at the queen bee, activating her ability and trying to make the queen bee summon the swarm. The queen bee could communicate with and control its swarm through special signals. Naturally, this signal has a range limit. However, Anya's heart of the swarm could greatly enhance the signal's propagation range. Perhaps she could gather the scattered saber-toothed bees from the miners' gathering place? Wang Guan thought to himself. The lethality of a saber-toothed bee swarm was still fresh in his memory. Ordinary bloodthirsty beasts were no match for them. Although to him, they were just a bunch of spotted mosquitoes. The night passed peacefully. The bloodthirsty beasts did not attack the camp again. Early the next morning, the students, led by their instructor, returned to the town. Several injured students were carried on their backs in turns. On the way, everyone's mood was somewhat low, frequently glancing around in terror. Any slight noise could trigger a wave of panic. However, after several hours of travel, they did not encounter a single bloodthirsty beast. Not even mutated beasts. They had encountered quite a few when heading to the camp a few days earlier. Anya, controlling the saber-toothed mother bee, had already gathered a significant number of saber-toothed bees. The swarm buzzed above her head, swirling together. She was struggling to control the swarm. Although she was still inexperienced, she could at least ensure that the saber-toothed bees did not harm her classmates. Through communication with the swarm, she could also use them to scout the situation within a certain range nearby. Similarly, no traces of the bloodthirsty beasts were found. This was not a good sign, because it proved that the bloodthirsty beasts active in this dense forest were being summoned by the bloodthirsty demon to form a terrifying beast horde. In the afternoon, the team successfully returned to the safety zone of the town. From a distance, they saw that the town was still peaceful, with no signs of an attack by bloodthirsty beasts. Su Weicheng, who had been on edge the whole way, finally felt relieved. The military training team returned to the safety zone. Instructor Su Weicheng let everyone return to their dorms to regroup, but he was eager to see his daughter. At this moment, he suddenly thought of something and pulled Wang Guan aside, his expression becoming serious. "Wang Guan, do you want skills?" he asked earnestly. "I want to teach you a set of skills." Wang Guan was taken aback for a moment, his expression brightening. "Of course." "Instructor, what skills?" "Military physical training fist," Su Weicheng replied. Seeing Wang Guan's puzzled expression, he continued, "However, it's a powered-up version. The ordinary military physical training fist is known as the most affordable F-grade skill. All military training students can learn it for free. It is more about strengthening the body than combat." 13 years ago, when the bloodthirsty demon incident occurred, Su Weicheng was only a second-tier ability user. The only skill he mastered was a set of military physical training fist. But with deep-seated hatred and strong will, he continuously researched this cheapest skill. Through efforts filled with blood and tears, he successfully improved the skill, giving it impressive lethality. It could be called the max version of the military physical training fist. It has already reached a D-grade rating. "Instructor, I want to learn." Chapter 32. Wang Guan's performance in the college entrance examination. The instructor showcased his strength, and Li Yangshan determined he was using military boxing, but its power exceeded expectations. Now Wang Guan realized that the technique the instructor used was indeed military boxing, but it was a power-enhanced version, a D-grade skill. This rare opportunity was not something Wang Guan would let slip away. However, he was worried. Can I really learn this skill? Learning a D-grade skill would not be easy for a low-tier ability user. His ability to master the D-grade skill Big Windmill was more like a bug in the system. "My military boxing is both difficult and easy," Su Weicheng smiled and said, "because there is an important prerequisite for learning it." "What condition?" Wang Guan quickly asked. The instructor smiled. "Don't worry, you are the most suitable. It requires the practitioner to be an F-grade ability user and possess the will to push their limits and refine their body." Then Su Weicheng introduced that he himself was actually an F-grade ability user. His ability was called Mark. After marking a target with a signal, he could sense the target's position within a certain range. The reason he was able to find Wang Guan in the dense forest before was that he had marked him first. F-grade abilities are mostly functional, with no enhancement effects on physical attributes or combat abilities. Yet, it was precisely this lack of effect that was key to mastering military boxing at max level. Not being influenced by abilities allows for the maximum mobilization of bodily strength. Conversely, those with high talent may not be able to learn it. After hearing the instructor's words, Wang Guan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. His probing ability, while having bugs, met the conditions for learning this skill. After agreeing on the learning of the skill, Su Weiqing hurried off to find Su Mingming. He was genuinely worried about his daughter after a few days away. The fact that the instructor was also an F-grade ability user. This was likely a significant reason why he thought highly of me. Wang Guan pondered as he watched the instructor's back. As an F-grade ability user, he had elevated a cheap skill to D-grade, further squeezing potential and raising his rank to the current level, all to one day personally deal with the bloodthirsty demon. The instructor's persistence and will inspire deep respect from Wang Guan. The students returned to Ping'an Town. The bloodthirsty demon reappeared, and a terrifying horde of bloodthirsty beasts began to gather in the dense forest. With the crisis at hand, military training still had to continue. This world faced an abyss invasion, and everyone could be considered soldier. When military training encountered emergencies, those emergencies became part of the training. Since the day abilities awakened, ability users had to bear this cruel mission. Ping'an Town could not communicate with the outside world, but there were roads for transportation. During military training, there were vehicles transporting supplies every few days. Su Weiqing reported to the city hall about Liang Shan, Qin Zhuang, and others' encounters, as well as the critical situation of the bloodthirsty demon gathering beast hordes. The bottle of bloodthirsty demon slime was also sent out. The purpose of collecting the slime was to prove that the bloodthirsty demon had indeed reappeared. The city hall quickly responded that support would be arranged in a few days. In the following days, amidst anxiety and unease, military training continued. The instructor began teaching everyone military boxing. It was just the ordinary version, but it was somewhat useful against the bloodthirsty beast horde. As for Wang Guan, he practiced the max version of military boxing at the edge of the playground. Following Su Weiqing's guidance, Wang Guan practiced a few simple postures repeatedly. Straight punches, whip kicks, Iron Mountain lean. These were all standard military boxing postures. However, Wang Guan had to repeat them thousands of times using his unique method every day. Keep repeating these movements, and according to what I taught you, fully integrate them into your flesh and blood, turning them into instinct. Only then can you comprehend the stronger military boxing max. This was the key point. Originally, when the instructor gave Wang Guan special attention, many students felt jealous, thinking the instructor was biased. But upon seeing how Wang Guan practiced, most dispelled that thought. This was pure torture. Some people who tried to follow along gave up after half a day, unable to endure it. At noon, the morning practice came to an end. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Wang Guan walked aside. The practice area was right next to Su Mingming's room. Seeing him stop practicing, Su Mingming quickly handed him a cup of water through the iron window. Receiving the fresh orange juice, Wang Guan drank it gratefully. "Thanks, Mingming," he said, returning the cup with a smile. "Are you tired?" asked Su Mingming, her face fierce yet gentle and kind. "Not too bad," Wang Guan replied casually. "The hard work pays off every day." Plus, his character was inherently resilient, so he didn't find it too strenuous. Following routine, he chatted with Su Mingming for a while before dragging his tired body toward the cafeteria. He also took out a small bottle of coffee milk tea, energy potion, and drank it, instantly feeling refreshed. Checking his attribute panel, ability, probing, F, level, tier 3 skills, big windmill, proficient, military boxing, master, physique, 21. 703, speed, 20. 603, spirit, 20. 402. A couple days ago, Wang Guan officially entered Tier 3. With Su Weiqing teaching him skills, combined with the energy potion, the effects were indeed strong. Now that he had revealed his swordsmanship skill, he took time each day to practice swinging it around. He successfully upgraded Big Windmill from novice to proficient. The skill list also gained a military boxing entry. This military boxing was just an ordinary F-grade skill, but it was now at the master level. Skills are categorized by proficiency into 5 realms: entry, novice, proficient, expert, and master. To cultivate military boxing max, one must first max out the ordinary military boxing skill. Then, following the instructor's teachings, continue to squeeze potential and surpass limits, thus mastering the stronger military boxing max. Wang Guan felt he was getting close. Reaching the cafeteria, he found his dorm mates and began to feast. "Brother Guan, you practice so hard every day It must be exhausting, Zhang Yong remarked. Wang Guan chewed on the delicious braised pork rice and casually replied, "There's no choice. My F-grade ability means I have to work harder. Or I might not even get into college." Gao Chong looked at him with admiration. "No wonder you're so impressive." However, Tong Yihong, sitting across from Wang Guan, suddenly said, "Brother Guan, why don't you transfer to a military academy?" "Military academy?" Wang Guan was taken aback. Tong Yihong, munching on coarse grain rice, explained, "Most universities prioritize abilities, but military academies, in comparison, value strength more. Low-tier ability users can still carve out a future as long as they work hard." He paused, adding jokingly, "For example, the Vanguard Military Academy I attend is a good choice. Brother Guan, why not consider it?" "The Vanguard Military Academy?" Gao Chong couldn't help but laugh. The Vanguard Military Academy was one of the best universities in the second tier under Longjing, arguably the top military academy in the Alliance. It wasn't something one could just transfer to. He was laughing when he suddenly realized something was off. "Wait a minute. Did you just say you attend the Vanguard Military Academy?" "I remember the admission score for the Vanguard Military Academy is 490 points. Previously, Tong Yihong had only mentioned he was attending a military academy, but hadn't specified it was the top military academy in the Alliance. Tong Yihong then showed a shy expression. "My college entrance exam score was okay." Gao Chong felt a bit choked up. Thinking carefully, Tong Yihong's daily performance indeed had a toughness that didn't match his appearance. "Transfer to the Vanguard Military Academy?" Wang Guan stroked his chin, and his expression gradually brightened. He had no good feelings towards Longjing University anyway. This choice didn't seem bad. Gao Chong and Zhang Yong were taken aback when they saw Wang Guan deep in thought. Guan Ge was actually considering this suggestion. What about his college entrance examination scores? Seeing everyone looking over, Wang Guan smiled and said, "My college entrance examination scores are also not bad." The implication was that transferring to the Vanguard Military Academy would be no pressure. His displayed strength was indeed more formidable than Tong Yixing. "Damn, you two monsters." With only 200 or 300 points on the college entrance examination, Gao Chong and Zhang Yong, who were genuinely not bad, were instantly speechless. "Why are you two training together with us?" Gao Chong couldn't wait to ask them how much they scored on the college entrance examination. But at that moment, a student suddenly rushed into the cafeteria. "They are here. Our support has arrived." The support for Ping'an Town has finally arrived? I wonder which army it is. Wang Guan and the other students hurriedly left the cafeteria, curious as they made their way to the dilapidated bus station outside the town. A large bus was already parked there. Instructor Su Weicheng also rushed over, standing outside the bus, but he looked somewhat disappointed and angry, because the support that had arrived was not the army he had hoped for. Instead, it was a group of students who were also in military training. From a distance, Wang Guan also saw the familiar figures streaming out of the bus. When he recognized two familiar silhouettes, his expression slightly froze. Jiang Wangxue, Zhu Qianlong. These two fellow townsfolk from Tianhai City were actually among them. These are the new military training students from Longjing University. How could they be the ones coming to support? Chapter 33. Sorry, his pose was too good. I got carried away. The military training students in Ping'an Town come from different universities. However, freshmen from top universities like Longjing University are arranged to train together. Only Wang Guan was maliciously placed here. Now, bloodthirsty beasts are gathering, and the town is in imminent danger, prompting the instructor to seek support. The ones who arrived were actually the freshman army from Longjing University. No wonder Su Weicheng was disappointed and angry. There were about 30 students from Longjing University, dressed in matching uniforms, but they were not in camouflage. Instead, they wore specially tailored silver-white outfits that made them all appear significantly more noble. "Are you the instructor here?" "My name is Lin Zidong, a second-year student from Longjing, responsible for leading the Longjing freshmen here for military training." A man who looked no older than 20 introduced himself to Su Weicheng. He stood tall, had a refined appearance, and spoke with a faint smile. "Why are you here?" "I was hoping for military support." Su Weicheng questioned in a low voice. "We are enough," Lin Zidong said, somewhat displeased, pulling out an envelope from his pocket. The envelope was sealed with wax, bearing the emblem of the Alliance government. a pair of hands clasped together against a backdrop of a starry sky. I have already received the Alliance's promise. A hunting mission will commence here. He broke the wax seal and opened the envelope. With a crack, the envelope ignited spontaneously. At the same time, all students participating in military training at Pingintown and Longjing University saw a prompt message appear before them. Reminder: you have activated a hunting mission. Objective: hunt bloodthirsty beasts. Level: dangerous time, until military training ends or bloodthirsty demon is killed. Note: killing bloodthirsty beasts and the bloodthirsty demon will earn reward points, which can be exchanged for various rewards. Upon seeing the prompt message and the corresponding task panel, the students from Pingintown all showed expressions of surprise. A hunting mission? It was Longjing University that applied to set this incident as a hunting mission. Did they not know the terror of the bloodthirsty beasts? What happened to the promised military support? Having already witnessed the horrors of the bloodthirsty beasts, their faces were not good. Wang Guan was also surprised to see the prompt before him. Similar to the college entrance examination trial illusion, the Alliance has the authority to set tasks, formulate rules and rewards. But in this situation, with no military support and setting this as a hunting task for military training students, it was too childish. Instructor Su Weicheng did not receive the prompt, but seeing the envelope and the expressions of his students, he understood what had happened. His expression immediately turned grim. He raised his voice slightly. That is a swarm of bloodthirsty beasts, and there's even a bloodthirsty demon. The town is in imminent danger. Yet they set it as a task for military training students? Isn't this disregarding the safety of the residents and students here? Not all freshmen are the same. Lin Zidong said proudly. The freshmen from Longjing are all elite abilities users. What you can't achieve, we may be able to. His words carried a blatant disdain and contempt for the military training students of Pingintown. The students from Pingintown began to stir, but considering their identities, they could only suppress their dissatisfaction. Lin Zidong ignored Su Weicheng and led the Longjing students straight toward the town. The Longjing students curiously surveyed their surroundings. Upon seeing the dirty camouflaged uniforms of the military training students from Pingintown, they all wore expressions of innate disgust, as if they did not want to stand with them. Abilities represent the future. Most of them were S-class abilities users who had entered Longjing with boundless prospects ahead. They felt superior to these second-rate students from Pingintown. Some students from Pingintown tried to greet them, but they were met with indifference. Once they entered the town and saw the harsh environment, they expressed even more disdain and quietly complained. Wang Guan stood silently among his classmates, first examining the Longjing students one by one. At the same time, he was studying this hunting mission. After killing bloodthirsty beasts, the task panel would automatically accumulate points, which could be exchanged for rewards after the mission ended. This included potions, weapons, equipment, skill manuals, etc. Wang Guan was not interested in potions and weapons, but skills and equipment could be quite useful. Suddenly, Wang Guan sensed pairs of eyes looking at him. It was the students from Longjing University. Zhu Qianlong had been looking for Wang Guan's figure since he arrived here and finally found him. He pointed at Wang Guan, grinning widely, and said something to the students beside him. The glances from those students were filled with scrutiny, curiosity, and a hint of disdain. Is this the lucky one who scored the highest in the Alliance? A mere F-class abilities user who got lucky with a high score still wants to enter Longjing University? Jiang Wangxue also looked over, her gaze cold and indifferent, glancing at Wang Guan before turning away. The classmates beside Wang Guan sensed something was off. How did these top students from Longjing seem to recognize Wang Guan? As they were puzzled, Zhu Qianlong had already come over. He did not hide the hostility and excitement in his eyes, as if looking at a lamb to be slaughtered. The corners of his mouth twisted into an almost ear-to-ear grin. Wang Guan, are you that impatient? Old classmate, why don't you say hello? I thought you were dead. Zhu Qianlong waved at Wang Guan, electricity crackling around him. Now that I see you're fine, I'm relieved. It's been a long time. Let us have a spar. The crowd quickly parted, and Wang Guan helplessly stepped forward. Are you sure? Su Weicheng rushed over to stop it upon seeing this scene. Team leader Lin, since we're going to deal with the swarm of bloodthirsty beasts together, it's best if we don't create any conflicts among ourselves, he said solemnly to Lin Zidong. Lin Zidong glanced at Wang Guan with amusement. I don't see any harm in sparring a bit. He cheerfully declined Su Weiqing's suggestion. Qianlong is just a low tier among us. Seeing his moves will let you know the difference between us, which will be beneficial for our upcoming actions. Su Weiqing was taken aback. What does team leader Lin mean by that? From now on, the actions here will be led by us. You all better follow our arrangements, Lin Zidong said domineeringly. He wanted to take control of the situation and occupy the dominant position, preventing those second-rate university students from causing trouble for himself. Moreover, the school leaders had specifically instructed him to take good care of Wang Guan. It was just right to let Zhu Qianlong teach him a lesson, killing two birds with one stone. Su Weiqing wanted to stop him further. Instructor, it's fine, I also miss my old classmate, Wang Guan said proactively, nodding to the instructor to indicate there was no need to worry. As he spoke, he tried hard to suppress a smile, but the corners of his mouth still twitched slightly. He walked toward Zhu Qianlong while starting to roll up the sleeves of his right arm. You still put on such a show. I'm completely different from over a month ago, Zhu Qianlong shouted as he saw Wang Guan approaching calmly. Immediately surrounded by crackling electricity, his face full of arrogance. The humiliation you gave me, I will return it all. Today, I will make you kneel and beg for mercy, he shouted, charging toward Wang Guan with thunder and lightning. The dazzling electricity wrapped around his right arm, crackling loudly. In the past half-month of military training, he had successfully advanced to the second tier. He comprehended his exclusive skill, Electric Fist. His strength had increased more than twice since the end of the college entrance examination. Meanwhile, Wang Guan, a mere F-class abilities user, had no exclusive skills and no attribute bonuses. Nowadays, it seems difficult to even step into the second tier, right? The practical ability is already worlds apart from myself. Look at my lightning fist. I will completely blow you up. The students from Longjing University watched this scene with smiles. The people of Ping'an Town, however, looked on with concern. And then, slap. A loud and crisp slap echoed far and wide. Next, we saw Zhu Qianlong, who rushed in front of Wang Guan, spinning around and getting sent flying by the electric shock. Jiang Wangxue felt that this scene was familiar. Investigation. This is an ordinary child, mischievous, with a weak physique, and has not awakened any abilities. Wang Guan had initially attached this bug attribute to Zhu Qianlong, which would remain effective, unless over a decade passed, and the child and the attribute grew into adulthood. Otherwise, Zhu Qianlong would forever be just a mischievous kid in front of Wang Guan. The big slap technique specifically targets mischievous kids. And half a month ago, when Wang Guan slapped Zhu Qianlong, he was only at the first tier, but now he was at the third tier. With this slap, even though he held back, the damage Zhu Qianlong received was multiplied. After spitting out a few broken teeth, he rolled to the ground in embarrassment, and as the electric shock dissipated, he fainted on the spot. Everyone present. Sorry, he posed too well, I got carried away. Wang Guan glanced at the unconscious Zhu Qianlong and innocently looked at Lin Zidong. I slapped him twice before, and he could still kneel and beg for mercy. I really didn't expect that one slap would knock him out now. His words were sincere and earnest. Lin Zidong. Chapter 34. What are these two old fools playing at with hidden identities? Zhu Qianlong is an A-level second-tier ability user, with a powerful ability of a Thunder Warrior. Yet he was so embarrassingly slapped away. Lin Zidong was momentarily at a loss for words. The school leaders at Longjing University do not like Wang Guan, the F-level trash ability user. They had previously arranged for military training officer Li Yangshan to deal with this issue. But for some unknown reason, Li Yangshan died in the wild forest. Before leading the team here, Lin Zidong had already received a hint to casually resolve this small problem. But now, this Wang Guan is quite interesting. Lin Zidong smirked slightly. I thought this would be an easy task, but it seems worth playing around with him. Just as he was thinking this, a commotion erupted behind him. The students of Longjing University, after a brief moment of shock, immediately became furious. Although they had provoked the situation first, Zhu Qianlong was indeed representing them in battle. The way Wang Guan knocked him down was so excessive that it felt like an insult to them all, even though they were shocked by the power Wang Guan displayed. Several people rushed out. Most students at Longjing University are S-level ability users, with A-level abilities being the minority. Their powers are also among the strongest in combat. In an instant, attacks of flames, lightning, and gales swept toward Wang Guan. Lin Zidong wore a slight smile and did not stop them. Quickly get out of the way. Instructor Su Weicheng could only shout a warning. Wang Guan remained standing calmly in place. He had successfully tagged these people with a bug attribute. Among them, only the team leader Lin Zidong had a strength of at least 5 tiers and could not be probed. However, he adhered to his leadership role but did not take action. As for those who did attack, probe, this is an ordinary girl with E-level abilities. Probe, this is a professional DJ. Probe, this is an ordinary drunkard. Probe, this is a mediocre crosstalk performer. None of them posed a threat to Wang Guan. Faced with their furious and shameful attack, a cold glint flashed in Wang Guan's eyes. Can't play nice. Huh, then let's not play at all. With the crisis of the bloodthirsty beast horde looming, you're still deliberately causing trouble. I'll subdue you first. Just as Wang Guan was about to act, a figure had already rushed ahead and appeared in front of him, with striking white hair. Is it Detection.He? This boy, who always gave Wang Guan a special feeling and had a very humble attitude, actually blocked Wang Guan's path. He faced the incoming attacks head-on. He spread his arms wide and then suddenly closed them. Boom! A muffled roar erupted. An invisible shockwave rolled out from him in all directions. The flames, lightning, and gales coming toward him, all bizarrely dissipated into nothingness. Several Longjing students rushing at Wang Guan had their expressions changed drastically, their bodies uncontrollably flying backward. Even Lin Zidong, affected by the shockwave, involuntarily took a half-step back. Standing among them, Instructor Su Weicheng only swayed slightly, but his rugged face was already filled with astonishment. Wang Guan was equally surprised, turning to examine Detection.He's profile. He wore a faint smile, his eyes showing a hint of satisfaction. Damn, I should have known this kid had hidden depths, but I didn't expect him to be this formidable. He managed to block the attacks of several new students from Longjing University and knock them back. This couldn't possibly be just the shockwave of a D-level ability. Who are you? Lin Zidong's expression changed drastically as he shouted. The intelligence he received did not mention that there was such a student from Ping in town. Detection did not answer Lin Zidong. Instead, he asked, "Where's that guy Info? Why isn't he among you?" Info? Lin Zidong was momentarily taken aback and instinctively replied, "He, of course, wouldn't be with us." Info, from the Yin family in Tianjin City, is one of the most highly regarded young talents in recent years. He ranked second in this year's college entrance examination and chose to attend Longjing. Many believe he is the true top scholar, while Wang Guan is just a filler. The students who got into Longjing are considered high achievers and geniuses from all over, but they're still far from someone like him. He wouldn't be in military training with them, as he has his own training plan. Is that so? What a pity. Detection sighed lightly. I wanted to have a match with him. Have a match with him? Lin Zidong instinctively wanted to ridicule upon hearing this. Who do you think you are, wanting to fight Info? But suddenly, his gaze fell on Detection's striking white hair and his youthful face, which appeared to be only 15 or 16 years old. He suddenly recalled the intelligence he had seen before. This year's college entrance examination. The third place in the entire alliance came from the affiliated high school of the Vanguard Army in Lingshan City, applying to the Vanguard Military Academy. His identity and name are military secrets. It is only confirmed that he is only 16 years old and has striking white hair. You are this year's third place in the entire alliance? Lin Zidong exclaimed in shock. Detection habitually smiled shyly. That's me, he admitted. The students of Longjing University were instantly stunned. The students from Ping in town had already fallen into a daze after seeing Wang Guan slap Zhu Qianlong away. When Detection single-handedly blasted away several high achievers from Longjing, they were even more bewildered. Days after days. It wasn't until they heard Lin Zidong's words that they suddenly awoke. Detection, the third place in the entire alliance? Reports said that the third place came from Lingshan City, and Detection is also from Lingshan City. That makes sense. I always thought Detection was quite extraordinary. His ability didn't seem like just a simple shockwave. No wonder he was so impressive during that chaotic battle. But why is he in military training with us when he's the third in the alliance? Maybe because it's close to home? They began to discuss among themselves. The momentum that had been suppressed by Longjing University suddenly became fierce. The third in the entire alliance is actually one of them. What do those high achievers from Longjing count for? After He revealed his identity, he turned to Wang Guan with an apologetic expression. Brother Guan, I'm sorry. My mom doesn't allow me to reveal my identity, he said. Wang Guan was equally surprised, but not as serious as the others. Among the military training students from Ping Town, only He could not be probed due to his protective gear. He had always paid attention to He, sensing that he was somewhat extraordinary. Now that he discovered he was actually the third in the alliance, it wasn't too unexpected. I can understand. Wang Guan nodded in acknowledgement. Gao Chong, Zhang Yong, and the others were all in a state of shock. Just a moment ago, while they were chatting, when He mentioned his score, he said, "My college entrance examination score is pretty good. And the third in the entire alliance, I remember, was about 1,925 points. You call that pretty good? What about us, who can only score in the 200s? Compared to the excitement on the Ping and Town side, the expressions on the Longjing University side turned gloomy. Lin Zidong's face changed dramatically. The school had high hope for him to lead the team here and start the hunting mission. Resolving the threat of the bloodthirsty beasts would also bring reputation to Longjing University. And by the way, also deal with this small problem of Wang Guan. But unexpectedly, right from the start, their people were truly slapped in the face by Wang Guan. And now, someone from the opposing side emerged as the third in the alliance, completely suppressing their momentum. Just as he was secretly angry, he suddenly had a thought and looked at Wang Guan. Wang Guan is the top scholar in the entire alliance, and also a student at Longjing University. Although he is not worthy of Longjing University at all, but now I can use his name to pressure He. Thinking of this, Lin Zidong immediately smiled and walked out. Being able to rank third in the league is indeed well-deserved. No wonder he is so impressive, he praised. Then, he smiled and looked at Wang Guan. Wang Guan, Jr., that was just a joke earlier. Hee, I hope you don't mind. We were just a bit curious about you. But in any case, we will be classmates in the future. Everyone is actually looking forward to meeting you. The top scorer of the entire league. Lin Zidong said this with a friendly demeanor. The students from Ping Town were already in an uproar upon hearing these words. Wait, Brother Guan is a student at Longjing University? That team leader said he is the top scorer in the league. Did I hear that wrong? The person who scored 2135 in the college entrance examination is Wang Guan? This is too outrageous, right? I feel like Wang Guan's performance is quite reasonable. Damn, not only is he the league's third place, but the top scorer is also here. What kind of treasure land is Ping Town? Everyone was completely shocked by the revelation that there are indeed experts here. Gao Chong, Zhang Yong, and others were once again dumbfounded. They recalled what Wang Guan had just said. My college entrance examination score is also quite good. Damn, these two old foxes. What are you two doing hiding your identities while ranking at the top of the league? Lin Zidong's statement was meant to announce that the top scorer of the league is a student at their Longjing University. He kindly reached out to grab Wang Guan's arm. Come on, let me introduce you to your classmates. However, Wang Guan shook off his hand. I think, never mind, Wang Guan said with a hint of amusement. Chapter 35, The Unfathomable S-Class Ability. Master of Entropy Dragon Capital University looked down on his F-Class trash ability and sent him to Peacetown for military training. They even assigned a military training officer to deliberately make things difficult for him. Just now, the students from Dragon Capital University appeared disdainful as well. What? Now that they realize the title of Alliance Champion still has some weight, they treat him as a classmate again? Wang Guan saw through Lin Zidong's intentions and naturally refused without hesitation. Lin Zidong's face turned cold. Wang Guan, what do you mean? I consider you a classmate of Dragon Capital, and you, an F-Class trash ability user, should be grateful, yet you dare to refuse? I suggest you follow the instructor's arrangement from here on out. Wang Guan ignored Lin Zidong and continued. The instructor has a deep-seated grudge against the bloodthirsty demon and is quite familiar with them. It would be most appropriate for him to lead everything to get through this crisis. Lin Zidong's attempt to take the lead was just creating more chaos. He chimed in. I agree. We should follow the instructor's arrangements from now on. They were the alliance champion and the runner-up, respectively. Supporting the instructor carried significant weight. The instructor stood stiffly to the side, his rugged face somewhat dazed. He was startled back to reality when he heard the two mention him and nodded slightly to them. Wang Guan and He were the two students he valued most in this military training, especially Wang Guan, to whom he had even taught some of his skills. However, he did not expect these two to have such impressive backgrounds. Wang Guan, do you still want to attend Dragon Capital? Lin Zidong could no longer maintain his calm and shouted in a low voice. Honestly, not really. Wang Guan shook his head, showing a hint of disdain. He glanced at He, since this guy was the alliance runner-up and had entered the Vanguard Military Academy. The earlier suggestion of transferring to the Vanguard Military Academy was clearly not just talk. He probably had a real way to help him arrange this. Now, he was genuinely tempted. He understood the meaning in Wang Guan's eyes and smiled, nodding. The two said nothing more and turned to leave under Lin Zidong's somewhat dazed gaze. Lin Zidong stood frozen in place, his eyes igniting with anger. He did not expect Wang Guan to reject his good intentions and even say he did not want to attend Dragon Capital. Although, like many others, he thought Wang Guan, as an F-class trash ability user, was not worthy of attending Dragon Capital. Wang Guan's attitude only made him angrier. Who do you think you are? You dare to look down on Dragon Capital? Let's go. I'll help you arrange accommodations. The instructor, Su Weicheng, had regained his composure and said solemnly to the students from Dragon Capital. Knowing Wang Guan and He's identities eased his mind considerably. Perhaps the alliance government set this hunting task here because they knew Wang Guan and He were present. Lin Zidong originally wanted to take charge of the actions here, but after what had just happened, he could only endure. Then, I'll trouble you, Instructor Su, he said reluctantly. The students from Dragon Capital looked at Wang Guan and He with complex expressions. The strength of the alliance's third-place winner was indeed impressive. Even Wang Guan seemed not to be as useless as rumored. Zhu Qianlong and Zhang Wangxue were Wang Guan's classmates, and they had only considered him lucky to score high. Just now, Zhu Qianlong had been eager to make Wang Guan look bad, but ended up being knocked out with a single slap. If he was trash, then Zhu Qianlong was even worse than trash. Among them, Zhang Wangxue watched Wang Guan's figure disappear into the distance, feeling somewhat moved. She did not expect that after more than half a month, he had not only not fallen behind, but had actually become stronger. Then, a cold light flashed in her eyes. He had not even glanced at me once from start to finish. Wang Guan and He returned to the group of classmates in Peacetown. Everyone gathered around them, filled with astonishment and discussion. As for Wang Guan's transfer to the Vanguard Military Academy, he did not mention it immediately. He would wait until the military training was over to talk about it. Just now, when Lin Zidong revealed his identity as the alliance champion, Wang Guan showed no surprise at all. It seemed he had known who Wang Guan was from the beginning. Wang Guan pondered silently. The alliance champion and the runner-up appearing in the same trial battlefield and becoming roommates. What a coincidence. He probably knew Wang Guan was here, which is why he specifically came for military training. Could it be that he was initially planning to help the Vanguard Military Academy poach talent? Just as he was thinking about this, Gao Chang and Zhang Yong excitedly approached. Guange, I really didn't expect you to be the alliance champion. You really tricked us. Gao Chang complained. Wang Guan smiled. I didn't mean to trick you. I mentioned it when we first met. It's you who didn't believe it. Huh? Gao Chang and Zhang Yong were taken aback, then suddenly remembered that the night Wang Guan arrived, they had asked him if he knew the top scorer from He City. At that time, Wang Guan pointed at himself and said, I know it's me. He really didn't lie, but who could believe such an outrageous thing back then? Everyone laughed and chatted as they returned to the cafeteria. Originally, they were all a bit uneasy waiting for military support, but upon discovering Wang Guan and He's identities, they felt much more at ease. After all, these were two monsters who could score 2,000 points on the college entrance exam. As for Wang Guan's F-class ability, after the experiences of the past half-month, no one dared to doubt or picket it anymore. Perhaps it was because of the two of them being here that the alliance government agreed to set up a hunting task here. When the crowd had thinned out a bit, He sighed. The big shot he referred to was an ultra-intelligent AI within the Alliance government responsible for all ability user information. Setting tasks and other matters were handled by this AI system. Each ability user's attribute panel was also detected and calculated by it. So that's how it is? Wang Guan's understanding of this aspect was evidently not as good as He-Hong's. Suddenly, he had a thought. Would his bug ability also fall within the detection range of this intelligent AI system? Speaking of abilities, Wang Guan remembered something and asked He-Hong, "By the way, what exactly is your ability?" He certainly couldn't be a D-class ability user with a shockwave. The people at the table looked over expectantly. "My ability is called Master of Entropy, an S-class ability," He-Hong explained somewhat shyly. "It belongs to the energy category and can dominate and manipulate all energy changes." Just now, the fierce flames and lightning attacks Wang Guan unleashed were suddenly dissipated when they encountered He-Hong, who absorbed and neutralized them with his ability. He could collect energy within his body and release it at the right moment. He could even simulate low-level energy abilities like shockwaves and vibrations. Hearing his introduction, everyone couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. These S-class ability users naturally crushed lower-tier ability users. On the other hand, the fact that Wang Guan, with only an F-class ability, could match the combat power of an S-class ability user seemed even more remarkable. Our Peace Town really is a hidden gem. The Alliance's top scorer and runner-up are right beside me. Who would believe it? And there's Anya. Her level far exceeds ours too. That's right. The heart of the insectoid is indeed formidable. Everyone enthusiastically discussed another S-class ability user, Anya. When Anya was mentioned, Wang Guan couldn't help but think, I wonder how many saber-toothed bees she has gathered now. This Miss Barbiel is not here now, controlling the saber-toothed queen to assemble the swarm. Although she has greatly improved her control now, the swarming saber-toothed bees are unbearable not only for her, but also for those around her. These creatures belong to the category of mutated insects and can tear off a piece of flesh in one bite. Therefore, the instructor arranged for her to have a different residence, allowing her to study control and summon the bee swarm in peace. In the outskirts of Peace Town, inside a relatively intact, abandoned building, the buzzing saber-toothed bees are flying everywhere. Clearly, Anya's efforts over the past few days have paid off. She sits cross-legged on the ground, dejectedly nibbling on a flatbread. The black and yellow queen bee rests in her hair, its wings vibrating continuously, resembling a small hairpin. She wasn't present during the earlier conflict with the Longjing students, but through the vision provided by the bee swarm, she has figured out the general situation. In fact, when those Longjing students attacked Wang Guan, if He hadn't acted first, she would have controlled the swarm to attack them. That guy is actually the top scholar of the Alliance. How impressive. He, this kid, is quite the background. I knew there was something off about him. But why do I have to stay here alone? And he doesn't even come to see me, the girl muttered to herself, glancing at the saber-toothed bees flying above her head, her small face full of disdain. Although she complained a lot, she knew when to be serious. She continued to activate her abilities, spreading the queen bee's signal to summon the saber-toothed bees. The swarm of saber-toothed bees in the dense forest is not only concentrated in the miners' gathering area, but also exists in other places. She not only retrieved the old members of the queen bee, but also lured many other bee swarm members. The heart of the insect race is indeed powerful. At the same time, she is controlling part of the swarm to explore the safety around the town and keep watch. It has been quite peaceful near the town these days. But just then, with her eyes half closed, Anya sensed something and her body trembled slightly. Bloodthirsty beasts have appeared near the town, gathering in groups. Are they finally going to launch an attack on the town? Chapter 36. Wang Guan's combat ability seems ordinary. The bloodthirsty beasts have started to gather near the town. Anya quickly informed everyone of this news. Upon learning the situation, Su Weiqing immediately ordered the town to enter a state of alert. The ordinary residents of the town hurriedly hid in a cellar, which served as the safe house for Peace Town. During these days, some residents had already evacuated the town under Su Weiqing's arrangements, but many had not been able to leave in time. Several capable young fighters and military training students were assigned by Su Weiqing to defend several key positions in the town. The reason Peacetown could be built in the wilderness was due to its advantageous location, coupled with the constructed protective walls and the emergency defense works. It could at least temporarily fend off the attacks of the bloodthirsty beast pack. The student from Longjing had just arrived and were immediately thrown in a battle, feeling somewhat dissatisfied and complaining, but ultimately obeyed their instructor's commands. Roar. From the depths of the forest, there were continuous roars echoing. From these sounds, one could sense the sheer number of beasts. Several flying bloodthirsty beasts circled in the sky, having already surrounded the town. The road at the back had also been cut off by them. In an open space in the center of the town, Anya manipulated a swarm of bees to continuously scout the surroundings. Wang Guan found the saber-toothed queen bee and handed it over to Anya, which undoubtedly helped a lot. Instructor Su Weicheng stood beside her, slightly furrowing his brows upon hearing this. The moment the students from Longjing arrived, the beasts immediately launched an attack, even deploying their pack to cut off the road behind, preventing our escape. That beast has been secretly monitoring this place. As soon as he discovered it was just students, he immediately launched an attack. Su Weicheng thought to himself as he asked Anya, "Can you find out where the bloodthirsty demon is?" "No, I can't see it. It's currently out of my detection range." Anya replied. "Continue to scout and notify me immediately if you find its trace," Su Weicheng said regretfully. "That beast is still cunning. It won't easily reveal itself." The entrance to the town leading to the forest was still the most dangerous place. Even though many defensive works have been set up, the beast pack would attack the town from the forest, and this place was the first to bear the brunt. Wang Guan, Tong Yixing, and other top fighters were assigned here, along with many students from Longjing. In the somewhat oppressive atmosphere, they awaited the arrival of the beast pack. Although the students from Longjing were annoying, it must be said they were all quite good-looking. Perhaps due to the tension, Gao Chong lowered his voice and spoke to the person next to him. He pointed to a girl from Longjing in the distance. "Look at that girl. She's really beautiful. Definitely goddess level." Everyone followed his finger and agreed. She was indeed a strikingly pretty girl, and her silver uniform highlighted her cold and proud temperament. Among the students of Peacetown, perhaps only Anya could compare with her. However, Anya had short hair, tan skin, a petite figure, and a cute appearance. Her personality was also lively, which was a different style altogether. Wang Guan took a glance, but then turned his head away. Pretty ordinary. They were looking at Jiang Wangxue. In Wang Guan's investigation, she was just an ordinary girl. Ordinary? Gao Chong was surprised. "Guangu, are you face-blind?" "Oh no. You also said she looks ordinary." "Ah." Wang Guan was speechless. He actually thought Anya looked okay. It was just that the resemblance to a muscular Barbie was too strong. It must be that the coach's daughter is too beautiful. After seeing her, "Guangu thinks other girls look ordinary," Zhang Yong said with a smile. Only the coach's daughter was rated as beautiful by Guangu. Unfortunately, apart from Wang Guan, no one else had seen her. Everyone realized and was even more surprised. If this ice-cold beauty was considered ordinary, how beautiful must the coach's daughter be? "Ah." Wang Guan was speechless again. "Okay, I admit I'm face-blind." While they were chatting, on the side of the Longjing students, Jiang Wanxue noticed their gazes and frowned, revealing some displeasure. Zhu Qianlong, whose face was swollen and missing a front tooth, had just woken up and was standing next to her, looking eager to please. Wang Guan must have had help. He used his ability to influence me. When I fought near him, I suddenly felt weak. He babbled to redeem himself. However, with a missing tooth, his speech was a bit lisping. "What does that have to do with me?" Jiang Wangxue said coldly, her tone distant. "I just wanted to help you vent your anger," Zhu Qianlong quickly said. During their military training, Jiang Wangshue's attitude toward him had grown colder. He was overjoyed to come to Peacetown because he knew that although Wangxue didn't say it, she had been harboring resentment against Wang Guan. As long as he could teach Wang Guan a lesson, Jiang Wangxue would surely be happy, but he didn't expect to be slapped to the ground instead. Before he could say anything else, Lin Zidong's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Ashu has sensed the malice of the beast pack. They are about to charge. Everyone stay alert." Yes, dozens of voices from Longjing students responded in their minds. Their thoughts were now connected, allowing for mental communication. This came from a girl among them, named Ruan Ashu, who possessed an S-class psychic ability called Red Queen. She had a strong telepathic ability that could establish a mental connection network for everyone. Of course, this mental network was currently limited to the students of Longjing. Almost as soon as the communication ended, there was a loud boom. The forest ahead shook, and the ground resonated with heavy rumblings, accompanied by various sharp roars. One after another, different beast-shaped, bloodthirsty beasts rushed out from the forest. With their terrifyingly large mouths and sharp claws, they charged toward the town. The appearance of these beasts, looking as if they had been skinned, shocked the Longjing students who saw them for the first time. But being high achievers, they quickly regained their composure. The battle began. In the sky, the flying bloodthirsty beasts dove down first, launching an attack on the town. Two of them pounced toward Wang Guan and the others. After they were dealt with, the wall in front of them suddenly opened a gap. One by one, the bloodthirsty beasts crazily squeezed in, roaring as they lunged at the humans before them. Caught off guard, everyone became slightly flustered. He suddenly leaped over the wall and landed in the midst of the beast pack on the other side. The beasts quickly pounced, nearly engulfing his figure. But then there was a loud boom, and the impact exploded, sending the bloodthirsty beasts flying in all directions. Having revealed his true strength, the boy unleashed his full power. With his own strength, he blocked the gap on the other side. He is awesome. Careful, there's one coming at you. This one is mine. Everyone be careful. This one's a bit tough. Continuous shouts echoed back and forth. Thanks to He powerful strikes, the pressure from the beast pack was alleviated, temporarily stabilizing the rear. Bang! Wang Guan punched out, sending a charging bloodthirsty beast flying. Compared to He's overwhelming slaughter, his combat seemed rather plain. He didn't use his alloy sword or rush to apply bug attributes on the bloodthirsty beasts. He simply employed military boxing techniques to attack. Because it wasn't yet the most intense part of the battle, he wanted to take this opportunity to hone his military boxing skills. To advance from ordinary military boxing to military boxing max, beyond the teachings of instructors, pushing beyond limits is equally important. Nothing squeezes one's potential more than fierce combat. The bloodthirsty beast, which was knocked away, crawled up again and pounced towards Wang Guan. Only after Wang Guan delivered another whip kick did it finally lose its life and quickly decay. Congratulations, you have killed the bloodthirsty beast and earned 5 points. With the kill, a notification similar to the one during the college entrance examination flashed before him. Task points are not equivalent to college entrance examination points. Killing a single beast-type bloodthirsty beast earns 47 points. If killed cooperatively, the Alliance's AI system can distribute points based on contribution to the kill. Wang Guan continued to pounce towards the next bloodthirsty beast. The students from Longjing also began intense battles. Their combat strength naturally far exceeded that of most people in Ping'an Town, easily blocking the incoming bloodthirsty beasts. However, in front of He's entropy dominator, they appeared rather inadequate. While fighting, they were also quickly exchanging information through the mental network. How is that kid Wang Guan's combat performance? Lin Zidong, who was not here, inquired. It seems quite ordinary. Looking at his strength and speed, his attributes should be decent, but he is using military boxing? Using such a cheap skill and seemingly having no weapons or equipment. Haha, our Alliance's top scholar seems too shabby, right? It's normal. An F-grade trash ability wouldn't have exclusive skills, and he probably has no money to buy skill manuals. Overall, Wang Guan's practical combat ability seems rather unremarkable. As for Zhu Qianlong, that was an accident. I was influenced at that time. He must have cheated. Zhu Qianlong quickly defended himself in the mental network. He looked in the direction of Wang Guan, his eyes flashing with lightning. Chapter 37. Comprehending New Skills. Enhanced Military Physical Fist. The bloodthirsty beasts launched attacks not only at the main gate, but also in several other locations. Anya manipulated the saber-toothed bee swarm, grasping the battlefield situation in real time. Su Weiqing's figure darted around the town, swiftly reinforcing areas that were unable to withstand the onslaught. On the rooftop of a small building, Lin Zidong stood with a girl, not participating in the battle. The girl had her hair in a ponytail and wore glasses, appearing quite refined. Captain Lin, are we not going to help them? She suggested, noticing Su Weiqing's busy figure. I can connect the people of Ping'an to the mental network, making communication easier for them. She was none other than Ruana Shu, an S-rank ability user with the ability of the Queen of Hearts. No need, just connect our people. Lin Zidong refused. But aren't we comrades fighting against the bloodthirsty beasts? Ruana Shu was puzzled. Comrades? They're not worthy. Lin Zidong scoffed. We are the main force in battle. As long as we take care of ourselves, I can end the fight the moment I kill the bloodthirsty demon. In his hand was a metal longsword, a D-rank weapon he had purchased at a high price, greatly enhancing his wind-based abilities. Although the bloodthirsty demon was an abyss monster, it was only at the level of a 5th-tier ability user. As long as he encountered it, he would definitely be able to slay it. He was not participating in the fight, waiting here for the opponent to appear. Looking out at the constantly surging beast swarm in the dense forest, he asked, "Have you found the whereabouts of that bloodthirsty demon?" Ruana Shu, being a mental type user, primarily manifested her abilities through telepathy. However, she could also perform mental manipulation, invading the minds of bloodthirsty beasts within a certain range. Through their chaotic wills, she could gather intelligence. Of course, this long-distance invasion was only effective against simple-minded mutated beasts like bloodthirsty beasts. To invade human thoughts, she had to be in close proximity. No, the thoughts of the bloodthirsty beasts are too chaotic. It's hard to find useful information. Ruana Shu shook her head, a hint of disgust flashing across her face. Infiltrating the consciousness of bloodthirsty beasts to search their memories was not a pleasant experience. Keep searching, Lin Zidong said in a deep voice. He focused on several battle locations, and a task panel appeared before him. The panel displayed real-time rankings of points. Browsing through the ranking information, the top spots were filled with students from Longjing, showcasing the strength of these high-achieving students. However, currently in first place was Tong Yihong from Ping'an, and he was far ahead with a current score of 182. The second place, Jiang Wangxue, had only 73 points. Lin Zidong sighed, but felt no frustration. It was to be expected. After all, he was a genius comparable to Yin Feng. Scrolling down the list, he found Wang Guan's name, currently ranked 33rd with 27 points. Not only was he not comparable to the elites of Longjing, but even the second-tier students from Ping'an surpassed him. It seems I overestimated him before. Lin Zidong snorted coldly. At that time, Wang Guan had knocked Zhu Qianlong unconscious with a slap, which had truly surprised him. He hadn't expected him to be so mediocre. According to feedback from classmates, Wang Guan was merely physically outstanding, with unremarkable combat abilities. He only knew how to use the cheap skill of military physical fist. Perhaps as Zhu Qianlong said, he was influenced at that time, which was why he had been knocked out by Wang Guan's humiliating slap. It seemed that dealing with this kid wouldn't be too difficult. Thinking of Wang Guan's detestable attitude earlier, a hint of coldness flashed across Lin Zidong's otherwise refined face. At the main entrance of the town, facing the dense forest, a fierce battle was still ongoing. Bloodthirsty beasts continuously surged out from the forest. The town's protective walls had been damaged in several places, and the pressure on everyone increased significantly. Bang! Wang Guan was still using the military physical fist to attack the bloodthirsty beasts. His ordinary military physical fist had reached the master level after several days of special training from the instructor, coupled with the instructor's teachings on power generation. He was subtly grasping something in this intense battle. Just a little more, a moment of opportunity, and he could break through. Huff, huff, he took deep breaths, focusing his eyes on the approaching bloodthirsty beast, and threw a punch. Then came the next punch. Sizzle, sizzle. The sound electric sparks suddenly erupted beside him. Zhu Qianlong, a Thunder Warrior ability user, was confronting the bloodthirsty beasts, moving closer to Wang Guan with a grim expression and ill intentions. Wang Guan noticed, but merely glanced at him nonchalantly before turning back. He didn't care. Anyway, to him, no matter how much Zhu Qianlong caused trouble, he was just a brat making a fuss. If he dared to sneak attack, Wang Guan wouldn't mind throwing him directly into the beast swarm. Seeing Wang Guan's reaction, Zhu Qianlong's expression darkened further. You look down on me this much? With malice welling up, his gaze grew colder. The battle was intense. If he secretly attacked Wang Guan, no one would care. Even if he was discovered, it wouldn't matter. Longjing University wouldn't mind Wang Guan dying here. They would probably welcome it. He would definitely be spared. After all, his Thunder Warrior ability was far more valuable than Wang Guan. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Zhu Qianlong watched Wang Guan, waiting for an opportunity to strike. But just then, boom! Accompanied by a loud noise, the reinforced gate of the town suddenly shattered. A massive and imposing figure roared as it charged in. It was a bloodthirsty beast in the form of a black bear. It was likely originally a mutated black bear, towering nearly 3 meters tall when standing upright. After transformation, its entire body was blood red, and its claws were even sharper, exuding a terrifying menace. Damn, this thing. It's not an ordinary bloodthirsty beast. Get out of the way. Everyone be careful. Gasps of shock erupted from crowd. This blood-colored giant bear was far more terrifying than ordinary bloodthirsty beasts. It charged forward and immediately knocked a person down. Damn, that person was Gao Chong, who fully activated his steel-like ability, his skin turning iron blue, yet unable to escape the giant bear's oppression. The giant bear opened its terrifying maw and roared, its massive claws slamming down. Students nearby from Ping'an Town quickly attempted to attack the giant bear. However, whether with weapons, abilities, or fists, none were able to inflict any significant damage on it. Tong Yihong was still outside and had no time to attend to this side. The students from Longjing had the strength to deal with it, but upon seeing the giant bear's ferocious appearance, no one dared to come to the rescue. Just then, Wang Guan dashed forward and leaped into the air. His right fist, tempered through countless trials, struck the giant bear with a whooshing sound. Gao Chong was his roommate, and they had always had a good relationship. Seeing him in danger triggered an overwhelming concern in Wang Guan, causing a certain state in his body to finally break through the critical point. This was the moment he had been waiting for. This was the feeling. Boom! With a tremendous roar, the blood-colored giant bear, weighing over 1,000 pounds, was knocked back several meters. Its flesh ripped apart, revealing a terrifying gaping hole. Congratulations! You have mastered a new skill, Military Physical Fist Max. As Wang Guan landed, a prompt appeared before him. The original Military Physical Fist in his skill list had been replaced by Military Physical Fist Max. D-rank skill, now at the entry level. He finally succeeded. Wang Guan couldn't hide his joy. Thank you. Gao Chong scrambled to his feet, his tone filled with a hint of confusion. Guang's punch seems a bit fierce. The others who noticed this also instinctively showed expressions of shock. Zhu Qianlong, who was preparing to launch a sneak attack, froze in place. The blood-colored giant bear was severely injured but not yet dead. Its wounds only heightened its ferocity. Its eyes turned blood red as it roared and charged toward Wang Guan once again. Wang Guan remained calm and steady, sinking his waist and cupping his fist to his chest. This was the most standard posture of military boxing. However, when the giant bear reached him, boom, its fist shot out like a cannonball, sending a wave of air rippling around. The fist, carrying the air wave, struck the chest of the giant bear, which was wildly swinging its claws. It appeared to be an ordinary straight punch. Boom! The giant bear's body was involuntarily sent flying backward, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. When it crashed heavily to the ground, a black mist quickly spread out, starting to rot. Congratulations, you have killed the bloodthirsty beast and earn 11 points. A prompt appeared before Wang Guan. This blood-colored giant bear was indeed not an ordinary bloodthirsty beast. It probably had third-tier strength, comparable to those humanoid bloodthirsty beasts. Yet it was taken down by Wang Guan with just 2 punches, and prior to that, Wang Guan hadn't even applied a bug attribute to it. Military Boxing Max. Truly a D-grade skill, with extraordinary power. The students of Ping'an Town were greatly encouraged, repeatedly shouting that Wang Guan was awesome. The students from Longjing were all stunned. He really used military boxing? The posture couldn't be mistaken, but this power. How was that possible? Even Captain Lin didn't have such power with military boxing, right? This must have the power of a D-grade skill. In the mental network, exclamations of surprise erupted, and their shock wasn't over yet. The blood-colored giant bear broke through the door, and more bloodthirsty beasts surged in wildly. After defeating the giant bear, Wang Guan immediately charged at this group of bloodthirsty beasts. Having successfully comprehended military boxing max, it was time to fight with all his might. He no longer held back, launching punch after punch. With the enhanced military boxing skill, almost every punch could take down a bloodthirsty beast. Unmatched power. There was no longer the earlier struggle to deal with a single bloodthirsty beast. In fact, combined with his bug detection ability, sometimes a single punch could directly pierce through 2 to 3 bloodthirsty beasts. The bloodthirsty beasts pouring in through the damaged door were almost all held back by him alone. What happened over there? Lin Zedong exclaimed in confusion in the mental network. Still focused on the points ranking, he was astonished to discover that Wang Guan, originally ranked 33rd, suddenly began to rise rapidly in the rankings. Chapter 38 Anya, I am both the swarm. Wang Guan suddenly became incredibly strong. I saw him kill 2 bloodthirsty beasts with 1 punch. This guy's been hiding his strength all along, but what he is using now is just military boxing. How can it have such power? Could it be some kind of advanced skill of military boxing? Voices of Long Jing's students echoed in the mental network, filled with indescribable shock. This is Wang Guan's true strength. Jiang Wangxue was continuously conjuring ice spikes in the air, shooting them at the bloodthirsty beast swarm. Her ice spikes not only severely injured the bloodthirsty beasts, but also froze them, which was her exclusive skill as the ice and snow sorceress. Noticing Wang Guan's actions, her eyes trembled with surprise. Zhu Qianlong had been prepared to launch a sneak attack, but upon seeing Wang Guan exhibit such divine power, he was dumbfounded and dared not make a move. Hearing the gasps in the mental network, he even felt relieved. Now that Wang Guan has shown such strength, it seems like getting knocked out by a slap is not so embarrassing anymore. Wang Guan stood at the broken entrance, continuously killing the bloodthirsty beasts that surged in. His combat was more impactful than the chaos being caused outside by the entropy dominator Tong Yixing. After all, Tong Yixing's strength lies in his abilities. But Wang Guan was fighting in close quarters, making him appear even more formidable. Suddenly, a series of cries echoed in the sky. 2 flying bloodthirsty beasts had noticed Wang Guan. The number of flying bloodthirsty beasts in the swarm was extremely low, but their threat was the highest. They circled in the air, suddenly diving down for a surprise attack, making it hard to defend against. Many students had already been injured by them. Now, they targeted Wang Guan's figure. These were 2 strange birds, differing in shape, both entirely red. Their wings were decayed, yet strangely, it did not affect their speed and agility. Accompanied by sharp, piercing cries, they launched an attack on Wang Guan. When Wang Guan swung his fist in retaliation, they immediately flapped their wings, agilely dodging, and quickly flew back into the sky. This forced Wang Guan to expend a lot of energy to remain vigilant against their attacks, greatly impacting him. Jiang Wangxue, with ice spikes in hand, shot them around and glanced at the strange birds entangling Wang Guan. Her exclusive skill was a ranged attack, easily able to counter these 2 strange birds. However, she had no intention of helping Wang Guan out of his predicament. A hint of an expectant cold smile appeared on her face. Suddenly, when the 2 strange birds dove down again to harass Wang Guan, he swiftly drew a sword from behind him. That F-grade alloy sword had been with Wang Guan all along, but had not been used until now. With a whoosh, Wang Guan swung the sword a few times, looking as if he was just flailing aimlessly. The 2 strange birds nimbly flipped and escaped back into the sky. However, whoosh, whoosh, invisible wind blades swept through their figures, and under the astonished gaze of the students below, the 2 strange birds were directly torn apart. Their powerless remains fell, dragging black mist, and when they hit the ground, they had already turned to mush. With 1 strike, he eliminated these 2 flying bloodthirsty beasts. Damn! Annoying, Wang Guan muttered, glancing at the kill prompt that appeared before him. While being harassed by the 2 strange birds earlier, he had already tagged them with the bug entries. Scan, this is an ordinary sparrow. Scan, this is a fierce hawk. The wind blades activated by the windmill skill relied on their bizarre and inexplicable attack trajectory, with slightly lower lethality. Hitting a 2nd or 3rd tier mutated beast was unlikely to result in a 1-hit kill. But with the bug entries attached, they were just ordinary birds. That is how they could be easily obliterated by the wind blades Wang Guan unleashed. The students from Ping'an Town were used to Wang Guan's ferocity, so they found nothing unusual. But the students from Longjing were once again shocked by this scene. He just used a sword skill? One sword. Killed those two strange birds. He actually has such a powerful skill. The power of this sword skill is probably not weaker than that of team leader Lin. And that boxing skill. Jiang Wangshue's eyes trembled. She was not confident that her ice spike technique could achieve a one-hit kill on two of them. At this moment, the Longjing students looked at Wang Guan, who held a sword in one hand and a fist in the other, no longer viewing him with the previous disdain. This F-grade ability user, being able to rank first in the entire alliance, is not just due to luck. On the rooftop of the small building, Lin Zidong's expression grew increasingly grim. Not only did Wang Guan possess a set of boxing skills, but he also had a set of sword skills, both of which were quite formidable. He was not on the scene, but through the mental network communication, he was aware of everything that had happened. Awakening abilities for just over half a month. How could he master two skills? Wang Shue had mentioned that he was just an orphan, and his alma mater did not give him any college entrance exam bonuses. Where did he get the skill manuals? That guy Li Yangshan was killed by this kid. It seems he was not wronged. Lin Zidong thought to himself, his gaze continuing to focus on the current score rankings. After Wang Guan completed his understanding of military boxing max, he began to slaughter. The points he earned started to rise rapidly. In just a short time, he had already made it into the top 10. Then 9th place, 8th place. Soon, he reached 3rd place. Without pausing, he surpassed Jiang Wangshue, who was in 2nd place. The speed at which his points increased continued to chase after the 1st place. Tong Yixing, Lin Zidong's brows could not help but furrow. Coming here to carry out the hunting mission, he had a strong sense of honor for the Longjing University he represented. He did not consider the students from Ping'an Town at all. In his mind, Longjing students were the main force in hunting, and it was only natural for them to crush the second-tier students from Ping'an Town. But now, it was one thing for Tong Yixing to be a variable. He absolutely could not accept that even Wang Guan had surpassed their Longjing students. He naturally would not regard Wang Guan as a Longjing student anymore, given Wang Guan's previous attitude. Just then, Lin Zidong suddenly noticed that one person's name was also rapidly rising. That was Anya from Ping'an Town. Lin Zidong. How is there still a master? Anya did not think of herself as a master. As a physically weak mental-type ability user, she did not participate in the battle. She only wanted to help everyone grasp the situation on the battlefield, bringing visibility to everyone while quietly staying in the back. Even without participating in the battle, her responsibility for battlefield detection had a strong auxiliary effect. She continued to earn points steadily, ranking not low, around the 20s. As the battle grew increasingly intense, bloodthirsty beasts launched attacks from different directions, and instructor Su Weicheng was running around. Suddenly, using the swarm vision, she discovered that a group of bloodthirsty beasts had broken through the protective wall in the south of the town and entered the town. There stood a strange house. A group of bloodthirsty beasts was trying to destroy the wall and burrow inside. That place is the instructor's daughter's house? Anya was taken aback. The house itself had been reinforced, resembling a safe house. Plus, Su Mingming's situation was special, so she had not entered the cellar like other townspeople. Now a group of bloodthirsty beasts had discovered the instructor's daughter's whereabouts and were attempting to capture her. Anya immediately wanted to notify the instructor, but the instructor was still far away from her. There were no other students nearby the house. Without much hesitation, Anya made up her mind and rushed towards it. The sword-toothed mother bee, which perched on her hair like a hairpin, vibrated its wings and sent out a signal. Buzzing, the scattered sword-toothed bees quickly gathered at her call. The dark clouds seemed to envelop her head. She discovered that she was close to the bloodthirsty beasts that were destroying the house. A few immediately hissed and bared their teeth, ferociously charging at her. Anya instinctively felt fear and hurriedly commanded the swarm to attack. The saber-toothed bees received the signal and buzzed in to overwhelm the bloodthirsty beasts. These beasts, varying in shape, were surrounded by the swarm, emitting sharp roars and wildly flailing their claws, but it was of no use. Under the swarm's assault, they quickly became covered in wounds. The decaying flesh on their bodies was gradually stripped away by the sharp mandibles of the saber-toothed bees, splattering blood and flesh everywhere. In the blink of an eye, these bloodthirsty beasts lost their vitality and turned into a puddle of goo. The saber-toothed bee swarm was already quite terrifying, comparable to a third-tier ability user. Now, under Anya's influence over the swarm, they had increased in number, and their hive mind was stronger than ever, fully unified. Their attack power had significantly improved. Seeing this scene, Anya was slightly stunned. Controlling the swarm to attack targets was actually this strong? It was as if she had realized something. Softly murmuring, "I am the swarm." After completing her realization, her small face changed again. She bent down and began to vomit. Merging with the swarm, she could see what the swarm saw and feel what the swarm felt. Therefore, the sensation of the swarm attacking the bloodthirsty beasts was also truly perceived by her. That was really not a pleasant experience. The other bloodthirsty beasts that were trying to enter the house stopped their actions. They seemed to have determined that Anya posed a greater threat. Thus, they roared and charged at Anya. "No, don't come over, wait a minute." Anya hurriedly waved her hands and shouted. While shouting, the swarm surged, sweeping over the beasts and harvesting them in groups. Her score ranking began to rise rapidly. Lin Zidong, who was paying attention to the score rankings, turned a bit green. That girl named Anya had already made it into the top 10. Her rate of improvement was not much slower than Wang Guan's. Chapter 39 Last Bug Harvest, ranked first. Watching the changes in the leaderboard, Lin Zidong's breath became a bit heavier. Among the students of Longjing, his strength was originally the strongest, and as the student leader, he was also within the scope of the mission. Su Weicheng, as an instructor, was not qualified to participate in the mission and would not gain points by killing bloodthirsty beasts. However, Lin Zidong had not made a move yet, only dealing with a few flying bloodthirsty beasts that wanted to attack here. If he had gone all out, his score would definitely not be much worse than Wang Guan's. But he wanted to conserve his strength to deal with the bloodthirsty demon. After all, the bloodthirsty demon could be considered the mission boss, and killing it would yield the greatest rewards. However, the bloodthirsty demon had not shown up. "Asho, haven't you found any trace of the bloodthirsty demon?" he asked the girl beside him anxiously. Ruan Asho, who was using mental sensing to search for the bloodthirsty demon's trace, shook her head. "No, I can't find a trace of the bloodthirsty demon." But soon after Lin Zidong asked, something fell off. The bloodthirsty beasts seemed to have received a signal. The bloodthirsty demon had issued a retreat order to them. Retreat? Lin Zidong was stunned. He hadn't made a move yet, and the bloodthirsty demon hadn't appeared. Why were they retreating? The bloodthirsty beasts were puppets of the bloodthirsty demon. After it issued the retreat order, the horde of bloodthirsty beasts that had been fiercely attacking the town immediately stopped fighting and turned to flee. What, they're retreating? Have we defeated them? The bloodthirsty demon seems to have not appeared yet. Haha, we won. The students at the town's gate, who were caught in the fierce battle, were overjoyed to see the bloodthirsty beasts turning and fleeing into the forest. Although they still didn't know what had happened, this brutal battle was certainly not a good experience. They all erupted in cheers. The Longjing students also showed signs of relaxation. Tong Yihong, who had been under pressure and fighting hard, was already panting and collapsed to the ground without any semblance of dignity. It was the first time he had continuously activated his abilities like this. Although he looked exhausted, he didn't appear too disheveled, not even a drop of blood on him. The Lord of Entropy controlled energy changes. The kinetic energy from the bloodthirsty beast attacks was also energy. After he activated his ability, he could reverse their kinetic energy when they got close, sending them rebounding back. This ability was among the top, even in the S rank. Just as he finished sighing, he suddenly saw Wang Guan run past him, chasing after the fleeing bloodthirsty beasts in the forest. "Guange, don't chase," he shouted urgently. The others also saw this scene and were all taken aback. Damn, the battle just ended, and we barely have time to relax. Wang Guan isn't satisfied yet and wants to continue hunting? Too fierce. The Longjing students also looked over but felt a bit schadenfreude. He dares to chase into the forest. Isn't that seeking death? But they were wrong. Wang Guan certainly knew not to pursue a retreating enemy. He just wanted to harvest one last wave. He stopped just before entering the forest, his eyes sweeping over a few bloodthirsty beasts ahead. While chasing earlier, he had already completed an investigation of this group of bloodthirsty beasts. Investigation. This is an ordinary moose. Investigation. This is a fierce squirrel. Investigation. This is a brutal wolverine, a fourth-tier mutated beast. Investigation. This is a clumsy, giant panda. He raised his alloy long sword and began to wildly swing it. The sound of wind blew, and blades of wind struck a group of bloodthirsty beasts that were huddled together. Swish! Swish! In an instant, blood and flesh splattered, and several bloodthirsty beasts were cut down. Amidst the swirling black mist, only one bloodthirsty beast remained, hurriedly scrambling to escape in a panic. It was the one identified as a fourth-tier wolverine. Although most of the investigation results for the bloodthirsty beasts were ordinary beasts, there was still a small chance of revealing powerful entries. Therefore, during the previous battle, Wang Guan had been quite restrained in using his bug investigation ability. Now seeing them about to escape, he quickly harvested a wave, and the result was good. This wave brought him 53 points. He turned around and walked back, helping up the collapsed Detection.He. Everyone's expressions were somewhat dazed, shocked by Wang Guan's final harvest. The wind blades, activated by his sword skills, could instantly kill so many bloodthirsty beasts. He really is an F-rank trash ability user? At this moment, Wang Guan's camouflage suit was already somewhat tattered and stained with dirty blood. He looked a bit disheveled, yet there was an inexplicable fierceness and dominance about him. Upon seeing him return, Zhu Qiulong recalled his earlier attempted sneak attack and hurriedly hid behind the others. Jiang Wangshue's eyes were somewhat dazed, having witnessed the earlier battle. She couldn't help but reminisce about her 3 years in high school. At that time, Wang Guan was the class academic star so outstanding. He could always attract others' attention. She had once been deeply attracted to him. Brother Guan. As Wang Guan approached, she instinctively called out softly. Wang Guan glanced at her, lightly responded with an "oh," and walked away. The distance felt estranged, as if they were completely unfamiliar. Jiang Wangshue. A hint of embarrassment and anger surfaced as she bit her lip. I even took the initiative to call him, and he actually ignored me. Then, Jiang Wangshue thought of something and quickly opened the mission panel. She had performed quite well in the battle, and her score should be good. However, upon seeing the rankings, she was taken aback. The first place was indeed Wang Guan, with 423 points. Next was Detection.He with 412 points. Wang Guan's last wave of harvesting had just barely exceeded Detection.He. And in third place was a girl named Anya with 215 points. She was only 1 point ahead of the fourth place, Jiang Wangshue. I actually placed fourth. Who is this Anya? Jiang Wangshue was furious. Losing to Wang Guan and Detection.He was one thing, but losing to an unknown girl from Peaceful Town was unacceptable. At this time, the Longjing students also began to pay attention to the rankings. They were momentarily speechless. In the rankings, although the Longjing students generally placed well, the top 3 were all military training students from Peaceful Town. Mission points could be exchanged for rewards, and the top 3 had special rewards. This special reward was undoubtedly the most precious. Now, it was all given to Peaceful Town. Compared to their silence, the students from Peaceful Town erupted in cheers. Damn, Detection.He and Brother Guan are so awesome, leading by a wide margin. Anya actually came in third. Is her saber-toothed beast swarm that strong? I only got 35 points. Although the Longjing students were strong, the top 3 spots belonged to them. Wang Guan also glanced at the rankings. He didn't care about the scores. No matter how many points he had, they could never be more valuable than the max skill of military boxing. He patted Detection.He's shoulder, apologizing for surpassing him at the last moment. Detection.He didn't mind and smiled, shaking his head. Guanggu, thank you for saving me. Is it the enhanced military boxing the instructor taught you? Have you learned it? Gao Chong asked excitedly. Seeing Wang Guan nod, Gao Chong looked regretful. If I had known, I would have practiced with you. In fact, Instructor Su Weicheng didn't mind others learning along. But not meeting the requirements was one aspect. Many people also couldn't keep up. Do you think it's over? Detection.He, not surprised that Wang Guan had learned the instructor's skill, asked worriedly. No, Wang Guan decisively judged. The bloodthirsty demon is very cunning. This attack was probably just a test. The bloodthirsty demon seems to be nowhere in sight. At the same time, the strongest of the bloodthirsty beasts are those transformed from humans. They can be considered elite monsters. But during the previous beast horde attack, not a single one was seen. The bloodthirsty demon has yet to unleash its strongest power. You all tend to the injured here first. Wang Guan suddenly thought of something and hurriedly instructed Tong and the others, saying a few hasty words before leaving. After the beast horde attacked, Su Mengmeng did not hide in the cellar and remained in her own room. Although the house had been reinforced, Wang Guan still felt somewhat worried. After spending these days together, even without the influence of any bug attributes, he had already come to regard this kind, pitiful girl as his sister. A number of bloodthirsty beasts charged into Mengmeng's small house. However, almost all of them were brutally slaughtered under Anya's swarm of bees. After continuously killing the beasts, Anya also found the trick. The bloodthirsty beasts are mutated wild beasts. Although they've been tainted by the abyss, they are still alive. Being alive means they have vital points. Controlling the saber-toothed bees doesn't require tearing their bodies apart. Destroying their brains, hearts, and other vital parts is enough to render them lifeless. Once she figured out the trick, it became much simpler to deal with them. But it was indeed more disgusting. By the time the bloodthirsty beasts began to retreat, there were hardly any left that had rushed in here. Why, you had to find a way to block some of the bees' sensory perceptions. Who could stand that? She leaned against the wall, her small face pale. She almost vomited her overnight meal. Suddenly, she looked at the reinforced iron window in front of her, and a glimmer of curiosity flashed in her eyes. Among the students, it was widely said that only Wang Guan had seen the commander's daughter and claimed she was very beautiful. Just how beautiful could a girl be to make a young man say that? He even often sought her out. Previously, while controlling the bee swarm, she had never peeked inside here. At this moment, Anya could no longer contain her curiosity and secretly leaned in to take a look inside the room. Then, she saw a girl huddled in the corner, trembling, and the girl's appearance. Anya was startled and instinctively jumped back. What happened to her? She was in shock. The sound of running footsteps came from behind. Commander Su Weiqing rushed over with a concerned expression. Upon seeing the scattered corpses of the bloodthirsty beasts, he was taken aback and quickly checked the room. Only after confirming that Su Mengmeng was unharmed did he let out a sigh of relief. "Thank you," he said to Anya. Anya, her face pale, possibly from having just vomited, was surprised and asked, "Commander, is she your daughter?" "Yes, she is just sick." The commander could only explain like this, with deep sadness hidden in his eyes. After sending Anya away, Su Weiqing hurriedly opened the heavily locked iron door and slipped into the room. "Mengmeng, are you okay? I'm sorry, I didn't notice what was happening here earlier." He apologized without pause. Su Mengmeng was huddled in the corner, her body trembling continuously. The red scars on her body seemed to have come to life, writhing and spreading toward the little remaining intact skin. Hearing the voice, she lifted her head to look at Su Weiqing, and her bright big eyes had turned blood red. "Dad, I want to drink blood." Chapter 40. Top 3 Rankings and Special Rewards. Wang Guan hurried to Mengmeng's little house, pulling out 2 small bottles of milk tea from his bag and drinking them down. Honey milk tea and chrysanthemum milk tea. For Wang Guan, they were basic healing potions and basic detoxification potions. He had specifically brought them with him before the battle. After a fierce fight, he inevitably sustained some injuries. Being wounded by the bloodthirsty beast could lead to infection by paralysis toxins, which were not fatal but still had certain effects. The bleeding from the wounds was also difficult to stop. After consuming these 2 potions, Wang Guan immediately felt much refreshed. He arrived in front of the little house and happened to run into Anya, who was leaving. "Wang Guan," the short-haired girl greeted him with surprise. A swarm of bees buzzed chaotically around her head. "Anya, your ranking is not bad, but you don't look so well?" Wang Guan asked with concern. He was relieved that he had caught the mother bee of the saber-toothed bees and handed it over to Anya. The heart of the swarm controlling the saber-toothed bees was indeed formidable. "Sigh, don't mention it." Anya shook her head with a pained expression. She was not injured, but the psychological trauma was hard to describe. After chatting with Anya for a bit, Wang Guan hurriedly said goodbye and ran toward the little house. Anya watched Wang Guan's figure, suddenly deep in thought. That girl is so pitiful. Wang Guan always goes to find her. It turns out it's not just because she's pretty. This big brother is really gentle. Wang Guan had already arrived at the front of the little house. Seeing the door that had never been opened before now ajar, he quickly slipped inside. But just as he entered, he was startled by the scene before him. "Instructor, I'm fine," Su Weicheng, who was squatting on the ground, quickly said to Wang Guan. At this moment, Su Mingming was hugging his outstretched arm, sucking his blood. There was a new wound on his arm, cut by a knife. After being bitten by the bloodthirsty demon, Mingming was treated in time and fortunately did not lose herself. But every once in a while, she would be on the brink of madness and needed to drink human blood to alleviate it. Su Weicheng explained softly. Wang Guan had a dazed expression, his gaze falling on Su Weicheng's arms. His arms were covered with countless wounds. Wang Guan initially thought these were scars left from battles or training. It turned out, it was to let Su Mingming drink his blood. The blood-red hue in Mingming's eyes gradually faded. The scars on her body stopped writhing and spreading. She quickly regained her clarity, upon realizing she was sucking her father's blood. A trace of self-disgust flashed across her face. When she noticed Wang Guan standing nearby, her expression turned even more fearful. Wang Guan, aye. She was very scared, worried that this friend she had just gotten to know would hate her because of this and see her as a monster. "It's nothing, Mingming. You're just sick." Wang Guan quickly smiled. He comforted this poor and sensitive girl. "You will definitely recover in the future. Both I and the instructor will help you." A hint of comfort and gratitude appeared in Mingming's eyes. She nodded vigorously. "I believe in Dad and you, Wang Guan." "Mingming, how are you feeling now?" Su Weicheng asked gently. "I'm fine, Dad." "Then you should rest well. Dad and Wang Guan have some things to do," Su Weicheng said, leading Wang Guan out of the house. They carefully checked the surroundings of the house to ensure safety before leaving. Su Mingming, dragging her weary body, lay on the small bed in the room. She was still trembling slightly, her body curled up. In fact, she had lied. She was not well at all. Every time the bloodthirsty symptoms occurred, she would see a terrifying figure in a daze. That was the bloodthirsty demon that brought all this disaster upon her. Now, perhaps because it was nearby, that terrifying figure was about to catch her. She could already hear its soft whisper in her ear. Wang Guan and the instructor left Mingming's little house. Although Wang Guan was somewhat surprised to find that Su Mingming needed to drink blood to alleviate her symptoms. It was not unexpected. Bloodthirsty beasts fed on blood. After being bitten by the bloodthirsty demon, Mingming was treated in time and did not fully transform. However, it was a deep abyss creature that had already left an indelible impact on her. Killing the bloodthirsty demon might allow Su Mingming to return to normal. Wang Guan could better understand why the instructor had been pushing his limits and diligently training over the years. The bloodthirsty demon had not shown itself, and those humanoid bloodthirsty beasts had not appeared either. The instructor did not continue discussing Su Mingming's situation. He looked at the distant dense forest and said solemnly, "This attack is just a probe. It is consuming our strength. In the next few days, it will continue to harass us until we are exhausted and mentally broken." He understood the bloodthirsty demon very well and had experienced the battle 13 years ago. In this battle, hundreds of bloodthirsty beasts had been killed, but this had little effect on the bloodthirsty demon. It had been lurking in the dense forest for over a decade and had probably quietly transformed countless bloodthirsty beasts. It was not afraid of numerical depletion. In contrast, the military training students from Ping'an Town, although individually stronger than the bloodthirsty beasts, and with strong, capable individuals like Wang Guan, the instructor, and Tong Yixing, along with some Longjing students, were still limited in number and could not win such a war of attrition. Only by completely resolving the bloodthirsty demon could this all come to an end. "I'll have Anya try to see if she can find its trace," Wang Guan said. Among them, the only member with detection capability was Anya's saber-toothed bee swarm, but its range was limited. Once it exceeded that range, they could only recall the saber-toothed bees and could not share sensory information. He wondered if the Longjing students had stronger detection abilities. But these people clearly did not want to cooperate. "If there's a chance, I will mark it." Su Weicheng continued. His ability allowed him to mark a target. After that, He could sense the target's position and determine its actions. Although Ping and Town managed to withstand this attack from the beast swarm, there were still considerable casualties. After counting, many were injured, among which 3 military training students from Ping and Town unfortunately died in battle. 2 local residents who participated in the fighting also lost their lives. No Longjing students died, but several were injured. The joy of repelling the bloodthirsty beasts was soon replaced by a sorrowful atmosphere. The instructor gave Wang Guan a few instructions before hurriedly getting busy. He arranged for people to care for the injured and repair the damaged protective walls. The bodies of the 3 deceased students and the 2 local residents were arranged to be buried in the town's cemetery. After Wang Guan washed up briefly, he went to find his friends. Apart from those responsible for repairing the protective wall, everyone else was in the cafeteria. The atmosphere on site was somewhat oppressive. Thinking of the 3 students who had died, Wang Guan also felt a bit sad. In fact, he was not very familiar with them, but they had trained together for half a month. Just like that, they passed away. This world is so cruel. The injured were also accommodated here, mostly with minor injuries, though a few were quite severe. Ordinary detoxification and healing medicines, as well as basic medical facilities, were not lacking in the town. But these lacked the miraculous effects of potions. However, the potions were made by capable individuals and were very precious and rare. Military training was meant for trials, and bringing such items was prohibited before entering here. Wang Guan's milk tea was a bug in the system. Unfortunately, it had no effect on others. I hope they can hold on, Wang Guan thought. Brother Guan, now the top 3 on the leaderboard are all students from our Ping'an town. Gao Chong leaned over, feeling quite relieved, and said to Wang Guandao, I heard that after the mission ends, the top 3 students will receive special rewards. Although everyone is facing the threat of the bloodthirsty beast together, there is still a huge gap between the students from Ping'an town and Longjing. The students from Ping'an town originally felt inferior, but after seeing the rankings, they gained a lot of confidence. Special rewards? I wonder what they could be. Wang Guandao was also a bit curious. The special rewards for such missions should be points, merits, and qualifications to enter secret realms, right? Tong Yihong, who was standing next to him, was quite knowledgeable about this. Secret realms? Wang Guandao was taken aback. He knew about merits, but this was the first time he had heard of secret realms. Such information was classified in civilian networks and general education. The unique areas formed by the abyssal rift of secret realms were where the Vanguard Military Academy was built. Tong Yihong explained, however, the secret realms offered as rewards should all be newly formed. They are very dangerous, but will also present great opportunities. I see. Wang Guandao was very interested in these special rewards. After asking Tong Yihong in detail, he went to finding Ya, who was squatting in a corner surrounded by mosquitoes. The sky gradually darkened. During dinner, the Longjing students were not accustomed to the food here and complained repeatedly, which made the Ping'an town students, who had already gotten used to the food, enjoy their meals even more. In the evening, the instructor arranged for everyone to gather together, preparing to set up tents on the playground for rest. Everyone stayed in the open space to be able to respond to any possible disturbances from the bloodthirsty beasts at any time. This was the safest method. The ordinary residents of the town would continue to hide in the cellars. Naturally, the Ping'an town students had no objections. However, the Longjing students were unwilling. You want us to squeeze in with them and sleep in tents? Aren't there many empty houses nearby? Even if the bloodthirsty beasts really take the opportunity to attack, we have the ability to protect ourselves. Sleeping on the playground with them is even more dangerous, right? You can't be expecting us to protect them, can you? They protested to Su Weicheng. The bloodthirsty beasts are very cunning. Staying indoors makes you more susceptible to being targeted and attacked. Su Weicheng said anxiously. Lin Zidong, as the team leader, stepped forward and said, Instructor Su, your experience is of no use to us. You've seen our strength. Although we didn't make it to the top 3, almost all the rankings that followed are made up of our members. We may only have 31 people, but our overall strength is indeed much stronger than that of Ping'an Town. We have our own arrangements, so let's leave it at that. He spoke decisively. In the first battle with the bloodthirsty beasts, the top 3 spots were all snatched by Ping'an Town, which made Lin Zidong very angry. He no longer had the same attitude towards instructor Su Weicheng as before. Instructor Su Weicheng continued to argue with them, but they had made up their minds. They chose a few houses for themselves to rest in. Chapter 41, I Take Action Myself. Isn't it easy to deal with the bloodthirsty monsters? The students from Longjing moved into several houses located in the middle of the small town. Of course, although Lin Zidong was arrogant, he wasn't completely foolish. He made arrangements for groups of people to watch over each other. Members were prohibited from acting alone. In case of danger, they had to immediately notify everyone. Everything was organized very well. Then he found Ruanishu. Can you keep sensing the situation nearby tonight? Ruanishu's Queen of Hearts ability allows her to mentally perceive the thought activities within a certain range. This could help determine if any bloodthirsty beasts appeared. No. Ruanishu shook her head. I can't maintain perception over such a large area as the whole town. She suggested, why not collaborate with them? That Anya is also a mental type, capable of controlling swarm. Collaborating with her would be more secure. Anya ranked third, so they must have investigated each other's information. But upon hearing Ruanishu's suggestion, Lin Zidong's expression changed. No, we won't collaborate with them. He was still brooding over today's defeat. The students he led from Longjing were the elite among the elite. They didn't need to cooperate with those second-rate university students. After a pause, he continued, what if you only sense the area around these few houses? In that case, I should be able to maintain it for a whole night. Ruanishu thought for a moment. But is that okay? What if a bloodthirsty beast rushes into the town? Don't they have a swarm? We just need to protect ourselves, Lin Zidong replied. Well, okay. Ruanishu hesitated a bit, but seeing Lin Zidong's determined attitude, she had no choice but to agree. The night deepened. The lights decorated the surroundings of the small town. These lights, made by ability users, could stay bright for a long time. Several bonfires were lit in the playground, surrounded by tents. Although it was midsummer, the temperature in Ping'an Town was generally not high, and the temperature difference between day and night was significant, making the nights quite cool. The students had already rested. A few on-duty students were responsible for patrolling the area. Anya's tent was a bit distant from the others. The originally light green tent was now black, covered in resting saber-toothed bees. Anya had fallen asleep, but some saber-toothed bees were still wandering around. She merged with the swarm, and even in her dreams, she could command the saber-toothed bees to scout the surroundings. The saber-toothed bees could autonomously distinguish the scent of bloodthirsty beasts. If they discovered one, they could immediately alert her. The night was quiet. Too quiet, in fact. Normally after nightfall, one could still hear distant roars from the forest, but now there was nothing. In the dark forest, several figures carefully climbed to higher ground. Their blood-red eyes were fixed on the direction of the town. These were several humanoid, bloodthirsty beasts. They had been transformed from humans, possessing a certain level of cognitive ability, making them smarter and even cunning. Now, they were waiting for an opportunity. The night passed very steadily. When dawn broke, Jiang Wangxue, looking irritated, left the resting house. Cramped with several girls, she hadn't rested well at all. Once outside the house, she immediately spotted a figure jogging on the playground. It was Wang Guan. Although the instructors no longer required morning exercises at this critical time, Wang Guan still persisted in this habit. F-grade, useless ability. Only by training hard like this could he barely keep up with others, right? Jiang Wangxue couldn't help but mutter to herself. After speaking to Wang Guan voluntarily yesterday, he ignored her, which made her very angry. It was clearly he who treated her like that during the college entrance examination. She felt indignant, and suddenly, the sound of buzzing insects rang in her ears. Looking up, she saw several saber-toothed bees flying around. Jiang Wangxue knew this was the swarm controlled by Anya. She had scored 1 point higher than herself in yesterday's battle, snatching the third place that belonged to her. Seeing the swarm made her feel even more irritated. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention, she waved her hand and condensed icy mist. Several saber-toothed bees instantly turned into ice sculptures and fell to the ground. Anya, who was sleeping, couldn't help but shiver, sitting cross-legged inside the house. Ruanishu quietly used her Queen of Hearts ability to sense the surroundings. As an S-rank mental type ability user, her mental attributes far exceeded those of her classmates. Having not slept for a night, she didn't feel particularly tired. Her mental perception couldn't see clear images, but it could distinguish any living being with thoughts like a radar. Human thoughts were more complex and easy to differentiate. She was already familiar with the chaotic thoughts of bloodthirsty beasts. She only needed to focus on these two types of thoughts. By morning, many students had started to move around nearby. Suddenly, her mental perception detected something. Two people in the adjacent house left the room and slipped into a nearby house. Their thoughts were very active. Are they? Ruanashu quickly understood who these two were. Although military training had only started for half a month, it didn't stop those with exceptional talents from starting relationships. These two had already developed into a couple, appearing together every day. After just one night, they couldn't help but want to get cozy. Their joint actions don't seem to violate the team leader's orders. Ruanashu thought to herself, not wanting to disturb the couple's good fortune. But just as she was about to stop paying attention, she suddenly felt a chilling malice. The thoughts of the couple turned terrified and quickly fell silent. Everything happened too fast. Three evil consciousnesses began to rapidly retreat. It was them. They had come, Ruanashu exclaimed. Because she hadn't encountered humanoid bloodthirsty beasts yesterday, she couldn't distinguish them. Those three evil consciousnesses belonged to humanoid bloodthirsty beasts. What happened here? Wang Guan? The students from Ping'an Town were awakened by the commotion and hurriedly crawled out of their tents. They gathered around the place where the Longjing students were resting. Seeing Wang Guan, who was already here for morning exercises, Gao Chong quickly asked. They were attacked by bloodthirsty beasts this morning. 2 people were taken away. Wang Guan already knew what had happened and explained with a cold face. Those 2 are now dead and have been removed from the ranking. Wang Guan wasn't gloating, but was indeed somewhat angry. The 2 students who had been taken away were highly likely to have been transformed into humanoid bloodthirsty beasts. The Longjing students were all flustered. Lin Zidong was especially furious. I didn't distinguish those bloodthirsty beasts. They looked almost human. Ruanashu sobbed softly, feeling guilty. Among the Longjing students, someone suddenly looked at the students from Ping'an Town. What about you? Didn't you notice anything? That's right. Those disgusting bugs have been flying around here. How could you not notice their presence? You didn't intentionally ignore it to watch us suffer, did you? Hearing their accusations, the students from Ping'an Town felt somewhat dissatisfied. Anya hurriedly explained in a panic. I don't know either. The saber-toothed bees I sent here yesterday suddenly disappeared for some reason. If the swarm were still here, even if she were sleeping, she would notice the appearance of the bloodthirsty beast right away. Jiang Wangxue, standing among the Longjing students, thought of something and her expression changed slightly. But she quickly returned to normal, pretending as if nothing had happened. The Longjing students didn't believe Anya and thought she was doing it on purpose. Naturally, the students from Ping'an Town wanted to defend their own. The 2 groups of students were about to argue. In the end, the instructor came over and calmed everyone down. Those who were captured by the bloodthirsty beasts, especially the humanoid ones, should be dead by now. Instructor Su Weiqing had a worried look on his face, but still spoke to Lin Zidong. This meant he was worried they might want to enter the dense forest to rescue their companions. The nearby dense forest was the territory of the bloodthirsty beasts. Lin Zidong snorted coldly and angrily turned back to the room. Ruanashu followed behind him with red and swollen eyes, constantly blaming herself. But shortly after returning to the room, she suddenly paused slightly. I seem to have sensed them. The Longjing students had all joined Ruanashu's mental network. The captured lovers still had Ruanashu's mark in their consciousness. Just now, the consciousness was silent, but now she vaguely felt. Are they still alive? Someone asked. No, their thoughts seem to have stalled. But I sense the mark I left is becoming active again, along with pain and fear. Ruanashu showed a pained expression, guessing what this meant. They are being transformed by the bloodthirsty demon, undergoing mutation. Bloodthirsty demon? So, can you determine the location of the bloodthirsty demon? Lin Zidong's eyes lit up. Seeing Ruanashu nod in confirmation, someone immediately suggested, then let's go find it and notify the students from Ping'an Town. Don't notify them. Lin Zidong thought for a moment and made a decision. That would alert the snake. We'll organize a small team to deal with it ourselves. Seeing that his classmates looked somewhat worried, Lin Zidong confidently raised the sword in his hand. Although he didn't participate in yesterday's battle, He had already made his own judgment about the strength of the bloodthirsty beasts. Don't worry, this time I'll lead the team personally. You only need to deal with the bloodthirsty beasts. Leave the bloodthirsty demon to me. If I take action myself, the bloodthirsty demon won't be difficult to capture, right? Chapter 42, they set off confidently, only to end up delivering. Lin Zidong is a 6th-tier ability user. In Peacetown, he believes his strength is the strongest. The bloodthirsty demon, according to the data records, is an abyssal monster of only 5th-tier level. If he encounters it, he can easily deal with it and completely end this incident. This is the best opportunity. Although Wang Guan, Tong Yixing, and Anya have secured the top 3 spots. As long as he kills the bloodthirsty demon, it won't be a loss of face for Longjing University. Lin Zidong selected the strongest group of students from Longjing and formed a small team. The ice and snow sorceress Jiang Wangxue, being the highest-ranked student from Longjing, is naturally among them. Zhu Qianlong, who was not selected, hesitated for a moment and then proactively suggested, "Team leader, I want to join too." Zhu Qianlong is only an A-level ability user, but the Thunder Warrior's power is considerable. Lin Zidong thought for a moment and did not refuse. Okay. Zhu Qianlong was delighted and looked at Jiang Wangxue with a flattering gaze. He did not want to leave the side of his goddess. Jiang Wangxue gave Zhu Qianlong a somewhat forced smile. Zhu Qianlong, whose face was still a bit swollen, immediately became happy. Ever since coming to Peacetown, Jiang Wangxue had been unwilling to acknowledge him. After preparing, Lin Zidong's team quietly set off. The Queen of Hearts, Ruana Shu, did not act with them. Her ability has strong supportive effects, but is not suitable for combat. As long as she leaves a mental mark, she can maintain a vast communication range. Even staying in the town, she can freely communicate with and guide the team members. After the Longjing team set off, Wang Guan, who had eaten breakfast, first visited Su Mengmeng, then patrolled around the town with his companions. After a round, he returned to the playground and saw Anya squatting dejectedly in front of her tent. A swarm of bees was buzzing above her head, with a yellow and black queen bee crawling through her hair. My swarm can't just disappear for no reason. Something must have happened. The girl complained as she saw Wang Guan approaching. She was still tangled up in this matter. Wang Guan also felt something was off, but what he cared more about was the Longjing students seemed very quiet this morning. They had taken their breakfast back to eat. The Longjing students still occupied those few houses and did not participate in the patrol tasks arranged by the instructors. I just sent the swarm back again, and a few of them are active nearby, but the others are holed up in the houses and haven't seen them. Anya was still controlling the swarm, keeping an eye on the movements around the town. Something felt wrong. Wang Guan had a bad premonition. The Longjing students Wu Ti have disregarded the instructor's advice and gone off into the dense forest before Anya sent the new swarm. Would they? Just then, Guan Gu. It's bad. On the leaderboard, the Longjing students' points just started fluctuating rapidly, and a few have suddenly been disqualified. Gao Chang ran over shouting, "Damn!" Wang Guan's body shook, and he hurried to the resting area of the Longjing students, opening the leaderboard. Scanning the points ranking above, he caught sight of a name turning gray on the list. Disqualified. It was Zhu Qianlong. Many students had already noticed the changes in the leaderboard and were getting restless. When Wang Guan arrived at the few houses occupied by the Longjing students, the instructor had also rushed over. His rugged face was filled with anger. What happened? What did they go do? The Longjing students were now in panic. Ruana Shu ran out of the room in a fluster, quickly explaining, "We found traces of the bloodthirsty demon, and team leader Lin took people to find it." Lin Zidong led the team and successfully found the hiding place of the bloodthirsty demon according to the clues. It was a hidden mountain gorge. As soon as they entered, they were immediately ambushed by dozens of humanoid bloodthirsty beasts. The humanoid bloodthirsty beasts possess third-tier strength, although most of the Longjing students are second-tier ability users. Their individual combat power far exceeds that of the humanoid bloodthirsty beasts. However, being swarmed by dozens of bloodthirsty beasts still put them in a tough battle. The bloodthirsty demon was indeed also in that gorge, but it was far more powerful than Lin Zidong had imagined. Cunning. This is a trap. The bloodthirsty demon deliberately wanted to lure us to find it. Ruana Shu, who maintained mental communication with Lin Zidong and the others throughout, had already understood what was happening. Among the swarm of bloodthirsty beasts, the most terrifying were the humanoid bloodthirsty beasts. When the beast swarm attacked yesterday, the humanoid bloodthirsty beasts had not shown themselves at all. Although the instructor had warned them about the existence of humanoid bloodthirsty beasts and informed them that the bloodthirsty demon was very cunning, their arrogance led them to underestimate the terror of the bloodthirsty beasts. Instructor Su Weiqing's rugged face twitched angrily. He quickly made a decision. We must go over there. Wang Guan, you and Tong Yixing, come with me. He turned and said. Wang Guan and Tong Yixing's strength is significantly ahead among the students, powerful enough to ensure their safety while acting together. The two nodded without hesitation. Since they had learned of the bloodthirsty demon's trace, they naturally needed to go over and see if they could deal with it. At the very least, they needed to leave a mark on it for the instructor to track its future movements. At the same time, the bodies of those disqualified must also be destroyed as much as possible, because they are highly likely to be transformed into bloodthirsty beasts. Ruanishu thought they were going to save people and quickly said, "Thank you. I'll add you to the mental network." She extended her finger, lightly touching Su Weiqing's forehead, leaving a mark in the instructor's mind. Su Weiqing was slightly stunned upon hearing the sudden voice in his mind, then realized what was happening. The Longjing students had such a convenient means of communication, yet it had never been open to them. Ruanishu then extended her hands and touched Wang Guan and Tong Yixing's foreheads respectively. However, this time both failed. I have protective gear on that makes me immune to mental intrusion, Tong Yixing explained. Wang Guan was slightly taken aback. He did not have protective gear. He had just given Ruanishu a bug tag yesterday. In front of Wang Guan, Ruanishu was not a mental ability user, but a comedian. I also have protective gear, he explained. Without further ado, this was not the time to hesitate. It was enough for the three of them to have the instructor in the mental network. After hesitating for a moment, Anya also wanted to follow the action. She had limited control over the swarm and could not provide long-range support. But the instructor refused, stating that Anya's swarm had sufficient lethality, but her physical quality was weak, making it too dangerous to take risks. Then, the instructor instructed the others to prepare for the town's defense. Taking the two with him, he jumped over the tall protective wall and rushed into the dense forest. If the situation becomes too dangerous, don't hesitate to retreat immediately. As they hurried along, the instructor reminded the two. The three sped through the mountains and forests, and about 10 minutes later, they arrived at the gorge where the bloodthirsty demon was hiding. The ground was scattered with numerous corpses of bloodthirsty beasts, all taken down by the Longjing team earlier. A few beast-type bloodthirsty beasts were wandering around. Upon seeing the three, they lunged at them ferociously but were easily dealt with. They were inside. Now only Lin Zidong and Zhang Wangxue were still alive. Su Weiqing confirmed the situation of the Longjing team through the mental network. Lin Zidong was fighting the bloodthirsty beasts but was already at a disadvantage. Even though he was of a higher level than the bloodthirsty demon, he had no experience dealing with such cunning and vicious abyssal monsters. Jiang Wangxue was also being besieged by several humanoid bloodthirsty beasts. The Ice and Snow Sorceress's ability has strong defense, allowing her to temporarily encase herself in ice. This was why she had been able to hold on until now. They set off confidently, only to find themselves delivering. Wang Guan thought to herself, "She is there." The instructor Su Weiqing, who was walking in front, pointed in a direction. There incongruously stood a huge block of ice. Faintly, the silhouette of a girl could be seen inside. Several bloodthirsty beasts surrounded it, trying to break the ice. Wang Guan immediately recognized one of them. Although his body had become emaciated and his skin was blood-red and scarred, she could still identify him as Zhu Qianlong, noticing the missing front tooth in his mouth. He had been killed by a bloodthirsty demon and transformed into a bloodthirsty beast. Just transformed. He didn't yet have the look of being flayed, maintaining a standing posture instead of crawling on the ground. He even retained some awareness, clawing and scratching at the ice in front of him, making whimpering sounds. He was more fervent than the other bloodthirsty beasts, desperately wanting to break the ice and reach the girl inside. It was clear that he truly cared for Zhang Wangxue. And upon noticing Wang Guan and the others, He immediately let out an angry roar. The first to pounce over, his blood-red eyes fixed on Wang Guan. It was evident that he truly hated Wang Guan. "I'll handle this." Wang Guan stepped forward. "Killing you, Wang Xue, will definitely be happy." Zhu Qianlong, the bloodthirsty beast, said indistinctly, still retaining the ability to speak, although his voice was very hoarse. He lunged forward, his sharp claws aimed at Wang Guan. There were faint sparks of electricity flickering around him, as his former abilities had not completely disappeared. "Be careful." Su Weicheng saw Wang Guan's relaxed demeanor and quickly reminded her. But the next moment, slap! Wang Guan raised her hand and delivered a hard slap to the bloodthirsty beast's grotesque face. Boom! The bloodthirsty beast spun around and crashed to the ground. This slap, infused with the power of military boxing max, directly shattered its skull. Detection. This is an ordinary child. He has lost his mind. After being transformed into a bloodthirsty beast, the previously attached bug entry was still effective. It just added the detail about having lost his mind. Chapter 43, Bloodthirsty Demon. My newly transformed elite minion is gone, just like that. You killed the bloodthirsty beast and earned 20 points. Wang Guan slapped the transformed Zhu Qianlong to death, and a notification appeared before him. Killing the bloodthirsty beast transformed by Dragon Jing students still grants points. And quite a lot, too. Seeing Wang Guan easily kill this bloodthirsty beast with a slap, Su Weicheng and Tong Yihong were somewhat shocked. "I've slapped him so many times, I'm used to it," Wang Guan explained. He really had gotten used to it. When he saw it charging at him, he instinctively wanted to slap it. Su Weicheng and Tong Yihong were speechless. The other humanoid bloodthirsty beasts gave up attacking the ice block and pounced towards them. There were a total of 5, 3 of which were ordinary humanoid bloodthirsty beasts. 2 could be clearly identified as having been transformed by Dragon Jing students. As they engaged in battle with these bloodthirsty beasts, a massive ice block suddenly shattered, and a somewhat disheveled and weak Jiang Wangshu jumped out from within. Her expression was one of surprise, more so of joy. "Wang Guan, he is here too?" In her mind network, she could only hear Su Weicheng's voice. It was only now that she realized Wang Guan had also come here. Soon, Su Weicheng smashed 2 of the bloodthirsty beasts to death. Tong Yihong dealt with 1. Wang Guan easily took care of the 2 bloodthirsty beasts transformed by Dragon Jing students. "Brother Guan, do you have a buff when fighting Dragon Jing students?" Tong Yihong joked in surprise. "It might be because they've just transformed. Their strength isn't that great," Wang Guan explained. What he said was indeed true. Bloodthirsty beasts that had just transformed were indeed somewhat weaker than those fully formed. Jiang Wangxue ran over with a face full of surprise. She glanced at the rapidly decaying corpse of Zhu Qianlong on the ground, her eyes filled with disgust. "This waste, still claiming he would protect me. Are you here to save me, Brother Wang Guan?" she said excitedly to Wang Guan. "We're here to find the bloodthirsty demon." Wang Guan glanced at her and indifferently shifted his gaze away. Saving her was just a matter of convenience. He now treated Jiang Wangxue as just a passerby. There was no longer even the bond of classmates. "But it's very dangerous inside. I barely managed to escape." Jiang Wangxue was taken aback for a moment and quickly said in exasperation. Wang Guan waved his hand. "Do as you wish." Jiang Wangxue was selfish. Going in with her meant having to worry about being backstabbed. The other 2 also ignored her and prepared to delve deeper into the ravine. Jiang Wangxue glared at the 3 and turned to run outside. But after just a few steps, her expression changed abruptly, and she began to retreat continuously. When Wang Guan and the others entered the ravine earlier, they hadn't encountered many bloodthirsty beasts. But now, a group of bloodthirsty beasts had gathered outside, blocking the entrance to the ravine. This ravine was formed by a landslide, with steep cliffs on either side. Unless one had the ability to fly, they could only leave through this entrance. Now, the entrance was blocked by a swarm of bloodthirsty beasts. They let out a series of roars and began to surge into the ravine. The bloodthirsty demon wants to catch them in a trap? Wang Guan also saw the swarm of bloodthirsty beasts pouring into the ravine. This abyssal creature was indeed cunning. It had deliberately dispersed the bloodthirsty beasts outside the ravine, waiting for them to enter, and then controlled the beast horde to block the ravine. Tong Yihong didn't hesitate immediately turned around and charged towards the entrance of the ravine. He spread his arms, gathering energy between them. When he reached the beast horde, he suddenly closed his arms. This was his exclusive skill from the Lord of Entropy ability, a D-rank skill with considerable power. Boom! A powerful energy shockwave blasted the beast, trying to enter the ravine away. Detection.He then stood at the entrance of the ravine, continuing to resist the swarm of beasts. He shouted, "I can hold them off for a while." The entrance to the ravine was quite narrow. He stood there with the aura of a lone hero holding the gate. He could temporarily hold back the beast horde. At the same time, his words were also asking Wang Guan and Su Weicheng if they still wanted to enter the ravine. A flicker of hesitation crossed Su Weicheng's face. This is a rare opportunity. I can quickly deal with the humanoid, bloodthirsty beasts. Wang Guan said quickly. Su Weicheng had received information through the mind network earlier. Inside the ravine, there were originally dozens of humanoid, bloodthirsty beasts ambushed by the bloodthirsty demon. But most of these bloodthirsty beasts had already been dealt with by Dragon Jing students, and the remaining few were also injured. The chance of easily taking them down was quite high, and the bloodthirsty beasts transformed by Dragon Jing students were, to Wang Guan, just a group of ordinary people who had lost their minds. Good. Instructor Su Weicheng nodded upon seeing the confidence in Wang Guan's eyes. He knew Wang Guan had his own secrets, and since Wang Guan said he could deal with the bloodthirsty beasts, he was willing to choose to believe him. Making the decision, Wang Guan and Su Weicheng immediately charged into the depths of the ravine. You all actually want to... Jiang Wangshu's eyes widened, feeling it was incomprehensible. At such a time, instead of quickly leaving, they actually wanted to delve deeper into the ravine to confront the bloodthirsty demon. She glanced at the bloodthirsty beast being blasted away by Detection.He's energy. Right now, her body was already very weak, but staying here would only be more dangerous. Resolving herself, she quickly charged outward while Detection.He was blasting the bloodthirsty beasts away. A portion of the swarm of bloodthirsty beasts, attracted by her, began to chase after her. This slightly reduced the pressure on Detection.He's side. It could be considered doing a good deed. Wang Guan and Su Weicheng rushed into the ravine. On the ground, they could see the decaying corpses of humanoid, bloodthirsty beasts, all dealt with by the earlier Dragon Jing students. They didn't encounter any more bloodthirsty beasts along the way and arrived at the interior of the ravine. Here, there was a relatively open area. The bloodthirsty demon, whom Wang Guan had seen before, was currently battling Lin Zidong. Surrounding them was a circle of humanoid, bloodthirsty beasts, numbering over a dozen, most of which were freshly transformed by Dragon Jing students. They still maintained a standing human posture, continuously emitting hoarse sounds. They did not interfere with the battle. Rather than a battle, it was more like the bloodthirsty demon was toying with Lin Zidong. Lin Zidong was already covered in wounds, and his spirit seemed to have collapsed, screaming loudly. The bloodthirsty demon let out a piercing scream, as if laughing. Lin Zidong's level was higher than that of the bloodthirsty demon, and his physical quality was stronger. He also wielded a D-rank alloy longsword with decent skills. Yet he was still being toyed with by the cunning bloodthirsty demon. After Lin Zidong led the Dragon Jing students here, the bloodthirsty demon did not immediately engage him in battle. Instead, it hid behind and directed the bloodthirsty beast puppets to attack them. It waited for the right moment to strike, attacking the Dragon Jing students, draining their blood and continuously transforming them into bloodthirsty beasts. This indeed was a trap it had set up, specifically to lure some students here. Understanding this, Lin Zidong's original confidence and fighting spirit began to wane. He lost his composure, becoming irritable and panicked. Eventually, he was completely overtaken by fear, but by the time he wanted to escape, it was already too late. The bloodthirsty demon finally made its move. It began to toy with its prey, relishing the process of torture and killing. Lin Zidong was indeed strong, but he ultimately lacked experience in dealing with such an evil creature. Most importantly, he lacked a sufficiently firm and strong will. Just as Wang Guan and the others arrived here, the bloodthirsty demon seemed to have had enough fun. It seized Lin Zidong's body, opened its massive mouth, and bit down on Lin Zidong's neck. Lin Zidong's body quickly shriveled, with red scars starting to form and spread. He opened his terrified eyes wide. and his life force rapidly drained away. Seeing Lin Zidong die, Wang Guan and Su Weicheng did not hesitate any longer. Su Weicheng's pace did not falter. With a whoosh, he leaped over the humanoid, bloodthirsty beasts and charged towards the bloodthirsty demon. He confidently entrusted his back to Wang Guan. Wang Guan naturally did not disappoint him. Following closely, he swung his alloy sword, striking at those humanoid, bloodthirsty beasts. These bloodthirsty beasts were all transformed from students of Longjing. With a single sword strike, Wang Guan knocked them all down. To him, they were just ordinary people gone mad. Su Weicheng had already charged in front of the bloodthirsty demon, raising his iron fist to smash down. The bloodthirsty demon threw aside Lin Zidong's body and roared as it faced Su Weicheng. The man and the beast quickly got entangled in a fight. The bloodthirsty demon soon felt that this human was weaker than Lin Zidong had been. His momentum was stronger and he was more fearless. However, he was not particularly difficult to deal with. There was also that other human boy. That day in the miasma forest, this human easily dealt with its puppet beast, scaring it away. Later, it commanded the pack of bloodthirsty beasts to attack Pingan Town, hiding in the back and refusing to show itself. A big part of the reason was because it was wary of this kid. But, from the information feedback from the beast pack, this kid was indeed strong, but he still didn't give it a terrifying feeling. Could it be that it was overthinking? This kid was just an ordinary human elite. The ability to easily kill its puppet beast that day might have just been a coincidence. Since it had lured him here, it would take the chance to eliminate him. The bloodthirsty demon had already begun to envision the deliciousness of this human boy's blood. At that moment, its blood-red eyes glanced at Wang Guan. Then, it saw Wang Guan wielding his long sword, continuously knocking down the humanoid, bloodthirsty beasts. The movements were as smooth as cutting through vegetables. Bloodthirsty Demon. Chapter 44. Is it considered a bug? As the Longjing students arrived in Pingan Town, Wang Guan began tagging them with bug entries one by one. The results of the bug detection leaned towards ordinary. According to Wang Guan's statistics over this period, when probing others, there was a 99 out of 100 chance of identifying the target as an ordinary person. Among the hundreds of military training students in Pingan Town, only Inyo was identified as a Diamond Barbie, matching Wang Guan's strength. There were only 30 Longjing students, all ordinary students, and the results were similar to those of comedians. In Wang Guan's eyes, they were just ordinary people with no combat ability. There were also a few transformed humanoid bloodthirsty beasts that were not Longjing students. Under normal circumstances, the detected bug entries were also all ordinary people. Wang Guan quickly harvested these humanoid bloodthirsty beasts, with score prompts continuously appearing before him. While dealing with the bloodthirsty beasts, he kept an eye on Lin Zidong, who had been left aside. Lin Zidong was a 6th-tier ability user. Wang Guan had failed to tag him with a bug entry. Now, being drained of blood by the bloodthirsty demon, his body was withering, and he was at high risk of rapidly transforming into a bloodthirsty beast. If he transformed into a bloodthirsty beast, even if he was limited by the beast's own restrictions and couldn't reach the 6th-tier level, he would still be extremely terrifying. It was imperative to destroy his body quickly. After dealing with the bloodthirsty beast in front of him, Wang Guan rushed towards Lin Zidong. Whoosh! The alloy sword in his hand stabbed into Lin Zidong's chest. But before the sword could penetrate, Lin Zidong's withered hand grasped the blade. A layer of faint red scars had spread across his dry skin. His eyes suddenly opened wide, blood red. Hiss! He let out a hoarse cry. His gaze fixed on Wang Guan, bursting with deep hatred. Wang Guan must die. Longjing doesn't need trash. He still retained some of his original consciousness, remembering the task hinted at by his leader. His body suddenly struggled, rising from the ground. Crack! The sword blade he was holding shattered. This alloy sword of F-grade quality was broken just like that. Lin Zidong, with sharp claws, then swung at Wang Guan. Wang Guan quickly dodged, discarding the broken sword. Bang! Bang! He struck Lin Zidong's chest with 2 punches. The immense power of military boxing max forced Lin Zidong to stumble backward. At the beginning of his transformation, Lin Zidong's movements were stiff, but his physique was already quite strong. These 2 military punches, capable of turning ordinary bloodthirsty beasts to dust, failed to inflict significant damage on him. Instead, it provoked his ferocity. He bared his teeth, growing more furious, and continued to pounce on Wang Guan. Meanwhile, Wang Guan bent down and picked up another sword from the ground. It was the alloy longsword originally used by Lin Zidong. Grasping the longsword, Wang Guan could clearly feel its extraordinary quality. Wielding this sword, he swung it wildly towards Lin Zidong. The two figures passed each other. Lin Zidong's beastly body swayed, and crack, his withered head separated from his body. You have killed a bloodthirsty beast and gained 30 points. The body fell weakly to the ground. Black mist spread, rapidly decaying. The bloodthirsty beast was a mutated beast contaminated and was a living creature. Severing its head would naturally lead to death. Found another good sword. Wang Guan thought to himself. If he had been a moment later, Lin Zidong would have become a significant problem. Now that the transformation had just begun, combined with acquiring this good sword, he was able to resolve it without the BUG entry support. However, the points were still fully awarded. Was this also considered a bug? Wang Guan certainly would not casually tag this sword with a bug entry. From the moment he arrived here to resolving all the humanoid bloodthirsty beasts, less than a minute had passed. He did not glance at Lin Zidong and immediately rushed towards the bloodthirsty demon. He was ready to team up with the instructor to take it down. However, the bloodthirsty demon, currently engaged in a fierce battle with Su Weiqing, noticed Wang Guan rushing over. It suddenly let out a long howl and retreated. It agilely jumped onto the stone wall of the ravine, moving like a nimble goat, bouncing left and right. It quickly climbed on the stone wall and fled into the distance. Running away, Su Weiqing and Wang Guan were both taken aback. The stone wall was very steep. Even if they managed to climb it, they could not catch up with the quick, bloodthirsty demon. Wang Guan quickly activated the windmill skill, unleashing wind blades. Accompanied by the sound of wind, he attacked the bloodthirsty demon. The sword in his hand had an enchantment feature, making the wind blades much more powerful than before. When they struck the stone wall, they left deep grooves. A few wind blades hit the bloodthirsty demon, but they did not cause significant damage. It quickly escaped Wang Guan's attack range, disappearing without a trace. Su Weiqing looked astonished, filled with regret. Wang Guan's expression was also slightly dazed. It scared me away again. The bloodthirsty demon is too cautious, right? I have already marked it, so I can sense its general location. Su Weiqing looked at the direction the bloodthirsty demon had left with regret and anger, speaking to Wang Guan in a deep voice. After he marked it, he would be able to sense the opponent's location. Like the probing skill, it was a useless skill without combat capability, but it was just right for the situation. Being able to grasp the bloodthirsty demon's location would make it easier to deal with it in the future. Although they did not achieve complete success, the gains were still considerable. Leaving a mark on the bloodthirsty demon was one aspect. More importantly, they had resolved the hidden danger of the Longjing student's transformation. Su Weiqing scanned the surroundings, where only decayed and tattered clothing remained of the corpses. He was astonished that his student had managed to eliminate all these humanoid, bloodthirsty beasts in such a short time. Even for himself, it would be difficult to accomplish, yet the combat power he displayed did not exceed expectations. Of course, while Su Weiqing was surprised and curious, he tactfully did not ask further. Let's get out of here. The two made their way out of the ravine. Tong and his group were still guarding the entrance, continuously knocking back the bloodthirsty beast trying to surge in. The pressure he was under was greater than during yesterday's bloody battle, even more dangerous. Because he had not joined Ruanishu's mental network, he was unaware of the situation with Wang Guan and the instructor. But he remained steadfast, refusing to relax even a little. When he heard footsteps behind him and confirmed it was Wang Guan and the instructor, his stern expression finally relaxed. "Let's charge out," Wang Guan shouted, and the three of them broke through the beast horde blocking the valley entrance and rushed out. They then ran wildly towards Ping'an Town. The bloodthirsty beast horde chased them for a moment, but soon, as if receiving orders from the bloodthirsty demon, they all retreated. By the time they returned to Ping'an Town, the pursuing beast horde had already dispersed. "Brother Guan, instructor, you finally came back." Seeing them return, everyone quickly gathered around. The students from Ping'an Town were excited and thrilled. The Longjing students, on the other hand, looked gloomy and dejected, having learned through the mental network what had happened. Lin Zidong's team, a total of 13 elite Longjing members, had nearly been wiped out, and even the strongest leader had died. Su Weiqing recounted the events that took place in the ravine, deliberately obscuring the battle process to help Wang Guan conceal the secret. The newly transformed bloodthirsty beasts were relatively weak, and killing them was not difficult. Without witnessing the scene firsthand, it was not hard for them to accept. Wang Guan was gulping down water provided by Gao Chong while mentally summarizing. It was equivalent to exchanging over a dozen Longjing students for the elite of the bloodthirsty beast horde. The bloodthirsty demon can no longer gather quickly. With so many humanoid bloodthirsty beasts, the instructor has also placed a marker on the bloodthirsty demon, allowing him to track its location at any time. He also obtained a good quality longsword. When he got this sword, Lin Zidong had already transformed into a bloodthirsty beast and attacked him, even breaking his sword. He rightfully should possess this trophy. Overall, this wave was not a loss. How could there be fewer students from Longjing? Wang Guan suddenly noticed something and asked curiously. They went to rescue Jiang Wangxue, Gao Chang explained. As soon as he finished speaking, a few people were seen running back in a disheveled state from outside the town gate. It was the group that had just gone to pick up Jiang Wangxue. Jiang Wangxue had previously dashed out of the ravine to escape on her own, resulting in attracting a group of bloodthirsty beasts that chased her all the way. Fortunately, she used a mental network to find classmates for help. Moreover, the beast herd was recalled by the bloodthirsty demon, allowing the group to return safely. She had also sustained quite a few injuries, looking extremely disheveled, completely losing her previous aloof goddess demeanor. Upon seeing Wang Guan and the others return safely first, Jiang Wangxue. Chapter 45. The wonderful changes in Su Mingming. The students from Longjing University suffered heavy losses, and the team leader responsible for ensuring safety was dead. The remaining students began to panic. Ruan Ashu stepped forward voluntarily, expressing her willingness to follow the instructor's arrangements. She understood very well that to safely get through this mission, joining the instructor and Wang Guan was the best solution. The pride of Longjing students should have been set aside long ago. For them, the instructor and Wang Guan were naturally accepting. The remaining Longjing students still possessed considerable strength. To survive the hunting mission, everyone had to unite as one. Wang Guan. After all, he is from our Longjing University, some Longjing students whispered. They no longer felt that Wang Guan was unworthy of Longjing University. On the contrary, they felt honored that Wang Guan was their classmate. Next, the top students from Longjing were moved to the tent in the playground. At the same time, students from Ping'an Town also joined Ruan Ashu's psychic network. The technological development level in this world is not low. However, due to the existence of ability users, there is no longer a need for communication devices like battlefield communication technology. Military technologies, such as firearms and missiles, had not developed either. The reaction speed of third-tier ability users was enough to dodge bullets. Ability users with physical enhancements could easily withstand bullets. For powerful ability users, hot weapons were far less effective than cold weapons. No matter the distance, a knife is fast. To join the psychic network, one must first leave my psychic mark. This is just a wisp of my thought, which will not affect your consciousness and will not pry in your memories, Ruan Ashu explained seriously. Then she asked Tong Yihong, "Are you sure you don't want to join the psychic network?" Tong Yihong held his pendant and insisted, "Forget it. I'm not used to letting others into my brain." Ruan Ashu looked at Wang Guan, and she too could not enter Wang Guan's mind. Wang Guan claimed he also had protective items. I'm not used to it either," Wang Guan explained. Having secrets he couldn't share, he truly didn't want anyone entering his mind, even if it was harmless. Moreover, regardless of whether he wanted it or not, Ruan Ashu couldn't give him a psychic mark. To Wang Guan, Ruan Ashu was just a comedian. However, it didn't matter that Wang Guan and Tong Yihong didn't join the psychic network. As top-tier students in terms of strength, they didn't need to communicate constantly. They could just focus on fighting with all their might. At this moment, Wang Guan finally had time to check the mission panel. He still ranked first with 685 points. Those humanoid, bloodthirsty beasts yielded 200 points in one wave, and there were also many ordinary bloodthirsty beasts. Tong Yihong guarded the entrance of the ravine and had killed quite a few bloodthirsty beasts, but they were all of the ordinary type. His points were still lower than Wang Guan's, at 657 points. Jiang Wangxue also gained quite a few points, surpassing Anya and reaching 273 points. However, Anya, being a laid-back girl, didn't care much about the points ranking. After glancing at the points ranking, Wang Guan lost interest and opened the attribute panel. Ability, Probe F. Level, Tier 3 Skill, Windmill, Mastery, Military Fist Max, Novice, Physique, 26. 2 Speed, 23. 8 Spirit, 23. 5 The progress in his physical attributes have been significant in the past 2 days. His physique had increased by nearly 5 points, and both speed and spirit had risen by 3 points. Continuous battles were the main reason. Fighting desperately to squeeze out potential naturally led to the fastest attribute improvements. Mastering Military Fist Max allowed Wang Guan to control his physical strength more clearly, resulting in a noticeable increase in physique attributes. Of course, not all skills had an impact on attributes. The windmill from Little Kid Brother did not significantly enhance his three-dimensional attributes. Now, Military Fist Max had advanced from the beginner level he had just grasped yesterday to novice level. Should I look for some skills that can enhance attributes to improve speed and spirit attributes? Wang Guan pondered. Different ability users had varying effects on their three-dimensional attributes. For example, mental type ability users saw rapid increases in their spirit attributes, but their physique and speed lagged behind. According to Anya herself, her spirit attribute was nearly 30 points now, while her physique and speed were still below 15 points. She was close to Tier 3, but had a severe bias in her specialization, which was a common issue among mental type users. However, Wang Guan was an F-grade ability user, and his ability did not enhance attributes at all. It was best to maintain a balance among the 3 attributes as he leveled up. Although speed could be improved quickly, it wasn't realistic to reach Tier 4 in a short time. Wang Guan sighed. An average of 30 points in the 3 attributes indicates Tier 4. The Bloodthirsty Demon is a Tier 5 mutated beast. If he could elevate himself to Tier 4, then the Bud Probe would be effective against the Bloodthirsty Demon, and he could handle it at will. Instructor Su Weicheng could sense the location of the Bloodthirsty Demon. It was still lurking deep in the dense forest, surrounded by a pack of bloodthirsty beasts. Although it had been scared away by Wang Guan earlier, it did not give up on attacking Pingan Town. As an abyssal monster, it had a strong instinctive craving for human flesh and blood. It would not easily give up on the hundreds of humans in Pingan Town. Su Weicheng naturally did not want to let it go, waiting for an opportunity to launch a surprise attack and eliminate it. By that evening, Wang Guan and his companions completed their routine patrol mission. "You guys go eat first. I'll be there shortly." He left a sentence and walked towards Meng Ming's small house. Watching Wang Guan leave, his companions exchanged knowing smiles. Brother Guan really cares about the instructor's daughter. "I'm so curious about how beautiful the instructor's daughter is," they whispered. According to Gao Chong, Brother Guan thinks she is prettier than Jiang Wangxue from Longjing. Alas, too bad the instructor strictly forbids us from going over. They talked in hushed tones, very curious about the instructor's mysterious daughter. Wang Guan arrived at the small house. Instructor Su Weicheng had already given him the key to the house. He opened the iron door and slipped inside. Wang Guan suddenly saw Su Mingming curled up in the corner of the room, seemingly in pain. The bloody scars on her body were writhing again. Her bloodthirsty symptoms had relapsed. "Mingming," Wang Guan hurriedly approached with concern. "No, don't come over." Su Mingming's blood-red eyes, upon seeing Wang Guan, suppressed her pain and said, "It's getting closer. It's about to catch me." She needed to drink blood to alleviate her symptoms. The instructor was not here, and Wang Guan had not joined the psychic network, so he couldn't notify the instructor in time. Without hesitation, Wang Guan made a decision, drew his sword, and made a cut on his arm, bringing it to Su Mingming's face. "No, Wang Guan, Su Mingming showed a face of resistance. "It's okay. We promise to take you out to play once you recover," Wang Guan comforted her. After hesitating for a moment, Su Mingming still brought her mouth to Wang Guan's arm. A slightly cold sensation washed over her, and Su Mingming's throat gently moved. The blood red in her eyes quickly faded. The gruesome scars on her body also stopped writhing. Soon, she pulled away from Wang Guan's arm, her face displaying a timid expression as she gently wiped the cut on Wang Guan's arm with her sleeve. Tears silently fell, a mix of gratitude and guilt. Are you feeling better? Wang Guan asked softly. He didn't mind the injury on his arm. With his current physique, it was nothing. Su Mingming nodded gently. I'm sorry, It's fine. Wang Guan ruffled her hair. Wang Guan. She hesitantly opened her mouth, lowering her head. If I can't hold on, can you kill me? I know. Dad is reluctant to take action. In fact, I should have died a long time ago. Wang Guan's expression changed slightly, but he still tried to act relaxed and said, Mingming, don't think too much. The instructor and I will definitely kill the blood demon. Looking at Su Mingming's pitiful appearance, he felt an anger he had never experienced before. Damn, the blood demon truly deserves to die. But Su Mingming still wanted to say something. Mingming, you should rest well first. Wang Guan smiled and persuaded her, helping her back to the small bed. After chatting with her for a while, he left with a heavy heart. Once Wang Guan left, Su Mingming curled up her body and trembled gently. She fell into a deep sleep, filled with exhaustion and fear. At this moment, she was already half a blood demon. The blood of Wang Guan she had consumed had merged into her body, gradually becoming a part of her. Suddenly, a subtle electric arc was unconsciously triggered in her palm. Rustle, rustle. The chains on her body and the metal objects in the room seemed to respond, starting to tremble slightly. They were affected by the electromagnetic force. Investigation. This is a beautiful girl, extraordinarily talented, with a refined and kind nature, possessing S-level abilities and super magnetic armor. Chapter 46. What a trash school Longjing University is. Whoever loves it can go. The sky was completely dark. It was a bit gloomy tonight, and the stars were nowhere to be seen. The lights on the playground had already turned on. Wang Guan, leaving the small cabin, swayed slightly, a result of blood loss. His expression was somewhat irritable. Thinking of Su Mingming's pitiful look when she spoke to him, an unquenchable anger surged in his heart. Just then, a surprise shout suddenly echoed across the playground. A light. There's a light coming from the east. Wang Guan looked over and indeed saw a glowing object rapidly approaching. He immediately became alert. However, as the light got closer, he realized it looked like an airship. This was a type of flying vehicle used for transport and passenger services. Due to the presence of mutated flying beasts roaming the skies, flight routes were extremely unsafe, and most of the time, people relied on trains for travel. Yet airplanes and airships still existed, though rarely seen. At this moment, an airship arrived at Ping'an Town, slowly descending onto a flat area. How could an airship arrive? It must be reinforcements. It has to be the Ling City municipal government sending support. But this airship seemed to be commercial, not military. Regardless, it was definitely a good thing. Everyone excitedly gathered around. Instructor Su Weicheng also showed a look of joy. Normally, after a mission is set, unless the mission is deemed about to fail, the alliance government would not send reinforcements. But having support is always a good thing, especially for the current situation. However, when they reached the high-tech airship, everyone saw that the passenger cabin was completely empty, not a single person inside. The cockpit opened, and a man with a bushy beard climbed out. I'm here to evacuate people, he shouted loudly. Evacuate people? Everyone was stunned. The mission was not going to be completed? Wang Guan scanned the airship's cabin and found it could accommodate at most 30 people. With nearly 300 people in Ping'an Town, including residents and students. He was puzzled when the bearded man pulled out a list. Only those whose names I read can board the airship, and others are not allowed. What does this mean? Su Weicheng asked in shock. I was just hired to come here and pick up a portion of people. I'm not responsible for anyone else. The bearded man said rudely, and then began to read names. Jiang Wangxue, Ruanisha Hijin. Upon hearing these names, everyone quickly realized they were all students from Longjing. This airship was arranged by Longjing University, only responsible for picking up Longjing students. Wang Guan was stunned. The Longjing students exchanged glances, all showing expressions of surprise. But Ruanishu among them frowned in anger. You all sent a distress signal to the school without me knowing? She questioned angrily to her classmates. Longjing University held these elite students in high regard, considering them important assets. In addition to arranging a team leader, they also provided them with devices to send distress signals. When facing deadly danger, if a distress signal is sent, the school would arrange for rescue immediately. This was a privilege only Longjing University students had. Now, They sent a distress signal behind Wang Guan's back. It was my suggestion, and everyone agreed. Jiang Wangxue, who was still bandaged and somewhat disheveled, spoke up. We suffered heavy losses. Team leader Lin Zidong is dead. Staying here will only bring disaster. After a chaotic escape back to town in the morning, she made this decision. She had witnessed the horror of the bloodthirsty demon firsthand. Su Weicheng, Tong Yihong, and Wang Guan, no matter how strong they were, could not contend with that monster. She had a bright future ahead. Why take such a huge risk staying here to fight for her life? Who knows? They might end up becoming sacrifices alongside everyone else here. Ruan Ashu voluntarily mixed in with the people of Ping'an Town. So she pushed Ruan Ashu aside and encouraged others to send a distress signal. But if we evacuate, Ping'an Town will definitely find it even harder to resist the beast horde, Ruan Ashu said anxiously. Although only 17 students remained from Longjing, most were S-rank abilities and very strong. If they evacuated, the town's strength would be greatly diminished. This is their problem. What does it have to do with us? Jiang Wangxue said, preparing to board the airship. The students of Ping'an Town, realizing what was happening, turned pale. Suddenly, Wang Guan pushed through the crowd and walked towards Jiang Wangxue. Jiang Wangxue reacted quickly, conjuring a wall of ice beside her. Waves of frost mist surged from her body. Wang Guan, what are you doing? She coldly questioned. But as soon as the words left her mouth with a crash, the ice wall was shattered by a kick from Wang Guan. His hand pierced through the frost mist and seized her throat. Jiang Wangxue panicked instantly, grabbing Wang Guan's arm. The frost spread rapidly over Wang Guan's arm. Wang Guan remained unmoved, his grip unyielding. So Jiang Wangxue conjured 2 ice spikes in the air and hurled them at Wang Guan. With 2 loud crashes, the ice spikes were smashed by Wang Guan with one hand. The ice and snow sorceress's power seemed utterly useless before him. The surrounding crowd stared in shock at this scene. Enough, Guange. There are too many people here. Tong Yihong frowned and quietly advised. His expression was also quite grim. But in front of so many people, they couldn't just let Wang Guan kill Jiang Wangxue, could they? Wang Guan, stop. Instructor Su Weicheng also urged. Only then did Wang Guan release his grip. Jiang Wangxue collapsed to the ground like a pile of mud. With a wave of his arm, the previously frozen ice debris fell away. His eyes were cold and indifferent as he glanced at Jiang Wangxue before turning back. Several Longjing students looked at Wang Guan in fear and hurried to help Jiang Wangxue up. Tong Yihong, Anya, Gao Chong, and others surrounded Wang Guan. Guan Yi, are you okay? Hiss, the ice and snow sorceress is indeed formidable. Tong Yihong checked Wang Guan's arm with concern. Touching Wang Guan's skin, he could still feel a chill. I'm fine. Wang Guan shook his head. He really was fine, even feeling pretty good. Jiang Wangxue had long been hit with a bug status effect. The ice and snow sorceress's ability was like a healing mist to Wang Guan. He could completely ignore the damage from Jiang Wangxue's icy power. The injury on his arm and the dizziness from blood loss had healed after this bout. At that moment, a series of roars suddenly erupted from the dense forest surrounding the town. The night began to stir. The bloodthirsty demon was driving the bloodthirsty beast horde closer. Su Weicheng sensed something, and his expression changed. It has discovered the rescue airship, thinking we are about to evacuate. It can't wait to act. Hearing Su Weicheng's words and sensing the commotion in the surrounding forest, everyone's expressions changed. The Longjing students exchanged glances and hurriedly rushed towards the airship. Hey, are you Wang Guan? The bearded airship pilot suddenly shouted. He had just heard the instructor call Wang Guan's name and glanced at the list in his hand. You're on the list, come aboard. All eyes turned to Wang Guan. Wang Guan was also a student of Longjing University and was on the list. Several Longjing students had complex expressions. Wang Guan, it seems the school hasn't forgotten you. Hurry up and come aboard. Some Longjing students persuaded him, already climbing into the cabin. They all knew that the school leadership of Longjing University did not like Wang Guan, the F-rank trash ability user. Arranging him for military training at Ping'an Town was intended to eliminate him here. Now arrange for the airship to retreat. The school leaders can completely ignore Wang Guan's name. The presence of Wang Guan on the list shows that his performance has impressed them. Longjing University is already prepared to accept Wang Guan. Instructor Su Weicheng, along with Tong Yixing, and Gao Chong, and other companions all looked towards Wang Guan. Wang Guan found it amusing, so he chuckled. What a trash school Longjing University is. Whoever wants to go can go, he said dismissively, showing no concern. It wasn't Longjing that expelled him or used underhanded tactics to make him drop out. He actively stated that he didn't care for Longjing University. By saying this, he was also refusing to board the rescue airship to leave. Brother Guan is awesome. The young man is so cool. Well said. The classmates surrounding him, who had initially started to panic, now felt a bit more invigorated after hearing Wang Guan's words. Some were still eyeing the airship, wanted to rush up, but hesitated upon seeing the fierce-looking bearded man. The Longjing students were quite surprised. Under the bearded man's urging, they kept climbing into the airship. The weak and unconscious Zhang Wangshua was also taken aboard. Ashu, hurry up, someone urged, seeing Ruan Ashu still on the ground. I have decided to stay. After some hesitation, Ruan Ashu made her decision. Her mental network was a great help on the battlefield, and staying behind would be beneficial for Peacetown. Unlike the other Longjing students, she didn't have that arrogant superiority. After saying this, she resolutely turned and walked towards Wang Guan and the others. Another Longjing student, after a slight hesitation, also chose to stay. A total of 15 Longjing students boarded the airship. Half of the cabin was still empty. But the bearded man clearly didn't want to let anyone else in. Wang Guan had already assessed him, and the failed assessment proved that his level was not low. He dared to take this job, which meant he was certainly not weak. If a conflict arose, it would only increase casualties. If it weren't for this, Wang Guan wouldn't mind forcibly keeping him behind. Wish you all good luck. The bearded man didn't waste time and hurriedly climbed into the cockpit of the airship. With the roar of the engines, the airship ascended into the air, quickly drifting away into the night. A few bloodthirsty beasts lunged at it, trying to block its escape. However, several flashes of fire ignited from the airship, shooting down those bloodthirsty beasts. It was unclear whether it was the bearded pilot's ability or some enchanted weapon. Reminder, detected He and others leaving the mission area. They're considered to have abandoned this hunting mission, and their points have been reset. A prompt appeared before everyone. Their names were removed from the points rankings. Outside Peacetown, the silhouettes of the bloodthirsty beasts in the darkness were already faintly visible. Everyone, from now on, we can only rely on ourselves. We are no worse than those Longjing students. At least we are braver, still staying here and not running away. Even without them, we can defeat the swarm of bloodthirsty beasts. Wang Guan took the lead and charged forward. Chapter 47. Can my bug detection ability be used this way? This time, the bloodthirsty beast horde launched an attack. The battle seemed to have reached a fever pitch from the very beginning. Under the night sky, the terrifying roars of the bloodthirsty beasts echoed. Ruanish's psychic network was immensely useful at this time. Through the psychic connection, everyone could communicate quickly. Everyone had a premonition in their hearts that this would be the final battle. Whether they could hold off the beast horde and kill the bloodthirsty demon would determine the success or failure of the hunting mission. The town's gate facing the dense forest was still the focal point of the beast horde's assault. Many bloodthirsty beasts had already breached the defenses and stormed into the town. Wang Guan, Su Weicheng, Tong Yixing, and other main forces immediately rushed to this location. Thank you for staying. Wang Guan looked at the boy running beside him. This was another Dragon Capital University student who chose to stay, aside from Ruan Ashu. He was tall and sturdy, with dark skin, messy hair, and somewhat taciturn. Even wearing the beautiful silver-white uniform of Dragon Capital University gave him a wild appearance. No need to thank me. I didn't intend to help you. His voice was rough and cold as he looked at the beast horde ahead, baring his teeth. I just want to fight. I'm not interested in anything else. Wang Guan was somewhat surprised. Gao Chong leaned closer to Wang Guan and lowered his voice. His name is Renyi. He's a combat fanatic and an oddity among Dragon Capital students. Ruan Ashu had just introduced this boy's situation in the psychic network. Gao Chong knew Wang Guan hadn't joined the psychic network, so he specifically introduced him. What is his ability? Wang Guan asked, as he hadn't seen Renyi fight before. This guy is an S-class ability user of the mutation type, Beast Transformation, which is quite rare. Gao Chong explained. Beast Transformation is a major category of the mutation type, allowing the ability user to transform into a beast. There are different types, such as werewolf transformation, Ren Ye's beast transformation. Suddenly, he let out a long howl, and his already bulging muscles swelled further. With a rip, his clothes were torn apart, and his dark skin was covered with black-brown scales. A thick tail extended from behind him, and a crocodile-like mouth grew, filled with sharp teeth. This half-human, half-beast appearance resembled a Tyrannosaurus rex. Accompanied by Gao Chang's words, Ren Yi leaped forward, charging towards the bloodthirsty beast horde. Wang Guan was astonished. It was his first time knowing there was such a beast transformation ability user. His pants must be specially made. He thought silently, seeing that fierce figure. A fire ability user, at Su Weiqing's signal, threw a fireball towards the nearby trees and houses. The blazing flames illuminated the battlefield in the dark night. The transformed Ren Yi seemed to be driven by combat instincts, rampaging through the beast horde. His hard skin could ignore the attacks of the bloodthirsty beasts. His sharp teeth continuously tore apart the bloodthirsty beasts that pounced in front of him. Although this fighting style was not very efficient, it was ferocious and brutal, causing a significant impact on the bloodthirsty beast horde. Buzzing sounds followed. The saber-toothed beast swarm flew like a dark cloud above the beast horde, launching attacks. Su Weiqing had specifically arranged for several students to protect Anya, who was controlling the beast swarm. The short-haired girl was focused, controlling the swarm to fight. With previous experience, she had learned how to manipulate the saber-toothed bees to quickly kill the bloodthirsty beasts. However, that disgusting experience still made her occasionally gag. But after retching a few times, she was getting used to it. Although she increasingly disliked this unfortunate ability, the lethality of her bee swarm should not be underestimated. Wang Guan also joined the battle, holding a sword in one hand and a fist in the other. He already knew that this sword in his hand was of D-grade quality, with an enchanted special skill, cutting edge. Its effect was to make the sword sharper, dealing cutting damage upon hitting the target. With a swing of his sword, he knocked down a group of bloodthirsty beasts. Coupled with powerful military punches, the encroaching beast horde was continuously blasted away. With 2 D-grade skills, a D-grade weapon in hand, and the physical quality of a Tier 3 ability user, his combat power was significantly higher than that of ordinary students, even without the assistance of powerful abilities. From time to time, he would also use bug detection, tagging the seemingly stronger bloodthirsty beasts with bug attributes, and then easily harvesting them. Continuous points notifications flashed before his eyes. While fighting, Wang Guan kept a close eye on Su Weiqing's figure. Long before tonight, he had made plans with Su Weiqing and Tong Yixing for the possibility of encountering a beast horde attack again. If there was an opportunity, Su Weiqing would rely on his marking perception to quickly locate the bloodthirsty demon and, as the main force, go for the kill. Wang Guan and Tong Yixing would follow closely behind to help him eliminate distractions. When the airship had left earlier, the bloodthirsty demon thought the town was retreating. It had already regarded the humans in the town as its prey. Driven by its bloodthirsty instincts, it immediately ordered all the bloodthirsty beasts to launch an attack, essentially deploying the entire army. It also no longer hid, mixing in with the bloodthirsty beast horde. This was a prime opportunity to kill it. At this moment, the bloodthirsty demon was preparing to use the beast horde as cover, waiting for the right moment to strike and take out the ability users here one by one, sucking their blood to transform them into bloodthirsty beasts. This was the strategy it had used against the Dragon Capital team led by Lin Zidong earlier in the ravine. But clearly, this trick was no longer effective. It was here. As it charged into the town with the beast horde, Su Weiqing immediately spotted it. Thanks to the rapid communication of the psychic network, the students near the bloodthirsty demon quickly retreated. Su Weiqing unleashed powerful punches, smashing through the oncoming bloodthirsty beasts. Making his way toward it, Tong Yixing followed closely, using his abilities to push back the bloodthirsty beasts, preparing to assist the instructor. The bloodthirsty demon let out a piercing howl. Wang Guan wanted to follow and concentrate fire on the bloodthirsty demon. But at that moment, the surrounding bloodthirsty beasts suddenly surged toward him like a landslide. After repelling one wave, another wave followed closely behind. Almost a third of the beast horde gathered around him, making it impossible for him to move. The bloodthirsty demon controlled the beast horde to block him off. Damn, it's afraid of me and doesn't want me to get close. Wang Guan thought in shock. The bloodthirsty demon was still wary of Wang Guan. In its eyes, Wang Guan was very sinister and unfathomable. It did not want to confront him yet, so it controlled the beast horde to temporarily isolate Wang Guan, planning to deal with him after taking care of a few other troublesome characters. At this moment, Su Weiqing's tower-like figure had already charged in front of it. With a furious shout, he unleashed a powerful punch at the bloodthirsty demon. The strong humanoid limbs of the bloodthirsty demon crawled on the ground, nimbly dodging while not forgetting to counterattack. A man and a beast were once again entangled in battle. But this time, the battle was different from the one in the morning in the ravine, as waves of beasts continued to surge in. A white-haired Tong Yixing arrived right after, activating his abilities to block the approaching beasts, creating opportunities for the instructor. However, with the horde surging, he found it somewhat difficult to completely stop them. More and more bloodthirsty beasts broke through the blockade and pounced next to Su Weiqing, while fighting the bloodthirsty demon. Su Weiqing also had to split his attention to deal with the beast horde. Although he fought bravely, he quickly fell into a disadvantage in this situation. He was hit repeatedly by the bloodthirsty demon's claws. The situation became critical in an instant. Guan Yi, Tong Yixing shouted loudly. Wang Guan heard Tong Yixing's voice and felt anxious, but he was still firmly suppressed by the beast horde, unable to move. Even if he tried to leap, he would still be tightly surrounded by the horde. Roaring, the beast king Long Renai rushed in with a fierce figure, suddenly tearing a gap in the encirclement around him. Wang Guan's eyes lit up. Help me clear a path over there. But the beastified Renai, with its dark, small, round eyes, glanced at Wang Guan before turning its massive head and charging in another direction. In its beastified state, it retained only its combat instincts. Recognizing teammates was already its limit. It couldn't understand Wang Guan's words at all. Wang Guan, beastification really is a trade-off of intelligence for strength. He could only follow closely behind Renai, rushing out of the encirclement first. But after just a few steps, he was once again surrounded by the beast horde. Renai had already crashed and dashed off to who knows where. A group of students had also just fallen into the encirclement of the beasts. What the hell is going on? How did the beast horde surround us? Guanggu, they exclaimed in alarm. Gao Chong and Enyake were among them. Enyake controlled a swarm of bees with considerable lethality, but she was too fragile, so Su Weiqing had arranged a team to protect her. Unexpectedly, they had just been caught up in the encirclement of the beasts. Seeing Enyake, Wang Guan's eyes suddenly brightened. I can exploit a bug. He swung his fist, knocking a charging blood beast away, and rushed in front of Enyake. Enyake, use all your strength and throw me over there. He pointed in the direction where Su Weiqing was fighting the blood demon. The farther, the better. Enyake looked confused. You want me to throw you out? Asking me to throw someone with a physique of less than 15 points is a bit too much, isn't it? Gao Chong quickly said, Guanggu, let me do it. His steel-like body had a significant enhancement effect on physique attributes, nearly reaching 20 points. But Wang Guan still looked at Enyake. It's you, hurry up. Enyake was influenced by Wang Guan's urgency, and without time to think further, she grabbed Wang Guan's arm with one hand and wrapped the other around his waist. Aim well, Wang Guan reminded. Enyake tightened her small face, exerting her maximum strength, and with a loud shout, she spun around and threw Wang Guan toward the dense forest. In Wang Guan's assessment, Enyake's strength was no less than his own. She was the S-class ability user. The Warhorn. The Warhorn ability should also enhance physical condition. Now, in the midst of the battlefield, the girl was filled with fighting spirit. Her throw would definitely not be weak. Suddenly, whoosh, Wang Guan shot out like a cannonball, soaring over the ever-pressing horde of beasts. Gao Chong and the others. Enyake. The surrounding beast horde momentarily paused, then immediately chased after Wang Guan's direction. No wonder she is the Diamond Barbie, so fierce. Wang Guan adjusted his posture in midair, secretly thinking. What he aimed to exploit was the bug attribute on Enyake. Now he had about 200 pounds of ability user level increase, with altered physical strength and body weight heavier than average. But Enyake's throw sent him flying over 10 meters away. An ability user with outstanding physique like Gao Chong could never achieve this. Hiss! In midair, a flying blood beast pounced at him. Whoosh! Wang Guan swung his sword, cleaving the blood beast in half. Using the force to adjust his direction, he aimed toward the blood demon. At this moment, the blood demon, relying on the disturbance of the beast horde, had completely gained the upper hand in its battle with Su Weicheng, knocking him to the ground. Tong Yixing quickly waved his hand to release a shock wave. But the blood demon endured the attack. It opened its massive mouth, ready to bite down on Su Weicheng. Suddenly, Wang Guan's figure descended from the sky, charging straight down at it. Blood demon. Before it could react, boom. A military-style punch slammed into its body. It flew sideways, crashing into a building before stopping. This heavy punch, driven by the force of falling, left a dent in its back. It rolled up and charged at Wang Guan with a series of piercing screams. There was anger, fear, and confusion. As the master of the beast horde, it could share the senses of the blood beasts. But in the chaos of battle, it never expected Wang Guan to descend from the sky. This human is truly terrifying. Who? After this punch, Wang Guan felt a sharp pain in his wrist. Just as he was about to continue attacking, while half squatting, he saw the blood demon suddenly turn and flee. Running again, Wang Guan's mind raced as he glanced at the injured Su Weicheng on the ground, quickly telling Tong Yixing, "Take care of the instructor." Then he drew his sword and chased after the blood demon. He had no confidence in fighting the blood demon. But the key was that the blood demon was now afraid of him and didn't dare to fight. So he could just stall it for a while, buying time for the injured Su Weicheng to stabilize his condition. Tong Yixing blasted away several blood beasts and hurried to Su Weicheng's side, the direction it's running. Su Weicheng already had multiple wounds on his body. He struggled to rise. It's towards Meng Meng. The blood demon's current target was indeed Su Meng Meng. 13 years ago, this girl was bitten by it, but was fortunate enough not to turn into a blood beast. However, its aura remained within the girl. The smartest move would be to kill the girl early, but that human man had allowed her to live until now. He even fed her his own blood. Truly a ridiculous and foolish human emotion. After it gathered the beast horde and arrived near Ping'an town, it could sense what was happening around the girl through the aura. It knew that the human man and that boy were very concerned about her. Yet, it had long been able to fully transform the girl. It just hadn't done so, intending to use her as a pawn, to let her play an important role at a critical moment. Just like now. "Awaken, my servant," it whispered in obscure language, issuing a malicious incantation, awakening the girl, turning her completely into its puppet, coercing the human boy. Outside Mingming's little house, a small team, arranged by Su Weicheng, was guarding here. After the war began, only a few scattered blood beasts had come over, easily dealt with by them. When they saw the blood demon charging over, their bodies froze. "The boss is heading straight here?" Whoosh! The iron door of Mengming's little house was suddenly pushed open from the inside. Clank, clank, accompanied by the sound of rattling chains, a slender figure swayed out. Su Mengming had her eyes closed, and the blood-red scars on her body were writhing, nearly covering her entire form. She was responding to the summons. Mengming. Wang Guan, who was closely following behind, changed his expression. He had already understood the blood demon's plan. His eyes suddenly reddened, and anger surged within him like a volcano. Was he really going to send off this poor and kind girl with his own hands? But just then, a hint of doubt flashed across Wang Guan's face. He seemed to have an incredibly strange feeling coming from a girl. The blood demon had already rushed in front of Su Mengming. Its terrifying maw opened wide, as if it were laughing in delight. And Su Mengming, who had originally kept her eyes tightly shut, suddenly opened them. Lightning flickered in her eyes. Since she was bitten in her childhood, the blood demon's fearsome figure had been her nightmare. Now, that nightmare appeared before her. But she did not feel fear as she had before. There was another power that brought her warmth and courage she had never experienced before. Clank, clank. The chains binding her trembled and sparkled with electric light. I'm not afraid of you anymore." Su Mengming was still a bit timid, but her voice was incredibly firm as she spoke. She waved her hands forward, and arcs of electricity burst forth from her palms. Crackling, it struck the bloodthirsty demon. This was not thunder, but high-voltage electricity. The bloodthirsty demon was caught off guard. It never expected that this girl, who should have become its puppet, would suddenly unleash such an attack. caught unprepared, it was enveloped by the blue high-voltage current. It trembled violently, smoke rising, and a burnt smell filled the air. It let out a piercing scream, struggling continuously, but for a moment it could not escape the high-voltage shock. Wang Guan, who had already arrived, looked slightly dazed. What was happening? How did Su Mingming have such power? This ability of high-voltage shock. Wang Guan's mind quickly flashed with the bug attributes he had given Su Mingming. This was supermagnetic armor. It seemed to sense the bloodthirsty demon's call, as countless bloodthirsty beasts crazily surged towards this location. Su Mingming, who was releasing the electric shock, already showed a look of anxiety. I can't hold on much longer. She had just awakened her ability and could not maintain it for long. Wang Guan quickly snapped out his daze. Without hesitation, he swung his sword and charged at the bloodthirsty demon. Breaking edge, the long sword instantly sliced across the bloodthirsty demon's neck. The arcs of electricity spread along the sword and onto Wang Guan's body. Wang Guan was already prepared to endure the pain of the high-voltage shock. But to his surprise, the current that caused the bloodthirsty demon so much pain felt warm and comfortable on him, without inflicting any pain. The current released by Ming Ming is ineffective against me? This thought flashed through his mind. The body of the bloodthirsty demon, with its head severed, fell limply to the ground. Even for a creature from the abyss, such an injury was still fatal. Su Mingming stopped the electric shock, her body swayed and fell. Wang Guan quickly caught her with one hand, his expression filled with confusion and shock. Congratulations, you have killed the bloodthirsty demon. Chapter 48. Now I understand why Wang Guan seeks her every day. Congratulations, you have killed the bloodthirsty demon and earned 230 points. Hunting task completed, bloodthirsty demon killed. Congratulations, you are ranked first in points with 1103. As the bloodthirsty demon died, a series of notifications flashed before Wang Guan's eyes. One of the conditions for ending the hunting task was to kill the bloodthirsty demon. Now that this terrifying abyss creature was dead, the task was complete. Wang Guan looked at Su Mingming, who was in his arms, in disbelief. A black mist was emanating from the girl, tainted by the pollution from the bloodthirsty demon. The blood-red scars quickly faded, revealing her pale, tender skin. Her sparse hair also began to regrow. Originally black, her hair seemed to have taken on a faint red hue due to the lingering effects of the bloodthirsty demon. In the blink of an eye, she returned to the appearance of a normal girl, and she was very beautiful. Wang Guan's pupils trembled slightly. Being bitten by the bloodthirsty demon and infected with abyssal energy, it was normal to eliminate the influence after killing the bloodthirsty demon before a complete transformation occurred. However, Su Mingming not only eliminated the influence but also completely returned to being a normal girl. There wasn't even a single scar left on her body. How could this be? And what about the abilities she just displayed? Wang Guan couldn't calm down, but now is not the time to worry about these things. With the death of the bloodthirsty demon, countless bloodthirsty beasts that had been causing havoc in the town began to undergo mutations. Many of them lost their vitality with shrill howls, black mist rising from their bodies, quickly decaying. These bloodthirsty beasts were newly transformed and lost control as soon as the bloodthirsty demon died, leading to their imminent demise. A small portion of bloodthirsty beasts, unaffected by the death of the bloodthirsty demon, also fell into panic and began to flee towards the outskirts of the town. They remained vicious but could no longer impact the current situation. These bloodthirsty beasts had been transformed for years, even decades. Although they were controlled by the bloodthirsty demon, they had become independent species. After the abyssal invasion, countless mutated beasts had emerged, many of them being of this kind. The peaceful town at night erupted with cheers of victory. We won. Haha, the bloodthirsty demon was killed. Guangu is amazing. We endured the hunting task. We won. Ah, voice breaking. Everyone's emotions were incredibly excited. Just relying on them, they truly resisted the beast horde's assault and completed the dangerous hunting task. Covered in blood, Su Weicheng, with the support of Tong Yixing, came to Wang Guan and Su Mingming's side. Su Mingming had already stood up. This seemed to be the first time in over a decade that the girl had left that cramped room. With a mix of fear and curiosity, she looked around at her surroundings, feeling the joyful atmosphere. Upon seeing Su Weicheng, tears of joy streamed down her face. "Dad, Ming Ming?" Su Weicheng was somewhat stunned, blinking hard. The lighting was a bit dim, but he could still see the girl's beautiful face and fair skin. He couldn't believe that the girl before him was his daughter. But it was unmistakable. This was indeed his daughter. The bloodthirsty demon was killed, and his daughter was not only free from the influence, but had completely returned to normal. This exceeded all his expectations. The father and daughter embraced each other excitedly. Tang Yixing had never seen Su Mingming before, so he wasn't too shocked by her current appearance. He thought that Su Mingming's previous condition wasn't severe and that she looked like this all along. He merely cast a knowing glance at Wang Guan. The few military training students stationed outside the small house had been so scared when the bloodthirsty demon charged at them that they were momentarily stunned. Moreover, due to the dim lighting, they hadn't paid attention to Su Mingming's appearance at that time. Now that they had calmed down, seeing the slain bloodthirsty demon, they all became excited. They quickly reported the situation over the Mind Network. "Just now, we worked together with Guan Gu and the instructor's daughter to kill the bloodthirsty demon. Who was it that kept calling for help in the Mind Network just now? What happened? Please tell us." To put it simply, the instructor's daughter restrained the bloodthirsty demon, and Guan Gu beheaded it with one sword. Wow, amazing. The instructor's daughter is that powerful? What does she look like? Super beautiful, let's just say. Now I understand why Wang Guan seeks her out every day. In the Mind Network constructed by Ruana Shu, everyone was chatting enthusiastically. However, Wang Guan and Tang Yixing, who were not part of it, were unaware of this. Tang Yixing looked at the corpse of the bloodthirsty demon on the ground. As a creature of the abyss, the bloodthirsty demon began to rapidly disintegrate after death. Once the wind blew, nothing would remain. There were not things that should exist in this world. Yet from its remaining form, one could still see the kind of attack it had previously endured. The instructor's daughter, Ming Ming, what kind of ability does she have? He asked with some confusion. He had vaguely seen the scene of Su Mingming releasing high-voltage electric light. Su Weicheng also curiously asked Ming Ming, "Did you awaken your ability?" He knew that his daughter had not awakened any abilities before, but this was a world where everyone had the potential to awaken abilities. Even if one did not participate in the college entrance examination at the age of 17 or 18, they could still trigger their awakening power. However, participating in the college entrance examination and entering the brutal trial battlefield would significantly increase the chances of awakening advanced abilities. Yes, Su Mingming's voice remained timid. "I now have an ability called supermagnetic armor." Her bright eyes looked at Wang Guan. She vaguely sensed that her ability awakening could be related to resisting the bloodthirsty demon's control and drinking Wang Guan's blood. Supermagnetic armor. Awaken just like that? Tang Yixing exclaimed, seemingly having heard of how powerful this ability was. Generally speaking, those who did not participate in the college entrance examination awaken life-related or weak abilities. Of course, there were rare examples of awakening powerful abilities, but they were extremely few. Su Mingming's situation was still astonishing. Was this girl a hidden genius? Wang Guan's expression was also quite surprised. So it was indeed supermagnetic armor. The current Su Mingming completely matched the bug attributes he had assigned her when he first met her. Probe. This is a beautiful girl, exceptionally talented, with an S-level ability. Supermagnetic armor. This made him feel quite unsettled. Su Mingming was influenced by his probe. The BUG attributes had completely come true. Wang Guan suddenly thought of the time when Su Mingming exhibited symptoms of bloodthirst and drank his blood. A series of thoughts flashed through his mind. The blood she drank after being infected by the bloodthirsty demon would become part of her body. Because she had integrated his blood, her bug attributes became real? He could feel that he had developed some inexplicable connection with her. The current electric current she released couldn't harm him. Wang Guan seemed to have discovered an even more miraculous aspect of his bug ability. However, how exactly this worked still needed to be verified slowly. The airship piloted by the big-bearded man flew quickly through the night. Inside the cabin, the students from Longjing were feeling heavy and complex emotions, lacking the mood to speak. Jiang Wangxue sat in a corner. She had been knocked unconscious by Wang Guan earlier, but had now awakened, though her face was still somewhat pale. On her fair neck, The imprint of a swollen palm was still visible. Thinking of Wang Guan's cold gaze at that time, and the sense of despair that she couldn't escape no matter how hard she struggled, a trace of fear involuntarily surfaced in her eyes. Wang Guan really wanted to kill her. He'd better die in that small town, killed by the bloodthirsty demon, her malicious curse. Without the Longjing students, that group's strength would be significantly reduced. Earlier, when they flew away, the bloodthirsty bee swarm had already launched an attack on the town. Perhaps by now, Wang Guan and those second-tier university students had already been killed by the bloodthirsty demon. With such thoughts, her mood seemed to improve a lot. But just then, the unexpected notification came. Wang Guan successfully killed the bloodthirsty demon. The hunting mission has ended. The slap in the face was sudden. The Longjing students' departure from the battlefield was considered an automatic withdrawal from the mission. They were removed from the points ranking list and could no longer see the changes in the rankings. But now that the mission had ended, they still received a notification. They could still see the relevant mission report. Wang Guan ranked first in points, with 1103 points, received a reward, 300 points, third-class merit. Additionally, killing the bloodthirsty demon obtained entry qualification to the Longsin's secret realm. Tong Yihong ranked second in points, with 873 points, received a reward, 150 points, third-class merit. Anya ranked third in points, with 513 points, received a reward, 75 points, third-class merit. Jiang Wangxue scanned the mission report, her eyes widening, her pupils trembling. They successfully resisted the bloodthirsty beast tide and achieved victory in the hunting mission? How could this be possible? It had only been about an hour since the bloodthirsty beast swarm invaded, right? Moreover, Wang Guan not only survived, but also killed the bloodthirsty demon. He topped the points ranking and received a generous reward. And Anya, who ranked third. When leaving the peaceful town, her points had already surpassed the others. Not to mention the various items that points could be exchanged for. Just this third-class merit would have enormous benefits for future development. Learning certain skills, taking on certain tasks, holding certain positions. Many of these required merit. Furthermore, Wang Guan also obtained the entry qualification to the Longsin's secret realm, which was even more precious, representing endless opportunities. Just when she was in disbelief, she suddenly noticed something unusual. Looking up, she saw that the others in the cabin were all looking at her coldly. If it weren't for Jiang Wangxue urging them to send a distress signal, they would have continued to stay in the town and participate in the battle. They could have enjoyed the glory of victory in the mission and earned considerable points. Now everything was beyond their reach. They not only lost half their people, but also gained nothing, although they had voluntarily boarded the airship. Now, they blamed everything on Jiang Wangxue. Jiang Wangxue. Chapter 49. Wang Guan is a student of Longjing University. In the early morning, Ping'an Town is bathed in warm sunlight. Although the hunting mission was a success, the beast horde rushed into the town, causing significant damage to this already dilapidated place. Many students were injured, but fortunately, there were no fatalities this time. This result is quite good. Wang Guan had a comfortable sleep and was awakened in the morning by the familiar sound of a bugle. No way. We just finished the battle, and the instructor won't even allow us to sleep in? Gao Chang couldn't help but complain. However, stretching his arms and getting up, he glanced out the window and jumped up in shock. There were many people outside. It seemed to be the military. A group of soldiers in dark green uniforms appeared in the town, forming a neat formation. The students, awakened by the bugle, quickly tidied themselves up and gathered on the playground. Everyone showed signs of fatigue after the battle, some even wrapped in layers of bandages. The military has come to support us now? The bloodthirsty demon has been killed. What use is it for them to come now? Do they know what a mission trial is? Unless confirmed as a failure, the military won't provide support after the mission starts. We can't blame them. Which military is this? The crowd curiously looked at the soldiers, whispering to each other. Wang Guan was also very curious, looking at the officer negotiating with instructor Su Weicheng. They're the Vanguard Army, explained Tong Yihong in a low voice. The Vanguard Army is one of the 4 major armies of the Alliance. This army is stationed near Lingshan City, and Tong Yihong, coming from Lingshan City, is naturally familiar with their uniforms. Moreover, He is going to attend the Vanguard Military Academy. If nothing unexpected happens, he will join the Vanguard Army after graduating from the academy. The Vanguard Army? Wang Guan had heard of their exploits. This army is named Vanguard because they are at the forefront of the battle against the abyssal forces, achieving remarkable results. In the eyes of ordinary people, they hold great prestige. After negotiating with Su Weicheng, the officer waved his hand. The soldiers behind him immediately dispersed and began to orderly clean up the aftermath of the battle in the town. They brought several military trucks with a lot of construction tools, as well as medical supplies and doctors to help treat the injured students and residents. This army is here for post-war support. Brother Guan, let's go. He tugged at Wang Guan's sleeve and whispered. He was cautiously hiding behind Gao Chang's broad back, seemingly not wanting to be seen. Just as Wang Guan was feeling puzzled, Yihang, the officer, had already turned his gaze here and called out. All eyes turned to Yihang. Yihang had no choice but to awkwardly step forward. Long brother, he weakly called out. You little brat, why were you hiding just now? The officer came over with an annoyed expression, looking Yihang up and down before breaking into a smile. Not bad, no injuries. Your mother can rest easy. My mom is just overly worried. Yihang mumbled. He introduced Wang Guan to the officer. This is Long brother, Zheng Hailong, a second lieutenant, my mom's student. Wang Guan and the surrounding students were somewhat surprised. Not only was Yihang strong, but his background also seemed impressive. A second lieutenant from the Vanguard Army is his mother's student? Yihang then introduced his classmates to Zheng Hailong. Zheng Hailong obviously focused most on Wang Guan, scrutinizing him closely. Ah, Long brother? Wang Guan greeted somewhat awkwardly. Please call me Second Lieutenant Zheng. Zheng Hailong reminded him with a serious expression. Second Lieutenant Zheng. Good temperament. Your college entrance exam results and your ranking in this mission both prove your practical abilities are quite good. He nodded in satisfaction and suddenly asked, Are you interested in transferring to our Vanguard Military Academy? Wang Guan was taken aback. Was he being this direct? Long brother. Let me talk to Guan first. Yihang quickly interjected, pulling Wang Guan aside. Guan, if you want to transfer to the Vanguard Military Academy, you can tell Long brother now. He can help you with the paperwork quickly, he said. Wang Guan had long had the intention of transferring to the Vanguard Military Academy. However, he and Yihang had maintained a tacit understanding and had not discussed the matter in detail. Now that the opportunity was right in front of him, Yihang simply stated it directly. I'm very willing, Wang Guan said. He had already told others that Longjing University was a garbage school and definitely would not return. However, if you were to transfer to the Vanguard Military Academy, there were some things he needed to clarify first. First, tell me, why did you choose military training in Ping'an Town? Don't say it's because it's close to home, he asked. This was a suspicion he had long had. Yihang seemed to have come here specifically to get close to him, but as someone from the Third Alliance, it couldn't just be to recruit him to the Vanguard Military Academy, right? Yihang was not surprised that Wang Guan would ask this question. However, his expression became a bit conflicted. I did come for you at first. I arranged for us to share a dormitory. He answered honestly, I'm very interested in you. The first of the Alliance, but more importantly, someone asked me to take care of you. Take care of me? Wang Guan was taken aback. Yihang nodded. Anyone can see that Longjing placed you here for ulterior motives. Rongjie is worried about your safety and asked me to look after you. But clearly, you don't need my care. Rongjie. Wang Guan became even more confused upon hearing this name. He did not recognize this person from his memory. Who is she? She is another student of my mom. Yihang replied, pausing as he carefully observed Wang Guan's expression. Rongjie told me she knows your parents and that they are friends who would go through thick and thin together. Wang Guan's expression suddenly froze. Both of his parents are explorers, and their abilities are not combat-oriented, but focus more on exploration and research. After they went missing, Wang Guan had not found any information about them. Now, he unexpectedly encountered a friend of his parents. Seeing Wang Guan's excited expression, Yihang quickly said, That's all I know. For other matters, you can ask Rongjie when you officially attend the Vanguard Military Academy. Wang Guan took a deep breath. Okay. He and Yihang returned to Zheng Hailong's side. Long brother, Guan is willing to transfer to the Vanguard Military Academy. Yihang said, lowering his voice again, Make sure to handle the paperwork quickly. Guan's reputation is so prominent. Be careful of Long Jing making trouble. Don't worry. I brought the documents. I'll help him with the transfer. Zheng Hailong nodded. You brought the documents. Did you all set your sights on me from the beginning? Wang Guan was somewhat speechless, but still expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Second Lieutenant Zheng. Zheng Hailong smiled kindly at Wang Guan. Call me Long Brother. Ah, Long Brother. Tianjing City, Longjing University. Principal's office. Bang. The short, stout, somewhat balding principal of Longjing University. Upon learning about the incident in Ping'an Town, angrily threw his cup to the ground. A team of 31 people participated in the hunting mission, and with a second-year student as the leader, half of them were lost in just 2 days. He paced back and forth in his office angrily. Those were important assets of Longjing University. How am I supposed to explain this to the board? This year, Longjing University has enrolled over 200 new students, and among them, one of the teams dispatched to the 23rd trial battlefield, Ping'an Town, was one of them. Principal Longjing learned that a hunting mission was about to be set up here and immediately arranged for nearby military training freshmen to participate in the task. He thought that with the quality of his Longjing freshmen and the leadership of the second-year students, they would surely excel in the mission, bringing glory to the school and showcasing their strength. The result was surprisingly disappointing. 14 people were lost in just 2 days, including one second-year student. That arrogant waste, Lin Zidong. By the end of the mission, only 2 students were on the points leaderboard. One was Ren Yi, ranked 4th, and the other was Ruan Shu, ranked 12th. Instead, Wang Guan performed exceptionally well, ranking first with a significant gap in points, and even killed a bloodthirsty demon. Originally, this F-class ability user was sent to the number 23 trial battlefield with special instructions given to a military training officer to eliminate him. Lin Zidong also hinted at this when leading the freshmen to participate in the mission. However, unexpectedly, this kid managed to endure and achieved such good results. The principal couldn't help but exclaim. Although he is only an F-class ability user, the strength he displayed was indeed surprising. It seems that the college entrance examination results are not solely based on luck. When a school recruits students, the most important factors are potential and future. Wang Guan was looked down upon because it was known that an F-class ability could not have much of a future. Longjing had never accepted students below B-class. But now, since Wang Guan has demonstrated such strength, it might be worth reluctantly accepting him, setting this precedent. If in the future he can't keep up with the school's curriculum, they could always find a way to expel him. This time, no matter what. The one who took first place was still a Longjing student. It also brought glory to Longjing University. With this thought, the principal's angry expression softened a bit, and he sat back down in his chair. However, the office door was suddenly pushed open, and a curvaceous female secretary hurried in. Principal. Just now, Wang Guan applied to transfer schools. He wants to transfer to the Vanguard Military Academy. Through military channels. What? The principal jumped up. Refuse him. His student record has already been established at our school. He is a student of Longjing University, and I do not agree. No one could transfer him away. But the female secretary looked troubled. Previously, you instructed that Wang Guan would not be able to enroll anyway, and that the student record should not be established. Now, according to regulations, he has already been transferred. The principal. Chapter 50. Entering the Dragon Forest Secret Realm. I can also bring 3 other people. Ping'an Town. Zheng Hailong led the team and set up camp in Ping'an Town. Despite the threat of the bloodthirsty demon, they had initiated a hunting mission. However, there were still 10 days left until the military training ended, and the training would continue during this time. This is the cruel rule of this world. On the second day of the hunting mission, Ruan Shu and Ren Yi, the 2 remaining students from Longjing, left the town to join their classmates. When I see you next time, I want to have a good fight with you, Ren Yi, wrapped in bandages like a mummy, declared to Wang Guan, who came to see him off. This battle enthusiast stayed behind simply because he wanted to fight. After transforming into his beast form, he charged around and had quite an impact on the bloodthirsty beast horde, but he also sustained significant injuries. He was still thinking about challenging Wang Guan in the future. All right, I'll wait for you, Wang Guan replied with a smile. However, to challenge oneself. Scan, this is a hot-tempered taxi driver, easily angered but highly skilled. He probably won't have many opportunities, but maybe in the future, he could figure out how to control him? Being a Tyrannosaurus Knight sounds quite appealing. It's an honor to fight alongside you, Ruan said formally as he shook hands with Wang Guan. Me too, Wang Guan replied. Although he had severed ties with Longjing University, he didn't dislike these two Longjing students. Ruan and Renyi took the vehicle arranged by Zheng Hailong and left the town. In the following days, the town returned to its usual rhythm. However, after going through the hunting mission, everyone had grown significantly, and the training projects arranged by Su Weicheng had been eased considerably. What everyone was most focused on now was the task rewards. Only the top 3 would receive special rewards, while others would only earn points. However, those points could be exchanged for quite a few good items. Everyone was flipping through the point reward exchange list, looking for desirable targets. With the rewards included, Wang Guan had a total of 1403 points. After making some selections, he decided to exchange for Titan Company ST1 protective suit, which included protective armor, pants, and combat boots. Although his bug scanning ability could occasionally identify ordinary clothing as equipment, the probability was lower than identifying a wooden stick as a powerful weapon. Therefore, Wang Guan felt it was necessary to prepare a set of equipment for himself first. Equipment made by different companies varied in performance and price. The T-Series equipment from Titan Company had the best cost-performance ratio. The T1 armor worn by military instructor Liang Shan had left a deep impression on Wang Guan. It had withstood numerous wind blade attacks from Wang Guan and only barely got torn apart when confronted by a humanoid, bloodthirsty beast. This T1 set was sufficient for Wang Guan for now. Purchasing the 3 pieces outside would cost 1 million. In a task exchange list, it only required 1,000 points. This meant that 1 point was equivalent to 1,000 credit points. With the remaining 400 points, Wang Guan chose a skill manual, Abyss Contemplation, a D-grade skill. It was specifically designed to hone mental attributes, allowing users to envision the terrifying figures of abyssal monsters for self-training. Skill learning had no requirements based on the user's level. Wang Guan did not forget to take the opportunity to develop his 3-dimensional attributes evenly. This skill would cost 400,000 if bought outside. The price of E-grade skills did not exceed 100,000, while D-grade skills were valued at 400,000. The higher the level, the more expensive it became. When it came to S-grade skills, the prices were already unaffordable for ordinary ability users, and there were few available for sale. After making his decision, Wang Guan sighed. It would be better to cultivate the child brother Yuan Shaoqin and let him create skills on his own. That would be more promising. After exchanging his points, the items would only be delivered after the military training ended. Besides the point exchange, Wang Guan also received a 3rd-class merit and the qualification to enter the Dragon Forest Secret Realm. He was already familiar with the benefits of merit. As for the Dragon Forest Secret Realm, he now knew that the Secret Realm was a unique area formed due to abyssal rifts, filled with dangers and opportunities. Since the abyssal invasion began, many secret realms had formed over hundreds of years, large and small. Even the Vanguard Military Academy was built on a special secret realm. However, the danger levels varied across different secret realms. Have you asked Long Gu if he knows the situation in the Dragon Forest Secret Realm? Wang Guan inquired during breakfast with Tong Yihong. He had asked Tong Yihong to inquire about the Dragon Forest Secret Realm information from Zheng Hailong. Before entering the secret realm, he certainly needed to clarify the situation inside. I asked, but Long Gu is also unsure. However, when you arrive at the Vanguard Military Academy, you can check the school's database. Tong Yihong regretfully shook his head. All right then, Wang Guan nodded. Tong Yihong suddenly looked at Wang Guan with a hint of anticipation. The qualification to enter the Dragon Forest Secret Realm was not just for Wang Guan. He could also bring 3 people with him. I'll think about it, Wang Guan said with a smile. He naturally understood Tong Yihong's intention to pull him in. The white-haired kid was so strong, and they had collaborated well during this period. He was one of the main forces in killing the bloodthirsty demon. If they were going to enter the secret realm, he definitely had to include him. As for the other 2 choices, you guys. Wang Guan looked towards his table mates Gao Chong and Zhang Yong, who quickly shook their heads. Let's forget it. If we go in there, we'll definitely be killed in minutes. They were quite self-aware. As ordinary ability users, they could not compare to those monsters. Wang Guan smiled. He certainly wouldn't choose these 2 roommates. Given their strength, the risk of entering the secret realm was too great. At this moment, Su Weicheng and Su Mingming suddenly appeared outside the cafeteria. Instructor Su Weicheng was wrapped in bandages, with injuries left by the bloodthirsty demon that had not yet healed. But he wore a broad smile. Su Mingming had already removed the chains on her body and was wearing a simple white dress. Her light red hair was casually tied behind her head. This simple outfit gave off an astonishing feeling, along with a fresh vibe like that of Neighbor Girl. The students and soldiers dining in the cafeteria all looked at the girl with envy. They never expected that such a rough instructor would have a daughter so beautiful and cute. No wonder she was chosen by Wang Guan. She truly was the brightest girl in town. Noticing the countless gazes directed at her, Su Mingming instinctively moved behind her father, looking like a startled kitten. Upon seeing Wang Guan, she happily waved her hand. "Wang Guan," she called out in a clear voice. Suddenly, everyone's gaze turned to Wang Guan in unison. Envy, jealousy, but also admiration. Wang Guan didn't feel particularly special about it. He smiled and shook his head. The fully recovered Su Mingming was becoming familiar with the outside world. The people she trusted the most were her instructor and Wang Guan, and she would come to find Wang Guan for walks whenever she had time. Wang Guan put down his bowl and walked over. "I'll take Mingming for a walk," he said to Su Weicheng, pulling Su Mingming away. The cafeteria buzzed with whispers. Anya, surrounded by a group of saber-toothed bees, felt a bit jealous upon seeing this scene. But she was not upset. She had seen Su Mingming in her pitiful state, and now that the girl had been reborn, she felt nothing but happiness for her. "I can't think about these things right now. I need to focus on practicing shot put," Anya silently told herself. Throwing shot put was a training project she had recently arranged for herself. During that fierce battle, she had thrown Wang Guan over 10 meters, shocking everyone around her. Although she could no longer exhibit such bravery afterward, she still began to doubt. Could it be that she was a hidden body-refining type? Maybe practicing shot put could uncover some potential. This somewhat oblivious girl had completely overlooked the fact that the problem lay with Wang Guan. "Mingming, have you thought it over? Do you want to go to the Vanguard Military Academy together?" Wang Guan suddenly asked while walking with Su Mingming on the playground under the morning light. Su Mingming had now awakened her S-class ability, electromagnetic armor. This was a top-tier ability within the lightning system. According to Tong Yixing, the lethality of this ability ranked among the highest of all abilities. Su Mingming had a weak constitution and was merely a first-tier ability user. However, she could release high-voltage electricity that could suppress bloodthirsty demons without needing to use any skills. After learning about Su Mingming's situation, Zheng Hailong helped Wang Guan with the transfer procedures while also assisting Su Mingming with the special recruitment. He wanted her to enter the Vanguard Military Academy as well, even if she didn't take the college entrance examination. Such a precious ability would be hard for any university to refuse. However, Su Mingming's past experiences made leaving her small town and her father a difficult decision for her. Hearing Wang Guan's words, she glanced around curiously, but her expression darkened. I don't want to leave Dad and Aunt Zhang, everyone, but she looked at Wang Guan, her eyes filled with reluctance. Unconsciously gripping his sleeve tighter, Wang Guan was the first friend she had ever made. She could vaguely sense a deeper bond between herself and Wang Guan, making her instinctively want to get closer and rely on him. "It's okay, military training will end in a few days. You can think about it slowly." Wang Guan quickly comforted her. "Even if you stay here, we can still meet." Su Mingming was one of the candidates he intended to bring into the Longxin secret realm. Once he made his choice, any ability user, regardless of their location, could be directly pulled into the secret realm, just like entering the trial battlefield for the college entrance examination. As for the other candidate, Wang Guan looked up and happened to see Anya's figure. The girl, having finished her breakfast, had somehow found an iron ball. She was shouting excitedly, continuously throwing the iron ball into the air. Wang Guan, should he remind this swarm-hearted individual not to misallocate her skill points? The remaining days passed quickly. Before he knew it, it was the day military training ended. All the students, instructor Su Weicheng, the town's residents, and the soldiers led by Zheng Hailong were excitedly gathered in a circle. Wang Guan and Tong Yixing stood inside the circle. Brother Guan, I will get my all. Tong Yixing shouted while stretching his limbs. Wang Guan was also stretching. Bring it on. On the last day of military training, the two strongest students decided to officially have a sparring match. Let us see who is truly stronger. Chapter 51. Still need to think of solutions, card bugs, and cheat. On the playground, the two top-ranked new ability users in the entire alliance have already engaged in fierce battle. Although it's said to be a spar, both are using their full strength. Wang Guan, with one hand in a fist and the other holding a sword, is unleashing his strongest power. He holds nothing back against Tong Yixing in front of him. The long sword in his hand seems to be flailing wildly, yet it continuously unleashes gusts of wind blades, falling at strange angles towards Tong Yixing. At the same time, his figure is moving rapidly, looking for opportunities to get close for a punch. Tong Yixing has only comprehended one exclusive skill of the Master of Entropy. It consumes a lot of energy, and he rarely uses it. Most of the time, he relies on his ability itself in battle, controlling energy changes to transform the slashing wind blades and Wang Guan's physical attacks into a unique force. He absorbs and stores energy, then releases it, making his defense and offense quite balanced. The battle between the two isn't particularly intense. It draws cheers from the spectators around. Without powerful abilities, relying solely on skills and physical fitness, being able to fight to this extent with Yixing, even slightly suppressing him, demonstrates that Wang Guan's combat talent is indeed impressive. Zheng Hailong, a second lieutenant in the Vanguard Army observing the battle, nods occasionally. The Vanguard Academy has received a good student. This enhanced version of military boxing is quite interesting, Zheng Hailong thinks to himself as he glances at Su Weicheng, who is standing not far away with his daughter. This max version of military boxing is something this instructor has honed for over a decade, evolving from ordinary military boxing. This instructor is indeed admirable. His daughter has also decided to attend the Vanguard Academy. I should apply for some attention for this peace town from above. Zheng Hailong makes a decision. Su Mengmeng has already agreed to be specially recruited to attend the Vanguard Academy. Peace Town originally developed relying on the mine. But over the years, as the mine resources dwindled and with the occurrence of bloodthirsty monster incidents, it has completely fallen into disrepair. It now serves as one of the bases for military training trials, maintained with funding from the Alliance. The lack of thorough cleaning of the nearby bloodthirsty beasts is due to the necessity of the trial battlefield. In the future, new recruits from the Vanguard Army can be arranged for regular special training here. Among the new recruits directly joining the Army without military academy backgrounds, there are many F-level ability users, perfectly fitting the prerequisite conditions for military boxing max. If Su Weicheng is willing to teach this set of skills, the military will offer him a generous reward. This depleted town will soon regain its vitality. As Zheng Hailong ponders, the battle between Tong Yixing and Wang Guan has reached its conclusion. Ultimately, Yixing still fell short. He hasn't been able to fully unleash the power of the Master of Entropy. Zheng Hailong chuckles softly. This kid has always carried titles like Genius and Prodigy, and his awakened ability is quite strong. Now encountering a peer like Wang Guan is not necessarily a bad thing for him. Just as he is speaking, bang, Wang Guan's straight punch hits Tong Yixing. Yixing is unable to completely dissipate the kinetic energy from the punch and involuntarily lets out a grunt, being sent flying backward. Wang Guan's actions follow closely behind. Before Yixing can steady himself on the ground, Wang Guan has already placed the sword blade against his neck. Phew! Tong Yixing exhales, decisively waving his hand. I lost. I really can't compare to you, Brother Guan. You're really impressive. Wang Guan responds sincerely. He is quite surprised. Not only is Tong Yixing powerful, but he has also already stepped into the third tier, and his three-dimensional attributes are not much inferior to Wang Guan's. It's important to note that when Wang Guan arrived in Peace Town, he had already entered the second tier, making him stronger than Tong Yixing. He has been using energy potions to guide training and has also learned the military boxing max that can enhance physical attributes. Yet despite all the advantages, he still hasn't managed to outpace Tong Yixing significantly. Winning the sparring session wasn't easy at all. The enhancement effect of an S-level ability user on physical attributes is indeed very strong. It seems He still needs to think of ways to card bugs and cheat. Seeing the battle end, the surrounding crowd gathers around, filled with amazement. The camouflage uniforms on both of them are already somewhat tattered, and after the recent battle, they have even more holes. So they decide to return to the dormitory to change clothes. Brother Guan, next time, I will definitely defeat you. Tong Yixing, usually shy, speaks with unusual determination. As he speaks, he takes off his outerwear, and along the way, he pulls off a strange pendant that he has been wearing around his neck for a month, even while bathing. Wang Guan is taken aback. He subconsciously activates the inspection. Inspection, this is a professional idol, skilled in singing, dancing, rap, and basketball. At the beginning of military training, due to Tong Yixing's protective gear, Wang Guan was unable to place the bug tag on him. This has been a concern for Wang Guan. So, seeing the silver-haired boy take off the gear just now, he instinctively activated the inspection. An idol skilled in singing, dancing, rap, and basketball. Keep working hard in the future. Wang Guan pats Tong Yixing's shoulder with a face full of regret. The two changed into their casual clothes before military training. Their luggage had already been packed. As they walked out of the dormitory with their bags, everyone was saying their goodbyes. They had only spent a month together, but the experiences of hunting tasks and the life-and-death camaraderie had left the crowd feeling somewhat sad. Brother Guan, let us keep in touch. We must gather again when we have a chance. Goodbye, Wang Guan. Everyone bids farewell reluctantly. Wang Guan walks towards Su Weicheng and Su Mengmeng, who are embracing each other not far away. Su Mengmeng has decided to attend the Vanguard Academy and is now leaving with Wang Guan. They will first return to Detection.He City and then go to school together to officially register. Aunt Zhang, who has been taking care of Su Mengmeng, is also here, wiping her tears. Instructor, Aunt Zhang. Wang Guan greets. Mengmeng, we should go now. It's so hard to recover, and now you're going far away. Aunt Zhang looks reluctant. Mengmeng is going to school. She can't stay here forever. Su Weicheng comforts Aunt Zhang instead. However, the roughness of his face cannot hide the sadness of parting. Su Mengmeng's eyes are redder. Don't worry, I will take good care of Mengmeng. Wang Guan assures, picking up a simple backpack for Su Mengmeng. Mengmeng is in your hands now, Su Weicheng says seriously, his eyes reflecting a different emotion. He can sense that his daughter has completely recovered and awakened a powerful ability. All these incredible things seem to be connected to Wang Guan. Su Mengmeng also has a special reliance on Wang Guan now. After a month of interaction, he trusts Wang Guan's character and conduct. He is resilient, adaptable, and decisive. His concern for his daughter is genuine. This is why he is willing to let his daughter leave with Wang Guan. Daddy and Zhang, goodbye. Su Mengmeng reluctantly bids farewell to everyone and leaves the town with Wang Guan. They are now first-year students at the Vanguard Academy. The school has specially arranged an off-road vehicle to take them to the city. The itinerary to Detection.He City has already been arranged. This is the treatment of a normal, prestigious university student. As they get into the car and watch the town gradually fade away, Su Mengmeng feels somewhat downcast, taking a long time to recover. She starts asking Wang Guan various questions with a curious baby-like demeanor. When the car reaches the city limits, beep beep, the phone that hasn't been activated for a month rings with a reminder. Your account balance, 200,000. The saber-toothed mother bee that was traded to Anya. Once back in the signal coverage area, she promptly transferred the agreed 200,000. Wang Guan glanced at the message and replied to Anya with a smile. The money has been received. Remember to prepare for entering the secret realm. He had already discussed with Anya about taking her into the Long Sun's secret realm. He highly recognized the strength of the Diamond Barbie in controlling the bee swarm. With him, Tong Yixing, Anya, and the promising Su Mengmeng, this configuration could definitely blow the secret realm apart. Anya quickly sent back an OK emoji. In the afternoon, West Station of Detection.He City. The station was bustling today because it was the day when new university students finished their military training, and many people were waiting for the new students to return. A group of school leaders from Detection.He No. 3 Middle School were waiting here. Wang Guan's homeroom teacher for 3 years of high school, Zhang Huimin, was among them. They kept looking towards every train that arrived. How could Zhu Qianlong have died? Isn't the military training at Longjing University usually very safe? There might have been some accident. I heard that this time, during the military training at Longjing, over a dozen people died. We had given Zhu Qianlong quite a bit of bonus. After all, this year we finally had 2 outstanding students, but unexpectedly, one of them is gone. They were whispering to each other, looking anxious, as the school had high hopes for Zhu Qianlong. The confidentiality of the new student military training was very high. They didn't know the specific process of the training, only receiving the death notice. So today they were impatiently waiting here for Jiang Wangxue to return. Another train arrived. The doors opened, and the passengers disembarked one after another. It's Wang Guan. Zhang Huimin saw Wang Guan's figure. This was the student he had high hopes for, but in the end, he was greatly disappointed. The expressions of the others were also somewhat complicated. They knew that although Longjing had accepted him, they didn't like him and specifically arranged for him to train in a dangerous area. Unexpectedly, he managed to complete the military training smoothly. After taking the bus with Su Mingming for half a day, Wang Guan finally returned to Detection.He City. To his surprise, as soon as he got off the bus, he saw the leaders of Detection.He No. 3 Middle School. However, they were obviously not waiting for him. Wang Guan didn't want to say anything to these people anymore. He took Su Mingming's hand and was ready to leave. Wang Guan, is that your attitude towards the teachers? As a result, Zhang Huimin unhappily stopped him. We can ignore you, but as a student, you must respect us. He. Wang Guan found it somewhat amusing. Aren't you the ones who look down on my F-level abilities? The stipulated college entrance examination bonus can be temporarily erased with new rules. After doing such a thing, you still expect me to respect you? You are also a student of Longjing. Do you know what really happened during the military training? Zhang Huimin continued to ask. He stopped Wang Guan to inquire about this matter. Wang Guan couldn't be bothered to respond. Sorry, I've already transferred to the Vanguard Military Academy. Transfer? Zhang Huimin was taken aback. The others were also shocked. Not going to Longjing University, but instead going to the Vanguard Military Academy. Although that is also the top military academy in the Alliance, its reputation is ultimately a notch below Longjing's. Zhang Huimin looked furious. How could you make such a big decision without discussing it with the school? Who allowed you to do this? Although they had various complaints about Wang Guan, he had indeed successfully applied to Longjing University. This year, Detection.He No. 3 Middle School produced 3 Longjing students. Regardless of future achievements, just saying it now is quite prestigious. The investment in teaching resources from the municipal government could increase significantly. As a result, one is lost now, and another is transferring. In the eyes of the leaders of Detection.He No. 3 Middle School, Wang Guan's greatest value now is the title of Alliance Champion and the spot at Longjing University. Hearing Zhang Huimin's words, Wang Guan was stunned. I have already graduated. Why do I need your permission to transfer? You. Zhang Huimin was so furious he couldn't find the words. At this moment, the director of education suddenly shouted, "The bus is here." The bus carrying Jiang Wangxue arrived at that time. They hurriedly surrounded it. Wang Guan glanced over at Jiang Wangxue's figure on the bus, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He took Su Mingming's hand. Let's go. The bus stopped. After Jiang Wangxue got off, a middle-aged man jumped off the bus behind her. This was Director Chun from Longjing University. Jiang Wangxue hurriedly introduced him to the leaders of her alma mater. Director from Longjing University? Zhang Huimin and the others were all taken aback. Although they all worked at the school, the staff from Longjing University were definitely big shots to them. Could it be that he came specifically to apologize to the family because of Zhu Qianlong's unexpected death? They quickly put on smiles and approached him. However, Director Chun ignored them, urgently pushing them aside and jogging towards. Wang Guan chased after him, just a moment ago on the bus. He had seen Wang Guan's figure. Wang Guan, wait a moment. Director Chun caught up to Wang Guan, revealing a look of eagerness. Can you reconsider transferring to the Vanguard Military Academy? Chapter 52. If you don't pursue such a promising opportunity, what are you studying hard for? Seeing Director Chen's behavior, the leaders of Detection.He No. 3 Middle School were a bit baffled. When Wang Guan heard the man's words, he was momentarily stunned, then couldn't help but laugh. Longjing University had previously looked down on him, even going so far as to arrange for someone to create trouble, trying to keep him in the dense forest of Ping'an Town. Now, upon discovering his impressive potential, realizing he wasn't the imagined useless ability user and had excelled in the hunting mission, they changed their attitude and wanted to keep him? Sorry, I've already made up my mind. Wang Guan thought without hesitation and refused. You must have some misunderstanding about us. We value you very much. Director Chun hurriedly said. Wang Guan sneered, value me? By sending me to military training in Town and having the military training officer take care of me? Director Chen's face twitched as he forcefully explained. We have high hopes for you and want to encourage your growth. At this point, he seemed unable to continue. Longjing's previous treatment of Wang Guan was indeed a bit excessive. He quickly changed the subject. The principal specifically instructed that as long as you transfer back to Longjing, you can receive generous treatment. We will create the best study plan for you. You can receive scholarships and enjoy support policies for key students. He babbled on, throwing out one promise after another. Of course, these promises came with the condition that Wang Guan had to maintain excellent grades. But that didn't need to be mentioned. I'm not interested. Wang Guan still refused. His expression was resolute, even showing a hint of impatience. In fact, he had once held deep expectations for Longjing University, viewing it as a goal to strive for like any other high school student. But after these events and the treatment he had received, he was left with nothing but disappointment for this university. If there are still areas you're not satisfied with, we can discuss further. Director Chun continued to persuade him. Standing at a distance, Zhang Huimin and others had already understood what was happening. Longjing University sent Director Chun all the way to He City to stop Wang Guan from transferring, promising numerous benefits with a sincere attitude. But Wang Guan was indifferent. Wang Shui, your phone has been off for a while. What's going on? Class teacher Zhang Huimin quickly asked Jiang Wangshui. Jiang Wangshui bit her lip, remaining silent, her eyes complex as they looked at Wang Guan. She was also feeling quite unsettled. On the way back to He City today, Director Chen unexpectedly accompanied her. She then learned that Wang Guan was actually transferring, giving up the opportunity to study at Longjing to go to Vanguard Military Academy. And Director Chun had come to He City to change Wang Guan's mind, having achieved the highest score in the hunting mission and personally killed the bloodthirsty demon. He was undoubtedly the most dazzling presence among this year's freshmen. Longjing University didn't want to give up on him anymore, even if he was an F-class useless ability user. He had already proven his worth. Then, Jiang Wangshui subconsciously rubbed her neck. She had nearly been choked to death by Wang Guan at that time, and she still felt lingering fear. How could he do this to me? She thought fiercely. Suddenly, she noticed the girl who had been standing beside Wang Guan. Tall and slender, with light red long hair casually tied back. Her appearance was elegant and ethereal, dressed in a simple, almost plain white long dress, which was outdated yet didn't appear shabby at all. A beautiful girl could look stylish even in a burlap sack. In front of this girl, Jiang Wangshui felt less confident about her own appearance. The girl looked a bit timid, but still stared at Director Chun with wide, fierce eyes, as if united against a common enemy. It hadn't even been 10 days since they parted in Town. Where did this girl come from? And she seemed to have a close relationship with Wang Guan. That's enough. I won't change my mind again, Wang Guan impatiently told Director Chun, pulling Su Mingming and preparing to leave. Director Chun was somewhat annoyed. What can they offer you at Vanguard Military Academy? Something that makes me happy, Wang Guan replied casually. Of course, it wasn't just happiness, but that reason was the most important. Director Chun was left speechless. Just as he was about to say something, a group of people suddenly surged over. Leading them was a middle-aged man in a suit. He walked straight up to Wang Guan. Hello, are you Mr. Wang Guan? The middle-aged man asked enthusiastically. Wang Guan was a bit confused and nodded. May I ask who you are? My last name is Lin. You can call me Manager Lin. I'm a member of Titan Company's He City branch, specially here to wait for you, the man introduced with a smile. The crowd was surprised by his introduction. Titan Company was one of the top equipment manufacturing companies in the Alliance. They were looking for Wang Guan. Manager Lin, do you have something to discuss? Wang Guan was also quite curious. Manager Lin handed over a black box to Wang Guan. This is the T1 set you redeemed through the hunting mission. And there's also a skill secret book included. Thank you. Wang Guan was even more surprised. The equipment redeemed with points would normally be delivered after military training, but did it need to be delivered with such fanfare? Seeing Wang Guan's confusion, Manager Lin smiled and explained, "No need to be surprised. I came personally to inform you, Mr. Wang Guan, that you have been rated as a potential new star within our company." Potential new star? Wang Guan was somewhat puzzled. But Director Chun, Zhang Huimin, and others all showed expressions of shock. They understood what a potential new star was. Titan Group evaluates new ability users every year internally. The evaluation criteria are extremely strict, not only looking at talent and combat performance, but also task achievements. New ability users with potential are rated as potential new stars and given certain support. Establishing friendly relations in advance. It's similar to an investment. New stars will enjoy special services in the future, with discounts on equipment purchases and the ability to commission them for custom equipment. Typically, those who are rated as potential new stars tend to have a promising future. However, for someone like Wang Guan, whose ability had awakened for just over a month, to be rated as a potential new star was extremely rare and shocking. Manager Lin introduced what a potential new star was to Wang Guan. "We learned about your performance in the hunting mission on the 23rd trial battlefield and decided to give you this rating." He smiled at Wang Guan. An F-class ability can have such performance. Your potential is beyond doubt. Then, he exchanged contact information with Wang Guan. After handing over the black box to him, he left with his team. Inside the box was the T1 set Wang Guan had redeemed, along with the secret book for Abyss Contemplation. Wang Guan glanced at the stunned Director Chun, Zhang Huimin, and others, and his mood instantly improved as he left the station with Su Mingming. Director Chun began to feel agitated. Wang Guan was likely the first new ability user to receive the potential new star evaluation. The more outstanding he performed, the more Longjing University wouldn't want to give him up. Zhang Huimin and others snapped back to reality and, disregarding Director Chun, quickly questioned Jiang Wangxue. What exactly did Wang Guan do? Why has he suddenly become so sought after? Only then did Jiang Wangxue recount the details of the hunting mission. After hearing her explanation, Zhang Huimin and the others had very interesting expressions. He got first place in the hunting mission. He even killed a deep-sea monster, the bloodthirsty demon. How did he, an F-class ability user, manage to do that? This kind of task, it's impossible to pick up a top-tier weapon again. They were somewhat incredulous. The belief that ability represents the future was deeply ingrained in their hearts. Even though Wang Guan had obtained the top spot in the league, they still looked down on him due to his F-grade trash abilities. But now Wang Guan had slapped them hard in the face. Beep beep. As Wang Guan was taking a taxi home, his phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Zhang Huimin. "Wang Guan, we've discussed your college entrance examination bonus and feel that our previous decision was somewhat inappropriate. We've decided to issue it to you again." Zhang Huimin's tone was completely different from before. Wang Guan couldn't help but chuckle. The several tens of thousands in bonus money, which they refused to give him when he needed it most after graduation. Now that they recognized his value, they regretted it and wanted to mend their relationship. "No thanks. I don't need it now," Wang Guan said coldly and hung up the phone. He really didn't need the money now. He had no shortage of weapons, equipment, or skill potions, and Anya's 200,000 was enough for his daily needs. "Wang Guan, what is that big house for?" Sitting beside him, Su Mingming, who was visiting the city for the first time, curiously looked outside. She felt a bit anxious in this unfamiliar place, but also a hint of excitement, constantly asking questions. "That's a shopping mall. When we have time later, I'll take you to explore," Wang Guan replied with a smile. He was also thinking, after military training, the new students had a 3-day holiday before they were required to officially report to school. He could actually go directly to school to report. But thinking of Sister One and Shanghai, he decided to take Su Mingming back to Detection.He City for a visit. He wanted to see if he could find more bugs with his treasure mother and son. But he didn't expect that people from Longjing University followed him to Detection.He City. It seemed they wouldn't give up easily. With this in mind, Wang Guan took out his phone and sent a message to Tong Yixing, explaining what had just happened. Tong Yixing could represent the Vanguard Military Academy, and encountering such issues, naturally, they would have to involve the school. He had already noted down the phone numbers of Tong Yixing, Anya, and a few familiar people. "Don't worry. Sister Rong will be there soon." Tong Yixing's reply came back quickly. "A friend of my parents will come?" Wang Guan's eyes lit up. He was also very much looking forward to meeting this Sister Rong. The taxi stopped outside the community. It was just evening, returning to Tianhai City from Ping'an Town. Since it was a schedule specifically arranged by the Vanguard Military Academy, the travel time was significantly shortened. When he went for military training, he had set off early in the morning and spent a whole day, arriving at his destination only after nightfall. Sister Wen, Wang Guan, with Su Mingming, arrived at Sister Wen's milk tea shop. Seeing the potion master Zhou Wen busy in the small shop, he greeted her with a smile. Xiao Wang, you're back. Zhou Wen had already spoken to Wang Guan on the phone in the morning, so she wasn't too surprised. However, seeing the timid Su Mingming following Wang Guan, she was a bit puzzled. This is Mingming, my friend. Wang Guan introduced. Wen, Sister Wen. Su Mingming was still not used to communicating with strangers, greeting her in a low voice. Mingming, hello. Zhou Wen greeted warmly, pulling Su Mingming to serve her milk tea. She looked at Wang Guan with a strange expression. Did you really go for military training? Why did you bring a girl back? Where's Xiao Qian? Wang Guan also didn't want to explain too much. Changing the topic, he hadn't seen Xiao Hai around. She's at home doing her homework. Zhou Wen said, Xiao Wang, you take Mingming home first. After I close the shop, I'll make dinner for you. I've been looking forward to your cooking, Sister Wen. Wang Guan's eyes lit up. Under Zhou Wen's enthusiastic invitation, Wang Guan and Su Mingming each took a cup of milk tea and walked home. Wang Guan's was coffee milk tea, which for him was a low-level energy potion, just right to relieve his fatigue. Su Mingming likes sweet things, so she ordered a honey milk tea. How does it taste? Wang Guan asked curiously. Sweet, really good. Su Mingming squinted her eyes into a line. It was her first time drinking milk tea. Don't you have any other feelings? Wang Guan pressed on. For example, the milk tea melting in her mouth, becoming a warm current, merging into her body. That was how he felt when he drank milk tea. But Su Mingming shook her head in confusion. Okay then, Wang Guan said somewhat regretfully. Su Mingming's current state was related to his bug ability. So Wang Guan was curious whether the bug attribute would also work on her. It seemed it really didn't tea. When they were in the town, he actually had quite a few small bottles of milk tea in stock. But he didn't take them out for Su Mingming to taste, because he had also tried to replicate Su Mingming's situation. He deliberately gave Tong Yixing milk tea mixed with his blood, wanted to see if it would turn into a potion. The result was that the milk tea remained milk tea and even went a bit bad. Apart from making Tong Yixing have a stomach upset all night, there was no other effect. Using blood to turn the bug attribute into reality, it seemed further exploration was still needed. Wang Guan thought to himself. They returned to their residence, took out the keys, and opened the door. The room still had the same layout as a month ago, but there were a few other traces added. Of course, it was tidier and cleaner than when Wang Guan lived alone. The house had 2 bedrooms and a living room, with Zhou Wen and Yuan Xiaoqian only occupying one of the rooms, which had a bunk bed installed. Wang Guan's bedroom remained unchanged. Su Mingming could sleep in his bedroom tonight, while he could make do on the sofa. At the dining table in the living room, the lively Yuan Xiaoqian was lying on the table doing homework. Upon seeing Wang Guan and Su Mingming return, she happily greeted, Brother Wang Guan, you're back? Her curious eyes scanned Su Mingming. Wang Guan introduced Su Mingming. Yuan Xiaoqian politely called out Sister Mingming. Although she was mischievous, she was still a bit shy in front of unfamiliar strangers and resumed her homework lying on the table. Meanwhile, Su Mingming was even more reserved around strangers. After Wang Guan settled his luggage, he introduced Su Mingming to the room. Once Su Mingming was distracted by the television, he eagerly leaned over to the dining table and sat down. Xiao Qian, while I was away, did you create any new sword techniques? He nudged Xiao Hai's arm with an expectant look. Although the big windmill skill looked unreliable, its power was indeed remarkable. Whether he could continue to take advantage of Xiao Hai's bugs for powerful skills depended on this. However, upon hearing Wang Guan's words, Yuan Xiaoqian showed a disdainful expression. Brother Wang Guan, you're so grown up. Why are you still so childish? She shook her head and sighed. Glancing sideways at Wang Guan, I should focus on studying now. I won't do those childish things anymore. Wang Guan. What the heck? It was like a bolt from the blue. Had you forgotten the words of encouragement we exchanged when I left? Why not pursue something as promising as studying swordsmanship instead of just focusing on studying? Chapter 53. Abyss Contemplation. battle with the bloodthirsty demon again. Waving a stick around randomly and practicing swordsmanship might be too childish for elementary school students. But for Wang Guan, a college student, it was just right. Xiaoqin, you're still young, at the age of mischief, so make sure you don't go astray. Wang Guan earnestly advised, hoping the kid would turn back. However, Yuan Xiaoqin was already immersed in her homework, unable to extricate herself, completely ignoring Wang Guan. It wasn't until Zhou Wen closed the store and bought groceries to return home that Wang Guan reluctantly gave up for the time being. After all, she was just a child and shouldn't be able to hold on for long, he thought. He was still counting on the kid to continue creating her own skills. The threshold for swordsmanship skills was very high. Whether taught by a master or learned from a secret manual, it required a considerable amount of time to master. Those A and S rank sword skills not only demanded extraordinary aptitude, but also years of hard work and relentless practice just to barely get started. But because of the bug attribute, the kid appeared to Wang Guan as a swordsmanship genius, possessing the S rank ability, Sword Saint. The sword skill she created was essentially random nonsense. Yet to Wang Guan, it was a genuine skill. The learning difficulty was not as great as that of real sword skills because it was essentially just learning to mess around. But for him, it still possessed the power of sword skills. This could be considered a glitch. If in the future he mastered a way to make the bug attribute real, he wouldn't mind truly turning Yuan Xiaoqin into a swordsmanship genius. But that had to be after she became an adult. This was different from Su Mingming's situation. Su Mingming was already at the age of awakening her abilities. If Yuan Xiaoqin, as a little kid, broke the norm and awakened her abilities now, it would probably only bring various troubles. Wenjie, why did Xiaoqin suddenly change her character? Wang Guan curiously asked while helping Wenjie wash vegetables in the kitchen. A flicker of hesitation flashed in Zhou Wen's eyes as she smiled and said, "Oh, it's just a temporary whim. She'll be back to normal soon." "Oh, I see." Wang Guan didn't notice the change in Zhou Wen's expression, but her words relieved him. "You go wait outside. I can handle it myself here." Zhou Wen ushered Wang Guan out. Sitting with Su Mingming watching TV, Wang Guan inhaled the delicious aroma wafting from the kitchen, feeling incredibly expectant. About an hour later, dinner's ready. Zhou Wen cheerfully called everyone, bringing plate after plate of dishes to the dining table. They were all very ordinary home-cooked meals. Wang Guan couldn't wait to examine each of them. He looked at a plate of braised pork. "Examine. This is a plate of braised fire crab. Soft and rich in nutrients, made from the crab meat of a third-tier mutated beast fire crab, uniquely cooked to retain its nutrition." Then came a plate of stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat. "Examine. This is a plate of wind leaf bamboo shoots stir-fried with beast meat, fresh and delicious, with a unique flavor, made from wind leaf bamboo shoots and meat from mutated beasts. A plate of ordinary stir-fried greens. Examine. This is a plate of special cooked heavenly green grass. A bowl of duck blood vermicelli soup. Examine. This is a bowl of tiger blood fish fin stew." Even the ordinary white rice, when Zhou Wen scooped it and handed it to Wang Guan, was examined. "Examine. This is a bowl of exquisite jade crystal rice." Sure enough, even when cooking, Wenjie had remarkable effects. Wang Guan sighed in his heart. This is the S-rank ability, Master Alchemist. Among ability users, there are those with culinary gourmet abilities. And the S-rank Master Alchemist is at the pinnacle of such abilities. The dishes Zhou, when cooked, were considered food supplements and could also be viewed as a type of potion. Ordinary ingredients like pork, duck blood, bamboo shoots, and greens, after passing through the hands of Wenjie with the bug attribute, turned into rare and precious ingredients like crab meat, tiger blood, earth bamboo shoots, and heavenly green grass for Wang Guan. These dishes were ones he had never even heard of, but from the descriptions, it was clear they were not ordinary. They were definitely nourishing. "Xiao Wang, what are you dawdling for? Hurry up and eat." Zhou Wen took off her apron and sat down at the dining table, calling out, "And Mingming, come try Wenjie's cooking. Then I want tea hold back." Wang Guan laughed. Su Mingming also showed an expectant expression. The two quickly dug in. "Len Ye, your cooking is so delicious." Su Mingming's eyes sparkled. The food she ate was just the normal flavor. But in the life at Ping'an Town, even though Su Weicheng took care of everything, the food she usually ate was still somewhat rough and simple. This table of home-cooked dishes from Wang Guan truly was a flavor she had never tasted before. Wang Guan didn't need to mention it. In his eyes, the food on this table was practically glowing. The deliciousness exceeded his imagination. After swallowing it, he could feel his body becoming warm. Wang Guan, your dishes are simply too delicious, he sincerely exclaimed. I've never eaten anything this good. Su Mingming was eating so much she was sweating. Wang Guan continuously echoed. Wang Guan's cooking is truly amazing. Really so delicious. Is that so? Seeing the slightly exaggerated reactions of the two, Zhou felt a bit embarrassed and said, Since you like it, then eat more. Meanwhile, Yuan Shaoqin was already stunned, her mouth agape. My mom's cooking. Is this good? It feels so ordinary. Look at how they've never seen the world. This meal brought Zhou Wen's emotional satisfaction to its peak. After finishing the meal, Wang Guan felt his body heating up continuously, as if it was about to burn. For a third-tier ability user, there wouldn't be issues like not being able to absorb nutrients or nutritional excess. But he still ran around the community for half a day to consume the excess energy in his body. When he returned home, he hurriedly checked his current attribute panel. Ability, examine F, level, third-tier skills, windmill, mastered, military fist max, mastered, physique, 29, 205, speed, 25, 803, spirit, 24, 304. This increase was even higher than taking stamina potions after exhausting physical strength. Wang Guan was very surprised. The higher the attribute points go, the harder it is to improve. During the last few days in Ping town, the speed of attribute improvement from running laps had already slowed down significantly. Fortunately, he had found a way to exploit the glitch. However, this method shouldn't be used frequently. No matter how strong the physique, excessive supplementation could lead to problems. Moreover, in 2 days, he would have to go to the Vanguard Military Academy. Zhou Wen and Yuan Shaoqin, this treasure mother-son duo, couldn't possibly be brought along, right? How about suggesting to Wang Guan to open a milk tea shop at the school? Not to mention whether that would work. What reason would Zhou Wen have to agree? Although Wang Guan had a close relationship with him. After all, he was just their landlord now. When he returned home, Zhou Wen, her son, and Su Mingming had already gone to their rooms to sleep. The sofa in the living room was already laid out with bedding. Wang Guan washed up in the bathroom and changed into pajamas. He wasn't in a hurry to sleep. Finally, he had time for an unboxing experience. He opened the big black box and took out the T1 set consisting of 3 pieces, trying them on. The size was right and fit perfectly. The T1 series equipment had a defense level of 5, with no enchanted special skills, but included some fire and lightning resistance traits. This defense level is a coefficient indicator of the equipment. The higher the coefficient, the higher the defensive capability. Accompanying the equipment was a skill secret manual in the form of a scroll. Abyss Visualization, a D-level skill. Mastering this skill allows one to confront the horrors of the abyss through conscious meditation, enhancing mental attributes. This is not a combat skill, but more like a way to refine the spirit. Therefore, it doesn't require time to learn like other skills. In fact, this skill doesn't need to be learned at all. As long as one purchases the skill manual and follows the instructions, the requirements can be met. Wang Guan carefully read the accompanying instructions. Then, he took the scroll to the bathroom and turned off the light. In the sealed bathroom, he confirmed that he was in complete darkness. He slowly unfurled the scroll. The scroll was vividly illustrated with a terrifying spatial crack using a special fluorescent material. The crack spread in the air, seemingly containing endless evil. This was the image of the abyssal crack opening. Just a few seconds after the scroll was opened, the fluorescent lines on the scroll quickly dissipated. The image of the abyssal crack was automatically projected into Wang Guan's consciousness. Congratulations, you have mastered a new skill, Abyss Visualization. Abyss Visualization does not have a proficiency level. The fluorescent material on the scroll has special effects. It can reflect the visualized image into the user's consciousness and create special effects with that image. This way of learning skills is truly marvelous. Wang Guan felt a bit dizzy as he exited the bathroom. The scroll was now blank, with no magical properties left. He rested on the sofa for a moment, unable to contain his excitement as he sat cross-legged. Through meditation, he cleared his mind of distractions. Meditation was a required course in high school. When his mind became calm, Wang Guan began to recall the image of the abyss. That horrifying image resurfaced in his mind, incredibly real. It felt as if he was directly facing the abyss. He felt his body becoming light. His consciousness entered an illusory space. Once his feet touched the ground, he felt his physical presence. He discovered that the surroundings were pale and endless. Abyss visualization would lead him into the battlefield of the consciousness world, where he would encounter phantom, mutated beasts and abyssal monsters. Wang Guan recalled the content of the skill description in his mind. Fighting these mutated beasts and abyssal monsters would refine his mental attributes. The visualizations were random and close to the user's skill level. However, abyssal monsters that the user had encountered and left a deep impression on were more likely to appear. For example, right now. Sure enough, Wang Guan saw in front of him, accompanied by ripples, a humanoid monster forming. Bloodthirsty demon. As Wang Guan focused his mind, the recently acquired gear automatically donned itself onto him. The D-level alloy long sword also materialized in his hand. Equipment and weapons already possessed in the user's subjective consciousness could be brought into this consciousness space. Let us fight. Chapter 54, a new use for bug detection ability. The bloodthirsty demon has a humanoid appearance, with strong limbs and a blood-red body. It looks as if its skin has been flayed, revealing muscle textures. With a huge mouth and a thick tail dragging behind, it immediately lunges at Wang Guan, roaring as it attacks. Although he has gone through hunting missions, Wang Guan has never truly fought a bloodthirsty demon. This beast has always run away at the sight of him. However, the bloodthirsty demon he envisioned is merely a product of his imagination. It is completely different from the one he has encountered before. This one possesses the true strength of a bloodthirsty demon and shares its ferocity. The lethality of a fifth-tier abyss monster instantly puts pressure on Wang Guan. Even with his T1 equipment, he quickly finds himself at a disadvantage. For ability users, physical attributes are crucial. A two-tier difference cannot be easily compensated for by skills or equipment. Even with an S-level talent, it is difficult to completely bridge the level gap. Su Meng Meng can affect the bloodthirsty demon with high-voltage electricity more because of surprise than anything else. If the bloodthirsty demon had been prepared, it would not have given Su Meng Meng the opportunity to hit it with high voltage. About 5 minutes later, Wang Guan, sitting on the sofa, wakes up gasping for breath. In the battlefield of consciousness, he was torn apart by the bloodthirsty demon. Dying in consciousness feels like waking from a nightmare. The mind feels depressed and exhausted. But as long as the will is strong, it won't have too much of an impact. Wang Guan meditates for a moment, calming his turbulent emotions slightly, before he enters the visualization again. This time he lasts for 7 minutes. Keep going. In the third battle with the bloodthirsty demon, Wang Guan holds on for 10 minutes. The duration of his persistence keeps increasing. However, defeating it still seems far away. After an unknown number of attempts, Wang Guan can now entangle with it for over half an hour. This does not mean Wang Guan has become stronger. The consciousness world, no matter how much it is tempered, does not affect physical attributes and speed. He has simply become more adept at the bloodthirsty demon's fighting style through repeated battles. The instinctive fear he felt when facing the bloodthirsty demon has also diminished. It is said that those who might directly confront abyss monsters, such as special forces and exploration teams, learn abyss visualization. They familiarize themselves with the potential abyss monsters they may encounter and their fighting styles. Although Wang Guan has prolonged his time in combat with the bloodthirsty demon, he still has no assurance of defeating it. Just then, as Wang Guan dodges one of the bloodthirsty demon's attacks, he inadvertently uses the detection ability on it. He can also use the detection ability in the battlefield of consciousness. He has tried detection before, and like in the real world, the bloodthirsty demon, as a fifth-tier monster, was impervious to detection, resulting in a string of question marks. But this time, detection, this is an escaped prisoner, ruthless and brutal, killing like a machine. Level 1. Wang Guan. Seeing this bug entry, his body involuntarily trembles. What's going on? Why did the detection suddenly succeed? The bloodthirsty demon lunges at him again. This time, Wang Guan does not remain on high alert as before. He easily sidesteps its attack and punches its back with his left hand. As the bloodthirsty demon falls to the ground, he lifts his sword from below with his right hand. Swish! The bloodthirsty demon's body bursts with black blood, its terrifying form nearly cleaved in two, rolling away and quickly disappearing in the ripples. The bug entry has taken effect. To Wang Guan, it is now just a level 1 escape prisoner. How did my bug detection suddenly work? Wang Guan is incredibly surprised. He feels a stir in his mind, and with the ripples, a new bloodthirsty demon coalesces. When Wang Guan looks at it, it still carries the bug entry of an escaped prisoner. The bloodthirsty beasts cannot be uniformly detected because they come from different species, merely sharing the common name of bloodthirsty beasts. However, the bloodthirsty demon is a single abyss race. Once one has successfully detected one, encountering other bloodthirsty demons will maintain the same bug entry, albeit with slight variations in details. How could this be? Did I suddenly level up? Wang Guan resolves the new bloodthirsty demon and, with a thought, exits the battlefield of consciousness. This is the first time he has actively exited the battlefield instead of being killed. He quickly checks his attribute panel. His mental attribute has increased by 0.3. However, he still remains at the peak of the 3rd tier, not entering the 4th tier. Could it be? Wang Guan thinks of a possibility, his eyes lighting up. Through abyss visualization and fighting abyss monsters beyond the detection limit, when he becomes sufficiently familiar with and understands them, he can complete the detection even on targets he could not originally detect successfully. Wang Guan can sense that this change is not limited to the world of consciousness. If he encounters the bloodthirsty demon again in the real world, it will still be an escaped prisoner to him. Time rewinds to half a month ago. When facing a hunting mission, the bloodthirsty demon's fear of him will turn into reality. Exchanging for this abyss visualization method is really worth it. It is already nearing dawn, and the outside is getting light. After battling in the battlefield of consciousness all night, Wang Guan is mentally exhausted. Yet because of his excitement, he feels no sleepiness. He has discovered a new use for his bug detection ability. The detection ability is related to mental attributes. Then he thinks of something else. In the future, he could try other mental skills when given the opportunity. Who knows what special effects he might uncover? Moreover, with the increase in mental attributes, he might also break the current limits of his abilities. For example, being able to detect targets exceeding 1 tier, or being unable to detect large objects, or being unable to detect intangible targets like miasma or disasters. Wang Guan ultimately does not sleep. At this time, he could really use a cup of calming fresh orange milk tea. Unfortunately, the small bottles of milk tea in his backpack have already been thrown away, and he cannot wake Wen Jia to make a milk tea. However, as a 3rd-tier ability user, his energy is sufficient, and he does not feel too uncomfortable. When Zhou gets up in the morning to cook, Wang Guan has already gone out to buy breakfast, steamed buns, and porridge. Yuan Shaoqin also climbs out of bed. Under Wang Guan's disappointed gaze, he does not rush to eat, but first takes his textbook to the balcony to study. Today is still the weekend, so he doesn't have to go to school. He is surprisingly diligent in his studies. After Su Mingming gets up, she appears a bit down. Wang Guan knows this is her first time leaving her hometown, and she must be missing her father and Aunt Zhang very much. Mingming, after we finish eating, I'll take you for a walk nearby, Wang Guan says with a smile. He plans to buy her few outfits and a phone. Ping in town originally had no signal, let alone mobile phones. The residents used currency that could replace credit points for transactions. I forgot to mention this before, so here it is. However, a few days ago, Zheng Hailong left military communication devices for Su Weicheng. The phone can directly contact Su Weicheng through military channels. As Su Mingming, feeling both anxious and curious, follows Wang Guan to start browsing a nearby mall, her low mood begins to lift. After shopping in the morning, carrying their things back to the community, they suddenly see a crowd gathered outside Wen Jia's milk tea shop. Wang Guan's expression tightens, and he quickly pulls Su Mingming closer. Outside the milk tea shop, several tattooed men, looking fierce and intimidating, are standing. Zhou Wen stood in front of them, looking panicked and pleading with a distressed expression. What happened? Wang Guan furrowed his brow and asked the elderly people beside him. The elderly recognized Wang Guan from the same neighborhood and immediately began to explain in a flurry. These several big men were local thugs, part of a gang, and had considerable influence in the area. Recently, while Wang Guan was away at military training, they often came to harass Zhou. Such matters were beyond the control of the security police. They had their eyes on one Jia. Wang Guan's gaze turned cold. Although Zhou had the child Xiaoqin with her, she was quite attractive. The booming business of her milk tea shop was largely due to her. But upon hearing Wang Guan's words, an old man quickly waved his hand. That wasn't the case. They were looking to take over the milk tea shop because of its success and wanted to run it themselves. Wang Guan, what kind of gang focuses on running a milk tea shop? Just as Wang Guan was in a daze, Xiaoqin, who had no school on the weekend, suddenly rushed out of the milk tea shop. The little boy was furious, tightly gripping a wooden stick in his hand. "Don't you bully my mom," he shouted, waving the stick and charging at one of the thugs. The thug was momentarily stunned, casually blocking the stick and pushing Xiaoqin down to the ground. Zhou looked worried and quickly shielded her son. "Little brat, if you keep causing trouble, Uncle is going to hit you," the thug sneered. Xiaoqin, full of anger and defiance, tried to get back up from the ground. But just then, Wang Guan appeared in front of him. "Xiao Wang." Zhou's face lit up with joy. "Wenjie, why didn't you tell me about this kind of thing?" Wang Guan helped Xiaoqin up, slightly reproaching him. He suddenly understood why the little boy had changed. Because his mother was being harassed by these thugs. He wanted to study hard so that he could protect her in the future, right? He rubbed Xiaoqin's head and casually took the wooden stick from his hand. This stick was something Xiaoqin had treasured for a long time, like a child's prized possession. The last time Wang Guan tried to learn skills from him, he had been reluctant to share it. After deciding to study hard, he had hidden the stick away, but he couldn't help but bring it back out just now. Detect. This is a long sword made of fine steel. Naturally, what was in the hands of the sword genius was a sword. Although it wasn't tea of a high grade, it was still quite good. "Who are you? How dare you meddle in our business?" The thugs shouted as they saw Wang Guan. Swish! Wang Guan casually swung the wooden stick in his hand. Whoosh! Accompanied by the sound of wind. Crack! Crack! The stones on the ground nearby shattered. "I'll give you a chance. Apologize." Chapter 55. Wang Guan. Do you want to resist arrest? Wang Guan casually waved a wooden stick, shattering the stone bricks. A few thugs were startled, surprised by Wang Guan's display of skill. These gangsters, who had been bullying people in the city, were only slightly stronger than ordinary residents, but it was limited. Wang Guan didn't intend to do anything to these thugs, just wanted to drive them away. But to his surprise, although the thugs were momentarily frightened by him, they quickly exchanged glances and refused to back down. Their faces twisted into fierce expressions as they pulled out daggers and other weapons, viciously charging at Wang Guan. So reckless. It seems they were prepared. Wang Guan quickly started to engage with these thugs. Most of them were first and second tier, lacking powerful abilities, only slightly stronger than ordinary residents. Their overall strength was far inferior to his military training classmates. Wang Guan didn't even use his bug detection, fearing he might accidentally make them stronger. Zhou was holding Yuan Xiaoqin. At first, she was quite worried, but when she saw Wang Guan easily taking down the thugs, she quickly relaxed. Yuan Xiaoqin's eyes sparkled, her mouth agape in surprise, looking at the wooden stick in Wang Guan's hand. It felt like he had opened the door to a new world. Su Mingming came in front of Zhou and her child. The girl seemed a bit scared, her small face tense, but she bravely stood in front of them. One thug, who had been kicked down by Wang Guan, suddenly saw Su Mingming. This girl looked weak, as if a single punch would make her cry for a long time. He immediately grinned maliciously and charged at Su Mingming. Su Mingming was startled. "You don't come over," she shouted, almost on the verge of tears. Then, arcs of electricity surged from her hands, and with a crackle, the thug screamed as he flew out. His hair stood on end, his body turned black, and smoke was coming out of his mouth. He had already fainted. Su Mingming looked innocent. "I told you not to come over." She fully mastered her abilities and was so afraid of accidentally killing someone with electricity. Everyone on the scene, the other thugs, also stiffened. "Should we continue?" Wang Guan glanced at the unfortunate thug, amused, and said to the thugs in front of him, "We are university students." The thugs all shuddered. The status of university students in this world was still quite high. After all, each of them had gone through the brutal elimination of the college entrance examination. Those who were weak had long died on the virtual battlefield. Just then, the sound of police sirens suddenly rang out. Several police cars quickly appeared in everyone's line of sight. Did someone call the police? Wang Guan was puzzled, but then he saw the expressions of the thugs in front of him filled with surprise. Isn't it strange that you thugs are so happy to see the police? But soon, Wang Guan realized something was off. Why would so many police cars be dispatched just to handle a street brawl? The ones coming were not the regular police, but the mobile squad responsible for handling serious incidents in the city. The mobile squad had strict requirements for member strength and was well equipped. In the city, they were notorious. The most notable feature was that they came with police dogs. The police dogs were not ordinary dogs. They were a type of mutated beast called steel-bone mastiffs. They were similar in size to large dogs, but were ferocious, combative, and very intelligent. After training, they could understand their owner's commands. Before them was a team of more than a dozen mobile squad members, accompanied by 2 steel-bone mastiffs. Officer, he injured innocent people. We were just here to do business, and he suddenly attacked. Team Zhu, some of our people are seriously injured. A few thugs rushed to the mobile squad, pointing at the unfortunate thug lying on the ground and crying out. One burly man with a gaunt face stepped forward from the mobile squad. His gaze towards Wang Guan was as if he wanted to breathe fire, filled with deep hatred. Wang Guan was taken aback at first, then realized this man resembled Zhu Qianlong and was referred to as Team Zhu. He was Zhu Qianlong's father. Zhu Qianlong's parents were both officials in the municipal government. His father was the captain of the mobile squad, named Zhu Weisheng. Wang Guan remembered because Zhu Qianlong often mentioned his name when he was looking for trouble. Severe brawling, disturbing public order, arrest him. Without saying a word, Zhu Weisheng pointed at Wang Guan and signaled his subordinates to arrest him. The onlookers nearby immediately stirred. Officer, you got the wrong person. These thugs were the ones who started it. If anyone should be arrested, it should be them. They all spoke up for justice. But Zhu Weisheng remained unmoved, signaling his subordinates. Awoo! The 2 steel-bone mastiffs howled, intimidating everyone. Their paws dug into the ground, and their iron claw-like nails easily tore through the stone bricks, sparking flames. The bones and claws of steel-bone mastiffs contain metallic elements, making them incredibly hard and sharp. This was also the reason they were named so. The surroundings fell silent. Zhu Weisheng coldly smiled, pointing at Wang Guan, his eyes signaling the steel-bone mastiffs. Attack target. The 2 steel-bone mastiffs immediately broke free from their restraints and pounced towards Wang Guan. The onlookers turned pale. They were actually letting the dogs attack people. Zhou Wan and her child instinctively turned their heads, not daring to watch. Su Mingming also wore a nervous expression. However, her already severe social anxiety made her seem unchanged. Let us teach this kid a lesson first, Zhu Weisheng thought viciously. But then he saw the 2 ferocious steel-bone mastiffs pouncing in front of Wang Guan. Wang Guan did not make any attacking moves, only calmly said, "Sit." Then, the 2 steel-bone mastiffs simultaneously sat down in front of Wang Guan, sticking out their tongues and wagging their tails, looking extremely obedient. Detection. This is an obedient golden retriever, gentle in nature, friendly to people, and loves to play with humans. Wang Guan bent down and rubbed the heads of the 2 beasts. The steel-bone mastiffs enjoyed it immensely, rolling over at Wang Guan's feet, exposing their bellies, woof woof. Everyone. Is this really the ferocious beast that is known for being vicious and biting its own kind when angered? Team Zhu, is there some misunderstanding between us? Wang Guan happily asked while petting the dogs. The situation was now very clear. Those thugs had recently been bothering Sister Wen's milk tea shop and had even reported it to the police. Zhu Weisheng had arranged for these thugs to cause trouble today, looking for a reason to make things difficult for Wang Guan. Zhu Weisheng was both confused and furious at the 2 suddenly rebellious steel-bone mastiffs. With anger, he said, "Qianlong was killed because of you. How could there be any misunderstanding?" So it was indeed about Zhu Qianlong. Wang Guan frowned. "Who told you I killed Zhu Qianlong?" When he killed Zhu Qianlong, he had already transformed into a bloodthirsty beast. The one who truly killed him was the bloodthirsty demon. If we talk about who caused his death, it would be more appropriate to look for Lin Zidong or Longjing University. I will investigate this thoroughly, but for now, I must take you back. Zhu Weisheng snorted coldly. Wang Guan, do you want to resist arrest? In a car parked not far away, Jiang Wangxue and Director Chun from Longjing University were watching from a distance. Seeing Wang Guan easily handle the steel-bone mastiffs, Jiang Wangxue was somewhat surprised. However, a malicious look quickly appeared in her eyes. Zhu Weisheng targeting Wang Guan was because of her. After returning home yesterday, Zhu Weisheng and his wife came to her, asking how Zhu Qianlong had died. They were told that Zhu Qianlong died during a hunting mission, but the official report was vague and not detailed. Jiang Wangxue pretended to be sad and recounted the situation. She did not lie. She simply concealed the fact that Zhu Qianlong had already transformed into a monster when he was killed. She also subtly hinted that Wang Guan had deliberately caused Zhu Qianlong's death. Many people knew about the poor relationship between Zhu Qianlong and Wang Guan. Wang Guan had publicly beaten Zhu Qianlong into a pulp. The couple, grieving for their lost son, were easily incited by her. This led to the events of today. Wangxue, you did well. Director Chun, sitting nearby, nodded in appreciation at Jiang Wangxue. Wang Guan is my classmate, and I hope he can repent and join me in Longjing. Jiang Wangxue concealed the malice in her eyes and quickly replied obediently. Zhu Weisheng was now filled with hatred for Wang Guan and would definitely not let him off easily. He would certainly have him arrested. These mobile teams have a notorious reputation. If Wang Guan is willing to soften his stance, Director Chun can help him resolve this trouble. Clarify that Zhu Qianlong's death has nothing to do with him, and get him out of it. The Vanguard Army behind the Vanguard Military School has its influence spread across the Northwest War Zone, including Lingshan City. It is out of reach for Detection.He City, and it would be impossible to make a big move for a new student. It would be hard to affect things here. But if Wang Guan refuses to back down, Director Chun thought with satisfaction. Suddenly, he saw two dark green vehicles speeding toward the street in the distance. Those are military vehicles? The vehicles stopped by the roadside, and the doors opened, revealing a group of 7 men and women in plain clothes who walked out. Although they were dressed casually, their sharp aura easily distinguished them as military personnel. Leading this group was a strikingly beautiful woman, wearing sunglasses and sporting a chic short haircut. She was quite tall, dressed in a tight white t-shirt and denim shorts. Her fair legs were long and powerful. She appeared particularly out of place among these military-spirited people. However, upon seeing this woman, Director Chun was immediately shocked. Xiao Rong, how could you be here? He exclaimed. Under the Vanguard Army, there is a special operations unit responsible for carrying out various dangerous missions. Every member is an elite of the Vanguard Army, with numerous battle achievements. This long-legged woman is one of them. Despite her appearance as an ordinary urban beauty, she is someone who dares to charge into the depths of enemy territory alone. While Director Chun was perplexed, Xiao Rong had already walked directly towards Wang Guan, who was confronting Zhu Weisheng. Chapter 56, Do you know you're wrong? No. You know you're done for. Xiao Rong appeared with a group of people, immediately attracting everyone's attention. Wang Guan, who had been frowning, brightened at the sight of them. They arrived in military vehicles. They were soldiers. This woman is the Rong Jie that Tong Yixing mentioned. Tong Yixing had told him that this Rong Jie would come. Xiao Rong, with her sunglasses on, glanced at Wang Guan and nodded slightly. Then she stood in front of Zhu Weisheng. She was dressed beautifully, but Zhu Weisheng instinctively took a step back. The steel-bone mastiff, squatting at Wang Guan's feet and acting cute, seemed to sense a threat and showed a wary demeanor, its body trembling continuously. Who are you? Zhu Weisheng asked. Vanguard Army. Xiao Rong. She revealed her identity, pointed at Wang Guan, and stated plainly, I'm here to take him away. Zhu Weisheng couldn't help but lick his lips. Although he didn't know the name Xiao Rong, he could tell from her aura that her status in the Vanguard Army was not simple. As the captain of the criminal police, he felt no confidence in front of such soldiers. Where did a mere orphan like Wang Guan get such a powerful backing? Even if the Vanguard Army valued him, they wouldn't specifically send an officer to protect him, right? This is Detection.He City. The public security issues are our responsibility, Zhu Weisheng said weakly. Xiao Rong sneered, her attitude firm. I'm taking him away now? Wang Guan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. No wonder Tong Yixing knew he was in trouble and only mentioned that Rong Jie was coming to reassure him. Rong Jie was indeed impressive and domineering. Captain Zhu, Wang Guan continued. The official records document what happened during the military training and hunting mission. Who told you that I killed Zhu Qianlong? Zhu Weisheng didn't answer, but suddenly looked toward a distant car. He knew Jiang Wangxue was in that vehicle. Xiao Rong noticed his expression and waved to the 6 others she brought. The 6 military-like men and women immediately rushed over and surrounded the car. What are you doing? I'm a teacher from Longjing University. Director Chun, who had met them yesterday, was dragged out of the car. As a university leader, he was actually not weak, but he didn't dare resist the soldiers around him. Jiang Wangxue, pale-faced, also crawled out of the car. Huh. Seeing the two, Wang Guan was not surprised at all. This is Detection.He City. Don't you Vanguard Army fear causing a conflict? Director Chen sternly questioned after being brought over. I'm on vacation here. It's unrelated to military affairs. Xiao Rong looked at the other 6 people who came with her. ISNT that, right? Yes. The 6 dressed in civilian clothes shouted in unison, even saluting. Director Chun. Wang Guan coldly looked at Jiang Wangxue. Did you tell Captain Zhu that I killed Zhu Qianlong? Jiang Wangxue glanced at Xiao Rong with some fear. Biting her lip, Zhu Qianlong was killed by you. At that time, he had already transformed into a bloodthirsty beast. He was already dead. Wang Guan said lightly. Moreover, I heard Ruanishu say that Lin Zidong didn't choose him initially, but he joined the team to protect you. Upon hearing Wang Guan's words, Zhu Weisheng looked at Jiang Wangxue with an angry gaze. You didn't mention these things last night. Uncle Zhu, don't listen to his nonsense. Qianlong's death has nothing to do with me. I almost got killed by the bloodthirsty demon too. Jiang Wangxue hurriedly explained, somewhat flustered. Xiao Rong suddenly stepped closer to Jiang Wangxue. Her eyes behind the sunglasses looked at Jiang Wangxue, and she calmly said, Tell the truth. These simple 3 words seemed to echo heavily in everyone's ears, carrying an unassailable authority. Jiang Wangshue's body trembled, her already pale face becoming even whiter, filled with horror as if she had encountered something terrifying. She shuddered, almost collapsing to the ground. Judgment. The others were confused, but Director Chen recognized what it was. Xiao Rong possessed the S-rank mutation ability, Judgment Eye. Yes, Zhu Qianlong joined the team for me. He was killed by the bloodthirsty demon while saving me. But I didn't appreciate him. I thought he was useless. Jiang Wangshue's face twitched, as if she had gone through a tremendous psychological struggle. But in the end, she still trembled and revealed this. Zhu Weisheng's eyes seemed to emit fire. Wang Guan was astonished. She could directly intimidate the mind and force others to reveal the truth. And it wasn't over yet. I also caused the deaths of others, she continued. Wang Guan was momentarily stunned. Was there an unexpected gain? What did you do? He asked when he saw Jiang Wangxue unwilling to continue. Jiang Wangxue glanced at Wang Guan, her eyes filled with struggle and resentment. She bit her lip tightly, refusing to speak. Speak. Xiao Rong urged with a layered tone. I was jealous that Anya took my ranking. In the morning, out of frustration, I killed her bees. She revealed the secret hidden in her heart. Wang Guan was already shocked. Anya's bees, responsible for the Longjing students' accommodation, disappeared innocently. It turned out Jiang Wangxue was behind it. Actually, at that time, Wang Guan and the others hadn't thought much of it. After all, the town covered a large area, and it was understandable that Anya couldn't monitor all the bees. They didn't blame Anya. Only Anya herself had been troubled for a long time. As a result, the bees that were killed by Jiang Wangxue, I never realized she was this exceptional during our 3 years of high school. Wang Guan silently reflected, concluding that she had hidden it too well. Director Chun, standing beside Jiang Wangxue, was also shocked. He knew the specific circumstances at that time, because the bees didn't send out warnings. Ruanishu's psychic ability couldn't identify the humanoid bloodthirsty beast. This allowed 2 Longjing students to be attacked. Because of them, Lin Zidong pinpointed the bloodthirsty demon's location. In a desperate move, the entire team was wiped out. Only Jiang Wangxue survived. Now, not only Zhu Weisheng, but also Director Chen's eyes began to burn with anger. Although the primary responsibility for the tragic deaths of those more than 10 Longjing students lay with Lin Zidong's arrogance, Jiang Wangxue was also culpable. The initial 2 deaths were caused by her alone. Xiao Rong seemed surprised by this development, a hint of a smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. She turned away and looked at Jiang Wangxue. Jiang Wangxue immediately collapsed to the ground, her body trembling uncontrollably, her face filled with despair. Turning her head, she saw Zhu Weisheng displaying an expression as if he wanted to kill her. She hurriedly looked to Director Chun for help. Just wait to be expelled. Director Chun growled, suppressing his anger. Jiang Wangshue's eye snow, which was very powerful, and she had performed well among the freshmen. The school had originally valued her quite a lot, but after doing something like this and being publicly exposed, no matter how much the school valued her, they couldn't keep her. Moreover, they would have to hold her accountable. Furthermore, for the hunting mission in Peaceful Town, she had incited everyone to send out distress signals, causing many to miss opportunities. The principal was already somewhat displeased. Director Chun shot Jiang Wangxue a look that said wait for it, then glanced at Wang Guan with a complicated expression before turning and leaving. Take care, Xiao Rong greeted with a smile. Then she looked at Zhu Weisheng. Do you have more to discuss? Zhu Weisheng's hatred had now shifted entirely onto Jiang Wangxue, but he still looked at Wang Guan with a somewhat cold gaze. After all, the transformed Zhu Qianlong was still killed by Wang Guan. However, he couldn't hold any grudges anymore. I'm sorry. He pointed at Jiang Wangxue and said to his subordinates, take her back. A police officer stepped forward and grabbed Jiang Wangshue's arm. You have no reason to take me away. Jiang Wangxue struggled, instinctively releasing a mist of frost. One police officer's arm was frozen with a layer of ice. The officer was strong and wasn't injured, but he still cried out in pain. I was trying to help you up, and you attack an officer. Arrest her. Other officers rushed in. The process was quite familiar. Jiang Wangxue. She suddenly realized something and quickly looked at Wang Guandao. Brother Wang Guandao, please help me. I was wrong before, but I actually still like you. Please help me. Her voice pleaded tragically, her eyes filled with fear as she looked at Xiao Rong. Xiao Rong had specifically come to Tianhai City to assist Wang Guandao, and her status was clearly not ordinary. If Wang Guandao asked her to intervene, perhaps she could save herself. But Wang Guandao's expression was cold, showing no pity for Jiang Wangxue. Realizing her mistake? More like realizing she was finished. He never lacked a heart of stone when dealing with someone he genuinely despised. Turning around, he saw Su Mingming standing beside him, looking a bit confused about what was happening. But when she noticed Wang Guandao looking over, she immediately broke into a sweet smile. Wang Guandao smiled and ruffled her hair. Amid Jiang Wangshue's cries, Zhu Weisheng led the police team away. The few small-time thugs who had been sent by Zhu Weisheng to stir up trouble had also sneaked away with their unconscious companion. The onlookers around were still curiously watching from a distance. All right, everyone disperse. Disperse. Xiao Rong waved her hand to disperse the crowd. She walked back to Wang Guandao. Her eyes behind the sunglasses seemed to be sizing him up. A faint smile lingered on her face. Hello. Wang Guandao thought for a moment and addressed her as Tong Yixing did. Sister Rong? Xiao Rong shook her head. Your mother calls me sister, so you should call me aunt. Wang Guandao. So, does that mean Tong Yixing is directly one generation above me? Chapter 57, with the treasure. Mother and son head to the university together. At a table outside the milk tea shop, Wang Guan and Xiao Rong sat facing each other. The 6 people that Xiao Rong brought were seated at other tables nearby. They appeared relaxed, but their eyes remained vigilant towards their surroundings. Su Mingming helped Zhou Wan by preparing a few cups of milk tea and brought them out. Xiao Rong seemed to rarely drink such beverages. She curiously took a few sips and nodded in satisfaction. Sister Rong, how did you meet my parents? Wang Guan asked with some anticipation. Call me aunt. Xiao Rong reminded him first, then said, 10 years ago, when I first awakened my abilities, I did research with your mother. What kind of research? Wang Guan quickly asked. Xiao Rong pointed at herself. Me. Wang Guan. My judgment, I is an extremely rare ability, and when it awakened, there was an accident that caused some mutations. The direction of the mutation happened to be in the field your mother excelled in. Thanks to her help, I was able to stabilize and fully control these eyes. Xiao Rong recounted with nostalgia. She had been wearing those sunglasses and had not taken them off since, seemingly to hide the abnormality of her eyes. My parents participated in the adventure of that ancient temple. How much do you know about it, Sister Rome? Wang Guan asked, suppressing his excitement. Call me Aunt. Xiao Rong corrected him helplessly, then with a hint of sorrow added, I know quite a bit because I actually participated in that expedition. Wang Guan's expression changed in surprise, and he hurriedly asked, what exactly happened back then? Xiao Rong paused for a moment, her sunglasses concealing the emotions in her eyes. But Wang Guan could understand that she was feeling sentimental. She then began to recount her experience at that time. Ever since the Abyss Rift appeared in this world, aside from the terrifying Abyss creatures, some strange things occasionally fell out from it, like that ancient temple. Supported by certain consortiums and families, an expedition team was formed. There were a total of 17 people, and only your parents were researchers. The rest were powerful ability users. At that time, Xiao Rong was a sophomore at the Vanguard Military Academy. Although her strength ranked at the top among her peers, she was not qualified to join the team. However, due to certain characteristics of the Judgment.He and the invitation from your parents, she also joined the expedition. The journey went smoothly. They found the ancient temple and easily entered it. The temple housed an unknown ancient deity, possibly from another world that had been eroded and conquered by the Abyss. Your parents seemed to recognize the ancient god worshipped in the temple, and they appeared very excited. Xiao Rong recalled the scene, her voice growing more serious. Then, at that moment, an accident suddenly occurred. The temple began to tremble violently, as if some restrictions had been triggered. She paused and said to Wang Guan, they told you that your parents went missing, right? Seeing Wang Guan nod, she continued, actually, it wasn't your parents who went missing, it was that temple. It disappeared along with your parents and some other members. Only a few of us, like Xiao Rong, escaped in time due to the uniqueness of our abilities. And what happened afterward? Wang Guan pressed. It never reappeared, and matters related to the temple were classified as secrets. That's why you never found any information about the ancient temple. It was as if this incident had never happened. Wang Guan frowned, his thoughts swirling. He remembered that night 8 years ago, whether it was real or a dream, when his parents suddenly returned and then vanished again, and the persistent headaches that followed. Along with the awakened bug ability, he was now almost certain that his bug ability and headaches were related to that ancient temple. Wang Guan initially thought that once he became stronger, he would definitely go check out that temple. But now that it had disappeared, he couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. What exactly happened with that ancient temple? Did you come to any conclusions? He asked. Although there was an accident, we did bring back a lot of valuable data, Xiao Rong said. Seeing the expectation in Wang Guan's eyes, she shook her head again. These things cannot be given to you. They're classified. You need sufficient merits and rank to access them. You should focus on growing for now. Once you're strong enough, you can consider these matters. Okay. Wang Guan wasn't someone who aimed too high. He asked Xiao Rong some more questions, and she patiently answered all that she could. Finally, Wang Guan looked at Zhou Wan, who was busy inside the milk tea shop, and a thought struck him. Sister Rong, can you help me with something? He asked. Without your mother's help back then, I would have gone crazy long ago. You can consider me as your family, Xiao Rong said kindly. Wang Guan quickly explained Zhou Wan's situation. Today, those thugs came looking for trouble. Although they were instigated by Zhu Weisheng, they're also interested in your milk tea shop. Once I leave, they might escalate things. So, I want to find a way to resolve this issue with your help. This is simple, Xiao Rong readily agreed, shaking the empty drink bottle in her hand. There are empty shops in the Vanguard Military Academy. If you want, you can move the milk tea shop there. I'll handle the other issues. Consider me an investor. This stuff is quite good. The business should be pretty decent. Wang Guan's eyes lit up. Is that really possible? That would be fantastic. He wouldn't lack potions and could also frequently enjoy a hearty meal. But he wondered if Wen Jie would agree. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Zhou Wan hesitated when she heard Xiao Rong's proposal. Although she was very familiar with and trusted Wang Guan, and was currently living in his home, she understood that this was a great opportunity. However, she instinctively rejected the idea of leaving Detection.He City, where she had lived for decades, to go live in a strange place. Although the Vanguard Military Academy isn't located in the city center, since it's a military academy, you don't have to doubt its safety. Plus, you don't need to worry about the shops in the academy going bankrupt. That hasn't happened yet. Xiao Rong smiled as she persuaded her. Zhou Wen still hesitated. Xiao Rong then looked at Yuan Shaoqin. The little boy was holding a wooden stick and swinging it around randomly. After experiencing what had just happened, he had opened the door to a new world. Realizing that hard work alone couldn't help his mother, he decided to pick up the sword path again. A generation of sword saints, back on track. Wang Guan felt very gratified. In the Vanguard Military Academy, your son can also receive the best education, Xiao Rong said to Zhou Wan with a smile. The affiliated elementary and middle schools of the Vanguard Military Academy are among the top-ranked schools. They use military management, have strict requirements for students, and encourage them to study and maintain excellent grades. Zhou Wen's eyes immediately brightened. Concerning her son's education, she finally agreed. Just as Yuan Shaoqin was about to give up on studying hard and return to the sword path, Wang Guan. In the next 2 days, Wang Guan took Su Mingming to purchase a lot of things in preparation for school. He even bought her a mobile phone, which was essential. Wang Guan didn't mind spending money on Su Mingming. After all, the tuition for the Vanguard Military Academy was fully waived. Once enrolled, he would join the military, receive a rank, but wouldn't have military status. Students were required to fulfill certain military duties to receive allowances, so they didn't have to worry about daily life. For ability users, the most significant expenses were still weapons and equipment. However, since Su Mingming's ability came with armed characteristics, as long as she learned to master it, her need for weapons and equipment wasn't too strong. During these 2 days, Xiao Rong and her team stayed at a nearby hotel. She went to Detection.He City under the pretext of a vacation, but her purpose was to protect Wang Guan. After a couple of days passed peacefully, Wang Guan, Su Mingming, and Zhou Wan, along with Xiao Rong's team, boarded a military special train heading to Lingshan City. While sitting on the train, bored and playing on his phone, Wang Guan suddenly saw a news report. The official announcement from Longjing University stated that Jiang Wangxue had been expelled from the university due to misconduct, which had caused serious consequences, and that relevant responsibilities would continue to be pursued. With Longjing University's style, Jiang Wangxue would definitely not have a good outcome ahead. And there were the Zhu Weisheng couple, who hated her to the bone. She would no longer have the chance to attend university and would have to face prison. Seeing this news, Wang Guan felt very calm. It was just self-inflicted. He found it somewhat amusing to think that the school leaders from Detection.He know. 3 middle school would probably cry. In the past few days, his former class teacher, Zhang Huimin, had tried several times to contact Wang Guan, the last outstanding student. All had been ruthlessly rejected by Wang Guan. He continued to browse other news. At this moment, a strange number suddenly called Wang Guan's phone. "Who is it?" Wang Guan curiously answered. "Is this Wang Guan?" A kind man's voice came from the other end of the line. "It's me. Who are you?" Wang Guan asked. The man replied, "Who I am isn't important. I'm looking for Wang Guan to discuss a business deal." "What kind of business?" Wang Guan's heart was wary as he glanced at Xiao Rong sitting next to him, chatting with Su Mingming, and continued to ask. "It's like this. I know Wang Guan has obtained the qualification to enter the Longsin secret realm and can bring 3 members. The man said, his voice growing friendlier. "Can you trade these 3 spots to me? I will offer you a generous reward." "You want to trade the qualification for entering the Longsin secret realm?" Secret realm exploration is full of opportunities. The 3 spots Wang Guan could bring were naturally very valuable. However, the 3 people taken in would essentially be teammates, needing to act together inside. Wang Guan could never bring in strangers. Moreover, he had already determined his choices. "Sorry, I already have my selections and won't trade." Wang Guan decisively refused. The man's voice remained friendly. "Can we discuss it further?" "No need," Wang Guan replied. The voice suddenly turned cold. "Are you sure?" Chapter 58, The Quirky Class, Each One a Talent. "I'm sure." Wang Guan's voice also turned a bit colder. "Then, I hope you, Wang Guan, will have smooth sailing in the Longsin secret realm." A cold smile emerged in the man's voice. Wang Guan sensed the malice behind it and said in a deep voice, "What do you mean?" "He." The voice chuckled and then hung up the phone. "What happened?" Sitting not far away, Xiao Rong noticed this and asked with concern. Wang Guan recounted the contents of the call. Xiao Rong's brows seemed to furrow slightly under her sunglasses. "Sister Rong, who might be making such calls?" he asked. "Corporations, families, or some organizations, it's all possible. Exploring secret realms is beneficial for them, Xiao Rong explained. The long-since secret realm is a newly formed one. You have obtained the first batch of entry qualifications, and if you can achieve the first pass, it is a huge honor. Before coming to Tianhai City, Xiao Rong specifically investigated information about the long-since secret realm and had already informed Wang Guan. The secret realm is a unique area formed by abyssal cracks. It serves as a buffer zone between the abyss and this world. When capable individuals enter and achieve certain goals, it can stabilize the secret realm temporarily. This is called clearing the level. It is a great honor for both individuals and teams. The long-since secret realm is newly formed and will open for capable individuals for the first time in a week. Those with qualifications can use special equipment in the school to enter the secret realm. The first completion of the level naturally carries more weight, not to mention the rewards. The honor alone can attract many competitors. You did the right thing by refusing him. Secret realm exploration and teaming up with strangers can be a path to death, Xiao Rong said, showing a hint of appreciation for Wang Guan. Then her worry resurfaced. However, this might also provoke their dissatisfaction, and they might intentionally target you later. The entry qualifications for the secret realm are not limited to just the one you have. As far as I know, there are dozens of them, and the number of capable individuals entering will exceed 100. The person who called you might already have several entry slots. Once you enter the secret realm in a week, you will all be in a competitive relationship. Yeah, I'll be careful, Sister Rong. When it came to this, Wang Guan was not worried at all and was full of confidence. Because the long-since secret realm restricts entry to capable individuals below the 5th rank. Those above the 5th rank would disrupt the balance inside. Wang Guan was currently at the peak of the 3rd rank and would soon enter the 4th rank. At that time, 5th rank capable individuals would pose no threat to him. Moreover, even if the bug detection triggered a low probability event, his 3 companions were all quite powerful. Sitting directly opposite Xiao Rong, Su Mingming waved her little fist. Wang Guan, I will work hard. I believe in you. Wang Guan smiled and said. He also had high hopes for the girl's super magnetic armor. The train stopped at Ling Shan City Station, and they took a bus, driving for several hours through dense forests and ruins, until a huge sinkhole appeared ahead. The bridge connecting the road was suspended above the sinkhole, and it was only half complete. As they approached the sinkhole, layers of soldiers guarded the checkpoint, allowing them to pass only after inspection. The bus drove straight ahead and quickly reached the end of the bridge, almost about to fall into the sinkhole. The bus still did not stop. Although Xiao Rong had already informed them, Wang Guan couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Su Mingming and Zhou Wen closed their eyes in fear. The bus left the bridge and did not fall into the sinkhole. The surroundings changed rapidly in a burst of colorful scenery, and they had entered a whole new world. Ahead stood the Pioneer Military Academy, a simple yet majestic school gate. The Pioneer Military Academy is established within a secret realm. The hidden dangers of this secret realm have been eliminated, and the cracks have been sealed. The pioneers later built this military academy here. In addition to the university, there are also affiliated primary, junior high, and high schools, as well as a fairly large town that can provide for daily needs. After the bus stopped, Wang Guan jumped down and looked around. The surroundings were lush with greenery, and the blue sky and white clouds overhead seemed no different from the outside world. This place was originally part of the outside world, just as Wang Guan was marveling. Tong Yixing's voice rang in his ears. You saw the sinkhole outside, right? The white-haired boy had been waiting here and enthusiastically introduced. 157 years ago, an abyssal crack opened here, swallowing the entire region and forming this secret realm. After the pioneer army controlled and resolved it, they found that its spatial structure was very stable, which is why they built the school here. After introducing, Tong Yixing greeted Xiao Rong. Sister Rong, hello. Please take Wang Guan and Ming Ming to register. Xiao Rong handed over the task to Tong Yixing without hesitation. She herself took Zhou Wen and her son, along with her subordinates, to handle matters at the milk tea shop. Thus, under Tong Yixing's guidance, Wang Guan and Su Mingming took a brief tour of the university campus to familiarize themselves with the environment. Tong Yixing graduated from the Pioneer-affiliated high school and was very familiar with the place. The two quickly completed their registration. just as they finished registering and officially became students of the Pioneer Military Academy. A notification popped up. You have joined the Pioneer Army Reserve and obtained the rank Private 3rd Class. Upon checking the attribute interface, new content had appeared. Ability, Detection, F, level, 3rd rank, Private 3rd Class, 0, skills, Windmill, mastered, Military Boxing Max, mastered, Abyssal Visualization Physique, 31. 5 Speed, 27. 1 Spirit, 29. 2 The rank system of the Alliance Army, Private, Corporal, Officer, Cadet, General. Privates are divided into Private 3rd Class, Private 2nd Class, Private 1st Class. Enrolling in the Pioneer Military Academy means enlisting, thus holding the rank of Private 3rd Class. What is the percentage for? Wang Guan asked Tong Yixing curiously. Is there an experience bar for ranks? That's for battle achievements, Tong Yixing explained. We can enhance our battle achievements by completing military tasks, and once we reach 100, we can upgrade our rank. Yeah, it really is an experience bar. Then Tong Yixing provided further details. To upgrade ranks, in addition to meeting the achievement standards, there are also time restrictions. However, consuming merit can bypass the time limitations. Afterward, Tong Yixing took Wang Guan and Su Mingming to their dormitory and helped them settle in. He also introduced the school as courses. The Pioneer Military Academy has a total of 4 types of courses. Knowledge courses. Students choose their own courses and can learn ordinary subjects like mathematics and literature. There are also courses on abyssal alien studies and the habits of mutated beasts, etc. Ability courses. These are professional courses where students from different ability systems will have corresponding mentors. They teach applied abilities and develop exclusive skills. Skill courses. These are elective courses where students can pay or earn rewards to choose corresponding skill mentors. Some skill mentors may also assign exams, and passing them allows students to learn the corresponding skills. Military courses. Every student must participate in these. The school will arrange some practical tasks, depending on the situation. New students will be classified into classes based on their ability systems. Tong Yixing further explained. For example, he would join the energy system class. Su Mingming would be in the lightning system class. What about me? Wang Guan was momentarily taken aback. With his detection ability, which system would he be assigned to? The ability systems can generally be divided into energy, element, mutation, spirit, support, and life. Among them, the element system has the largest number of capable individuals and is considered a major category. Therefore, when mentioned, they are referred to directly as lightning system, ice system, etc. The school classes are also categorized according to lightning, ice, and so on. As for Wang Guan's exploration and Su Weiqing's mark, this type of ability is difficult to categorize. It can barely be placed in the auxiliary category, but it is completely different from abilities that provide status boosts, heal the injured, and other auxiliary capabilities. Brother Guan, you should enter the special category. Tong Yihong said, this specifically refers to abilities that are quite unique and hard to classify. He then showed a shy expression. The number of students in the special category has always been the least. This year, the Vanguard Military Academy has enrolled a total of 270 new students, with other classes having at least 10 students and some possibly reaching 30. However, in the special category, there are only 7 people, including Wang Guan. Moreover, students in the special category tend to be somewhat peculiar. This is not disdain, but rather because the students in this class are indeed somewhat unusual. Just like Wang Guan, who has an F-level ability but possesses strong combat power. After listening to Tong Yihong's introduction, Wang Guan became even more curious. Today is the first day of school, and class meetings are essential. After sending Su Mingming to her class, Wang Guan followed the school network's prompt to the special class. It is located on the 7th floor of Building 1. While climbing the stairs, Wang Guan suddenly encountered a little girl. She looked to be around 5 or 6 years old, with 2 ponytails and dressed in a cartoon-style dress. She swayed her body and climbed the stairs with her short legs, struggling a bit. Habitually probing, the entry this time was surprisingly in sync, indicating she was an ordinary little girl. Is she the child of a teacher? Wang Guan rubbed the little girl's head. Little sister, where are you going? The little girl looked up at Wang Guan and replied in a baby voice, 7th floor. What a coincidence. Then I'll carry you up. Wang Guan kindly suggested. The little girl thought for a moment and nodded happily. Okay. So, Wang Guan picked up the little girl and carried her all the way to the 7th floor before putting her down. Brothers, go to class. He smiled and said goodbye to the little girl, found the classroom, and pushed the door open. Inside the large classroom, only a few people were sparsely seated. Besides Wang Guan, the other 6 people in the special category had already arrived. With a glance, Wang Guan could identify the peculiar traits of these individuals. A girl wearing glasses with a thin face was mumbling something a bit absent-mindedly. A boy with a chamade hairstyle was holding playing cards, seemingly calculating something. There was also a girl who, on a hot day, was bundled up tightly and wearing a mask, and a boy sitting in the back corner. His body was as fat as a mountain of meat, taking up 2 seats. The desk was filled with various foods, which he was continuously stuffing into his mouth. One could only say, as expected of the special category, they are indeed all unusual, just as Wang Guan was marveling at this. He suddenly saw the little girl he had carried upstairs wobbling her way into the classroom. The little girl walked to the podium, skillfully pulled out a stool from underneath, climbed up, and stood up. Scanning the classroom, she said to the shocked Wang Guan, "Classmates, please find a seat and sit down. I am the guidance teacher of the special category." Wang Guan. What the hell? It turns out the most peculiar one is the guidance teacher. Chapter 59. Everyone in the special department is talented. I really like it here. Hey, how long are you going to daydream? Seeing Wang Guan still standing dazed at the classroom door, a little girl standing on a stool behind the podium, hands on her hips, questioned fiercely. Oh. Wang Guan walked into the classroom, his head down. Inside, the other students, surprised by the little girl, were sitting scattered around. Wang Guan also chose a dispersed seat to sit down. Hello, everyone. My name is Yin, the little girl said in a crisp, youthful voice. Even standing on the stool, her height was still concerning. Wang Guan was sitting near the front and could only see a small hand stretching out from behind the podium. The small hand waved in the air. From now on, you can call me Teacher Xiao Yi. The classroom fell silent. Let's start with self-introductions. The little hand pointed at Wang Guan. You go first. Wang Guan was speechless, feeling that this teacher Xiao Yi seemed to be targeting him a bit. Who would have thought this little girl was the instructor? Moreover, at that time, he could still successfully probe, which showed the other party was just an ordinary little girl. The original probe result from the previous chapter was a female high school student, considering that later Wang Guan carried her all the way. And taking into account the protagonist character, a modification was made, not affecting the plot. Wang Guan stood up and briefly introduced himself. I am Wang Guan from Detection.He City. My ability is F rank, probe. Hearing his ability, the other students looked over. However, there was no disdain, just curiosity. They clearly didn't know who Wang Guan really was. Very good. The little hand waved, signaling Wang Guan to sit down, and then called on the next student. A girl wearing glasses, looking a bit eccentric, introduced herself as Zhang Xiao. She had an A-rank ability, superdimensional perception, which allows her to perceive the world beyond normal vision. However, it is said that awakening this ability can easily lead to madness. Wang Guan probed her. Probe, this is a talented poet. A sickly-looking boy with a pale face introduced himself as Li Qi. He awakened a B-rank ability, pathogen. He can create any virus within his body and release it. However, it seems he might be affected as well. Probe, this is a long-distance runner. The boy playing poker, dressed in a punk style, introduced himself as Ma Fei, with an A-rank ability, Doom Joker. This is an extremely rare ability that can manipulate luck. He can spread misfortune to others through simple communication. Probe, this is an ordinary boy. A girl wrapped up tightly introduced herself as Luo Xiaodao. She had awakened an A-rank ability, Enchantress. She possesses strong enchanting abilities, allowing her to manipulate others. The enchantment does not work through mental means, but through her skin, since she cannot control it yet. She wraps herself tightly. Probe, this is an ordinary girl. The burly boy sitting in the corner introduced himself as Jiang Hua, who has an S-rank ability called Gluttony. He can enhance his physique simply by eating. While introducing himself, he was stuffing food into his mouth. Probe, this is an ordinary child. Once everyone finished their self-introductions, the little hand behind the podium waved again. Teacher. A skinny boy with glasses suddenly raised his hand. I haven't introduced myself yet. Huh? Not only was teacher Xiao surprised, but Wang Guan was also a bit taken aback. There was still someone. They had only introduced 6 people, and no one noticed something was off. Soon, Wang Guan understood the reason. The skinny boy's name was Chen-Mo, and his awakened ability was called Silence, a rank. The silence ability makes his presence incredibly thin. As long as he doesn't speak up, it's easy for people to overlook him. Probe, this is a handsome street performer. Wang Guan looked at Chen-Mo with a bit of amusement. The little hand behind the podium lightly clapped. Great, now everyone knows each other. As members of the special department, you all have your unique traits. As your instructor, I will help you master your abilities. Though she said this, listening to that childish voice, Wang Guan felt there was really no credibility. We are a class, so let's choose a class leader first. Teacher Xiao continued. Since everyone is still unfamiliar, I'll designate one for now. Suddenly, the small hand pointed at Wang Guan. Wang Guan, you could be the class leader. Wang Guan was stunned. Asking me to be the class leader? It wasn't impossible. He had been a class leader for 3 years in high school, so he was familiar with the job. However, seeing that teacher Xiao directly designated him, the other 6 students in the classroom looked at him with some displeasure. Members of the special department are all oddballs and aren't easily subdued. If anyone is dissatisfied, you can challenge the position of class leader. Teacher Xiao seemed to intentionally stir the pot, her tone carrying a hint of amusement. The looks the others gave Wang Guan indeed grew more displeased. Wang Guan, is she holding a grudge because I carried her all the way? But that's fine. He glanced back at the other 6. As expected of a special class, their abilities were quite unique, and Wang Guan wanted to build a friendly relationship with them. After all, under the bug attribute, they couldn't affect him. The 6 classmates lowered their heads in succession. Teacher Xiao behind the podium slightly curled her lips. She began explaining the new student guidelines, such as the need to wear military uniforms at all times in school. Though she looked like a child, she chattered on for over an hour. It was already dark outside. That's it for the class meeting. If you have any questions in the future, feel free to come to me. Finally, teacher Xiao announced the end of the meeting. She jumped off the stool, not forgetting to shove it back under the table. As she swayed while walking out, she suddenly looked back at Wang Guan. Come to my office after dinner. No, is she still holding a grudge? Once teacher Xiao left, the students of the special class gradually walked out. Wang Guan took out his phone and texted Su Mingming and Tong Yixing to meet at the cafeteria. Suddenly, someone hugged his shoulder. It was the punk-style Doom Joker. Ma Fei, class leader, nice to meet you. With a smile in his eyes, Ma Fei extended his other hand to shake Wang Guan's hand. Wang Guan smiled warmly and shook his hand without any guard. Let's go have dinner together, Wang Guan suggested. Sure, Ma Fei said cheerfully. He suddenly pulled back from Wang Guan, revealing an expectant expression. Based on experience, this class leader would soon face misfortune. Just as he thought of this, suddenly he exclaimed, ouch, as he missed a step and rolled straight down the stairs. Hey, are you okay? Wang Guan exclaimed with concern, rushing down the stairs to help him. No, I'm fine. After military training, the freshmen were all at least second-tier ability users, so naturally they wouldn't get hurt. But Ma Fei had a ghostly expression, looking astonished. He even didn't dare to touch Wang Guan's hand again, quickly jumping up. Wang Guan chuckled inwardly. Misfortune cannot befall me. So will backfire on itself? He then said to the others, let's all go eat together. It's a gathering for our special department? The other few hesitated for a moment, but all agreed. The silence ability user, Chen-Mo, walked at the back. His curious eyes observed Wang Guan and other classmates. He wasn't too worried that his gaze would offend anyone, as no one would notice him. These people should have already forgotten about his existence. Chen-Mo, hurry up. Wang Guan suddenly turned his head and called out to him. Chen Montak, the third cafeteria recommended by Tong Yixing. During lunchtime, it was already packed with people, most of whom were freshmen. They were easy to identify. Only the freshmen hadn't had time to change into military uniforms and were all in casual clothes. The 7 students from the special department entered the cafeteria, attracting quite a few glances, mainly because this group was too distinctive. There were girls who seemed a bit eccentric, boys who looked sickly, punk types, tightly wrapped oddballs, and a chubby guy like a mountain. Only Wang Guan appeared normal. However, among the ability users, there were many with strange appearances. so everyone didn't pay much attention. Su Mingming and Tong Yixing hadn't arrived yet. Wang Guan and a few others got their meals and sat down at two nearby tables. Luo Xiaodao suddenly sat down opposite Wang Guan. "Class monitor, can I sit here?" she asked with a charming voice. "My friend will be coming soon," Wang Guan replied. "This spot is reserved for Su Mingming." "Your friend? Boy or girl?" Luo Xiaodao seemed even more curious. Wang Guan smiled. "Girl." "Oh." Luo Xiaotao's eyes slightly curved. She suddenly reached out and took off the mask covering her face, revealing her features. Instantly, many people around, regardless of gender, turned to look at her. Their gazes became somewhat dazed. Only a few with strong willpower managed to remain calm. Luo Xiaodao was very beautiful, her smile radiant. Her fair skin seemed to shimmer, possessing an enchanting charm. A few students from the special department couldn't help but be drawn to her. Only the chubby Jiang Hua held a large tray, focused on his food. Wang Guan's expression was also very calm. Luo Xiaodao was a bit surprised, but she quickly regained her composure. "Class monitor, who do you think is prettier, me or your friend?" she asked. "I'm sorry, but I think my friend is prettier," Wang Guan said with a smile, not thinking twice. His gaze happened to catch sight of Su Mingming walking into the cafeteria. He then stood up and waved at her. Looking back at the ordinary girl, Luo Xiaodao, he said, "Classmate Luo, please make some room. My friend is here. You can sit next to me." Luo Xiaodao. Okay. Chapter 60. School Resource Support. Easily handle the secret realm boss. With a strong enough will, one can be immune to charm. However, emotions can still be affected to some extent. Since Luo Xiaotao awakened, it was the first time she encountered a peer who remained composed under her charm. In fact, she even heard the remark that her friend was prettier than herself. She sat down in another empty spot, not put her mask back on, but just pulling the hood of her sweatshirt over her head, lowering her gaze to avoid being seen by others. "I want to see how pretty your friend is." When Su Mingming finished getting her meal and walked over with her tray, Luo Xiaodao glanced over, somewhat unconvinced. The girl with light, red hair, casually tied back, wearing a simple white dress, happily sat down in front of Wang Guan. Wang Guan smiled and introduced her. Su Mingming seemed a bit shy, smiling and nodding to everyone one by one. Many people's gazes around were once again drawn to her, not because of charm, but because the girl's appearance indeed had a captivating charm that could astonish others. Luo Xiaodao immediately felt dejected. Was it because her friend was pretty enough that she could remain unaffected by her charm? Wang Guan smiled and asked Su Mingming about her situation in class. Su Mingming had never attended school, and he was a bit worried that she wouldn't adapt to the school atmosphere. However, Su Mingming adapted quite well. She was capable and likable. Although she had a bit of social anxiety, both teachers and classmates liked her very much. In fact, some liked her a bit too much. Soon, a boy came over with a tray. "Mingming, you're here. Can I sit here?" he asked with a gentle smile. There was one seat left at the six-person table. The boy was very handsome and sunny. He was clearly interested in Su Mingming and was trying to strike up a conversation. But Su Mingming just looked at him in confusion. "We're not familiar. Why would I let you sit here?" The boy, seeing that Su Mingming didn't respond, wasn't annoyed at all. He suddenly looked at Wang Guan with a provocative gaze. "Hello, my name is Han Jia," he said confidently, as if just stating his name would shock others. "Wang Guan, are you famous?" Sitting next to Wang Guan was the pathogen Li Qi. He trembled slightly, surprised. Han Jia, who ranked 14th in the league in the college entrance examination. Han Jia nodded with a smile and looked at Wang Guan again. Knowing his identity, most people should respect him. "Oh," Wang Guan nodded faintly. "So it's someone in the top dozen. No wonder I haven't heard of him, sorry." He only knew the top 3. He casually used a probe. "Probe, this is an ordinary office worker." Han Jia saw Wang Guan's reaction and felt a bit displeased. He wanted to ask Wang Guan who he was. But at that moment, Brother Guan, Mingming, Tong Yixing came over with a tray. He also attracted quite a bit of attention, with his white hair and youthful face standing out. Many students from the Vanguard Military Academy recognized him as the one who ranked 3rd in the league. Not many knew that the top scholar Wang Guan transferred here. New students revered the white-haired boy as the first of this year. Tong Yixing. Han Jia's body trembled, his expression becoming more serious. Tong Yixing glanced at him. "Who are you?" "Em Hon Yi." Tong Yixing shook his head, having never heard of him, smiled shyly, and sat down in the empty spot. Hello, I'm Brother Guan's friend. Tong Yixing warmly introduced himself to the special department students. Lu Qi, Luo Xiaodao Ma Fei, and others all looked a bit dazed. They naturally knew this Tong Yixing is a friend of Wang Guan. The title Brother Guan alone said a lot. Han Jie stood there dumbfounded, ignored by everyone, feeling a bit awkward. But he quickly regained his confidence and looked at Wang Guan with a bit more respect. So he turned around, pulled over a chair from the side, and placed it at the table, preparing to shamelessly join in. However, just as he set the chair down, another figure rushed over and sat down. Thank you, she politely said to him. Han Jie was about to say he was the one who wanted to sit there, but seeing the person, he quickly swallowed his words. This was clearly not a student, but a young woman dressed in fashion, with a pair of long legs that were particularly striking. Even at night, she wore sunglasses. She had already gotten her meal and, after sitting down, glanced at Han Jie. Do you have something to say? A few seniors in military uniforms waved at Han Jie from a distance. Silly boy, run. No, nothing. Han Jie hurriedly fled. Xiao Rong didn't work at the school, but occasionally returned to teach. The seniors were very familiar with her and knew she was not to be trifled with. This is Sister Rong, Wang Guan introduced. It's my aunt, Xiao Rong reminded. She then smiled and nodded at the special department students. You could just call me sister. I was also a special department student before. Her judgment is from the aberration department, but due to a mutation, she studied in the special department. Sister, the special department students quickly greeted her. Students in the special department have a hard time growing up. Wang Guan, you mustn't bully them, Xiao Rong admonished Wang Guan. Wang Guan smiled. Sister Rong is joking. I'm a class monitor. Really? Xiao Rong looked at the others. Yes, it's true. They nodded repeatedly, confirming Wang Guan's identity. Their gazes towards Wang Guan had already changed. This clearly extraordinary senior sister actually said not to let Wang Guan bully them. Could she directly ascertain that Wang Guan's strengths surpassed theirs? Along with Tong Yixing's attitude and the previous tests, this Wang Guan is not ordinary. The school cafeteria is still delicious. Xiao Rong began to enjoy her dinner, and then said to Wang Guan, the milk tea shop has been taken care of. It will be renovated soon, and I've arranged for Zhou Wan and her son's accommodation as well. Wang Guan asked a few questions in detail and suddenly had a thought. Sister Rong, do you know our special department guidance teacher, Yin? He asked. Of course I know teacher Xiao Yi. She is also my guidance teacher, Xiao Rong replied. Wang Guan was surprised. Xiao Rong graduated 8 years ago after experiencing the ancient God Temple incident and studied for 2 years in college. This meant that teacher Yi was her guidance teacher 10 years ago, but she still looks like a little girl. Xiao Rong seemed to know what Wang Guan was puzzled about and smiled. Teacher Xiao Yi is not an ordinary teacher. She is very reliable, and you can trust her completely. What is teacher Xiao Yi's ability? The charming demon Luo Xiaodao asked curiously. Xiao Rong glanced at her, completely unaffected by the charm, and explained, she can live longer than most people. Everyone was taken aback. Tong Yixing also knew teacher Xiao Yi and explained. It is said that teacher Yi is already over 200 years old. She existed before the Vanguard Military Academy was established. Everyone was once again astonished. Teacher Xiao Yi, looking like a little girl, is over 200 years old. Her ability can keep her youthful? No, it's keeping her looking like a little girl. But Xiao Rong didn't want to reveal the specifics of her ability. Tong Yixing had only heard of it and didn't understand it well. After dinner, Wang Guan, Su Mengmeng, and Tong Yixing went to Zhou Wan's milk tea shop to help clean up. After staying here for a while, Wang Guan took his leave, found a faculty building, and arrived outside Yin's office. Come in. After knocking, a clear and youthful voice rang out. Pushing open the door, he saw the office was quite messy, filled with shelves. On them were various books and some unknown objects. Behind a desk piled high with books, a girl who looked only 5 or 6 years old was flipping through a book. There were stacks of plates nearby, with leftover children's meals on top. Little Teacher Yi? Wang Guan asked with a strange tone. Did you need something from me? Once again probing Yin, but the result remained the same. Successfully attaching a bug tag to her. Little teacher Yi can only live, but doesn't grow up, yet her strength isn't actually strong? The information you probed is all wrong in my current state. Just as he was puzzled, little teacher Yi suddenly said, smiling at Wang Guan, "You actually noticed my probing. No one can detect probing, but it's not hard to guess what you're doing." Little teacher Yi said with a smile. "Sorry, it's a habit." Wang Guan sighed in relief. Students from a special department often have some issues. Only those strong enough can suppress them, which is why I chose you as class leader, she continued. It seemed she was explaining that she wasn't deliberately targeting him. "I understand," Wang Guan quickly responded. "Yeah, I trust you. You are about to enter the Longsun's secret realm, and the school will provide you with some resource support." Little teacher Yi finally mentioned the main topic. She didn't call Wang Guan here out of grudges. Of course, there's no need to mention healing potions. "Do you need anything else?" she asked. "School resource support?" Wang Guan's eyes lit up. He didn't lack weapons or equipment for now, and certainly not potions. If he could teach skills, that would be best. But powerful skills are difficult to learn, and their value might exceed the school's support capacity. However, Wang Guan glanced around the office shelves and thought of the little teacher's age. "Are there any items related to the Earth Dragon?" he asked excitedly. The Longsun's secret realm got its name because it contained an Earth Dragon. It is a level 7 abyss creature, the most dangerous existence within the Longsun secret realm. One could say it is like a boss. After all, the secret realm restricts entry to those below level 5. Wang Guan possesses the abyss visualization skill. If he is familiar enough with the Earth Dragon in the consciousness battlefield, the bug probing might have an effect on it. But to visualize the Earth Dragon, one must have had contact with it. Wang Guan had tried many times without success. Little teacher Yi, behind her desk, was momentarily stunned. But soon she seemed to understand something. "Do you have the abyss visualization skill?" Seeing Wang Guan nod, she tilted her head in thought and then nodded. "I do." She jumped off the stool and walked to the nearby shelf. She pulled over a ladder and climbed up. After rummaging through the cabinet for a while, she took out a glass vial and tossed it to Wang Guan. Inside was a black scale, crystal clear. "This is..." Wang Guan was taken aback. "Earth Dragon Scale," little teacher Yi explained. "It no longer has any residual aura, but it should work as a medium to visualize the Earth Dragon." She carefully climbed down the ladder. "Familiarizing yourself with the Earth Dragon's habits in advance will indeed increase your chances of escaping if you encounter it," she added. She clearly did not believe that Wang Guan's team could defeat the Earth Dragon. The Abyss visualization is merely to ensure that he can escape in time if he encounters it. However, escape? If he can visualize the Earth Dragon, Wang Guan has a high probability of being able to kill it in an instant. Chapter 61. Entering the Dragon Forest Secret Realm since learning the Abyss visualization. Wang Guan has been battling the imagined Abyss monsters in the consciousness battlefield every night. However, he has officially encountered only the rat men and bloodthirsty demons. After dealing with the bloodthirsty demon, the Abyss monsters that appeared during his continued visualization were random. Most were of the 3rd and 4th ranks, comparable to Wang Guan's strength. For these types of monsters, he could easily resolve them using his bug detection ability. Even without encountering any bugs, he rarely failed due to his strength. This made him feel little pressure. As a result, the mental training effect was significantly reduced. Now that he has obtained the Dragonia Scale Fragment, visualizing this 7th rank monster could not only effectively sharpen his mind, but, if successful, he would easily handle the Secret Realm's boss. Naturally, he was very happy and hurried back to his single dormitory after bidding farewell to teacher Xiaoyi. The dormitory was not large, but it was well equipped, with a private bathroom. The treatment for students at the Vanguard Military Academy was quite good. After a quick wash, Wang Guan sat cross-legged on his bed. He took out the scale from the bottle, placed it in his palm, and began to meditate and calm his mind. Most Abyss monsters, after being defeated, would quickly disintegrate into ashes like the bloodthirsty demon. A few would leave behind some fragments. These fragments often had certain special properties. Once the Abyss aura was removed, they could be used as materials for crafting equipment and weapons. The Dragonia scale was hard and had special effects, capable of enchanting equipment with Earth-related special skills. The D-grade alloy longsword in Wang Guan's hand had the breaking edge enchantment, which was due to the integration of monster fragments. Teacher Xiaoyi gave Wang Guan this Dragonia scale not only as a medium, but also for crafting corresponding equipment. In the pale, boundless consciousness battlefield, accompanied by ripples in space. A terrifying monster covered in scales, with strange horns on its head and standing 2 meters tall, appeared before Wang Guan. The Dragonia. It roared and locked onto Wang Guan as its enemy, charging at him like a tank. Wang Guan visualized his battle suit and longsword, starting to maneuver around it. However, the power and speed of the 7th-rank monster completely suppressed him. Its scales provided extremely strong defensive capabilities. In the first battle, within half a minute, Wang Guan was jolted awake from his visualization. He hadn't even forced out any of its skills. Indeed, it was much stronger than the bloodthirsty demon. Wang Guan sighed. He now fully understood teacher Xiao Ye's words. When facing this monster, Wang Guan should have considered how to escape rather than how to defeat it. The Dragon Forest Secret Realm restricts entry to abilities above the 5th rank. Exceeding this would disrupt the balance within. Thus, most of the entrants are 5th-rank abilities. Newcomers like Wang Guan have the qualification to enter only due to rewards. The Alliance's purpose is merely to provide training and seek opportunities, with no expectation of passing through. However, after resting for a moment, Wang Guan eagerly re-entered the consciousness battlefield. Continuing, after battling in the consciousness battlefield all night, Wang Guan finally lay down to sleep at dawn. However, just 2 hours later, he was awakened by the loud military bugle. Being a military academy, everything follows a militarized management structure. Wang Guan dragged his tired body out of bed, put on the light green military uniform he received during registration, and after freshening up, gathered on the playground to start morning exercises. Morning training included not just running drills, but also obstacle courses and weighted exercises. After an hour of exhausting activities, they were finally dismissed. The upperclassmen were already accustomed to it, but the newcomers were panting and struggling. What surprised Wang Guan was the special department's muscular student, Jianghua. Despite his bulky physique, wearing a supermax military uniform that likely weighed as much as a 500-pound ability user, he naturally was heavier than unawakened people. Yet he did not fall behind, and even seemed hardly tired after finishing the run. This child was just starving. After the morning training instructor announced dismissal, he was the first to rush to the cafeteria. An S-rank ability user, a glutton. He only appeared fat, but his physical attributes were not inferior to others, including speed. This was because he could enhance his physical qualities just by eating. Such a talent was envied by many. After breakfast, it was a day full of classes. Cultural courses were elective, and Wang Guan and Su Mingming chose courses like Abyss Monster Research and the Evolution of Mutated Beasts to supplement their relevant knowledge. He did not choose skill courses for now, because the skills taught in free classes were all E and F rank, which were not very useful for Wang Guan. Higher-level skills required payment or meeting certain conditions. If he could achieve good results in the Dragon Forest Secret Realm, the school would offer rewards in this regard. So there was no rush. Military courses would begin in 2 weeks. The remaining ability classes were conducted in the special department's exclusive classroom under teacher Xiao Ye's guidance. During this time, Wang Guan chose to sleep. Life as a student at the Vanguard Military Academy began this way. The school provided support not only for Wang Guan regarding the Dragonia scale, but also for Su Mingming and Tong Yixing, mainly in terms of equipment and skills. In the following days, Zhou Wen's milk tea shop officially opened. Wang Guan and Su Mingming often helped out, and business was booming. Under Xiao Rong's arrangements, the child brother Yuan Shaoqin successfully enrolled in the Vanguard Primary School. The mother and son moved into a small town next to the school, with Xiao Rong helping to find a very cheap rental house. This treasure mother-son duo had settled down. Wang Guan and Su Mingming visited Sister Wen's house for a meal every few days. The current situation was most suitable for Wang Guan. Xiao Rong was currently on vacation. After resolving these matters, she would return to the military with her subordinates. If there were any troubles, remember to contact Annie. Having changed back into her military uniform, Xiao Rong reminded Wang Guan before leaving. Also, during the Secret Realm experience, pay attention to safety and don't be reckless. Sister Rong, I know, Wang Guan replied. Xiao Rong smiled wryly and shook her head, too lazy to correct Wang Guan's address. Turning around, she waved her hand and left with her subordinates. She was a member of a special operations team in the Vanguard military, holding the rank of Major and leading a small combat team. A week later, the Dragon Forest Secret Realm was about to open. Wang Guan, Su Meng, and Tong Yixing took leave and arrived at the building known as military duty teaching in the school, preparing to enter the secret realm. Once inside, they needed to pay attention to safety as they might spend an unknown amount of time there, so they had to conserve resources. In the narrow corridor, Teacher Xiao Yi walked ahead, chattering about precautions. Besides being the guiding teacher for the special department, she was also in charge of this military duty teaching building. She looked like a little being of about 5 or 6 years old, wearing a white lab coat typical of researchers. However, the size was clearly too large, dragging on the ground behind her. The first time Su Mingming and Tong Yixing saw this teacher, they were both a bit surprised. Tong Yixing had heard of Yin long ago, but was seeing her true self for the first time. The dazed expressions on their faces were the same as Wang Guan's when he first encountered her. You are entering to train. No one expects you to clear it. Surviving is victory. Teacher Xiao Yi continued. She stopped in front of the door, tiptoed to grab the doorknob. Wang Guan, you should be very familiar with the Dragonia by now, right? She asked. Yes, Wang Guan confidently nodded. Not only was he familiar, but after a week of relentless practice battling it every night, he had been killed countless times and finally managed to conquer this terrifying abyss monster. Very good. When you see it, remember to run away at the first opportunity. Teacher Xiao Yi nodded reassuringly. Wang Guan. The door opened, and it was pitch black inside. Teacher Xiao Yi pointed inside. Go in. The black room can send you directly to the Longsun secret realm. The black room is a type of teleportation device. The secret realm is a special area that is detached from the real world. The Black Room device, developed based on spatial abilities, allows ability users to enter designated secret realms. It's very convenient, but the limitations of the Black Room's teleportation are significant, making it unsuitable for everyday transportation. The 3 of them, all carrying military backpacks and changed into casual clothes, entered the Black Room one after another. Be careful. Standing in the light, Teacher Xiao Yi raised her fist, which was hidden by her long sleeves, and waved. She closed the door of the Black Room. The 3 of them were completely enveloped in darkness. Su Mingming instinctively reached for Wang Guan's hand, which he gently grasped. Tong Yixing also tried to grab Wang Guan, but was swatted away by him in annoyance. They didn't wait long in the darkness. Reminder, you are about to enter the Longsun secret realm. Objective, destroy all crack nodes. Level, dangerous time, 7 days, or until the main crack node is destroyed. Introduction. After the abyss crack opens, a main crack node and 38 small nodes are formed. Each node is controlled by a rift beast. Killing the rift beast can temporarily destroy the node. Ability users must first destroy all the small nodes, and then destroy the main node. Solving all nodes will complete the control of the secret realm. There are mutated beasts near each node, and abyss monsters are lurking. A Dea dragon guards the area near the main node. Note, killing mutated beasts, abyss monsters, and destroying nodes will earn reward points, which can be exchanged for different rewards. A secret realm adventure prompt appeared before Wang Guan. Similar to the hunting mission, the task panel could now be opened, accompanied by the prompt. The surrounding darkness faded away. It was like a dark ink painting, outlining a shadowy forest scene. The sky above was dark, with no sun or moon visible. A cool breeze brushed against their bodies. They could smell the scent of decay and dampness in the air. Wang Guan, Su Mengmeng, and Tong Yixing had already been transported from the Black Room to this strange and eerie forest, the Longsun secret realm. When the abyss crack is about to open, this special area is formed. Its spatial structure is very fragile, and the Alliance can only send a portion of ability users in at specific moments. Destroying the nodes where the crack is about to open will prevent the crack from expanding further. Wang Guan cautiously surveyed the surroundings, and his gaze quickly caught sight of a figure that appeared at the same time as them. "Little brother," exclaimed the cheerful kicking Barbianya. Chapter 62. She's just socially anxious, not afraid of mutant wolf packs entering the Longsun secret realm. It was Wang Guan's entry qualification that was used. Therefore, Wang Guan and his 3 companions were automatically considered a team, with Wang Guan as the captain. He could choose a name for the team. Otherwise, they would simply be identified by a number. Team name? Wang Guan didn't spend much effort and named it the Peace Team, as a tribute to the Battle of Peace Town. After the four gathered, they quickly exchanged information about their situations. I finally reached the third tier and even comprehended a special skill that can be used to cultivate a swarm, Anya said, somewhat proudly. The petite girl with short hair carried a huge military backpack. While speaking, a saber-toothed mother bee perched on her head like a hairpin, its wings buzzing. Accompanied by a humming sound from the backpack, one after another, saber-toothed bees flew out like clouds of black smoke, quickly exploring the surroundings. Her backpack not only stored luggage, but also served as a beehive. This beehive was specially made for me by the school, she explained while waving off a few saber-toothed bees that flew in front of her. Clearly, her school had provided her with considerable support. The 200,000 she spent on the saber-toothed mother bee was mostly covered by the school. No wonder she was so quick to negotiate with Wang Guan back then. I've also reached the third tier, midsection, Tong, Yixing continued. Su Mingming said, I just advanced to the second tier, but I will work hard. She was originally weak, having only awakened half a month ago, so reaching the second tier so quickly was impressive. Coupled with her abilities, her combat strength was already considerable. Wang Guan had long known about her and Tong Yixing's current realms. Hearing that Anya had also reached the third tier, he was not surprised but couldn't help but sigh. No wonder she is an S-rank ability user. Progress is indeed rapid. And you? Anya asked Wang Guan. Wang Guan replied, Oh, I'm already at the fourth tier. After all, he had exploited a bug to gain advantages. With regular meals and training with the Dea Dragon, achieving such results didn't make him feel proud at all. Anya and Tong Yixing. I want to learn Abyss visualization too. Tong Yixing, who already knew Wang Guan's realm, said with a hint of envy. He concluded that Wang Guan's rapid advancement was not only due to the max military boxing enhancing his physique, but also because of Abyss visualization, which boosted his mental attributes. While they were talking, Anya controlled the swarm to rapidly cover all directions, quickly gathering a lot of nearby information. This is a forest. From above, we can see shining points of light. These light points should be the rift nodes, right? The closest node to us is in this direction. Using the swarm's vision to determine the direction, the peace team moved towards the nearest node. This forest originally existed in the real world. After forming the secret realm, sunlight was cut off, and the trees and grass in the forest rapidly decayed, losing all vitality. Dead and rotting small beasts and insect corpses were everywhere on the ground. However, because it was near an abyss rift, if creatures here hadn't died, they were easily influenced by the abyssal aura, leading to mutations. There's a group of mutated beasts over there. Anya, constantly using the swarm to scout the surroundings, quickly spotted something and pointed in a direction. How many? Wang Guan asked. About 12. Anya covered one of her eyes to enhance the swarm's perception. They look like spike wolves, which are third-tier mutated beasts. One of them is quite huge. It seems to be the Wolf King. Unlike bloodthirsty beasts, the mutations caused by the rift are often fixed. The direction and type of wolf mutations are documented. Anya had researched this aspect before entering the long-since secret realm, and we should have no problem dealing with them. Wang Guan decided. Let us all points. The team headed in that direction. The Spike Wolf pack quickly noticed their presence. With pairs of crimson eyes lighting up in the dark forest, gradually surrounding the team. They had found their prey, but they didn't know that the true hunters often appear in the guise of prey. The Spike Wolves still clearly exhibited wolf characteristics, but their fur bristled like sharp spikes. Overall, they seemed like a hybrid of wolves and porcupines. Their spines could detach from their bodies during battle and shoot towards enemies. When they got close enough, Wang Guan threw out a probe. Probe, this is a hungry stray dog. Since they belong to the same species, he probed one of them. To Wang Guan, this Spike Wolf pack was just a group of stray dogs. Without any hesitation, the battle was about to begin. One Spike Wolf lunged forward first. Su Mingming quickly raised her arm. Under her sleeves, she wore a small pair of wrist guards. The wrist guards had circuit-like patterns on them. These were the equipment provided by the school. Although not made from any precious materials, they could convert Su Mingming's electromagnetic power into attacks. The circuit patterns on the wrist guards lit up rapidly. After a very short charging time, a wave of invisible energy shot out from Su Mingming's wrist guards. Bang! The lunging spike wolf was pierced through, leaving a terrifying hole with burn marks. Electromagnetic wave beam. This wrist guard could convert Su Mingming's electromagnetic power into directional electromagnetic wave beams for attacks, which indeed exists in the real world. High-voltage electricity was merely the most basic and wasteful attack method for supermagnetic equipment. What the heck? As Anya exclaimed, a layer of azure light shimmered around Su Mingming, enveloping her body. This wasn't the equipment, but a special skill she comprehended upon advancing to the second tier. Electromagnetic field could form a protective force field around her body, akin to a full set of defensive gear. Its defense level even exceeded the T1 set that Wang Guan was wearing. Supermagnetic equipment focuses not only on supermagnetism, but also on armament. Facing the fierce mutant wolf pack, Su Mingming showed no signs of tension. She was just socially anxious. She was completely unafraid of the mutant wolves. Tong Yixing, who had strong defensive capabilities himself, mainly received support from the school in terms of skills. Energy Shield was a skill relating to the use of energy. For the Lord of Entropy, the learning difficulty was not high. Of course, Tong Yixing had also faced considerable challenges. He had taken several high-energy physics classes before finally understanding the principles of generating an energy shield. By learning through some tricks, he was able to master this skill. A phantom shield formed in front of him, resisting damage while also absorbing the kinetic energy generated by attacks, storing it within. This kind of thing he could easily do before. But similar to Su Mingming's situation, that was just simple energy manipulation with low efficiency. Lacking the comprehensiveness of the energy shield, the team quickly divided their roles. Tong Yixing was responsible for taking the brunt of the pressure, mainly defending against the spikes shot by the spike wolves and waiting for a chance to counterattack. Su Mingming used the electromagnetic wave beam for long-range attacks. Anya controlled the swarm, hiding behind Tong Yixing and launching attacks from various angles. Wang Guan directly charged into the wolf pack. To him, the spikes shot by the spike wolves were just hairs, posing no threat. Of course, in the eyes of Tong Yixing and Anya, Wang Guan was simply moving fast and wearing defensive equipment, allowing him to dodge and resist the spike attacks. The four-person team coordinated seamlessly, each fulfilling their roles. The Spike Wolf King sat at the back of the pack. Seeing the wolf pack being slaughtered by the group of humans in front of it, it showed no fear and became even more ferocious. With a long howl, it pounced towards Tong Yixing and was then killed by Wang Guan, who struck from the side with a sword. The battle began swiftly and ended even more quickly. This level of small beast pack posed no challenge to the Peace Squad. For them, it was merely a warm-up. You have killed the Spiked Wolf King and earned 19 points. Your military record has improved. After killing the Wolf King, a prompt flashed before Wang Guan's eyes. In addition to points, he also gained military record. On his attribute page, the progress of his private's military record showed 0.01. After officially enlisting, completing military tasks can improve the military record. Entering the secret realm, slaying mutated beasts and abyss monsters, stopping the spread of abyss rifts, and protecting the world is also a kind of military task. Military duty means the obligations of a soldier. Therefore, one can also gain military record from this. Killing 3 spiked wolves and 1 wolf king only gave him 0.01. He was still just a private, and it would take time. Wang Guan knew that improving military records was not easy. Many students took 4 years in college and still could not advance the soldier rank, being forcibly expelled. After a brief rest, the squad continued to approach the nearest rift node. This should be a small node. There seemed to be no mutated beasts guarding nearby. Using the swarm vision to scout ahead, Anya was able to assess the situation near the rift node. She suddenly scrunched her nose. Is that the rift beast? What a disgusting tentacle monster. The rift beast, an abyss monster, has the ability to open spatial rifts. It has a large head and countless strange tentacles. The invasion of the abyss into this world relies on them to open rifts. Each node has a rift beast that continuously tries to expand the rift. Their levels increase according to the size of the rift. Killing the rift beast can temporarily destroy this node. That makes sense. The rift beast itself is very powerful. Hearing Anya's report, Tong Yixing said, "It seems something is off." But Anya suddenly noticed something and quickly shook her head. There were signs of battle near this node. Other ability users had already found this place in advance. I see them. They're not far from that node for people. Upon hearing Anya's report, Wang Guan was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect to encounter other ability users so soon. Should we go over? Anya asked Wang Guan. Wang Guan thought for a moment. Let's go take a look. Since they had come near a node, it was unreasonable to just give up. There were 4 of them, clearly a small team. The secret realm restricts entry to 5th-tier ability users, so there was no reason for Wang Guan to be afraid. As they approached, the 4 people hiding near the node quickly heard the noise and came out on their own. Great, we finally encountered other ability users. Among the 4, a young man stepped forward. Just the 4 of us can't handle the Rift Beast. How about we cooperate? He looked over Wang Guan's group and proposed with a smile. Wang Guan remained silent and first used a bug attribute on them. Scan, this is a hard-working construction worker. Scan, this is an ordinary high school student. Scan, this is an ordinary housewife. The first 3 were quite normal. But when Wang Guan scanned the last one, a woman in a black dress. Scan, this is an on-the-run scammer, cunning and devoid of conscience. Chapter 63. On the 3 steps to solve the Rift Beast, Wang Guan had lost count of how many people he had investigated. Most of them were ordinary people seen in daily life. However, he had previously investigated one type of lawbreaker, a scam artist known as the Bloodthirsty Demon, marked with a bug label as an escaped prisoner. And this woman was a fugitive scam artist. Wang Guan stared at the woman in the black dress, his gaze slightly heavy. The woman noticed his attention and immediately broke into a charming smile. Little brother, what are you looking at? She asked with a laugh. Assuming Wang Guan was captivated by her looks. She was indeed quite pretty, had a great figure, and her ample bosom was accentuated by her fitted, low-cut black dress that perfectly outlined her curves. Nothing. Wang Guan averted his gaze. For him, investigation was a serious matter, although he was generally wary of strangers. Knowing that the woman in the black dress was a scam artist made him want to say even less to her. Among the 4, the young man who clearly acted as the team leader continued to propose, Little brother, exploring the secret realm is very dangerous, especially with the Rift Beast. It's troublesome to deal with. How about we form an alliance? As he spoke, he exchanged a look with his companions. They could easily judge that the 4 in front of them were probably naive university students. Wang Guan had just seen the woman in the black dress staring blankly, a clear sign of someone not well-versed in the world. Tong and his group habitually wore shy smiles when encountering outsiders. Coupled with their youthful appearances, they seemed quite harmless. The socially anxious girl, Su Mingming, had a tense expression, hiding behind Wang Guan like a little white rabbit. Anya was cheerful and confident, but her petite stature was topped with a few insects buzzing around. It was easy to tell that she seemed to possess the ability to control insects. Normally, such abilities were not very lethal. Considering all these observations, this little team seemed quite ordinary. Even if they had decent strength, they wouldn't pose a significant threat. They probably obtained their entry qualifications for this secret realm through money or with the help of elders or mentors, right? This team was the most suitable cooperation target. However, upon hearing the young man's proposal, Wang Guan rejected it without hesitation. No, we want to act alone. The young man was not anxious. Once we destroy the Rift Beast, the related rewards will be distributed based on contributions. We wouldn't deceive you. He pointed ahead, guiding Wang Guan's gaze. Besides, you don't know how troublesome the Rift Beast is, do you? After taking a few steps, they bypassed a patch of withered shrubs, and a dazzling light came into view. Wang Guan saw the Rift Beast. Above a clearing, a spatial rift was splitting open. Within it lurked the tentacled monster that Anya had described earlier, a massive head about 2 or 3 meters in diameter, purple in color. More than half of it was occupied by an eye, while the remaining half was a terrifying giant mouth filled with sharp teeth. Beneath, it were several terrifying tentacles that extended downwards, plunging into the ground. The remaining few were propping up the edges of the rift, writhing as if trying to widen the gap. Inside the rift, it was unclear what lay beyond, but there was a flickering brilliance. This is the Rift Beast, the young man introduced. It is a 5th-tier abyssal monster. The formation of this secret realm is closely related to the Rift Beast. The restriction preventing 5th-tier ability users from entering the secret realm indicates that the Rift Beast level is currently only 5th tier. Once the rift opens further, the Rift Beast's level will grow, and the restrictions of the secret realm will be lifted. At that time, more abyssal monsters will crawl out from the rift. If higher-tier ability users force their way in, it will disrupt the balance and cause the secret realm to collapse. The rift will then appear in the real world. In fact, it's not difficult to deal with because it has to stay near the rift, making it inconvenient to move. However, getting close to it is troublesome because... The young man continued to explain, demonstrating by bending down to pick up a decaying beast carcass from the ground, one from the mutated beast they had previously defeated. With a swift motion, he threw the carcass toward the tentacled monster. As the carcass approached a certain range of the monster, 2 tentacles suddenly shot out from the ground, wrapping around the carcass and crushing it into mush. The tentacles were long and powerful, covered in sharp barbs and equipped with suckers. After dealing with the intruder, the tentacles retracted back underground, leaving no trace on the surface. Ugh, ugh. The massive eye within the rift turned to look at Wang Guan and the others. Its giant mouth opened, emitting a series of sounds as if to demonstrate its might. The expressions of the 4 were somewhat astonished. They had learned about the Rift Beast in advance, but seeing its attack method in person was still surprising. Its tentacles could launch attacks from underground? However, they were not afraid. Tong was still eager to try using his ability to take on the tentacled monster. Su Mengmeng raised her hand, seemingly wanting to see if she could remotely blast the eye creature. The young man warned, the attack range is about 4 to 5 meters around it. These tentacles are not weak. They can move freely underground and regenerate quickly. Remote attacks are useless. Its tentacles will swiftly block any attack. To destroy its head, it's best to immobilize those tentacles first. Otherwise, it will be extremely difficult to attack its head once the tentacles gather near it. Killing the Rift Beast normally requires a considerable number of people. The young man dutifully continued his explanation, then added, "So let us cooperate. Neither we nor you can solve this Rift Beast alone." Wang Guan stared at the Rift Beast for a few seconds. Although the distance was far, it was quite easy to investigate since it was such a large entity floating there. Then Wang Guan smiled slightly and said to the young man, "Sorry, we don't want to cooperate with others." The young man was already a bit impatient. "You came here for the trial. The opportunity is right in front of you. Are you really going to give up?" He thought Wang Guan wanted to back down. "Can we try it ourselves?" Wang Guan asked the young man with a smile. "Since you're afraid to take action." The young man was momentarily taken aback and exchanged another glance with his companions. "Oh, so you 4 are just a bunch of naive kids who want to try alone?" Their teachers and parents hadn't warned them to be cautious around abyssal monsters. "Of course, if you want to try, go ahead. If you can destroy it, that's naturally your achievement," the young man said with a smile. He had already made up his mind that when these naive kids attempted to attack, they would seize the opportunity to attack the Rift Beast themselves. After all, that was their purpose all along, to lure this little team into helping them restrain the tentacles while they reap the rewards. "Wang Yi, are we going to take action now?" Tong looked at the young man with some caution, lowering his voice. "You all watch them. I'll handle it myself," Wang Guan replied. This statement surprised not only the young man and the woman in the black dress, but also left Tong and Anya looking astonished. Wang Guan had already drawn his sword and was stepping toward the massive head. What is he doing? Does he think he can deal with the Rift Beast alone? "Hey, what are you all still doing? Go help him." The young man shouted in shock. "This kid is seeking death. He doesn't know the height of the sky." The 4 members of the young man's team gasped in surprise at Wang Guan's actions. But soon, their expressions froze. As Wang Guan stepped into the attack range of the Rift Beast, swish, tentacles stretched out from underground, making a popping sound as they swept towards Wang Guan. However, Wang Guan moved casually, as if dealing with a minor issue, and swiftly struck with his sword, accurately severing the tentacle. He continued walking straight towards the large head, casually slicing left and right with his sword. His movements did not appear fast, flashy, or particularly powerful, yet he consistently knocked away the extending tentacles with pinpoint accuracy. Not missing by a fraction, it was as if he could foresee the direction of the tentacle attacks in advance. It wasn't that his attacks were exceptional, but rather that the tentacles were poorly executed. "Scan, This is a delicious octopus, tender and crispy, with fine texture and elasticity. In the bug entry, the void beast was merely an octopus. At most, it was just a bit larger. But an octopus is still an octopus, just an ordinary animal. The tentacles of the octopus posed no threat in Wang Guan's eyes, easily cut down at will. However, his casual movements appeared quite skillful in the eyes of other ability users. Such reactions could only be achieved by mastering one's movements and timing to the utmost. He walked straight up to the large head. The void beast opened its massive mouth, revealing sharp teeth, and lunged at Wang Guan. Swish! Wang Guan slashed diagonally, cutting through the void beast's enormous, constantly rotating eyeball. With a crash, the terrifying large head of the void beast instantly collapsed, juices flowing everywhere. You have killed the void beast, earning 200 points. Your team has destroyed a small node, earning you 100 points and 10 honor points. Your battle record has improved. All done, except for Su Mingming, everyone else on the scene. The 3 steps to killing the void beast: draw sword, walk over, and 1 sword strike to finish. Is it really that simple? Meanwhile, near another small node in the long-since secret realm, 8 people were gathered together, fighting the void beast there. They had entered the secret realm in groups of 4. With their entry points dispersed, the signal was isolated here, but they seemed to have a special means of communication, allowing them to quickly gather and form a team to confront the void beast. Block those tentacles over there. You fatso, get in there. Scarface, go help Xiao Lu. A thin-faced man was clearly the leader of the 8, while directing the battle and dodging tentacles. He kept moving closer to the void beast's large head. The man's hands were enormous, with long fingers and sharp nails, and his skin was rough like scales, resembling the claws of a bird. He continually waved his hands, tearing apart the approaching tentacles. He was already very close to the large head. My team will be the first to solve this small node. A thought flashed through his mind as the task panel of the Long Sun's secret realm appeared before him. The task panel had no individual rankings, only team rankings. The rankings were not based on points, but on the destruction of nodes. There were a total of 28 teams that entered this place, each with different names, all currently with a score of 0. He knew that his team, the Three-Eyed Squad, would be the first to achieve results and take first place. Three-Eyed was his name. Then, just as he successfully approached the large head to launch an attack with his team's cooperation, the disorganized team names on the task panel suddenly jumped. A team named Ping and had taken the lead and jumped to first place. Three-Eyed. Chapter 64. We are just ordinary college students with ease. Wang Guan killed the rift beast and took a few steps back to avoid its splattering juices. The torn flesh of the rift beast quickly began to wither and turn to ashes, leaving behind a small portion of its body. The spatial rift, which was glowing and suspended in mid-air, rapidly lost its brilliance, as if it had transformed into a strange rock crevice floating in the air. Wang Guan tried tapping it with his sword, producing a clanging sound. This node had already been destroyed. However, as long as the abyssal rift was opened, it would not disappear. It wouldn't be long before new void beasts would emerge from here, attempting to further enlarge the rift. At that time, the Alliance would continue to gather personnel to enter the secret realm and destroy the nodes. Wang Guan noticed that after the rift beast's death, a small part of it remained. What luck! This time, killing the abyssal monster resulted in a drop. These remnants were all excellent materials, worth a considerable amount. They could be sold or used to craft exclusive equipment. They included a piece of rift beast skin and 2 tentacles that hadn't completely disappeared. Tentacles? These tentacles looked quite fierce, covered in barbs and equipped with terrifying suckers. But Wang Guan couldn't help but think, if grilled with some cumin and chili, they would definitely taste great. After all, in his perception, this was just like octopus tentacles. Wang Guan took out a specially prepared bag and began collecting the drops. While he was doing this, a few onlookers nearby finally snapped out of their daze. He single-handedly killed the rift beast? How is that possible? What level of ability does he have? It can't be more than level 5, otherwise, this secret realm would collapse. He doesn't seem to have used any powerful skills, but that movement technique and precise timing. It's too strong. They kept exclaiming in shock, completely stunned by Wang Guan's godlike performance. Not only were they surprised, but Anya and Tong's group were also astonished. Only Su Mingming looked at Wang Guan with unwavering confidence the entire time. No matter what Wang Guan did, she felt it was only natural. Wang Guan, big brother. He's too strong, right? Anya whispered in awe. Tong-he looked surprised, but soon pondered. Could it be because Brother Guan used abyssal visualization and visualized the Rift Beast? He only knew that Wang Guan received support from the school's resources to visualize the abyssal monsters in the secret realm. But what exactly it was, Wang Guan kept secret. Now that he thought about it, the visualization must have been the Rift Beast. Although the Rift Beast was exceptionally dangerous, Wang Guan had already experienced battles with it and was familiar with its attack patterns. Coupled with Wang Guan's outstanding combat talent, that is how he managed to deal with it so easily just now. After deducing this, Tong-he felt he had guessed the truth. So that is how it is. Anya didn't know what abyssal visualization was, but it didn't stop her from nodding in agreement. Just then, a heavy thumping sound echoed, and the ground seemed to shake. Not good. The four young men's faces changed. Several trees in the distance were broken in half. A beast resembling a moving mountain charged towards them. It was a mutated wild boar, a beast that was already quite aggressive in the forest. After being infected by the abyssal aura and mutated, it had grown to over 2 meters tall. Its tusks jutted out like two scythes. It came straight towards them. Everyone be careful, the young man shouted, fully alert. This mutated beast was just summoned by the void beast. Mutated beasts are naturally influenced by the abyss. Therefore, a large number of mutated beasts gather near each node. The young man's team had just dealt with the mutated beasts near this node, and now a new one had arrived. It's a steel-toothed wild boar. It has level 4 strength. One of the team members recognized the mutated beast and exclaimed. The ferocious wild boar charged straight towards them. Right in front were Tong-he, Su Mingming, and Anya. Save them, the young man thought. The young man just now had formidable skills, but his 3 companions looked like delicate little babies from an ivory tower. They might not be very strong. If he saved them, he could take the opportunity to earn their gratitude and share in some of the Rift Beast's drops. Students like them are usually easy to talk to. However, faced with the charging level 4 wild boar, Tong-he and the others showed no panic at all. They didn't even dodge. Tong-he reached out his hand towards the wild boar. An illusory shield quickly coalesced in front of him. Bang! There was a light sound as the wild boar collided with the shield. This wild boar, capable of smashing down trees in its path, only made a light sound, creating ripples on the shield. Tong-he didn't even budge. Su Mingming, who had been showing signs of fear like a little white rabbit, then raised her arm. Zing! An invisible beam shot out from her wrist. The beam penetrated Tong-he's shield. The shield was one way, defensive from the outside but unobstructed from the inside. Boom! The wild boar was pierced from its head to its back, creating a hole the size of a bowl. Despite this terrifying injury, it hadn't lost its strength yet. It became even more furious and tried to ram against the shield. But then, buzzing, a swarm of saber-toothed bees surged in from all directions, diving into the wild boar's massive wound. The wild boar began to thrash violently, countless holes appearing on its body. It quickly collapsed, its body starting to rot rapidly. Just like that, it was taken away. Mutated beasts, especially those newly formed, usually leave no remnants after death and rot quickly. Nearby, the squad members who had prepared to attack were frozen in place. Killing this level 4 wild boar with ease seemed completely effortless for these 3. The girl who looked like a little white rabbit didn't even furrow her brow. Only the insect-controlling girl showed an expression of disgust and gagged twice. Her ability was definitely not just controlling insects. The young man suddenly felt a wave of fear. Just now, he had even thought of using them, wanted to negotiate with them. Luckily, this student team was strong enough that they resolved the issue before he could do anything. Hopefully, they wouldn't hold it against him. Wow, what a big wild boar. Wang Guan, having packed up his things, walked back and glanced at the wild boar's corpse, lightly exclaiming, then showing no further reaction. He smiled and looked at the young man. The young man's team instinctively took a step back. Little brother, sir, you are very strong. May I ask where you came from? The young man asked cautiously. We are just ordinary college students, Wang Guan replied casually. He didn't want to say much more to this adventurer team, especially since one among them was a fugitive scammer. He came here to destroy the node. And now that the job was done, he called his friends and prepared to leave. Wait, the woman in the black dress from the team suddenly spoke, trying to showcase her charm. Next, can we team up with you? Wang Guan glanced at the scammer S tag that the other party bore, his eyes flashing with a hint of vigilance. But before he could speak, the young man suddenly interrupted. When you shut up, he smiled at Wang Guan and said, I won't disturb you any longer. We're leaving now. But the captain, the woman in the black dress, when you seem to want to say something else. Don't say anything. Before bringing you into the team this time, what did you promise me? Everything will go according to my arrangements. The young man shouted angrily and hurriedly left with his subordinates. Did we scare them? Anya said with a laugh. She looked at Wang Guan and her tone became strange. Wang Guan, that big-boobed woman looks a bit odd, doesn't she? Wang Guan rolled his eyes at Anya. I just think that woman is a bit strange. Then he urged Anya to continue looking for the next node, and the team set off. Although the Rift Beast was killed by Wang Guan, the team members also received a small portion of the points. The team was currently in first place. In second place was a team called Three Eyes. Wang Guan glanced at the rankings and stopped paying attention. The rewards from killing the bloodthirsty beast and destroying the node were mostly his, as he did it alone. The team members also received a small portion. Perhaps their contribution as atmosphere creators counted for something? The 10 honor points were shared among the team. They were now teamed up to enter the secret realm, which meant they had formed an adventure team. A beginner adventure team is only F rank. Gaining honor points can raise the team's rank, making it easier to enter some rare secret realms in the future. The adventure team is a path chosen by many capable individuals. The young man S team from earlier should be a professional adventure team. Professional adventurers are often powerful, capable individuals. However, there are also many who did not have the opportunity to pursue further education at university and are unwilling to live ordinary lives. Adventurers who can enter the restricted Tier 5 Longsan Secret Realm mostly belong to the latter category. Secret Realm adventurers are mainly divided into 4 types. One type is adventure teams like the young man's. One type is students like Wang Guan who are training for their purpose. Another type is military personnel. Controlling secret realms and preventing rifts from expanding is the military's responsibility. However, many times they are too busy to manage it, which is why it is open to civilian adventure teams. The last type consists of corporations, families, and those who support them from behind. Clearing secret realms, especially achieving the first clear, is an honor for them, showcasing strength and bringing significant reputation. These people are the most numerous and usually gather to act together after entering a secret realm. Clearing secret realms is often something they achieve. However, such people tend to be quite ruthless, willing to do anything to achieve their goals. The peaceful team, guided by Anya's swarm, moved toward the next node. After encountering several mutated beasts, they finally arrived at their target location. In the distance, a dark figure suddenly flew across the sky. It was a crow, but not an ordinary crow. It was a mutated beast. It was slightly larger than a regular crow and had 3 eyes. It circled high in the sky, searching for something. Chapter 65, those who are slacking off among them must be the weakest. The new node has yet to be discovered by anyone else. In the Abyss Rift lurked the Rift Beast, surrounded by a group of mutated beasts guarding this place. The group of beasts was not of the same kind, mixed with various mutated wild animals, but the strongest among them was only at Tier 3. After Anya conducted a scan and confirmed the situation, Wang Guan led the Ping and team to charge in. The beast group was startled and charged at them. The Ping and team coordinated seamlessly, pushing through without difficulty. Brother Guan, let us handle the Rift Beast later, Tong Yixing suggested to Wang Guan. He wanted to personally test the power of the Rift Beast. Of course, he wasn't foolish enough to think he could handle alone. The Rift Beast was a Tier 5 monster, comparable to a bloodthirsty demon, and its tentacle attacks were much stronger than those of ordinary bloodthirsty beasts. Tong Yixing wasn't confident that he could completely block those terrifying tentacles. His kinetic manipulation was not passively triggered. It required calculation to keep up with the speed. So he planned to team up with Su Mengmeng and Anya. Anya nodded, That's right, we can't rely on you alone, and you still want us to share the points. I want to try it too. Su Mingming also looked at Wang Guan with anticipation. All right, you three will be the main force, and I'll support from the side. Wang Guan agreed. For the three of them now, teaming up could easily deal with a Tier 4 opponent. A Tier 5 Rift Beast was a bit troublesome, but it would also serve as a good training experience. After all, he would be nearby, safe and sound. If anything went wrong, they would immediately take down this giant octopus. With that decided, after clearing the nearby beasts, they charged toward the Rift Beast in the spatial rift. Su Mingming raised her hand and unleashed an electromagnetic beam at the giant head. She had been thinking about this since the last node. Unfortunately, the Rift Beast had strong defensive awareness. Just as the electromagnetic beam was activated, a tentacle shot out rapidly from in front of the Rift Beast's head. Boom! The tentacle shattered, but it blocked the beam attack. Oh! The giant head opened its massive mouth, letting out a series of cries that were both angry and fearful. It really can block it, Su Mingming sighed with a hint of disappointment. Let's take care of its tentacles first. Wang Guan smiled and reassured her. Su Mingming had a unique upbringing, resulting in severe social anxiety, making her poor at communication. But she wasn't the kind of gentle and weak girl. Like a white lotus, when encountering mutated wild beasts or abyss monsters, the girl wouldn't hold back at all. After all, she had been living under the shadow of the bloodthirsty demon since she was 4. Those who could endure such experiences surely had extraordinary temperaments. The Ping and team entered the attack zone of the Rift Beast. Swish! Swish! Tentacles shot out from all directions, like whips attacking them. Tong Yixing still took on the role of the tank, gathering an energy shield to block the tentacle attacks. At the same time, he released the collected energy in the form of shockwaves and impact waves to attack the tentacles. Anya, lacking defensive capabilities, stood between Tong Yixing and Su Mingming. The surrounding swarm gathered, and the black clouds seemed to extend from the girl's body, spreading and wrapping around the extending tentacles. Wang Guan followed closely behind the three, casually dodging the tentacle attacks. He hardly intervened, merely keeping an eye on their movements. The team gradually moved closer to the giant head. Far away in a tree, a three-eyed, mutated crow had quietly landed on a branch, inconspicuous. Its 3 black eyeballs remained motionless, staring at the battlefield ahead. A dozen miles away from here, the thin-faced three-eyed man was keeping his eyes closed, being assisted by his companions as he advanced. At this moment, the team had expanded to 16 people. The three-eyed man was the type supported by Consortium. They entered the secret realm to gain the honor of being the first to pass through. Many of them had made arrangements in advance. Under the leadership of the three-eyed man, they would quickly gather in the secret realm. Found them. This group with decent strength must be the Ping and team, he said. The reason he was called the three-eyed man was that he possessed a mutated bird, the three-eyed crow. He was a Tier 5 D-class psychic ability user, with an ability called blood-flesh symbiosis. He could achieve a symbiotic state with other animals, such as the three-eyed crow. He could share the crow's vision, and this sharing also made his hands as hard and sharp as a bird's claws. "Boss, how strong are they?" asked the man supporting the three-eyed man, his face looking very grim. His skin was covered with scars. This man was nicknamed Scarface. Their levels shouldn't be very high, but their abilities are strong and comprehensive. There are 3 main forces among them, with great attack power, and one seems to be slacking off. They are elite students from a university, here for training. As a veteran secret realm adventurer, the three-eyed man made his judgment. He could tell that the Ping and team could deal with the Rift Beast. But the process wasn't easy. There was also a clear weak link. If there was a slight mistake, they could be wiped out entirely. A university student team? Scarface licked his lips. Most of them hadn't been able to attend university. At most, they had attended vocational training schools, which were basically junior colleges. However, they had long begun their adventuring careers, experiencing life and death in the secret realm. In front of the university students, they felt a mix of jealousy and a sense of superiority. "Boss, should we go find them now?" Someone in the team asked ominously. "There's a node nearby. Let us deal with that first. As for them, they're not far from us and should be encountered soon," the three-eyed man said in a deep voice. Destroying the node was the primary goal. But encountering this university student team, he wouldn't mind trying to recruit them. Or perhaps, let them experience the harshness of society. This little team must be Wang Guan's group, the three-eyed man thought to himself. He was a man who had called Wang Guan that day. However, he had only found information on Wang Guan's name. He was still unclear about Wang Guan's appearance and abilities. That white-haired boy should be Wang Guan. The three-eyed crow flew away silently. With the cooperation of Tong Yixing, Su Mingming, and Anya, the rift beast at this small node was finally defeated. As the rift beast disintegrated into dust, the rift petrified. The scene left behind a piece of beast skin and a tentacle. The drop rate from the rift beast was quite high. The team used specially prepared bags to collect the drops. These monsters' drops still had lingering abyssal energy, requiring special items for containment. Afterward, the energy had to be cleared before they could be used to make equipment. After the fierce battle, Tong Yixing and the others were a bit out of breath. I'm still not on par with Brother Guan, Tong Yixing thought dejectedly. Even though Wang Guan had previously experienced the abyss and was familiar with the rift beast attack patterns, that effortless feeling was still something he could not reach. He wondered when he would regain the confidence to challenge Brother Guan again. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Anya had been hit by a tentacle once, leaving her arm bloodied and mangled. During the fight, she had gritted her teeth and persisted, but now she was hurriedly shouting in pain. Su Mingming helped her treat the wound. She maintained a serious expression, rummaging through her backpack for a bottle of potion, which she drank down in one go. The injury on her arm began to heal rapidly, and the pain subsided, allowing Anya to finally breathe a sigh of relief. The potion was expensive, but the school was quite generous in supporting this aspect. Not only Anya has the primary healing potions, but Wang Guan, Tong Yixing, and Su Mingming have also received 3 bottles of primary healing potions each. Of course, Wang Guan's backpack is also filled with many bottles of milk tea. He plans to share his potion supplies with his companions. We continue to set off. After a brief rest, Wang Guan leads the team forward. Anya continues to control the swarm of bees to determine the locations of the nodes. The area of the Dragon Forest Secret Realm is quite large, and it is difficult to get an overview from above just relying on the swarm's vision. The coverage of the swarm is also limited. However, this doesn't pose a problem for the heart of the swarm. Since entering the secret realm, Anya has been continuously releasing individual saber-toothed bees, letting them fly in all directions. Although they cannot share vision once they exceed a certain distance, Anya can issue commands to them, instructing them to fly back immediately upon discovering a cracked node. This method allows her to determine the locations of the nodes. In the adventure within the secret realm, the role of the swarm girl is truly indispensable. They head towards the next confirmed node location. Along the way, they encounter several waves of beast packs. Before reaching the node, the already dim sky turns completely dark. There are no sun, moon, or stars within the secret realm, but it still maintains a day-night synchronization with the outside world. When it gets dark outside, it only gets darker here. Unknowingly, they have been in the secret realm for a whole day. Nighttime is not suitable for continued action, and the ability users also need rest. So they find a suitable place, set up camp, and build a large tent. The tent is made of special materials that are completely opaque. When they turn on the portable lighting inside, not a single beam of light can be seen from the outside. Mutated beasts are different from ordinary beasts. They are not afraid of the darkness and firelight, but rather are attracted to light. Anya releases the swarm to keep watch around them. After eating the provisions and drinking clean water to replenish their strength, the team begins to rest. Of course, they also make sure to arrange shifts for night watch. Oh, we are still in first place. Wang Guan takes the first watch, squatting inside the tent, alert to the sounds outside, and opens the team rankings. The peaceful team has solved 2 nodes and is in first place. The second place is still that three-eyed team, which has also solved 2 nodes. For other teams have each solved 1 node and are ranked behind. The remaining teams have no results. Do we solve 8 nodes on the first day? Wang Guan thinks to himself. At this speed, it should not be a problem to solve all 38 small nodes within the 7-day limit. The main node that needs to be solved last is the most difficult part. But thinking of the main node, Wang Guan can't help but smile. Teacher Xiao Yi, along with Tong Yixing and Anya, never thought about completing the game. The trial is still the main purpose. However, Wang Guan has already set his sights on achieving this completion. Just as he is thinking about this, Anya, who is lying nearby and fast asleep, suddenly wakes up and sits up. Something's happening. Chapter 66. Finally discovered the treasure. Even in her dreams, Anya's swarm of bees kept a vigilant watch around. She received feedback from the swarm. Something had approached near the tent. Tong Yixing and Su Mingming were also awakened. Under Anya's lead, the team cautiously made their way outside the tent. But half a minute later, "Is this what you sensed?" Tong Yixing asked somewhat speechlessly. "Yes. I thought it was some fierce beast," Anya replied with a strange expression. At that moment, the four of them were gathered together. In the beam of the flashlight, there was a small black dog. It looked to be only a month or two old, tiny and weak. It had many wounds on its body and was trembling as it faced a group of bipeds, showing a fierce expression, baring its teeth. After a secret realm is formed, ordinary plants and animals quickly decay or mutate. The environment here is not suitable for ordinary flora and fauna to survive. If a power user stays here for too long, it affects their body. Yet some ordinary plants and animals have stubbornly persisted until now, like this little dog. "It looks so pitiful," Anya said, staring at the dog with a sympathetic tone. Tong Yixing shook his head. "We can't help it." He also felt sorry for the dog, but he understood that they were in a secret realm where dangers lurked everywhere. Wang Guan would definitely not allow bringing along this burden. Su Mingming said nothing, just wanted to pet the little dog affectionately. Wang Guan sighed. He indeed did not plan to do anything. It wasn't a matter of being heartless, but of being rational, just as he was about to harden his heart and say something. Investigation. This is a snow wolf cub with a strong bloodline and great potential. Wang Guan. Snow wolves are one of the most well-known tameable mutated beasts. Not only are they snow white and beautiful, but they're also inherently powerful. It is said that adult snow wolves can undergo a second mutation, possessing strength beyond the 10th tier. This little black dog now had the snow wolf's bug attribute. A strong bloodline and great potential indicated a high probability of a second mutation. Wang Guan's expression momentarily froze, and his heart began to race. Oh my God, they found a treasure. This is simply a divine beast cub. Wang Guan had developed the habit of constantly investigating, not to mention when entering a secret realm. Even when encountering cats and dogs outside, he would never forget to check. But had he found anything worth noticing? Now, after discovering Zhuo Wen and Yuan Xiaoqin's mother and son, he had found another treasure. Wang Guan, how should we deal with it? Tong Yixing asked. Let us take it with us. It won't take much effort, Wang Guan said, suppressing his excitement. His tone sounded a bit strange, as if he had struggled with his thoughts. The other three were taken aback. Then Anya and Su Mingming showed expressions of joy and gratitude. Tong Yixing was momentarily stunned, then suddenly realized. Although Wang Guan was strict, he ultimately couldn't bear to let the little dog die here. The way he spoke indicated that he was indeed hesitating, but in the end, he followed his heart. This is Wang Guan. It's also why I'm willing to stay by his side. He praised in his heart. Anya carefully picked up the little black dog. The dog, full of vigilance, struggled hard. But it was so weak that Anya easily held it and brought it into the warm, bright tent. What about its injuries? Anya asked. The dog was badly injured, with some bones exposed in certain areas. They didn't know what kind of fierce battles it had faced before or how it had managed to hold on until now. Anya didn't mind using her healing potions, but potions are important resources, and everyone needs to be responsible for the team. Wasting on a dog. As she finished speaking, she saw Wang Guan open his backpack and take out a bottle of healing potion. Use mine. It counts as my consumption, Wang Guan said as he opened the potion, preparing to feed it to the little black dog. The healing potion contained rich healing energy, effective for both humans and beasts. Seeing Wang Guan's actions, Anya and Su Mingming looked at him with eyes that seemed to melt. Although the world is cruel, gentle and loving men can still touch women's hearts. Even Tong Yixing's expression showed he was moved and admired him. The little black dog was full of vigilance, constantly struggling. It didn't have much strength, but for Wang Guan, it was a snow wolf cub. Even though it was weak, it exerted a lot of effort to open its mouth wide enough to pour in the milky potion. To the three people nearby, however, this action seemed quite different. Wang Guan was clumsily and carefully prying open the little black dog's mouth, afraid of hurting it. "What's wrong with you?" After feeding the potion, Wang Guan raised his head and saw the three people looking at him with strange expressions. "Big brother is really gentle," Anya said with starry eyes. Wang Guan felt they must have misunderstood something. After the little black dog drank the potion, its body wobbled and lay down. It seemed to understand the goodwill of the bipeds nearby, becoming less guarded. It quickly fell into a deep sleep, and its injuries gradually began to heal. "Should we feed it something?" Tong Yixing suggested, pulling out a can. "The little black dog must be starving." "Not yet. The potion itself can replenish its energy," Wang Guan said. He had a lot of say in this area. Then Wang Guan told the other three to rest quickly while he kept watch over the little black dog. The tent fell quiet again. Wang Guan sat beside the little black dog, filled with joy, gently reaching out to pet it. The little black dog slightly woke up, saw Wang Guan, and whimpered softly. It stretched out its tongue to lick Wang Guan's hand before settling back into a peaceful sleep. It had already recognized Wang Guan and had begun to trust him. For Wang Guan, this little dog was a snow wolf cub. Su Mingming's situation had already proven that there was a way to realize the bug attribute. Establishing a good relationship with this little black dog now would allow him to transform it in the future. Wang Guan had essentially tamed a snow wolf combat pet in advance. The taming difficulty of snow wolves is not low. It's best to start with the cubs. However, snow wolves place great importance on their offspring, making it extremely difficult for a power user to obtain their cubs. When wolf packs are attacked by humans, during life and death situations, mother wolves would rather kill their cubs than let them fall into human hands. In the entire alliance, very few power users could succeed. A peaceful night passed. Rays of light broke through the dim sky, signaling the arrival of morning. The team had breakfast with their rations, replenished their energy, and packed up the tent before continuing on their journey. The little black dog's injuries had healed, and its previously dirty body had been cleaned up a bit. It was now being held by Su Mingming. Woof woof. The little guy had regained quite a bit of energy, barking occasionally, adding some fun to the monotonous journey. Soon the team found that node. This node had not yet been destroyed, but there were only a few mutated beasts nearby. Some remnants of clothing and traces of blood and flesh could be seen on the scene. Other adventure teams had already found this place, but they had failed. Wang Guan led the team to deal with the remaining mutated beasts. He looked at the traces and sighed. Then, he placed the little black dog under a nearby big tree. "You stay here and don't move until we finish our business," Wang Guan gestured to it. The little black dog stared at Wang Guan, whimpering softly in response. A small body lay flat on the ground. If it were an ordinary puppy or a wild dog, it wouldn't be able to understand human commands. But the little black dog understood Wang Guan's meaning. To him, it was a snow wolf cub, clever enough. The team started to deal with Tong Yi and the other two taking action while Wang Guan stood by, overseeing the situation. They gradually approached this purple head. Just then, a dry, piercing call echoed in the air. It was the caw of a crow, circling in the sky. Someone was approaching. In considerable numbers, Anya's expression changed. Although most of the saber-toothed bees were under her control for battle, a small number remained scattered around, keeping watch. Almost as soon as Anya's voice finished, Wang Guan heard the sound of footsteps. Figures quickly approached from the nearby forest. The crow in the air dove down and landed on the shoulder of a thin-faced man. It was Sanyan. He had also noticed this node and rushed over with his men, coincidentally encountering the Ping and team. As he had said yesterday, they were targeting the node and were not far away, so they would meet soon. "Boss, they're about to take down the..." Daoba said anxiously. Sanyan smiled coldly. "Let's go help them." At this moment, the Ping and team had already dealt with most of his tentacles. His so-called help was not really to assist, but to steal the kill. Under his leadership, a group of people charged toward the... "You guys hold them off. Be careful of that white-haired one and those two girls. They're the most dangerous. The remaining one is just slacking off. Hold on until I take down the big eye," Sanyan quickly instructed as he rushed toward the big head. Then, just as their group reached the attack range of the boy who had been slacking off suddenly moved with uncanny agility and approached the big head. With a clean and swift strike, he dispatched the big head. The Sanyan group froze in their movements. Wang Guan looked over at them, his gaze sharp. You just wanted to steal the kill, didn't you? Chapter 67. If you're going to fight, are you preparing to debut with your leaps and bounds? The 16 members of the 3i team surrounded Wang Guan and the other three. They were aggressive, aiming to seize the kill of the Rift Beast. However, unexpectedly, the boy who was thought to be slacking off suddenly made his move, effortlessly killing the big-headed beast first. He didn't display overwhelming ability or strength, but his ghostly movements, casual actions, and precise attacks shocked them all. This person was definitely not simple. He wasn't slacking off before, nor was he a burden, but instead, he had enough strength to kill the Rift Beast at any time. So, he treated the Rift Beast as a way to hone his companions. The expressions of the 3i members grew serious. It seemed that even his subordinates were momentarily paralyzed, standing still. The atmosphere on site fell into an awkward silence. Wang Guan seized the opportunity to scan these people one by one. He first looked at the 3i member with a black crow perched on his shoulder. Scan. This is an old man who walks birds. How can the 3i mutated crow not be considered a bird? He then glanced at the scarred man who stood beside the 3i member, looking fierce. Scan. This is a hard-working courier. Next, he was preparing to tag them with bug descriptors. But soon, a barking sound broke the silence. Woof, woof. The little black dog that Wang Guan had placed under a tree let out a growl. One of the 3i members happened to be close and startled the little dog. A dog? The man was somewhat surprised, recognizing it as an ordinary dog. He didn't think much about how the dog ended up here, but a cruel smile formed on his face. Raising the knife in his hand, he intended to kill the little creature. But suddenly, a wave of invisible energy surged forth. Crack! The man's knife snapped in response. A large tree behind him was also pierced, leaving burn marks. Everyone gasped and turned to look at Su Mingming, who had raised her arm to launch the attack. Su Mingming tightened her little face and said in a trembling voice, "Anyone who dares to hurt it, I will kill them." She tried hard to sound imposing, but her social anxiety ultimately made her words sound weak. The girl used the weakest tone to say the harshest words, but seeing her attack, no one dared to underestimate her. Wang Guan, with his sword lowered, whistled at the little black dog. The little black dog, which was a snow wolf cub to Wang Guan, easily understood the hint and ran over. It stood beside Wang Guan like a fierce guard dog, baring its teeth at the surroundings. Forgetting about its small stature, it was still quite fierce. Tong Yixing, Su Mingming, and Inya also stood behind Wang Guan, their expressions firm as they faced off against the crowd. The swarm of saber-toothed bees buzzed, coalescing into a dark cloud floating above, as if ready to dive down at any moment to launch a deadly attack. A somewhat ridiculous thought suddenly arose in the hearts of the 3i members. It wasn't they who surrounded these 4 individuals, but rather these 4 had surrounded their 16-member team. The squad in front were all elite university students. Their levels weren't high, but their abilities were strong. Powerful abilities could often compensate for the lack of levels. However, if they forced an attack, the 3i leader was confident that they could take down these 4, but his own team would inevitably pay a heavy price. That was his belief. You must be Wang Guan, right? After some thought, the 3i leader smiled and said, "I was blind, the champion of the Alliance. Capable of killing bloodthirsty demons, is indeed impressive." He had previously relied on the vision of the 3i crow to see how the Peace Squad dealt with the Rift Beast. Wang Guan had been slacking off the whole time, which led him to make a wrong judgment. But who would have thought that the 4-member squad was also using this to hone their skills? As Wang Guan was scanning each member, he paused slightly upon hearing the 3i leader's words. "You?" He recognized the voice of the 3i leader. This was the man who had called him earlier. Wanted to purchase a spot in the secret realm. After being rejected, he immediately turned hostile, leaving a threat. Wang Guan chuckled, "Thanks to you. After entering the secret realm, we've been quite smooth sailing." The thin face of the 3i leader twitched slightly. He forced a smile and said, "That was just a joke. But you are the future of the Alliance, and it's good if you can have smooth sailing. Serving the financial group. The more spots in the secret realm, the better." He only contacted Wang Guan after learning that he had a spot. After Wang Guan refused, he casually left a harsh remark. He had almost forgotten about this matter, But unexpectedly, Wang Guan brought it up. Facing the encirclement, was he really not tense at all? Then what did you all rush over here for? Wang Guan asked directly. He was indeed not nervous and had scanned all these people. With the bug descriptor activated, I can take on 10. However, Wang Guan was also surprised. Among the 16, he discovered one exceptional individual, the fat man standing to his right. Scan, this is a 7th-tier speedster, with B-class ability, Fast Runner. This fat man looked nervous, sweating profusely, and his strength didn't seem strong. Yet he was tagged with the bug descriptor of a 7th-tier speedster by Wang Guan. Not a big deal. Isn't there still a little buddy? We want to help you, but it seems you don't need it. The 3i leader didn't expect Wang Guan to be so direct, awkwardly smiling. Then he tentatively asked, Wang Guan, your strength is very strong. Would you be interested in joining our team? He continued in a friendly tone. The biggest threat here is the He dragon guarding the main node. We need to gather as many people as possible to have a hope of defeating it. Unity is the most important thing for everyone. And of course, after the mission is accomplished, there will definitely be a generous reward. But upon hearing his words, Wang Guan rejected without hesitation. Sorry, I'm not interested. These people working for the financial group had no credibility whatsoever. Even if they did have some credibility, Wang Guan, who was already confident in dealing with the He dragon, had no reason to cooperate with them. Seeing Wang Guan refuse so decisively, the 3i leader's expression turned slightly colder. Boss, why waste words with him? The scar man beside him said rudely, Let me teach him a lesson first. As he spoke, he charged out, drawing a strangely shaped curved knife from his waist. The 3i leader frowned slightly, but didn't stop him. The scarred man was the second strongest in the team, only next to himself. He was originally an E-class ability user, with the awakened ability called Mastery of Combat. He could quickly grasp and comprehend various combat techniques. Techniques were not skills. They were just ordinary combat skills without special effects. This ability was naturally not considered strong, but the 3i leader had a fiery personality and loved to fight. Relying on his mastery of combat and physical attributes, he had developed considerable combat power. The scars left on him were badges from countless bloody battles. Even when facing strong ability users of the same tier, he still had the strength to fight. Seeing Wang Guan solve the Rift Beast with a sword earlier probably ignited his desire to fight. So he was eager to have a match with Wang Guan. Well, let the Scar Man test Wang Guan's weight first, the 3i leader thought to himself. He still didn't know what Wang Guan's abilities or skills were. As the 3i leader pondered these thoughts, shwa, 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 the Scarred Man skillfully swung the curved knife. Performing various tricks, paired with his jumping movements, it looked quite flashy. He executed a Thomas spin, rotating 360 degrees in the air. The curved knife slashed towards Wang Guan. Then, Wang Guan casually raised his left fist and smashed it down on the Scar Man's head. It's not that he smashed accurately, but rather that the scarred-headed guy positioned himself well. Bang! The scarred one fell heavily to the ground from midair, knocked out. Fighting is fighting. But are you planning to debut with all that jumping around? Wang Guan commented with a smile. All this flashy stuff, what's the use? The group of three-eyed individuals, who were waiting to see a good show. Wang Guan then raised his sword in his right hand, pointing it at the three-eyed ones. His gaze turned icy. Entering the long-since secret realm, he didn't want to have conflicts with other entrants. But if someone sought trouble, he wouldn't hold back. Tong Yixing, Su Mengmeng, and Anya stood behind Wang Guan, showing no hesitation as they took up fighting stances. The three-eyed group consisted of weak ability users at levels 4 and 5. Weak ability users refer to those below D rank in ability levels. The three of them are S rank ability users, and even though their levels are low, they're not intimidated by these people. Instructor Su Weiqing also belongs to the 5th level of weak ability users. However, his combat power against the bloodthirsty demon is a special case. Ordinary weak ability users are far from reaching that level. The little black dog was also bristling with fur, taking up a fighting stance. It bared its teeth at the surrounding Zawu. As long as Wang Guan gave the order, they would attack without hesitation. The dozen or so members of the three-eyed team found their momentum suppressed and instinctively took a few steps back. Meanwhile, the three-eyed leader felt increasingly ridiculous. Why did he feel as if he was being bullied by this 4-person team? just as the battle was about to break out. "Stop!" A loud shout suddenly echoed as another group of people came rushing over. Wang Guan turned to look and saw that this group was dressed in light golden uniforms. They were also military uniforms, but from the Platinum Legion, one of the 4 major armies of the Alliance. They were the military team responsible for the Longsin's secret realm. This group of platinum soldiers consisted of 8 people. Leading them was a middle-aged man with a buzz cut. He rushed into the standoff between the 2 parties, standing in front of Wang Guan and the others, and coldly glared at the 3-eyed ones. "Three-eyed, don't go too far." He clearly recognized them and said sternly, "As long as I'm here today, don't even think about touching them." "Three-eyed, big brother, can we talk reasonably? Who is trying to move against whom right now?" Chapter 68. Dangerous characters have infiltrated the secret realm. We entered the secret realm to destroy the abyss nodes. Not for your game of fame and profit. The middle-aged man with a buzz cut continued angrily. He, along with 7 other soldiers from the Platinum Legion, firmly protected Wang Guan's team in the middle. Wang Guan was momentarily speechless. "We don't need protection, really." The Longsin's secret realm appeared within the territory defended by the Platinum Legion. Therefore, the military team responsible for the secret realm was the Platinum Legion. When this middle-aged man saw the 3-eyed team surrounding them, he immediately rushed over to rescue them. After a brief moment of daze, the 3-eyed man suddenly let out a sigh of relief. He had a gut feeling that if they really fought, his side would likely not fare well. This was not an illusion. He shared a symbiotic relationship with the 3-eyed crow, which inherently had some precognitive abilities. He could tap into that vague premonition. "Let's go." He immediately instructed his subordinates, showing an attitude of letting this team go since the military had intervened. Wang Guan thought for a moment and also sheathed his sword. It wouldn't be appropriate to continue attacking the 3-eyed man in front of the Platinum military. The military's stance was to unite all efforts to destroy the fissure nodes within the secret realm. They would not allow the 3-eyed man to attack Wang Guan's team, nor would they welcome Wang Guan to deal with the 3-eyed team. The fainted scarred man was also carried away, surrounded by the crowd. The 3-eyed man seemed to feel a little embarrassed to leave like this. So he turned around, looked at Wang Guan, and made a slicing gesture across his throat with his sharp, slender finger. This was a provocative action, meaning, "Next time we meet, I won't let you off easy." Wang Guan, since that's the case, fine. I'll remember. Once the 3-eyed team left, the middle-aged man with a buzz cut let out a sigh of relief. At this moment, he showed a hint of confusion. Why was that 3-eyed guy so easy to talk to today? And what happened to that scarred man? Why did he faint? He pondered while looking at Wang Guan and the others. "Are you all right? I am Private Li Qiushan from the Platinum Legion. Looking at your ages, you should just be students, right?" Wang Guan exchanged a glance with He. The 4 major armies of the Alliance are Vanguard, Platinum, Breaking Wave, and Union Guard. Among them, the Vanguard Army defends the Northwest War Zone. The Platinum Army defends the South. The Breaking Wave Army defends the eastern coastal areas. And the Union Guard is responsible for maintaining stability in the major cities of the Central Region. The relationships among the Vanguard, Platinum, and Breaking Wave armies have always been good, often collaborating in battles. As students from the Vanguard Military Academy, they should maintain a proper attitude when encountering a private from the Platinum Army. Reporting to the sergeant, "We are first-year students from the Vanguard Military Academy." He, familiar with this aspect, stepped forward to report. Privates, corporals, and sergeants are all military ranks. When encountering those of lower ranks, they usually directly address them as sergeants. He also extended his right fist and lightly tapped his chest. This is the salute gesture of the Alliance Army. Li Qiushan and the others were momentarily taken aback, and then returned the salute, lightly tapping their right fist to their chests. "So you are students from the Vanguard Military Academy." Li Qiushan became even friendlier, his eyes reflecting the satisfaction of seeing promising juniors, along with a genuine envy. Li Qiushan was the type of soldier who had not attended a military academy. He had enlisted directly and had made his way up step by step. "So you are the peaceful team?" After some simple exchanges, Li Qiushan asked in surprise. The peaceful team had secured 3 nodes and ranked first, while the 3-eyed team was second. The team led by Li Qiushan was in 3rd place, called the Qiushan team. "I thought the peaceful team was a new team supported by some consortium. Turns out it's you." He looked at the four of them again in disbelief. We were just lucky. Wang Guan humbly replied. I see it's not just luck, right? Li Qiushan chuckled and shook his head. He suddenly understood why the three-eyed man had retreated so decisively earlier. They probably didn't want to fight with these four. Suddenly, Li Qiushan thought of something, and his expression became serious. The three-eyed group is not to be underestimated. They probably have over 40 people entering the secret realm this time. Once the numbers all come together, it will still be very dangerous, he warned. Moreover, I suspect there are other dangerous individuals mixed in with this secret realm's opening. Dangerous individuals? Wang Guan didn't pay much attention to the three-eyed group, but he was curious about the dangerous individuals Li Qiushan mentioned. These are the ones we encountered before. Li Qiushan spread his hands, and a series of light and shadow gathered above his palms, forming images. This was his awakened ability, belonging to the elemental light and shadow system. He could manipulate light and shadow into images. If his ability level were high enough, he could create realistic illusions to assist in battles. However, Li Qiushan was only at E level, capable of creating small-scale light and shadow images. When Wang Guan, Tong-He Hong, Su Ming, and you saw the images he displayed, they were all taken aback. They were the three somewhat grotesque corpses, and they recognized them. They were members of the young man's team they encountered when they first entered the illusion realm, missing only the woman in the black dress. How'd they die? Wang Guan asked in surprise. They were already dead when we encountered them. Judging by the traces, it seems they had an internal conflict and killed each other, Li Qiushan explained. But the fact that all three died simultaneously is too strange. They must have been affected by something. That's why he suspected that dangerous individuals were active in the secret realm. At this moment, he noticed something. Have you seen them? We encountered them when we first entered the illusion realm. Wang Guan briefly explained the incident and asked, have you seen any trace of the woman in the black dress? Li Qiushan shook his head. No. Do you think this woman is problematic? Yes. Wang Guan nodded. The BUG investigation marked Wen Yu as an escaped fraudster. It might not be a coincidence. Moreover, he remembered that the young man had said something like, before bringing you into the team, you promised me something. Such words were enough to indicate that when you had joined that young man's team specifically for this secret realm adventure, did she instigate her own team members to kill each other? What was her purpose in doing so? Li Qiushan asked. What are the woman's characteristics? And you blurted out, she has a pair of big boobs. The others, Tong-He Hong, pushed Anya aside in disgust and detailed. She is quite pretty, with an oval face and peach blossom eyes. She looks about 24-25 with shoulder-length black hair. Li Qiushan used his light and shadow ability to recreate Wen Yu's image based on the description, achieving about 70 to 80% similarity. Although his ability level was not high, it had practical value. Even in battle, he could create small illusions to interfere with the enemy. I will keep an eye on her. Li Qiushan put away the light and shadow, his expression somewhat grave. The secret realm had only been open for 2 days. The Platinum military had 32 people enter, and Li Qiushan still needed to reunite with his comrades. After exchanging some intelligence with Wang Guan's team and advising them to be cautious, they parted ways. The peaceful team gathered the beast skins and tentacles dropped by the slain rift beasts and continued to search for the next node. Due to the news brought by Li Qiushan, the team fell into a somewhat silent state. Finally, it was Tong-He Hong who broke the silence. He looked at the little black dog in Su Mingming's arms and smiled, complimenting it. This little dog is so smart, it knows how to fight alongside us. He thought of something, but shouldn't we give it a name? Wang Guan, who was still thinking about Wen Yu, was taken aback upon hearing this. How could he have forgotten such an important matter? The little dog still didn't have a name. He was preparing to take the little black dog away. When a capable person leaves the secret realm, they can carry the rewards obtained from defeating abyss monsters. It is not allowed to take abyss monsters out of the secret realm. If it is a mutated beast, it can be taken away after confirming it is harmless. But it requires consuming points to exchange for ownership. The little black dog is just an ordinary dog. Bringing it out of the secret realm might not even be worth 1 point. Let's help it come up with a name together, Anya, who was controlling the swarm to scout ahead, said excitedly. Tong Yixing. It looks like a piece of black charcoal, so let's just call it black charcoal. Anya, that's not a nice name. How about calling it chocolate? Su Ming, I think. How about calling it night? Wang Guan thought for a moment and felt that it should have a name worthy of snow wolf identity. The snow wolf is not named because it lives in snowy areas, but because its fur is as pure white as snow. Then, let's call it Snow White, Wang Guan said casually. The three little friends looked at Wang Guan together. Are you kidding us by naming the black dog Snow White? However, before they could say anything, the little black dog suddenly barked, a woof. The four members of the team froze in place. Anya tentatively called out to it, Snow White? The little black dog, a woof. It reacted to that name. It ignored all the other names. Wang Guan. Holy crap. To others, the little black dog is just a little black dog. But to Wang Guan, this is a snow wolf cub, and it has already established initial trust in him. For it, Wang Guan's naming has special significance. It now believes its name is Snow White. From now on, no matter what Wang Guan does, he won't be able to change its mind. The little friends all showed Wang Guan a speechless expression. Even Su Mingming was a bit unhappy. What kind of thought process is it to name a black dog Snow White? And why does this dog only listen to Wang Guan? Is it because of the basic healing potion he fed it first? In any case, the little black dog is now officially named Snow White. After half a day's journey, the Peace Squad finally encountered the fourth small node. This time it did not encounter any accidents and resolved it smoothly. At this point, the Peace Squad still maintained the first rank. Wang Guan's personal points had reached 1416, surpassing what he obtained during the hunting task. 3 points were left from the hunting task exchange, accumulating to this point. At the same time, Wang Guan's battle achievement also reached 5. 3. The Peace Squad's honor points also accumulated to 40 points. Glancing at the task page, Wang Guan led the team to the next node. Suddenly, woof, woof. The Snow White in Su Mingming's arms let out a series of barks. Up ahead, Anya, controlling the swarm, quickly discovered something. There are several corpses. Snow White must have smelled their blood. She suddenly froze for a moment. These corpses seemed to have died from mutual slaughter. Chapter 69. Bugs can still be exploited on the puppy under Anya's guidance. The Peace Squad arrived in front of several corpses. There were 3 men and 1 woman. Their deaths were tragic, their bodies entangled together, maintaining postures of mutual attack. The already stiff faces were frozen in expressions of anger and hatred, as if they harbored deep grudges against each other. Wang Guan and the others had experienced many brutal battles, but upon seeing this scene, they still felt a sense of discomfort. They should have been an adventure team, right? Tong Yixing covered his nose and speculated. Usually, there's a great deal of trust among teammates in such squads. Yet now, they had turned on each other, resulting in their annihilation. This was very similar to the scene that Li Qiushan had shown them. Such things can be said to be accidents if they happen once. But if a second incident occurs, there must be a problem. Was it also caused by that big-breasted one? Anya stood a few meters away, showing a look of disgust. Speculating. She is a psychic ability user who can provoke others' feelings of hatred. While speaking, she had already controlled the swarm of bees to explore the surroundings. Wang Guan, suppressing the nauseating stench, crouched in front of the corpses. Carefully, he used his long sword to poke at the bodies to examine them. If this was truly the work of Wen Yu, the fugitive scammer, what was her purpose? Was it simply perverse enjoyment of harming others, with no benefit to herself? Or was it, as Wang Guan pondered, Tong Yixing judged, these people had not been dead long. She might not have gone far. The blood flowing from the corpses had not completely congealed. Moreover, there were many mutated beasts active in the area. If too much time had passed, they would have already been attracted to gnaw at the bodies. My swarm hasn't detected her presence within range. Anya shook her head regretfully. Wen Yu was not like the Fisher nodes, which emitted light and were easy to identify. Even if the swarm flew high into the sky to overlook the forest, it would be difficult to find a person's trace. Finding her shouldn't be too hard. Suddenly, Wang Guan's eyes lit up. This matter couldn't be left unattended. He looked at the white snow being held by Su Mingming. Perhaps he could use white snow to find her. He had held white snow before and placed it beside the corpses. The expressions of Tong Yixing and Anya became somewhat strange. Brother Guan, don't you have too high expectations of the puppy? Tong Yixing advised. Canines have a keen sense of smell and can distinguish subtle scents in the air to seek out targets. But this special skill requires training. Even mutated dogs, like the steel-bone mastiff, need training to find targets. White Snow is only a few months old. Can it really do this? White Snow is very smart. Let's give it a try, Wang Guan said excitedly. The sensitivity of a dog's nose is innate. Training police dogs for tracking is not about training their sensitivity, but teaching them what to do. However, for Wang Guan, White Snow was smart enough to understand his commands. As long as he could make it comprehend what it needed to do, it might be able to find a target based on residual sense. Is this also exploiting a bug? There should have been another person here, a woman. See if you can sniff her scent. Wang Guan crouched in front of the black and white snow and patiently explained. Oh, whoa. After listening to Wang Guan, White Snow barked and began to run back and forth nearby. But it didn't seem to be searching for anything. It looked more like it was having fun. Brother Guan, forget it. It already is a bad name. And it's quite pitiful, Tong Yixing advised helplessly. Anya showed a somewhat speechless expression. Only Su Mengmeng believed in Wang Guan and cheered for White Snow, waving her small fists. Then, oh, whoa, White Snow suddenly stopped and barked in a certain direction. Wang Guan's expression brightened. Is it that direction? Oh, whoa. White Snow continued to bark, as if confirming. Then let's head in that direction. Wang Guan immediately picked up White Snow and led the team to chase in that direction. Tong, Yixing, and Anya. They were still half convinced. However, since Wang Guan was the captain, they had to cooperate with his craziness. Anyway, there was still a fissure node ahead in that direction, so they could consider it a detour. Thus, under White Snow's guidance, the team moved forward. They encountered several waves of mutated beasts along the way and passed by a small node where the team temporarily stopped. Tong Yixing and the other three took the lead in destroying this node. By this point, the P Squad had destroyed 5 nodes. Dong Yixing, Su Mengmeng, and Anya were becoming increasingly skilled in their cooperation. Although they still inevitably suffered minor injuries from the battles, there were no major issues. Plus, with Wang Guan providing support nearby, it was generally smooth sailing. Oh, whoa, White Snow, held in Wang Guan's arms, barked repeatedly in one direction. The team continued to move in that direction. The already dim sky began to darken further. Night was approaching. Just then, while controlling the swarm and continuously scanning the surroundings, Anya made a discovery. There was an undestroyed node ahead. There seemed to be a team nearby. They appeared to have just dealt with the beasts guarding this place. Anya covered one of her eyes and quickly said. Suddenly, she saw something and then looked in shock at White Snow, who was being held by Wang Guan. What is wrong? Tong Yixing asked curiously. That big-breasted one is among them, Anya exclaimed in shock. Tong Yixing, what the hell? They had found this place based on White Snow's guidance all along. Although it felt like the little black dog was just barking randomly, could it really have found you based on scent? Was this dog the chosen police dog? They quickly approached that direction. Anya used the swarm's vision to monitor their every move. Something was off. It seemed that there was a quarrel among the members of this small team. Anya suddenly exclaimed in surprise. From their age and attire, this team should be a student group like Wang Guan's, entering the secret realm for trials. The characteristic of such student teams is that they have lower levels but higher abilities, at least starting from B rank. Entering the secret realm is for testing purposes. They might have obtained entry qualifications through tasks like Wang Guan or through connections with their mentors. This student team consisted of 2 men and 2 women. They were currently arguing, their faces flushed. Each person seemed to be full of dissatisfaction with the other 3. Standing beside them, Wen Yu wore a charming smile, enjoying the quarrel before her. Occasionally, when she spoke, it was like adding fuel to the fire, making the 4 people's argument even more intense. Finally, they couldn't help but start fighting. When Wang Guan led the squad to arrive here, the 4 members of this team were already in a chaotic brawl, each one crazily attacking the other 3. Flames and lightning flickered and blood splattered. They had red eyes, wanting to kill each other. Wen Yu, who was watching with a smile, soon noticed Wang Guan and his group arriving. Her expression changed, and quickly, she put on a harmless, worried, and frightened look. Stop fighting. Don't fight anymore, she shouted. She hurriedly ran towards the P Squad. It's you guys, great. Quickly stop them. They suddenly started fighting for some reason. Zizi. Su Mengmeng showed no hesitation. As soon as she entered the attack range, she raised her arms and unleashed 2 electromagnetic beams. Facing a confirmed enemy, Su Mingming would decisively strike. 2 attacks struck, one hitting Wen Yu's arm, shattering it completely. However, Wen Yu reacted quickly, her body twisting in an unusual way to evade the other strike. She crawled on the ground, her expression turning cold. The swarm of bees gathered by Anya immediately dove down to launch an attack. A stream of blood-colored mist rapidly spread from Wen Yu's body. Her figure nearly blended into the blood mist, concealing her presence. "I can't see her," Anya exclaimed anxiously. The blood mist confused the swarm's perception. The mist surged and spread in all directions, almost enveloping the entire nearby forest. Woof, woof. The white snow that had been placed on the ground barked incessantly, clearly agitated. The 4 members of the Ping and team gathered together, coordinating seamlessly, facing their surroundings. Controlling the mist is an elemental ability, but it seems a bit strange, Anya said solemnly. She gathered most of the swarm around her, hovering above everyone's heads. At that moment, the student team that was attacking each other suddenly stopped their actions. Their gazes turned toward Wang Guan and the others. The anger and hatred they had for each other shifted entirely onto the 4. They shouted angrily and charged over. Tong Yixing formed an energy shield to block the irrational attackers. Wen Yu's figure, hidden in the blood mist, moved around. One of her arms was broken, yet there was no blood flowing. She covered her broken arm, showing no pain, only madness on her alluring face. These people are indeed tricky. I should have dealt with them earlier. It's not too late now. Their souls must be very delicious, and the master will reward me, she whispered, circling around the 4. Her gaze swept over them, trying to choose one to influence. She first ruled out Anya. Anya's heart of the swarm made it difficult to affect her reason. Then she ruled out Tong Yixing. The white-haired boy had protective items that could defend against mental attacks. Next was Su Mingming. The girl had the weakest level, but she possessed a strong mental defense. Her spirit seemed to be in a bizarre house with fortified walls and windows, allowing only a few to enter. In a short time, it'd be hard to influence these 3. So, in the end, when you chose Wang Guan, she sensed that Wang Guan's mind had no defenses, only a relatively resilient will. This was not a problem for her. She could provoke his anger and hatred, making him fall under her control. Do you want to hear a story? Her thoughts drifted toward